Like, share and subscribe Rabbit Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. Yongxiang City, Yunya Middle School. The huge playground was filled with heat. At this moment, all the students in the school gathered here. His hair was soaked with sweat. Young faces were still staring at the big screen in the center of the square with anticipation. The list of early admissions for this year's inner-city selection is as follows. Class 2, Grade 3, Yan Yang. As a voice with a slight electric noise sounded on the radio, two large red words slowly lit up on the big screen. The playground suddenly erupted in thunderous cheers. Amidst the waves of noise, Han Ziye stood nervously in the crowd, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. His eyes flickered with anxiety and anticipation. Ziye, don't worry. Our school has 10 spots in total. Beside him, the thin man with glasses patted his shoulder gently and tried to comfort him. Although the level of your awakened talent is a bit low, at least you have awakened your talent, which is better than 90% of people. Besides, the inner-city selection is based on a combination of arts and martial arts. With your top score in arts, you're a sure thing. Han Ziye had no idea whether it was stable or not. But for this selection, he paid too much and almost gave his all. 5 minutes later, the broadcast suddenly stopped, and the name of the last student to receive a spot was frozen on the big screen. Class 7, Grade 3 Yuhutai. After a brief silence, a commotion even louder than before broke out in the crowd. For a moment, booing spread like a plague. Class 7 Yuhutai? Who is this guy? I've never heard of him. It's fine if a genius like Yan Yang gets admitted early, but where did this guy come from? Why did he get admitted early? That's right. Putting aside other things, just the fact that Yan Yang has awakened an S-level talent has me convinced. But this Yuhutai, what's his reason? Don't tell me he has also awakened an S-level talent. Tisk, who would believe that? In the entire Yongxiang city, there's only one S-rank student this year. Ah! I think I know the origin of Yuhutai. This guy's liberal arts scores were the worst, and in his last history exam he even got the answer wrong as to whether Qin Shi Huang was a man or a woman. His talent is only at the bottom E level, and it was obtained by his family spending money to buy talent fruits. However, it is said that my great-grandfather's cousin's brother-in-law is a registered resident of the inner city. Haha, I knew that's what was going on. Yuhutai? He has a backer. The surrounding discussions reached Han Ziye's ears word for word, and his eyes gradually became cold. The light that was once full of hope was extinguished bit by bit. Ziye, are you okay? It doesn't matter if you didn't make the early selection, there's still the official selection later. You'll definitely make it. The man with glasses rubbed his hands, his face full of concern. But he really couldn't think of more appropriate words to comfort the lost boy in front of him. It seems that amniotic fluid is indeed more valuable than sweat. Han Ziye pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. A bitter taste rose in my throat. Someone was born in Rome. Some people are born as mules or horses. For this selection, Han Ziye almost used up all the savings he had accumulated from years of odd jobs to buy a low-priced talent fruit from the black market. Fortunately, this inferior fruit obtained from an irregular channel actually allowed him to successfully awaken his talent. Even though it's only the lowest level, E. He ranked first in the school in liberal arts and luckily his talent was awakened. At that time, Han Ziye was fully confident that he would be selected and could change his fate. His terminally ill mother urgently needs tea medicine produced in the inner city to maintain her life. The medicine, which was originally used by extraordinary people to quickly heal injuries during battle, is not only shockingly expensive on the black market, but its effect is also much worse than that obtained through regular channels. Only by successfully obtaining the inner city household registration and relying on the official medicines can my mother have hope of survival. But now, the flame of hope seems to be getting weaker and weaker in this cruel reality. After a long time, the crowd on the playground gradually dispersed, and Han Ziye slowly came back to his senses from his trance. He took a deep breath and gave the man with glasses a determined look. It doesn't matter. It has come to this. I will not give up no matter what. It's getting late. I have to go to work. Chen Mo, see you tomorrow. After saying that, Han Ziye turned and left the playground. His back stretched very long in the afterglow of the setting sun. Chen Mo adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, looked in the direction he left, and sighed helplessly. Soon, Han Ziye arrived at an alley at the westernmost end of the outer city. This area is the dirtiest and most chaotic place in the entire outer city, not to mention the inner city that seems to be in the clouds. On both sides of the alley are bungalows made of iron sheets, with rusty walls and covered with psoriasis-like advertising papers. Han Ziye came to the door of a tin house. Squeak! The door was slowly pushed open. The facilities in the house were old, but still clean and tidy. The air was filled with a faint smell of medicine. Mom, I'm back. Han Ziye's voice was a little tired as he walked lightly to the bed. Lying quietly on the bed was a woman in her 40s. Her pale face still revealed a gentle and humble temperament. Although Han Ziye knew that his mother could not hear him, she could not respond. But he would still sit by his mother's bed for a while every day and tell her about the various things that happened that day, whether happy or sad. Today, Han Ziye sat quietly by the bed for a long time, feeling mixed emotions, but he didn't say a word. The fine black hair in front of his forehead fell naturally, casting a shadow on his face, making it difficult to see his expression at the moment. Finally, his voice couldn't help but choke up. I'm sorry, this inner city selection. I didn't get selected. When I was little, you always told me that everyone has their own destiny, so just do your best and leave the rest to fate, and don't blame yourself. But, I don't want to accept my fate. I don't want to watch you leave me like this. I want you to get better. His fingers gently brushed the back of his mother's withered hands. Those hands had once been warm and strong, and had protected him from the wind and rain. But now they were so cold and thin. Han Ziye felt a sharp pain in his heart. Mom, I will definitely get the qualification to enter the inner city, and I will definitely get the potion. There is still 1 month left until the final official selection, but mother's medicine cannot be stopped. Now Han Ziye has only one thought in his mind. Money, I need a lot of money. 5 minutes later. Outside the tin house, Han Ziye changed into a pure black hooded sweatshirt and sweatpants. The hood was pulled low, almost covering most of his face. He took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket and dialed a number. When the call was connected, Han Ziye got straight to the point. Brother Hu, I need 500,000 yuan. Can you arrange it now? The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a second, and then a rough voice came, with a bit of surprise and disdain. 500,000? Are you fucking crazy? Think about it, is your life worth 500,000? Are you treating me like an ATM? You can choose any opponent you want, I only want 500,000. After the mission is accomplished, all the extra bonus will be yours. Han Ziye interrupted directly. Another 2 seconds passed before a voice came from the other side, with a hint of amusement and ruthlessness. Great, so ruthless, you want money over your life, right? Okay, there's a ruthless retired mercenary here, perfect for a scumbag like you. After a pause, Brother Hu warned, but I'm going to say this first. That guy has 2 mechanical prosthetic limbs, and his fighting ability is unmatched by ordinary people. If you get killed, don't blame me. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Han Ziye hung up without any nonsense, then pulled down the hood on his head, walked away quickly, and disappeared at the end of the alley in an instant. Chapter 2. The outer city of Yongxiang City. Hidden in a quiet alley is a slaughterhouse cold storage that has been abandoned for many years. The cold storage's rusty iron door was covered in scarlet graffiti, resembling congealed blood. A young man in black quietly appeared at the door. Han Ziye lifted his hood and looked at a very hidden camera above his head. 5 minutes later, accompanied by a harsh sound of metal friction, the gate slowly opened. Then came the sound of voices and a smell mixed with sweat and blood. In the center of the hall is an octagonal cage made of steel. The spotlights in the arena were so bright that it was impossible to open your eyes. The audience seats were packed with screaming faces, and banknotes fell like snowflakes to the bottom of the cage. A fat man with a beard stood next to the octagonal cage with his hands folded across his chest. This man was Brother Hu. Seeing Han Ziye come in, Brother Hu showed a malicious smile on his face. "Boy, you are finally here. Where is the opponent? Let's start directly," Han Ziye said expressionlessly. Brother Hu, holding a cigar in his mouth, pointed to the opposite passage. A 2-meter-tall giant was twisting his neck. The hydraulic pipes of his mechanical prosthesis made a muffled hissing sound, and his huge fist was shining with metallic luster. "See? That guy is your opponent," nicknamed the Butcher. "He's won more than 20 games in the past 2 weeks. The odds are 1:20. Brother Tiger grinned. "If you admit defeat now, crawl out on your knees and still have a leg. 500,000, I want cash." Han Ziye looked stern and didn't say much. He simply took off his coat and easily jumped onto the ring. 500,000 is for you. If you're not dead by now." Brother Hu narrowed his eyes, slowly blew out a smoke ring, and then snapped his fingers at the other side. "Game on." The Butcher, who was as big as a brown bear, walked into the octagonal cage with a ferocious smile and arrogant steps. Suddenly, there was a burst of almost crazy shouting in the venue. The huge sound waves stimulated Han Ziye's eardrums. This wasn't Han Ziye's first time participating in an underground boxing match. He often came to this place when he was short of money. In fact, Han Ziye is a semi-professional boxer with 2.5 years of ancient Muay Thai training experience. Although he was self-taught, he had learned a lot through hard study and training day after day. In addition, the physical functions of extraordinary people are far superior to those of ordinary people, and the strength of the awakened Han Ziye should not be underestimated. But it was obvious that this opponent was stronger than he expected. There are no rules in this underground black boxing octagonal cage duel. If you are not afraid of being hunted down by the inner-city sword masters for abusing your innate abilities, you can even use your innate abilities to kill your enemies. But this is just an assumption. The reality is that there will be no extraordinary people with awakened talents participating in this kind of black boxing match. Most of them, who consider themselves noble, would choose to squeeze into the inner city. Even if you can't get into the inner city, you can find a more decent job in the outer city. There's no need to work hard in a place like this. Of course, Han Ziye is an exception. Bang! The cage door was locked and the brutal fight officially began. The Butcher jumped up first, and his iron fist hit Han Ziye's face with the sound of wind. Han Ziye slid sideways to dodge, and his fist grazed the tip of his nose, leaving a bloody mark on the bridge of his nose. He took advantage of the situation and got close to the Butcher's armpit, then hit him hard in the ribs with his elbow. Unexpectedly, the Butcher was not slow at all, and he immediately bent his arms to block. There was a dull bang sound as Han Ziye's elbow hit the cold and hard metal arm. In an instant, a piercing pain quickly spread from the arm along the nerves to the whole body. Fine beads of sweat immediately appeared on Han Ziye's forehead. It's not that he doesn't want to use his talent to fight. After all, as long as he can get money, he doesn't care about being targeted by the swordsman in the inner city. The fact is, his talent is useless and has no place to be used. Han Ziye awakened the E-level auxiliary talent imitation copy. Touching the target can trigger the copy ability and obtain the target's talent for a short time. It seems powerful, but it actually has a fatal flaw. Imitation copy cannot copy talents above D level. In the extraordinary world, talent levels are divided into 6 levels from E to S from low to high. Below level D, there is almost no talent suitable for combat. What's more, the opponent we are facing now is not a supernatural person at all. If you want to win, there is no other way but to fight head-on. The butcher's iron fist whistled towards him again, and Han Zi could only roll to avoid it. His back slammed hard against the iron mesh of the octagonal cage, and the taste of blood surged in his throat. His left arm was almost numb from the pain from the previous block, but he clenched his teeth tightly and swallowed the pain back into his stomach. "Boy, your bones are harder than I thought." The butcher grinned grimly and raised his mechanical right arm. The hydraulic pipe suddenly became pressurized, and the alloy iron fist smashed into Han Zi's chest like a cannonball. In the split second between life and death, Han Zi suddenly caught a glimpse of a flashing blue light on the other person's neck. It was the neural connector of the mechanical prosthesis. So here is the weakness. Han Zi's eyes blazed with fire. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the butcher's wrist, then used the force of the butcher's downward pressure to thrust himself up, slamming his forehead into the butcher's nose. At the moment when blood splattered everywhere, his fingers finally touched the cold connector. Decisive. Han Zi cut the wires of the connector without hesitation, and sparks flew in an instant. The out-of-control mechanical arms were like two heavy iron bars. The butcher lost his balance in an instant, and his huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. The butcher, who had completely lost his fighting ability, still stiffened his neck and grinned, "Come on! Break my neck!" The audience roared wildly, and Brother Hu's cigar flickered in the darkness like the eyes of an animal. The young man stood alone in the center of the octagonal cage, his left arm hanging limply and blood dripping down his chin. He glanced at the butcher lying in a pool of blood. This villain who slaughtered more than 20 people in the underground boxing ring now had a trapped beast's pride burning in his eyes, just like how he fought for his mother. Han Zi did not make a move. "All I want is money. 500,000. He stared at Brother Hu, whose expression was uncertain, and grinned with a bloody smile. "Now for the bill." Chapter 3. The dusk is as dark as blood, and the last ray of sunset in the sky is slowly disappearing. Han Zi covered his injured left arm and struggled forward in the narrow and dim alley. He had a black backpack on his back. Inside were the 3 tea potions that he had purchased from the black market at great risk. Even though he was seriously injured, Han Zi was reluctant to use any potion on himself. "Because those are my mother's life-saving medicines." He endured the pain and walked towards home. "It will be soon. Just 3 more streets and we will be home." "Stop!" A figure suddenly blocked the alley entrance. The man was tall and wearing a black windbreaker. His face could not be seen clearly because of the backlight. "Han Zi, you are suspected of abusing your supernatural powers in underground boxing matches, violating the regulations governing supernatural beings. Now, I want to arrest you." The man in the windbreaker had a hoarse voice, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. "Arrest?" Han Zi frowned slightly. Could it be that he was targeted by the swordsman in the inner cities so soon? Something's wrong. In the boxing match just now, I didn't use any of my innate abilities at all. Besides, the useless talent imitation and copy is useless even if I want to use it. Just as Han Zi was considering whether to resist, the man in the windbreaker walked up to him quietly. "I'm warning you, don't even think about playing any tricks in front of me." The man pulled out a pair of shiny handcuffs from his pocket. Han Zi could see clearly then that it was a thin and pale face. The next moment, Han Zi glanced at the silver sword-shaped badge on the other person's chest, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. The human emperor, who rules the current extraordinary world, has 3 legions under his command. The Night's Watch is responsible for guarding the Frost Moon Wall and defending against the White Walkers in the north. The Shield Bearer Corps protects the safety and order of the outer city areas of Xia Kingdom's cities. The Sword Wielders maintain the security of the inner city, supervise the extraordinary people and have the power of life and death over them. And that sword-shaped badge is an item that only the sword wielders are qualified to wear. Han Zi's mood instantly sank to the bottom. It seems that I can only cooperate for now. He put his arms together with his wrists pressed together, unable to lift them too high because of the injury on his left arm. But he still tried his best to move closer to the handcuffs and tried to appear to be actively cooperating. Sir, I think I should clarify that I didn't use any supernatural powers in the previous boxing match. Can we investigate this first and then? He stopped talking halfway through. Just as the man in the windbreaker was about to handcuff him, a gust of wind suddenly blew into his cuffs. Han Zi's eyes were like lightning, and he caught the hidden tattoo on the man's forearm at a glance. Others may not recognize it, but Han Ziye is extremely familiar with the pattern. That is the unique mark of the killers entrenched in the black market area outside the city. Han Ziye reacted extremely quickly, his figure flashed like a ghost, and he instantly retreated to create distance. His cold star-like eyes stared at the man in front of him, and his voice was icy. Who are you? How dare you impersonate the sword-bearer? You're so bold. The man in the windbreaker was startled, then grinned. Boy, are you planning to resist arrest? Stop pretending, I can recognize that tattoo instantly. Han Ziye looked stern, stretched out his finger and tapped his forearm, but his eyes never left the man in the windbreaker. It's just a tattoo, what can it mean? The man in the windbreaker's face darkened and his voice became colder. Then the red moss on your shoes can't be fake, right? In the whole city, the only place with the most red moss is the outer city black market. Han Ziye lowered his gaze and stared closely at the upper of the windbreaker man's shoes. A noble swordsman wouldn't live in an outer city. Smart enough. The man in the windbreaker grinned, no longer trying to hide his true feelings. If we can't catch him alive, then we'll just have to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a dagger from his waist like lightning and pounced towards Han Ziye like a wolf. Han Ziye was prepared, he dodged quickly and then turned around and ran. Bang! The man in the windbreaker missed his move, and the tip of the dagger stabbed into the concrete floor, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Want to run? The man's eyes were filled with murderous intent, his windbreaker suddenly fluttered, and dark purple arcs of electricity moved wildly on the dagger, A-level elemental talent thunder attachment. The next second, he swung his hand violently, and the dagger drew a straight line in the air with countless crackling arcs of electricity. Han Ziye's hair stood on end. The aura emanating from the dagger made him feel terrified. Extraordinary people are divided into 9 levels according to the amount and intensity of energy in their bodies. From level 1 to level 9, the strength levels increase successively. Han Ziye, who had just awakened his talent less than a year ago, was only a first-level transcendent. But judging from the aura emitted by the windbreaker man's attack, his strength is at least above level 3. Han Ziye, who was already seriously injured, was in extremely bad condition at this time. The outcome of the battle will be no surprise, he will definitely die. The flashing lightning was reflected in Han Ziye's eyes, but at this moment he was no longer afraid. On his deathbed, the only thing left in his mind was the tea potion in his backpack that he had not yet taken back to his mother. The embers of the setting sun struggled to squeeze out from the gaps between the tall buildings, dragging a dim golden line across the ground in the alley. As the evening breeze trembled, the last ray of sunset sank into the horizon. The golden thread quietly disappeared. The moment darkness descended, Han Ziye suddenly froze. Countless information flooded into his mind, as if someone had ignited a spark within his skull. The Night God's covenant has resonated, and the authority of the night has been loaded. Night Authority Level, Level 1. Authority Value, 0/5000, 1 point of authority can be added every hour at night. When the points are full, the Night Authority is upgraded. Combat power increases by 500% in the dark state. Enhanced talent in the dark state. Understand new talent, Shadow Kill. Understand new talent, Nightfall. A touch of extreme black quietly crawled all over Han Ziye's body, wrapping him into a pure black human cocoon. Boom! The dagger with electric light pierced Han Ziye, making a sharp thunderous sound and arcs of light splashing everywhere. Half a second later, the lightning disappeared and the dagger fell freely to the ground. Han Ziye was unharmed. The dark shadow covering his face slowly faded away, revealing a pair of eyes as deep as the abyss. The man in the windbreaker just froze in place. What's going on? What kind of talent does that shadow have? Why have I never seen it before? Just as he was stunned, two solid black shadows emerged from Han Ziye's feet, like two snakes, swimming quickly, and in the blink of an eye they wrapped around the ankles of the man in the windbreaker. The icy touch woke the man in the windbreaker instantly. He found that his legs were nailed to the spot as if filled with lead, and he could not move at all. Han Ziye didn't pause, leaned forward and sprinted, his figure dragging a black trail in the night, heading straight for the man in the windbreaker, and punched the man's head with his right fist. This speed! The man in the windbreaker's pupils suddenly shrank, and in a hurry, he could only cross his arms in front of him. Bang! Han Ziye's fist hit the windbreaker man's arm hard, and the huge airflow was like a surging wave, blowing all the man's hair back. This power! Endless fear suddenly rose in the eyes of the man in the windbreaker. He was 100% certain that the strength and speed displayed by Han Ziye at this moment far exceeded the scope of a first-order transcendent. The moment Han Ziye's fist touched the opponent, a series of information emerged in his mind. Enhanced talent in the dark state. Imitation and copy enhancement successful, can copy all talents of A level and below. Successfully copied A level talent, thunder attachment, talent retention time 30 minutes. One last chance. Answer me, who hired you? Han Ziye's voice was as cold as ice. Go ask the king of hell. The man in the windbreaker is, after all, a man who lives on the edge of a knife, and his inherent ferocity is completely aroused. Fine arcs of electricity suddenly scattered from his arms, and the man in the windbreaker prepared for a desperate fight. Han Ziye's eyes quickly turned cold. The next second, a purple-black lightning with a diameter of more than 1 meter burst out from Han Ziye's right fist, illuminating his figure like a god. Boom! The windbreaker man's screams were completely drowned out by the roar. Flesh and blood were reduced to ash by the mighty thunder. When the lightning dissipated, only a charred pit remained in the alley. The man in the windbreaker would never understand until his death why he lost to a first-level transcendent with only E-level talent. In the deep pit, a box with a metallic luster caught Han Ziye's attention. He squatted down to pick up the box, opened the lid, and found 2 tea potions inside. As a killer, it is not surprising to carry a few tea potions with you. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, Han Ziye picked up one of the syringes, removed the protective cap with his thumb, and injected the needle into his injured left arm. He put the remaining potion into his school bag, then quickly left the scene and disappeared into the night. Chapter 4. 3 o'clock in the morning, inside the tin house. The dim desk lamp cast a swaying shadow on the wall. Han Ziye curled up on a wooden chair beside his mother's bed. The wound on his left arm had completely healed after being injected with medicine, leaving no scar. His fingertips unconsciously stroked the metal box. That was the trophy he got from killing the man in the windbreaker, and it was now lying quietly in his palm. Mom, today I seem to have won the bet against fate. He murmured softly, his eyes sweeping over the 4 intact tea potions on the bedside. With these 4 medicines, I won't have to worry about finding medicine for at least the next 4 months. Then, next, you can devote yourself to preparing for the inner city selection. The power of night. Han Ziye rubbed his brows and began to review the situation. He was 100% certain that power of night was not a talent of any kind. It's more like a system with specific mechanisms. Yes, the word system is the most appropriate to describe it. The mechanism of power of night is not complicated. First of all, at night, combat power can be increased by 500%. Han Ziye carefully felt the energy filling his body at this moment. His five senses had become extremely sharp due to the amplification, allowing him to even detect subtle changes in the flow of air around him. The second mechanism is that at night, one's talents can be strengthened. For example, the imitation copy that could only copy levels below D could be upgraded to A level at night. Moreover, the storage time of the copied talents has been extended from the original 15 minutes to 30 minutes. This directly turns the originally useless E-level talent imitation and copy into something valuable. Finally, Power of Night also comes with two talents, Shadow Kill and Nightfall. These are two unknown talents that are not officially recorded. Shadow Kill Hanzi has already experienced it. Can summon shadows to fight, and it is both offensive and defensive. Very powerful. Although he didn't know the specific level, Hanzi had a hunch that it should not be lower than A level, and it might even be S level. The ability of Night Comes is relatively simple. Using Night Comes during the day can force yourself into darkness for 1 minute. When using Nightfall at night, the combat power of Night increases by 1000%, which is 10 times. The duration is also 1 minute. Nightfall, the cooldown time is 24 hours. The more Hanzi reviewed the game, the more he felt that the Power of Night mechanism was too powerful. He closed his eyes, and suddenly a night sky lit up in the depths of his consciousness. 2 lines of gilded seal characters floated beneath the pitch-black dome. Night Authority Level, Level 1. Authority Value, 8/5000. 8 hours had passed since nightfall. Without doing anything, my authority had naturally increased by 8 points. Hanzi silently calculated in his mind that the length of nights in Yongxiang City in summer and winter is not much different, both around 12 hours. This means that you can get 12 points of authority every day, and in about a year, Authority of Night can be upgraded to level 2. It's hard to imagine what kind of miracles the level 2 Power of Night will bring. Suddenly, Hanzi had a flash of inspiration and seemed to have grasped a key point. 1 point of authority is added every hour. He tapped the armrest of the wooden chair with his fingertips. What if the night could be extended? There really is such a place. Frost Moon Great Wall. It is the place where humans and White Walkers fight each other, it is the defense line built by the Night's Watch with flesh and blood, and it is also the absolute home ground of the White Walkers who fear the sun. There are only 4 hours of daylight all year round, and the night lasts 20 hours. Hanzi's heart was pounding. If you can get to Frost Moon Great Wall, the time to upgrade Power of Night can be shortened by almost half. And now, the opportunity to go to the Frost Moon Great Wall is right in front of you. That is the inner city selection. According to the regulations, after successfully selecting in the inner city, one will have the opportunity to choose to join the 3 major legions. The Night's Watch stationed at the Frost Moon Wall faces extremely harsh environments and brutal battles all year round. It is arguably the legion with the highest mortality rate and the most difficult conditions. Therefore, almost no one would voluntarily choose to join the Night's Watch. Under the dim desk lamp, Hanzi's eyes unconsciously fell on the faded wooden box at the head of the bed. Frost Moon Great Wall, it's a place related to my father. In the box lay half a broken bronze badge, and the outline of the Frost Moon Great Wall could be vaguely discerned through the rusty lines. There are 2 lines of small words engraved on the back of the badge. The long night is coming, and we will burn our bones as torches. That was the only relic left by the father whom I had never met. Perhaps, I can find some information about my father there. No matter what, we must find a way to get to the Frost Moon Great Wall first. This time, Hanzi was very sure that he had finally found a bright future that belonged to him alone. They say the night is the Shura field where the White Walkers slaughter humans. Hanzi squinted at the moon outside the window. But now, it is my fastest ladder to heaven. The next day, Hanzi got up early and left the tin house. He first went to the shield-bearer station in the outer city to report that he had awakened an unknown talent. Of course, Hanzi only reported the talent Shadow Kill, and described the ability of Shadow Kill as weak as possible. When showing his talent, Ziye also deliberately held back a bit, using only 70% to 80% of his strength. This is the best solution he came up with after much thought. After all, the talent Shadow Kill is bound to be a main combat talent that will be used frequently in the future. Even if you want to hide it, you can't, so it's better to report it proactively. As for other information about Power of Night, it was very easy to hide, and Ziye had no intention of reporting it at all. Awakening unknown talents is very rare, but not completely impossible. While deliberately showing weakness, Ziye estimated that the final rating of Shadow Kill would most likely be B. Awakening an unknown talent will inevitably attract some attention, but if it is just a B-level talent, the heat should soon pass. Ziye didn't want to be the center of attention at all. After all, the Power of Night had a unique mechanism. As long as he stayed calm, he would become stronger. Ziye is not stupid. Not only is he not stupid, he is also very smart. He knew, of course, that this world was far more dangerous than it appeared. Without a trump card, he would only die faster. Chapter 5 Yunya Middle School, in the classroom of Class 1, Grade 3. Ziye sat in his seat, holding the application form for the inner city selection steadily in one hand and a pen in the other, the tip of the pen moving quickly across the paper. After leaving the shield-bearer station, Ziye rushed back to school as soon as possible. Of course, it's late. When he returned to the classroom, he was about to receive a scolding from the head teacher. But he never told anyone about reporting his talent. Although he knew in his heart that within a day or two, this news would spread like wildfire in the school. But at this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: survive for as long as possible. The tip of the pen made a rustling sound on the paper. Ziye stared at the words Direct Challenge on the registration form, thinking about something. The sunlight cut through the classroom glass obliquely, casting the shadow of his eyelashes on the Challenge Object column of the form, where Yu Hutai was clearly written. Are you crazy? Chen Mo tugged at him violently, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. At least you can pick on the weak in the elimination rounds, but the direct challenge requires you to fight 3 early stage teams in a row. Do you know how many monsters are hidden in the early stage teams this year? This time, the inner city selection will adopt the same method as in previous years, martial arts examination. There are 2 ways to take the martial arts exam. One is the elimination round, where all contestants from the entire city gather together to play a one-on-one elimination round, and the top 4 are admitted. The second is the direct challenge. The rules are very simple. Participants skip the elimination round and select 3 people from the early admission batch to have 3 one-on-one battles. If they win all 3 games, they will be directly admitted. Based on previous year's experience, almost no one chooses to take the direct challenge. Because there is an important rule in the direct challenge, only one of the 3 opponents can be selected by yourself, and the other 2 are designated by the official. Although there are many people with connections among those admitted in the early batch, there are also many top talented candidates. If you are unlucky enough to face a talented player, there is basically no chance of winning. In the eyes of most people, instead of doing this, it is better to participate in the knockout rounds honestly and maybe try your luck. Ziye had a completely different idea. For him, a strong opponent was not a problem. Having been in the underground boxing world for a long time, his actual combat ability is definitely far beyond that of ordinary people, not to mention that he now has the trump card of Power of Night. If you really can't get out of this, just turn on Nightfall. 1 minute of darkness is enough to take out any opponent. On the contrary, in the knockout rounds, there are too many rounds. The more rounds there are, the more likely it is that someone will make tricks behind the scenes, and there are too many variables. Ziye wants to cut the Gordian knot. Also, why did you choose Yu Hutai? Chen Mo's expression was serious. What if his family is behind this again? Ziye spun the pen cap turning upside down at the base of his thumb. Is there no rigged play in the knockout stages? 3 of the top 4 in last year's knockout stages were connected. How do you think they won? By sheer skill. He tapped the name of Yu Hutai with his fingertips and said, instead of waiting for others to overturn the table, I might as well chop the table up and use it as firewood. In fact, he had already considered this point. The secret operation of the direct challenge was nothing more than making a fuss about the selection of the 2 opponents designated by the officials. He could accept it even if the 2 strongest people in the early batch were arranged as his opponents. As for why he chose to challenge Yu Hutai, from a rational strategic perspective, choosing a weaker opponent will definitely increase the probability of winning. But that's just one of the reasons. Han Zi had to admit that there was indeed some personal emotion mixed in, that was anger at injustice. He just wants to tear off the fig leaf of the privileged class. Ziye. Chen Mo adjusted his glasses, his voice a little hoarse, this world is so unfair. I also long to challenge this unfair order like you. But I am just an ordinary person who has not awakened, and I am powerless. Chen Mo fell into reminiscence and said slowly, I remember when I was a kid, there were a lot of dogs in the alley where we lived. Every time you passed by me after school, I was so scared that my legs went weak, and it was you who picked up a stone and stood in front of me without hesitation. You were obviously afraid, but you still shouted loudly to scare the dog away. From then on, I knew you had a brave heart. He looked at Han Zi with a firm gaze and said seriously, although I can't fight alongside you, I will always be behind you and be your strongest support. Remember, brothers are like this, you charge into battle, and I guard your retreat. Han Zi felt warm in his heart and patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, don't worry. I will definitely win. As they spoke, the 2 looked at each other and smiled. During the afternoon class, Han Zi hardly listened to the lecture and just sat in his seat with his eyes closed. During this period, he took out his mobile phone several times to browse major local forums and related reports. Sure enough, everything was calm. It seemed like no one noticed that he had killed the killer in the alley yesterday. If you think about it carefully, this makes sense. What killers do is a shady business. People related to them will definitely not call the police and ask for trouble. What Han Zi couldn't figure out was who would hire a killer to deal with him. And who would use a 3rd-level extraordinary person at the first move. His social circle is extremely narrow and he keeps a low profile at school, so there's no chance he'd offend any big shots. Han Zi also suspected that it might be someone from the underground black boxing match who was behind this. But based on his past experience, this possibility is very small. Whether it is Brother Tiger, the butcher, or the opponents he has fought before, they are all people who beg for food and drink in the black boxing matches. Fights may be fought to the death in the boxing ring, but it's all for money. Spending a lot of money to hire a killer is obviously not worth it. Furthermore, those who exchange their lives for money are, in a sense, also the poor people at the bottom of society. A 3rd-level transcendent is not someone that the poor people at the bottom of society can hire. After much consideration, Han Zi decided to go to the black market at night to get some information. This feeling of the enemy in the dark and me in the light made him very uneasy. With only 1 month until the inner city selection, there must be no changes during this period. The sun sets and the afternoon passes quickly. Ding-ling-ling. The bell for the end of get out of class rang, and the campus suddenly became lively. Ziye, do you want to go together today? While packing his school bag, Chen Mo turned to ask Han Zi, my dad said he hasn't seen you for a long time. How about coming to my house for dinner tonight? Let's do it another day. I have to go to work tonight. Okay, then I'll go first. Chen Mo shrugged helplessly. You go first. Remember to say hello to Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen for me. Han Zi nodded. He didn't want to put Chen Mo in danger. After Chen Mo left, Han Zi continued to sit for more than half an hour before leaving the classroom with his school bag. The main purpose of doing this is naturally to avoid the peak hours of school traffic so as not to attract attention. Besides, Han Ziye had other plans in mind. He hoped to arrive at the black market later. After all, his home ground is after dark. The clock showed 5:30 in the afternoon. The campus was exceptionally quiet. Han Ziye walked briskly downstairs, crossed the playground, and soon saw the school gate. Suddenly, several figures at the school gate caught Han Ziye's attention. One of the figures looked familiar to him. Chen Mo? Didn't he go home a long time ago? Why is he still here? Han Ziye couldn't help but frowned. Chapter 6. Half an hour ago. Chen Mo carried his school bag and prepared to go home. But as soon as we reached the school gate, an accident happened. Two black shadows suddenly appeared from somewhere and blocked Chen Mo's way. I don't think I know you guys. Chen Mo stared at the two men in black in front of him warily. What does this mean? The leading figure, dressed in black, was slender. He pointed behind him expressionlessly. Chen Mo, right? Someone's looking for you over there. Student Chen, I'm here and I have something to ask you. An uncomfortably shrill voice came from behind the man in black. Chen Mo looked in the direction of the sound and saw an off-road vehicle parked under the shade of a tree not far away. A man with a pointed chin, freckles all over his face, and wearing a school uniform, who looked like a student, slowly got out of the car. Chen Mo recognized it at a glance. Yu Hutai? What does he want from me? Seeing Chen Mo standing there in a daze, the man in black roughly grabbed his collar and lifted him over. Don't touch me, this is school. Chen Mo shouted angrily. Hey, 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 don't mess around. This is my classmate. Just ask him to come over. Yu Hutai said with a playful smile, it's actually no big deal. You have a good relationship with Han Ziye, right? What does it have to do with you whether it's good or not? Chen Mo said in an unhappy tone. Haha, I heard he's planning to participate in the direct challenge, right? And he chose to challenge me. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly understood the other party's intention. Normally, the information submitted for the military exam is kept confidential, but Yu Hutai unexpectedly got the news so quickly. It's easy to tell that he must have used his family connections. As for me, I won't make things difficult for you. You just need to tell me all the news about him, and then you can leave. Yu Hutai said slowly. Chen Mo straightened his clothes and said in a cold tone, I have nothing to tell you. I'll ask one last time. Yu Hutai stepped out from the shadows, fiddling with a silver lighter between his fingers. The flame danced between his sinister brows. What talent did Han Ziye awaken? Does he have any hidden abilities? Chen Mo pursed his pale lips and said nothing. He's quite tough. Yu Hutai sneered and snapped his lighter shut. Tear off one of his arms for me. Before he finished speaking, the thin man in black grabbed Chen Mo's shoulder. The huge strength of his hand made Chen Mo's face turn pale with pain, and his forehead was instantly covered with sweat. At this moment, Han Ziye rushed out of the school gate, and his school uniform was lifted into a sharp arc by the wind. There seemed to be an abyss surging in his pupils, and his right fist attacked like lightning. Bang! The fist hit the man in black directly in the face. The man in black was caught off guard and staggered back 2 steps before he could steady himself. Blood instantly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Han Ziye! Yu Hutai saw who it was and suddenly a nameless rage ignited in his chest. How dare you attack me? I'm going to beat you two to death here today and no one will dare to stop me. Do you believe it? You try it. Han Ziye's voice was as cold as ice. Go. Kill him first. Yu Hutai shouted in anger. 2 men in black heard the sound and attacked from different directions. Puff! The clothes on the upper bodies of the 2 men were torn, and countless thin and sharp spikes suddenly grew on their bulging muscles. The spikes twisted and gathered on the hands, forming a metallic cone. The two sharp spikes pierced Han Zi's waist and chest respectively with a sound of breaking through the air. It's the C-rank reinforcement talent Sharp Thorn. They are extraordinary people. Judging from the intensity of energy fluctuations, both of them are above level 2. This is trouble. If it was at night, Han Zi would be confident that he could rely on the blessing of power of night to defeat his opponent without using his talents. But the sun has not yet completely set, and the combat power enhancement of power of night has not been activated, so winning by hand-to-hand combat is obviously not feasible. The opponent's talents are all above D level, so imitation copy cannot be copied at all and is useless. It seems that I can only use shadow kill. If it's exposed in advance, then it's exposed in advance. I can't care less about it. Han Zi bent his knees slightly, and a faint black shadow quietly rose from his legs. Between his 5 fingers, a black shadow swaying like a flame also rose faintly. Boom! Just when the shadow on Han Zi's fingertips was about to surge, a wave of red-gold fire suddenly poured down from the sky, like a fire dragon descending to the world. The flames precisely spanned between the man in black and Han Zi. The scorching air wave exploded, and the two men in black were shocked and staggered back. The spikes in their hands instantly melted into molten iron in the high temperature, dripping to the ground. Han Zi's pupils suddenly contracted. Under the setting sun, a slender figure stood against the light, stepping on the fire. The boy's hair was red like fire, and his school uniform jacket was casually draped over his shoulders, revealing the black vest underneath. He put one hand in his pocket and clenched the other into a fist. Golden and red flames flowed between his fingers like a living thing, making his eyebrows and eyes look as sharp as knives. It's Yan Yang. That flame is S-level elemental talent Scorching World. Yu Hutai's face turned pale as he stumbled back to the SUV. Yan Yang, this has nothing to do with you. Yan Yang sneered, and the flames in his palm suddenly surged. The fire actually condensed into a lifelike red dragon, its beard burning with a dark blue flame, coiled on his right arm, raised its head and roared. He casually flicked his fingertips, and the fire dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a line of fire. The line of fire passed by Yu Hutai's ear, instantly melting the tires of the off-road vehicle behind him into charred mud. It's related now, Yan Yang said lazily, and the fire dragon wrapped around his neck, and his golden pupils swept coldly towards the man in black. I'll give you 3 seconds, get out. The two men in black were trembling all over. All the spikes on their exposed skin curled up and carbonized in the high temperature, as if even their talents were afraid of this pressure that could burn the world to ashes. Yu Hutai didn't even dare to say anything harsh, and the 3 of them crawled into the car. He forcibly started the vehicle and fled, with the right rear wheel, which was burned to the point that only the hub remained, rubbing violently against the ground, creating a series of sparks. As the roar of the engine faded away, the fire dragon on the flame sun arm suddenly dissipated, turning into scattered sparks that drifted into the twilight. The dark shadow between Han Zi's fingers had already faded away quietly, and he watched this scene silently. In his impression, he and the talented young man in front of him did not seem to have much interaction. Why would he help me? Chapter 7. Thank you for helping us out. Han Zi narrowed his eyes and stared at Yan Yang, but I still want to ask, why did you help us? Inner city trials. Yan Yang brushed past him, his voice so soft that only the 2 of them could hear, don't die at the hands of these idiots. I'm waiting to burn your shadow dry. Looking at Yan Yang's leaving back, Han Zi frowned and looked solemn. It seems that the news of his awakening of Shadow Kill spread faster than expected. At the same time, he also got an important piece of information: Yan Yang is among the opponents in the challenge. After calming down, Han Zi turned to look at Chen Mo. Are you okay? Chen Mo turned his sore arm and whispered, I'm fine. Yeah, Ziye, Yu Hutai is definitely targeting you now. I heard his family background is even deeper than it appears. Be careful. Han Zi patted Chen Mo's shoulder and said, don't worry. Outer city, waterfront villa area. The luxurious villa is hidden in the night, silent and quiet. Yu Hutai curled up in the dark room of the villa, the cold blue light emitted by the TV screen flickering on his face which was twisted with anger. Bang! He suddenly picked up the ashtray and smashed it against the wall. The ashtray shattered instantly and fragments flew everywhere. A bastard from the slums dares to challenge me. A low roar came out of his throat, his eyes were bloodshot, and his nails dug deep into his palms, leaving blood marks. Mr. Yu, how about we find someone to kill him tonight? The servant standing behind him leaned forward slightly, bent down cautiously, and asked in an almost flattering tone. A hint of viciousness flashed in Yu Hutai's eyes, and he spat out two words without hesitation, "Go do it." "Okay, leave it to me." The attendant quickly agreed. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "Then, what about Yan Yang?" Yan Yang. When Yu Hutai heard the name, his body stiffened slightly, and a trace of imperceptible fear flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously rubbed the silver lighter in his hand, and the lighter turned under his fingertips, making a crisp sound. After a long silence, he slowly spoke in a low voice, "Don't touch him for now. He's an S-level talent, and the higher UPS are watching him too closely." "Okay, Mr. Yu. There is one last thing I would like to ask you." The attendant swallowed and spoke cautiously, "To be on the safe side, I plan to hire a few more second-level extraordinary killers this time. As you know, this is not a small amount of money. Regarding the funding, would you like to talk to the old man first?" "You don't have to worry about the funds." Yu Hutai's eyes were sinister, and he hooked two fingers. The servant immediately understood what he meant, leaned down and put his ear close to him. "No need to hire extraordinary people, I have a better way." Yu Hutai lowered his voice and whispered a few words in the attendant's ear. The attendant's face changed slightly, and then he nodded, "Yes, I will do it right away." At 8 o'clock in the evening, the night is as dark as ink. In the alley, the four big words "Charming Snake Bar" on the flashing neon sign exudes an ambiguous halo. Han Ziye, carrying a black leather suitcase in one hand and holding down his hood with the other, slipped into the bar door. Behind the door was a staircase leading down, and the lazy drum beats of jazz could be faintly heard at the end. The light in the basement was dim like candlelight, and the smell of cigarettes, alcohol, and perfume clung to the air. At a glance, there were only a few customers sitting at the bar. At this moment, under the blessing of the power of night, Han Ziye's five senses were astonishingly sharp. His eyes quickly locked onto the booth in the corner. A pretty figure was reclining on the sofa. The woman was wearing a black hip-hugging miniskirt, and her long black stockings were crossed on the glass coffee table. The snake-shaped tattoo winds from the thigh to the ankle, emitting a fatal temptation under the swaying light. Han Ziye walked straight over and sat opposite the woman. The moment the body touched the sofa, a circle of invisible ripples quietly spread out, enveloping the entire booth, and the surrounding scene immediately became distorted. Han Ziye frowned. He could clearly sense the energy fluctuations that belonged only to extraordinary people. It must be this woman's talent. Han Ziye calmed down and went straight to the point, "Boss, I want to ask you something." "Handsome boy, the rule here is that you have to pay first to buy information." The woman's voice seemed to have a bewitching power. She held a slender lady's cigarette between her fingertips, and the scarlet cigarette butt illuminated half of her face. Her eyebrows were as thin as silk, and her lips were as red as blood. The silver snake earrings dangling from her earlobes swayed slightly as she leaned forward. "Or, use other chips." Han Ziye suppressed the inexplicable throbbing in his heart, opened the black box in his hand, and 20 bundles of cash fell onto the coffee table. "Is this enough to buy information about one person?" "Oh." The woman leaned forward, the dark patterned satin at her collar slipping down, revealing a snake-tail tattoo curled around her collarbone. "Whose information do you want to buy?" Han Ziye looked around. The water-like shield seemed to have an isolating effect, but he didn't dare to be careless. Is it convenient to talk here? The woman smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm absolutely safe here. What we say and do now will never be known to anyone else. Han Zi nodded. There shouldn't be many people in Yongxiang City who have awakened thunder attachment, right? The woman chuckled and pointed at the cash on the table. Not enough. The market value of the information is 200,000. That's the price of a living person. She suddenly stubbed out her cigarette and ran her fingertips across the back of his hand. But you smell like a dead person. You're still breathing even after being hunted by a third-level thunder attachment. Your life is worth a lot. Han Zi's pupils shrank suddenly and he became nervous. Let me guess, the snake-shaped earrings brushed against his earlobe. An E-rank loser suddenly killed a third-rank one. Either he took some black market drugs, or a black armored finger suddenly poked at his chest. He's got a good card up his sleeve. Shadows surged silently under Han Zi's feet. Sure enough. The woman's eyelids twitched slightly, and the next second, she suddenly grabbed Han Zi's wrist, her nails almost digging into the flesh. The taste of shadow kill is so sweet. If I'm not mistaken, you are Han Zi, right? Han Zi was horrified. She actually knew Shadow Killer and my name. But on second thought, it seems logical. Now that it has been reported to the authorities, it is only a matter of time before Shadow Kill is made public. It is not surprising that an intelligence dealer can know the news in advance if even Yan Yang can find out about it. The woman's tongue brushed across her red lips, and she suddenly grabbed a bundle of cash and weighed it. I'll take this money. Hey? Why did you suddenly change your mind? The dark shadow under Han Zi's feet curled up again and overlapped with his own shadow. Haha, because compared to the dead. She suddenly grabbed Han Zi's collar and pulled him closer, her breath wandering between the two of them. Sister, I prefer investing in monsters. When you become rich, just don't forget me, your sister. The woman sat back on the sofa. That killer, codenamed Red Scorpion, is a well-known ruthless character in the Yongxiang City underground world. He has a third-level strength and his talent is thunder attachment. Who hired him for the latest order? Han Ziye also directly asked the question that concerned him most. I don't know who it is. After all, information dealers are not omnipotent. The woman spread her hands. But what I can tell you is that the employer is not in Yongxiang City, but Kuojianglong, who came from above. The woman stretched out a finger and pointed upwards. Tianwujing. What? Tianwujing. Han Zi's heart suddenly surged with undercurrents, almost unable to suppress it. Tianwujing, that is the power center of the entire Xia kingdom. It is also commonly known as the Imperial City. Why would he be involved with a big shot in Tianwujing when he has never left Yongxiang City since he was born? Chapter 8. He's a big shot in Tianwujing, either rich or noble. Why would he come to me? Han Zi couldn't believe it. The corners of the woman's mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. Don't question the authenticity of my information. In our industry, I won't share any information with clients unless it's absolutely reliable. This is the rule, and it's also my signature. After saying that, the woman looked at Han Zi deeply, with an unfathomable look in her eyes. As for why you were targeted by such a powerful figure at the top of the pyramid, I'm afraid only you know best. Think about it carefully. Han Zi sat quietly on the sofa, motionless, letting time pass. It seems that the person behind the killer is beyond my reach right now. The only thing I can do now is to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing circumstances. Adjusting his mood, Han Zi slowly stood up and said, Okay, boss, I'll leave first. No need to be so distant, just call me Charming Snake. The woman's eyes were charming. Han Zi nodded, and just as he was about to leave, the charm snake's fingertips suddenly hooked onto his sleeves, its red nails gleaming with a cold sheen in the dim light. She tilted her head back, the snake-shaped earrings moving against the side of her neck. I've got a message for you. There's a little mouse, sharpening its claws, waiting for you to walk on the night road. Han Zi's eyes narrowed. You Hutai. The woman chuckled but didn't answer. The tip of her high heel brushed against his calf. It's dark and the road is slippery. Don't fall. Thanks for the reminder. Han Zi didn't ask any more questions and left the booth directly. As he turned around, Han Zi's left foot suddenly got caught on the folds of the carpet, and he staggered and fell backwards. Be careful. The moment the charming snake reached out to support her, his palm accurately touched her exposed back. Imitation copy activate. A blinding red light burst out from the depths of the sea of consciousness. Unknown talent detected, copy failed. Han Zi. At night, with the blessing of power of night, imitation copy can be copied up to A-level talent. And now, if direct copying fails, that means the charm snake awakened an S-level talent. Cold sweat instantly soaked down her back, but Han Zi remained expressionless. He used the strength to stand up and whispered in her ear, "It's time to change the carpet." The pupils of the charming snake shrank into needle points, and the fingers painted with scarlet nail polish suddenly pinched the back of Han Zi's hand. "I didn't realize that you were so okay with this." Her breath was filled with a strange fragrance, and the sweet breeze brushed across Han Zi's Adam's apple, "But not everyone can bite my sister's cake." Cough cough. Han Zi could only pretend to clear his throat, use coughing to cover up the embarrassment, and then hurriedly left the bar. In front of the snake bar, Han Zi bent over, supported his hands on his knees, and gasped for breath. The series of events just now made him feel a little scared. A so-called information dealer actually awakened an S-level talent. And judging from the shield that can block people from prying eyes, her innate ability should have been deeply developed. Otherwise, with Han Zi's understanding of various talents, he would definitely be able to tell what kind of talent it was at a glance. He got the first place in the school in the written test. His intuition told him that this woman, Mai Shi, was definitely not a simple person. Fortunately, at least for now, the other party has no ill will towards him, otherwise he would not have specifically reminded him to let him know that he was being targeted. "I didn't expect you Hutai to act so quickly." Although at night, the powerful ability of power of night is enough to protect himself. But it's better to be careful. Han Zi stood at the door of the bar, expanding his perception to the limit, and only left in a hurry after confirming that it was safe. Under the cover of night, Han Zi walked quickly through the neon-lit alleys. His eyes from under the hood were always scanning the surroundings vigilantly. He deliberately avoided the main road and took a detour into a narrow alley filled with abandoned cargo boxes. Suddenly, a group of dark figures flashed out from the alley ahead. "Kid, this road is blocked." The yellow-haired thug in the lead grinned and hit the wall with the steel pipe in his hand, sparks flying. Han Zi turned around abruptly, and was also blocked by someone behind him. A crowd of people swarmed out of the shadows like ants and surrounded him in the blink of an eye. They were all ordinary people holding sticks, with fierce eyes but no energy fluctuations. "Is this what you Jutai is planning? Are you relying on these people to deal with me?" Han Zi was a little confused, but without any hesitation, he flashed and rushed towards the crowd in one direction. With the blessing of power of night, Han Zi's speed was astonishingly fast. The thugs were knocked down one after another before they could even touch the corner of his clothes. For a moment, people were lying on the ground and screaming. Han Zi did not use the ability of shadow kill, and deliberately controlled the strength when punching. It's not that he is soft-hearted, but because these thugs are just ordinary people and have never killed anyone. These thugs might not be able to withstand his punches and kicks, let alone the highly offensive talent like shadow kill. If you are not careful, you may put them to death. If he really killed so many ordinary people, his hope of participating in the inner city selection would be completely ruined. It seemed that he was about to break through the impenetrable crowd. A strange chill suddenly rose from behind him without any warning, and his hair stood on end. This feeling is completely different from the oppressive feeling caused by energy fluctuations experienced by high-level transcendence. More like an intuition of danger. Han Zi's heart tightened, and he instinctively glanced back. With the vision increased by 500%, he could see the distant scene at a glance. At the end of the alley, under the dim street light, a figure stood like a ghost. He was a man dressed strangely. He wore a bamboo hat with a black cloth curtain hanging from the brim, making it impossible to see his face. His white robe fluttered gently in the night breeze. Han Zi could be sure that there was no energy fluctuation on that person, he was just an ordinary person. But why do I instinctively feel danger? Ziye. Ziye. Perhaps due to unstable voltage, the street light suddenly flashed twice. When light and darkness alternated, the man in the bamboo hat trembled, his hand hidden in his robe. A dark red bone flute quietly appeared in his hand. Han Zi's pupils suddenly contracted. What's going on? Why did the aura of a superhuman suddenly appear on him? Chapter 9. The night was as thick as ink. The man in the bamboo hat stood still, slowly raised the bone flute and placed it to his lips. In an instant, woo-woo. The ethereal flute sound floated away. Han Zi was trying his best to break through the crowd, and was about to completely shake off the last two people who were blocking his way like maggots on his tarsal bones. His body suddenly stopped, as if he had hit an invisible wall, and then stopped abruptly. This was definitely not his subjective will, but an inexplicable powerful force that made him unable to move. Han Zi's eyes widened in horror. He recognized the bone flute in the hands of the man in the bamboo hat. It's Ember Weapon. Ember Weapon is an extremely special weapon. It can imprint the innate abilities originally belonging to extraordinary people into a special container for ordinary people to use. This type of weapon is often seen among the Night's Watch stationed at the Frost Moon Wall. Because the casualty rate of the Night's Watch has remained high for many years, and the replenishment of troops is very insufficient, the authorities were forced to develop the special weapon Ember Weapon to supplement the combat power of the Night's Watch. But why did Ember Weapon appear in Yongxiang City? Han Zi didn't know, but he had already recognized the talent engraved on the bone flute of the man in the bamboo hat. It is an A-level auxiliary talent positive and negative field. This talent is best used in large-scale team fights. Simply put, it is a situation where the enemy is weak and we are strong. As long as the man in the bamboo hat stands still and continues to play the flute, it can make the combat power of that group of thugs soar, and at the same time block Han Zi's ability to move. But the price was that he himself became a wooden stake that could not be moved. The sound of the bone flute gradually turned shrill. Han Zi stood there blankly like a statue. The thugs who had been beaten down suddenly had red lights in their eyes and got up again. The veins on their hands bulged as they picked up the iron bars, and the sound of them breaking through the air was more than 10 times more violent than before. Han Zi gritted his teeth and activated Shadow Kill. A dark shadow instantly covered his entire body, wrapping him up without any blind spots. Bang, bang, bang. Steel pipes and machetes fell like raindrops, hitting the shadow armor and making a series of dull sounds. The pain of being hit by a blunt object instantly spread from all parts of the body. Han Zi secretly groaned. If they really used shadows to strangle these puppets, tomorrow's headlines would be "Slum Boy Slaughters 60 Civilians," and the inner city selection would be completely ruined. It is also unrealistic to use shadow kill to directly kill the man in the bamboo hat, because the distance the shadow can be extended and retracted is limited. And the damn man in the bamboo hat was standing just beyond the maximum distance of the shadow's extension. But if he resists, these thugs with enhanced strength will sooner or later smash his head with steel pipes. Yu Hutai's conspiracy was not afraid to gamble with the lives of dozens of ordinary people. It's really vicious. Bang! Another steel pipe hit the shoulder blade, and Han Zi felt a fishy and sweet taste in his throat. I can't take it anymore. Hey! The one wearing the hat. Suddenly, a thunderous roar tore through the flute music. A huge body knocked over the trash can at the side of the alley. The mechanical arm was pulling a chain meteor hammer, and the hammer head was emitting a dark golden light, drawing an arc of light under the night sky. The man in the bamboo hat poured all his domain suppression power into Ziye alone. By the time he noticed someone approaching, it was already too late. The figure was so fast that he had no time to react. Clang! The chain wrapped around the man in the bamboo hat's neck like a giant python. The butcher tightened it with a sinister grin. "You're fucking worthy of using the ember weapon. What do you want to do? Stay out of my business. I'm warning you, I'm from the Yu family. I'm the deputy commander of the Inner City Swordsman Corps, and my last name is also Yu. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, the Yu family will kill your entire family." The man in the bamboo hat threatened in a hoarse voice. A cold light flashed in the butcher's eyes. "I hate you bastards the most." The next second, the chain suddenly tightened. Crack! The man in the bamboo hat's neck broke and his territory collapsed instantly. Ziye felt lighter all over, and the next second, his five-fold increase in strength and speed burst out. He turned into a black shadow, pushed through the crowd and ran out of the alley. On the other side, the chain around his neck loosened, and the man in the bamboo hat collapsed weakly to the ground. The butcher didn't even look at him, but turned around and left quickly, disappearing into the night. Everything returned to calm. In the alley, the gangsters looked at each other. "Boss, what should we do?" After a long time, someone finally asked. The yellow-haired leader rolled his eyes and said, "We are paid to do this, there is no need to fight to the death, everyone disperse. Shut your mouths tightly. No one can tell anyone about what happened tonight." At the end of the alley, next to the trash can, Ziye shook off the blood beads from his fingertips. "Why save me? This is not the place to talk." The butcher said expressionlessly, "Let's go to my house first." Ziye hesitated, then nodded. "I don't know if Yu Hutai has any backup plan, so it's better to be careful. Let's stay out of the spotlight first and then act according to the circumstances." 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a yard full of waste. Next to a wire fence and a hill of garbage, there is a dilapidated tin house. The environment here is even dirtier and worse than where Ziye lives. "Is this your home?" Ziye frowned. The butcher didn't reply. He kicked open the rusty iron door and walked straight in. Ziye shrugged and followed closely behind. The room is not big. 2 camp beds were squeezed into an area of more than 10 square meters, and the headboards were piled with mechanical prosthetic limb maintenance oil. On one of the camp beds lay an unconscious man. Porridge was simmering on the induction cooker in the corner. In between the bubbling, the man on the bed suddenly coughed weakly. The butcher slammed the chain hammer into the toolbox, then skillfully found some pills by the bed and fed them to the man. The skinny man had a tattoo on the side of his neck, which was a pair of outstretched wings. Ziye recognized the wing pattern as the emblem of the Night Watch. "They're all dead. They're all dead. We're the only 2 deserters left." The man suddenly grabbed the butcher's clothes, his pupils dilated due to the high fever. "Old butcher, I hear the White Walkers gnawing at the wall." "Bullshit." The butcher pulled the quilt over him and wrapped him up like a cocoon. "I broke the White Walker's teeth a long time ago. Old butcher, take me home, home." The man murmured incoherently and slowly fell asleep again. Ziye looked around and found several yellowed photos hanging diagonally on the wall. The photo shows the sunset over the Frost Moon Great Wall. A young man in a Night Watch uniform is smiling happily with a Medal of Honor pinned on his chest. The boy's facial features were about 80% similar to the butcher's, except that they were more delicate. "Were you a night watchman?" Ziye touched his neck. "I recognize that tattoo." Chapter 10. The butcher sat down dejectedly beside the bed, lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and then exhaled a long puff of smoke. The cigarette butt flickered in the dim room. He stared at the yellowed photo on the wall, his voice hoarse as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper. The person in the photo is my biological brother. I used to be a night watchman, but that was only once. Back then, our team consisted of 12 people, stationed at Warning Tower number 7. When the White Walker tide came, it was so densely packed that you couldn't see the end of it. Old Dog the Butcher suddenly pointed at the man sleeping on the bed. His brother and 9 other comrades in our squad died on the same night. I also lost both of my arms that day. The butcher ripped open his collar, revealing a hideous through wound just below his collarbone. When the White Walker's claw pierced through here, it was his brother who rushed over and blocked the second blow for me. That kid was only 16 years old, and his talent hadn't even awakened yet. Amidst the smoke, the butcher's mechanical prosthetic arm suddenly made a harsh grinding sound. We held out for 3 days and 3 nights. No reinforcements arrived, and the potions ran out. In the end, the only ones left alive were the 2 crippled people, me and Old Dog. Han Zi sighed, a hero of the Night's Watch shouldn't be so decadent as he is now. The butcher suddenly seemed to be stimulated by something, grabbed Han Zi's collar, and sprayed the smell of alcohol mixed with the smell of blood in his face. Boy, do you think the Night's Watch are heroes? Let me tell you. We are the fuel. The corpses filling the gaps in the Great Wall. Those bastards in the inner city drank red wine and watched us die, while the swordsman scrambled for merit and resources. His voice suddenly dropped, and his mechanical fingers trembled and loosened. But someone has to fill that hole. Someone has to. A certain string in Han Zi's heart was suddenly touched, and he spoke softly. Are you planning to keep going like this? Underground boxing is a dangerous path after all. You think I like fighting dirty boxing? The butcher laughed bitterly. Who wouldn't want to live a respectable life if they could? But I have no choice. A deserter from the Night's Watch isn't even worthy of being a beast of burden. It was Lao Go's brother who saved me with his life. I owe him and his brother. As long as you're still alive, you'll take care of this old dog. This is the end of my miserable life. Han Zi was silent, not knowing what to say. It turns out that all the cruelty this man showed in the ring was just a last resort to save a way out for an important person. Why didn't you use that in the ring? Han Zi pointed to the chain hammer in the toolbox. Isn't that the ember weapon? The butcher shook his head. The ember ship is used to kill White Walkers and should not be stained with human blood. As he spoke, he took out a half-full bottle of wine from the iron cabinet beside the bed, tilted his head back and took a big gulp. Don't think too much, I saved you today purely to repay you for the favor you did me last time. It's been so long, and no one has caught up with you. Maybe you haven't been targeted. You can go back now. Let's go. We're even now. The Night Watch has nothing to do with you. Just pretend that what happened today never happened. Han Zi was in a complicated mood. He walked to the door and couldn't help but look back at the down and out man. Suddenly, he thought of his father whom he had never met. As if possessed by a strange force, he spoke, not all have forgotten the blood shed by the Night's Watch. I will join the Night's Watch. It's not to fill the breach in the wall, but to break the teeth of the White Walkers. The butcher sat woodenly beside the bed. Suddenly, a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. When Han Zi walked to the gate of the courtyard, a voice suddenly came from behind him, Hey, wait a minute. It was the butcher who chased out, Night Watch Squad 759, Shen Tuesday. He threw a badge and said, My brother's name is Shen Hong. If you have a chance, please give this to him for me and tell him you found it. Han Zi caught the flying metal piece. Turning it over, the 2 lines of small gilded characters were exactly the same as the inscription on the half-broken seal of my father. The long night is coming, and we will burn our bones as torches. Because he was worried about being followed, Han Zi did not go home directly after leaving, but walked around the neighborhood several times. Later, he saw an internet cafe on the street, so he gritted his teeth and rushed in. The smell in the internet cafe, mixed with the aroma of instant noodles and the sourness of my feet, is simply intoxicating. Han Ziye didn't care about anything else, so he found a corner and fell asleep. Early the next morning, after Han Ziye woke up, he first checked the changes in authority value. The result was as he expected: authority value, 24/5000. It's still 12 authority points for one night, no more, no less, and the total is 24 points now. There is no difference between sleeping comfortably in bed for a night and fighting hard for a night. The authority value obtained is the same. It seems that if I want to upgrade power of night faster, the only way for now is to go to Frost Moon Great Wall. Han Ziye bought some breakfast at the entrance of the internet cafe and then rushed to school. On the way, he checked his phone several times. The official announcement was made regarding his awakening of Shadow Killer. He was somewhat surprised by the assessment of the Shadow Kill level. You have to know that he deliberately concealed his strength at that time. Even so, Shadow Kill was rated A. This is likely to cause quite a stir. The morning mist had not yet dissipated when Han Ziye entered the school gate. A burst of shrill laughter came from a classroom in the distant teaching building, making him frown subconsciously. In the classroom, Yu Hutai leaned lazily against the door, his school uniform loose and open, revealing the t-shirt underneath with a luxury brand logo printed on it. The desks in the last row were leaning against the wall, their surfaces covered in scratches. In the corner, a figure was huddled. It was Lin Xiaoman, a hearing-impaired classmate from the class next to Han Ziye. Broken hearing aid parts were scattered at his feet. He tried in vain to pick up the fragments with his hands. The lenses of his glasses were still stained with chalk dust that had bounced off Yu Hutai. A deaf person shouldn't be paired with a broken table, what a shame. Yu Hutai kicked the table leg, and the iron bracket made a harsh friction sound. He picked up Lin Xiaoman's exercise book and shook it. The hearing rehabilitation report between the pages fell to the ground. Do you want me to help you apply for disability allowance? Oh, yes. He suddenly leaned over and yelled into the boy's ear, here. No. See. Laughter exploded in the classroom. Several followers pulled Lin Xiaoman's chair back violently. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. The moment the back of his head hit the wall, Han Ziye kicked open the classroom door. Activate Shadow Kill. In an instant, 7 or 8 black shadows spread out from under Han Ziye's feet like a tide. The shadow grabbed Lin Xiaoman, who was about to fall, and at the same time wrapped those lackeys tightly like dumplings. Han Ziye waved his hands in the air, and with a few screams, the lackeys were all thrown away, rolling on the ground with their teeth bared. Get lost! Han Ziye said coldly. Several people were frightened by Han Ziye's aura. They didn't care about the pain in their bodies and ran out of the classroom. Chapter 11. It's you again. Yu Hutai's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. The person he sent last night has not been heard from since, but Han Ziye appears before him safe and sound. It seems that he escaped again. Yu Hutai was so angry that he quickly stepped back, then picked up the triangle ruler on the podium and threw it at Han Ziye. Although he has only awakened E-level talent, Yu Hutai is an extraordinary person after all, and his strength is far greater than that of ordinary people. The triangle ruler spun rapidly, like a dart, flying towards Han Ziye with a sound of breaking through the air. Buzz! The ruler hit Han Ziye right in the face. But the black shadow had already covered half of Han Ziye's face. The tip of the ruler pierced the black shadow, like piercing into a quagmire, unable to move forward an inch. The ruler body shook violently, making a buzzing sound. The black shadow slowly faded away, and the triangle ruler fell weakly to the ground. A cold light flashed in Han Ziye's eyes. He walked in the sticky darkness, and every step splashed asphalt like shadow waves. His right hand, completely enveloped by the liquid black shadow, transformed into a ferocious beast claw. I give this claw to you on behalf of the student you bullied. Amidst the sharp sound of the black shadow tearing through the air, Yu Hutai was knocked into the air. His back smashed 3 desks, and wood chips mixed with test papers flew everywhere. Yu Hutai sat on the ground with his back against the wall, blood instantly oozing out from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to stand up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Hanzi! You, a slum bastard, dare to touch me! Do you know who my father is? I will make you and your sick mother together. Bang! The sharp claws condensed from the black shadow suddenly grabbed Yu Hutai's throat and lifted him off the ground. Hanzi's eyes were like the abyss, and his knuckles tightened inch by inch. Mention my mother again, and I will break your neck right now. Yu Hutai's face turned purple, his legs kicked in vain in the air, and a gurgling sound came out of his throat. Stop! A sharp female voice suddenly exploded. The head teacher, Wang Lan, rushed into the classroom in high heels. She first glanced at the mess on the floor, then pointed at Hanzi and shouted. This is outrageous! Let go of you immediately! A thug like you doesn't deserve to be in Yunya Middle School. Hanzi sneered, the black shadow claws dissipated, and Yu Hutai fell heavily to the ground, covering his throat and coughing violently. Thugs! Hanzi bent down to pick up the remains of Lin Xiaoman's hearing aid, rubbing his fingertips over the broken ear hook. Look at this table! He suddenly lifted up the crooked desk with his toes, and the moldy tabletop creaked and cracked. 1 person, 1 broken table, last row, against the wall. He looked up at Wang Lan's flashing eyes and said in a cold voice, I think you are the first bully, teacher. The classroom suddenly fell silent. Wang Lan blushed. The seats are arranged according to grades. He can't keep up. It just so happens that I have a good memory. If I remember correctly, in last semester's final exam, Lin Xiaoman scored 7th in the grade. Hanzi tapped his temple with his finger. Do you need me to help the teacher recall it? You are talking nonsense. This is a false accusation. Wang Lan's lips trembled. Whether it's a false accusation or not, we can find out by checking it out. Hanzi's eyes were like knives. Do you need me to go to the archives with you? Enough! A stern voice came from the door. Vice Principal Zhou Zhenqiu strode into the classroom, followed by 2 security guards. He first took a deep look at the dark shadow that had not yet dissipated under Hanzi's feet, and then glanced at Lin Xiaoman who was huddled in the corner, his brows furrowed. Teacher Wang, take you to the infirmary, he said in a deep voice. Student Han, come to my office. Yu Hutai raised his head suddenly. Principal Zhou. He committed a crime in public. Student Yu. Zhou Zhenqiu interrupted him, raising his voice in a rare move. Fights among transcendents must be reported to the Sword-Bearer Corps in accordance with the Transcendent Management Regulations. Are you sure you want to pursue this matter? Yu Hutai fell silent instantly, digging his nails deep into his palms. When Zhou Zhenqiu turned to Hanzi, his tone was much more relaxed. Your shadow killing talent was just rated as A level this morning. The school will apply for special training resources for you. He glanced at Wang Lan with a pointed look. Yunya Middle School will not tolerate any form of bullying, including teacher negligence. The classroom fell into silence. Hanzi bent down to pick up the broken pieces of Lin Xiaoman's hearing aid and gently placed them in his palm. The table will be replaced with a new one tomorrow. Even though he knew that the other party might not be able to hear him clearly. As he turned to leave, he heard whispers exploding behind him. Dark Shadow is so cool. A level, second only to Yan Yang's S level. No wonder he dared to confront Yu Hutai. Yu Hutai stared at Hanzi's back, his bloody teeth biting his lips. Principal's office. Zhou Zhenqiu took out a hexagonal key from the safe and brushed his fingertips over the energy patterns floating on the surface. The gravity training chamber on the second underground floor of the school can simulate a pressure environment 10 times that of the original. He pressed the key into Hanzi's palm and said, Back then, I used this to beat up the noble kids of the same period until they cried for their parents. Han Zi was about to speak when Zhou Zhenqiu raised his hand to stop him. I know what you want to say. Don't worry, your mother will have someone secretly protecting her. Also, I can assure you that the Yu family will not dare to act rashly before the inner city selection. Some things are safer when they are out in the open. Were the people who went to protect my mother drawn from the sword bearers in the inner city? Han Zi immediately grasped the key point. To be honest, he didn't trust those sword wielders who considered themselves noble. Zhou Zhenqiu glanced at Han Zi meaningfully and said slowly, not really. The group of people who protected your mother came from. Zhou Zhenqiu paused for a moment, then slowly said, they are from the Night's Watch. The Night's Watch? Han Zi frowned. Why would the Night's Watch, who are responsible for guarding the Frost Moon Wall, get involved in such trivial matters? Principal, why would the Night Watch care about my little thing? Zhou Zhenqiu shook his head. I don't know about that. The Night's Watch is different from the other two legions. It is very independent and ordinary people have no way of finding out their internal information. No matter what, your mother's safety must be guaranteed. You only have less than a month to prepare for the battle. Han Zi nodded, and before leaving, he asked one last question. Principal, why are you helping me? The roar of an airplane passed by the window. Zhou Zhenqiu was silent for a while, then unbuttoned the second button of his shirt, revealing an old injury on his collarbone. 23 years ago, when I was being beaten in the classroom, I wished someone had stepped forward to help me. Suddenly, he raised his head, his eyes like torches, staring straight at Han Zi, with trust in his eyes. And now, you are that person. Chapter 12. Waterfront Villa Area, inside the Yu family villa. The crystal chandelier trembled in Yu Hutai's crazy roar, and blue and white porcelain vases smashed against the gilded wallpaper one after another. The butler approached cautiously, holding the satellite phone. Young Master Yu, the master's line. Waste. All of them. Yu Hutai tore off his tie soaked in red wine. Didn't they say it was foolproof? We've even used the ember weapon, so why is that bastard still? Shut up! The low shout from the phone was mixed with the noise of electricity, and the temperature in the hall dropped suddenly. Yu Hutai stood there like a rooster with its neck strangled, cold sweat soaking his linen clothes. He quickly picked up the phone and said in a trembling voice, Dad. Good for nothing. For so many years, you have been asked to keep a low profile in school, and you have done so. What? In this last month, you can't stand it anymore? Or has the early admission decision made you so proud that you don't even know your last name? That guy surnamed Han has awakened a new A-rank talent, Shadow Kill, and the higher UPS are paying a lot of attention to him right now. I'm warning you, the man's voice grew increasingly stern. Don't try anything on me before the inner city selection is over. But the veins on Yu Hutai's forehead bulged, and he could no longer suppress his frustration. This bastard has even bullied me. Are we just going to let it go like this? Forget it. The man's voice suddenly turned cold, a chill running through his bones. When did I ever say forget it? Don't overthink it. Just follow my instructions. I've already arranged the opponent for that kid's challenge. Someone will help you test out all his cards. And beat him half to death first. For the last round, I'll find a way to not give him the chance to admit defeat. Then, you killed him right there on stage. Thunder roared outside the window and heavy rain poured down. After obtaining special approval from Zhou Zhenqiu, he was able to use the training room. Han Zi's life became unusually regular. He shuttles between the training room and home every day, leading a life of going back and forth between the 2 points, devoting himself to training. During this period, Yu Hutai really did not cause any trouble again, and everything seemed calm on the surface. But Han Zi knew very well that the other party would definitely not give up. The final match will definitely be a fierce battle. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is the day before the challenge. Inside the gravity training room, the air was as thick as mercury. Han Ziye was shirtless, his muscles stretched into knife-like lines under 10 times the pressure. He spread out his 5 fingers, and the black shadows under his feet suddenly boiled and turned into 9 black pythons that strangled the alloy target aircraft that were attacking from all directions. Shadow kill 1,000 scales. As the black python whispered, its scales stood upright and thousands of shadow blades shot out like a rainstorm. The target aircraft was pierced like a honeycomb in an instant, and the black shadow twisted it into a knot before the alarm even sounded. Bite. The Scarlet SSS level rating popped up on the holographic projection. Han Ziye wiped the sweat from his forehead, his dark pupils reflecting the mess on the ground. After more than 20 days of devilish training, he has developed Shadow Kill to an incredible level. The move just now was just one of many moves. Ziye. Chen Mo's voice came from the observation window, the opponent list is out. I have something important to show you. Han Ziye put on his coat, and the moment he pushed open the cabin door, he caught a glimpse of the electronic clock on the wall, 23:47. Tomorrow is the direct challenge that will decide your fate. The hatch opens. Chen Mo walked in and inserted a USB drive into the computer. Then, a holographic image unfolded in the center of the training room. Chen Mo pushed the reflective lens and said, 3 opponents have been determined. In that order, they are Bai Yao, Yan Yang, and Yu Hutai. Han Ziye was not surprised to see Yan Yang appear on the opponent list. After all, if one wanted to create obstacles for Han Ziye, there was really no one in the early admission list who was more intimidating than Yan Yang. Is there any information about Bai Yao? Han Ziye noticed the unfamiliar name on the list. Yes. Chen Mo said, his fingers quickly jumping on the keyboard. This first game is a tough one. A tall young man with a crew cut appeared in the video. A dazzling ball of light was suspended at his fingertips. The light was so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. In an instant, the ball of light exploded and turned into a fine rain of light, splashing in all directions. Bai Yao's talent is A-level elemental system, light erosion. Chen Mo called up the battle video. It can manipulate high-purity light energy and mainly attacks from a distance. Furthermore, the light element has a suppressive effect on your shadow. It is simply your natural enemy. Han Ziye stared at the slow-motion footage of the light ball exploding, a sneer forming at the corner of his mouth. I deliberately chose a natural enemy to put in the first level, so that I can't even see Yan Yang. Unfortunately, they don't know, my trump card is never in the daytime. At this time, Chen Mo switched the screen to an opponent. There should be no need to say more about Yan Yang's strength. The holographic projection froze on Yan Yang's battle scene. The flames surrounding the red-haired boy almost burned through the screen. Chen Mo curled his lips and shook his head. Yan Yang's scorching world is even stronger than expected. In last week's simulated battle, he easily burned through 5 layers of alloy shields. If you ask me, the talent scorching world is really a bit too strong. I heard that the 3 major legions have extended olive branches to him in advance. They have already started to directly compete for him. Han Ziye was silent. He had seen Yan Yang's power before. To be honest, even after using all his trump cards, he still felt unsure. As for this one, Chen Mo sneered and turned the scene to Yu Hutai. Although the official list shows that he only has the E-rank enhancement talent Hardened Skin, I'm worried that he's up to something sinister behind the scenes. The overt plot is laid out on the table. Han Ziye's voice turned cold. Are you still afraid of his 2 shady tricks under the table? No matter what, I will win tomorrow. The next day, Han Ziye got up early as soon as the sun rose. The competition venue is located in Lianrong Square in the outer city, not too far from his home. When Han Ziye arrived, the challenge match venue was already packed with spectators who came to watch the fun. Almost all the ordinary students who had not awakened from all the major middle schools in Yongxiang City rushed here. They seemed to pay special attention to these students who were extraordinary people. What's even more exaggerated is that some people even held up colorful cheering signs below. The signs read things like Yan Yang, my idol, Bai Yao will win, and Su Kun is the most handsome. The originally solemn atmosphere of the challenge suddenly became like a large-scale concert. The holographic projection in the center of the square scrolled the contestants' information. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. I heard that this year there is an unlucky guy who ran into Bai Yao and Yan Yang. The two girls asked while holding milk tea. Chapter 13. The girl pointed her rhinestone-studded nails at the big screen. Look. That's him. The holographic image happened to freeze on the scene of Han Zi's previous training. A giant python formed by black shadows crushed the alloy target drone, and the fragments splashed like water. The scarlet SSS on the damage rating bar made the onlookers gasp. With first place in liberal arts plus A-level talent, this lineup would have guaranteed a win in previous years. The boy in the baseball cap clicked his tongue. What a shame. I didn't get selected for the early round, and now I'm running into those two in the direct challenge. When you're matched up with a game like this, it's obvious someone's playing dirty tricks, or the kind who doesn't even want to pretend. A phoenix without a background is no better than a chicken. His companion sneered, aren't these commoner geniuses just stepping stones for the nobles? In the crowd, Han Zi was moving with difficulty, his face expressionless. A stepping stone, right? Then I will be the stepping stone for your attack. Excuse me. He lowered the brim of his hat and moved sideways to squeeze the audience around him. There was another sound of laughter from behind. The market is open, place your bets. Han Zi loses to Yan Yang, 20-1. I bet he won't make it past Bai Yao. Is the opening person crazy? This is clearly giving away money. It took more than 10 minutes. Han Zi finally squeezed out. A circle of special metal fence separates the crowd, and the area in the center of the fence is the infield. Staff members wearing shield-bearer uniforms stood neatly beside the fence. When Han Zi walked over, a bald man who looked like a captain stopped him and said, "Identity." Han Zi swiftly handed over the documents he had prepared long ago. The bald man took the ID and examined it carefully. Han Zi. It seems that this name sounds familiar. The bald man raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you the guy who awakened Shadow Kill?" "That's right." Han Zi nodded in response. "Alas, what a pity. Such a good seedling is rotting in the outer city." The bald man muttered softly, then waved his hand. "The ID is fine, you can go in. Good luck." "Thank you." Han Zi's face was calm. He took the ID and walked directly into the backstage. Because there is only one competition venue, the direct challenge can only be carried out in batches. The order of batches is determined by drawing lots. "Follow me, this way." The staff led Han Zi to the lottery table and pointed to the sealed lottery box on the table. "One chance, no redraws. Go ahead." "Okay." Han Zi nodded, reached into the sign box, and casually grabbed a metal sign and handed it to the staff. "Han Zi, the draw order is the fourth game." The staff member raised the lot in his hand high and announced loudly. Han Zi turned around and left for the rest area with a sly smile on his face. No one knew that Han Zi had used a subtle trick when drawing lots. Just now, when he put his hand into the signing box, a few hair-like shadows emerged from his fingertips like nimble snakes. These shadows inherited some of his five senses, including vision, and he had full control over the situation inside the box. The ability of Shadow Kill is also the latest development of Han Zi, although it is not very useful in actual combat. But in certain specific situations, like just now, it is very practical. Afterwards, Han Zi seemingly drew a lot at random, but in fact he had already accurately locked on the target, the fourth game. What he wanted was the fourth and final spot. The reason is simple. Han Ziye hopes to drag the game into his home court as much as possible. Night. Although, the last game may not necessarily be postponed to the evening. But at least, Han Ziye is working in the right direction. Faced with such powerful opponents as Bai Yao and Yan Yang, he had to repeatedly calculate every decision. Perhaps in the end, it is this little advantage accumulated through calculations that will tip the balance of victory. After finishing everything, Han Ziye came to the rest area. He sat on the bench, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. Everyone, please be quiet. The staff member stood in the center of the ring, holding a loudspeaker, and looked at the time. The 130th Yongxiang City Inner-City Selection, Direct Challenge Tournament, has officially begun. On the rostrum, 3 gilded chairs were arranged in sequence. In the most central position, Yu Sheng, an important figure among the sword-wielding men in the inner city of Yongxiang City, slowly took his seat. The swordsman's uniform with white background and gold patterns tightly wrapped around his sturdy body, and the silver sword badge on his chest reflected a dazzling cold light. He took off his leather gloves, revealing his calloused knuckles. On both sides of Yu Sheng sat representatives from the Yongxiang City Education Bureau and representatives from the Yongxiang City Shield Bearers. Commander Yu, this is the contestant information. The attendant bowed and handed over the holographic panel. Yu Sheng nodded slightly, then slid the panel casually. The shield-bearing representative on the left suddenly chuckled, "Old Yu, I heard that your younger generation is also on the challenge list." Yu Heng just kept flipping through the panel without responding. "Sir, my son, Yu Hutai, is on the list. I'm not very talented, but I'm a perfect fit to serve as a touchstone for all these young men." Behind Yu Heng, the fat middle-aged man agreed with a flattering smile. The fat man was Yu Hutai's father, Yu Kun. "Haha. You're being too modest," the shield-bearing representative said casually, but the contempt on his face was evident. "But I'm afraid your master won't have a chance to play. One is Bai Yao, the other is Yan Yang, tisk tisk tisk. In this session, no one can be a match for these two. What a pity, I can't see the elegance of the younger generation of the Yu family." Of course, Yu Sheng could hear the hidden meaning in the man's words, and his face suddenly darkened. Seeing this, everyone around fell silent. Fortunately, at this moment, a low roar came from the ring. The 4 protective light curtains slowly rose up and the competition officially began. There are a total of 4 people participating in this challenge. The rules of the contest are simple. If one side voluntarily surrenders, completely loses their fighting ability, or is knocked out of the ring, they will be deemed the loser. The first 3 challengers fought hard, but without exception, they all ended in failure. The rule of having to win 3 games in a row means that this is a difficult road to take. During the game, Han Ziye, who was watching the game in the rest area, remained very calm, only taking out his mobile phone from time to time to check the time. Finally, at the end of the 3rd challenge, the voice of a staff member came from the broadcast in the venue. "Please invite the 4th challenger, Han Ziye, to enter. The opponent is Bai Yao." The audience below the stage suddenly burst into thunderous cheers. It seems like they have been looking forward to this final match for a long time. Han Ziye had a grim expression and walked out of the rest area without hesitation. He jumped lightly onto the ring. At this time, the setting sun was slowly sinking towards the horizon, and the afterglow dyed the entire arena golden. Swish! Rows of spotlights on top of the ring lit up at the same time. The crew-haired boy Bai Yao had already stopped opposite Han Ziye, spiderweb-like traces of light moving randomly under his feet. Han Ziye took a deep breath and then looked up at the dome spotlights. He felt the huge sound waves coming from the audience. In a trance, everything around overlapped with the scene of an underground boxing match, the same crazy shouting, the same blinding lights. Even the smell in the air seems to be exactly the same. "I have to fight hard again, Mom, please bless me," Han Ziye said to himself. Chapter 14. Game 4, First Round. Han Ziye challenges Bai Yao, the match begins. After the words were spoken, the two stood face to face. Bai Yao did not launch an attack immediately. He looked at Han Ziye calmly. Everyone knows what happened when you were matched with such an opponent. But now that I'm in the ring, I'm going to fight with all my might. Bring it on. Han Ziye's eyes were as deep as the night sky, and the dark shadows at his feet were rolling like waves. A cold light flashed on Bai Yao's face, his 5 fingers hooked, and a dazzling ball of light suddenly appeared in his palm. Puff! The light ball was crushed and turned into a rain of light all over the sky, pouring towards Han Ziye. Without any hesitation, Han Ziye leaned forward, his figure like a galloping cheetah, nimbly avoiding the dense rain of light. So fast! Bai Yao was a little surprised. But at the same time he also recognized a reality. With this terrifying speed, if they were to fight in close combat, he would definitely not be Han Ziye's opponent. We have to find a way to stop him and not let him get close to us. Bai Yao frowned, crossed his hands quickly, and a ball of light bigger than the previous one instantly condensed in his palms. As he clasped his hands together, the ball of light exploded again. A new round of light rain shot out, covering the sky and the earth. Han Ziye's pupils shrank slightly. It's too dense. There's absolutely no way to dodge it. Shadow kill armor cover. A thick black shadow instantly covered his entire body, leaving even his eyes exposed. Puff, 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 puff. The dense rain of light hit the shadow armor, stirring up waves of black shadows. When the black shadow is hit by the light, it is like encountering a natural enemy, and a hole will appear in an instant. Han Ziye could only continuously create new shadows to fill the gaps in the shadow armor. Then try to avoid the light rain by relying on your flexible body movements as much as possible. Han Ziye was secretly glad in his heart. Fortunately, I paid enough attention to the attribute conflicts analyzed before the game. I used the newly developed move Shadow Kill at the first opportunity. Otherwise, with the thickness of the shadow armor used in previous battles, it would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the light rain. The rain of light was so powerful that it riddled the ground of the arena with holes. But it did not cause much substantial damage to Han Ziye. The situation was at a stalemate for a moment. In this state, the physical strength and energy consumption of both people are huge. But no one dared to relax and could only grit their teeth and persevere. Why does this guy just run away? Go and fight him. The scene looks quite cool, but in reality it is one-sided. What did I say? I said Han Ziye definitely can't even pass Bai Yao's level. The audience in the audience began to discuss enthusiastically. There was even some booing. However, Bai Yao on the field was not as easy as they imagined. Fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. I started to feel anxious. Both of them are first-level transcendents, and the total energy difference in their bodies is not that big. But it is obvious that the consumption of the large-scale attack supported by Bai Yao must be far greater than that of Han Ziye. We can't delay this any longer. Bai Yao frowned, and the light array unfolded layer by layer. His light rain became more and more dense, but it was still unable to penetrate the layer of shadow armor that was constantly regenerating. The noise in the auditorium gradually faded into anxious whispers. No one noticed that Han Ziye was staring at the last ray of sunset in the sky. When the light rain tore through the shadow armor again, Han Ziye suddenly laughed. The horizon swallowed up the last ray of golden light. Darkness is coming. In a moment, the 5-fold increase in power erupted like a volcano. The offensive and defensive positions change. Han Ziye's figure suddenly became faster and turned into a black lightning. What's going on? Bai Yao's pupils suddenly shrank, and before the ball of light at his fingertips took shape, his throat was already tightly gripped by the hand covered by the black shadow. You lose. Han Ziye's voice was cold. Bai Yao's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty under the grip of the black shadow. He stared at Han Zi's abyss-like eyes and suddenly forced a wry smile. I admit defeat. Han Zi's chest heaved, and he loosened his right hand, breathing a sigh of relief at the same time. I had deliberately chosen the fourth game, and it really worked. The game was successfully delayed until nightfall. The five-fold increase in combat power caught Bai Yao off guard. Otherwise, even if they could win, the price would likely be high. With a powerful opponent like Yan Yang behind them, the outcome would be difficult to predict. Looking back now, at least for now, the results of the game are pretty good. Bai Yao was defeated at almost the lowest cost, and everything went according to plan. Game 4, first round, Han Zi wins. The referee's voice came over the radio. The protective light curtain slowly descended. The audience didn't even react. 2 seconds later, a tsunami of exclamations erupted from the audience. Is Han Zi won? What happened just now? I didn't see it clearly. How did Bai Yao lose? He actually won. That's great. We can see him fight Yan Yang. Yu Hutai suddenly stood up from his chair in the preparation area and slammed his fist into the guardrail. This Bai Yao is such a loser. He can't even deal with a piece of shit. The veins on his neck bulged, and twisted hatred surged in his eyes. All right. Han Zi. I'll let you struggle a little longer. In the shadows behind the rostrum, a fat middle-aged man, Yu Kun, Yu Hutai's father, was stroking a jade ring with his thumb. Behind him stood a sinister young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The young man leaned close to Yu Kun and whispered a few words. Yu Kun nodded slightly, a smile on his face. At the same time, in the preparation area on the other side of the ring, Yan Yang leaned lazily on the metal bench, his fiery red hair fluttering in the night wind. The light slanted down on his face, outlining sharp lines. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing an uninhibited smile. Finally, something interesting. Amid the audience's discussions, Bai Yao looked lonely and slowly walked down the stage. Han Zi frowned. At this moment, his extremely sharp five senses allowed him to faintly feel a slight tingling in the palm of his right hand. But he didn't have time to think about it. The staff's voice sounded again on the radio. Fourth match, second round, Han Zi challenges Yan Yang. Red flames suddenly shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire sky blood red. The red-haired boy put one hand in his pocket and walked on the fire. With every step he took, golden and red lines like lava appeared on the ground. Yan Yang casually took off his coat and threw it into the stands, revealing his slender and sharp muscular upper body. This caused the girls in the audience to scream continuously, almost blowing the dome off. Yan Yang! Yan Yang! Yan Yang! Amid the waves of sound, in the corner of the southeast audience seats, a middle-aged man in a tattered leather jacket was leaning against the railing, sparks falling from the butt of a cheap cigarette in his mouth. The slightly faded tattoo on his temple was half hidden by his messy hair, his eyelids were half drooped, and his chin was covered with blue stubble, giving him the appearance of not waking up yet. When Yan Yang appeared domineeringly, the firelight reflected on his face, flickering unsteadily. The man sneered and flicked the ashes away with his fingers. What a gimmick! Chapter 15. On the ring. Han Zi looked at the red-haired boy opposite him with one hand in his pocket, and inexplicably felt a strong sense of oppression. Yan Yang, this name has too much halo. It is as dazzling as a star hanging in the night sky, and everyone wants to look up at it. And I am just a weed growing in the wilderness. Although there are many injustices in this world, in front of Yan Yang, it seems that all beings are equal. His talent is so great that he can make up for all injustices. Han Zi never thought about competing for God's unique favor. All he wanted was to survive and let his mother survive. This is how the world is. Some people can easily reach for the stars and the moon. And some people just survive. Just try your best. The scorching sun was dazzling, but Han Zi had no choice. Even if endless flames were waiting for him ahead, he would step over it. For myself and for my mother. As the cool night breeze blew by, Han Ziye slowly calmed down. The strength filling his body allowed him to regain his confidence. Under the cover of night, it is the best time to defeat Yan Yang. Han Ziye raised his head and took a deep breath, as if he wanted to inhale all the stars in the sky into his lungs. When he lowered his head again, there was only determination in his eyes. Here we go. Han Ziye moved silently, sprinting at high speed, heading straight for Yan Yang, his arms swinging naturally backwards. A surging wave of shadows surged from his fingertips, dragging a pure black arc in the air. His plan was simple. It is difficult to win by relying solely on talent and ability. But if you can get close. With his many years of boxing experience and the 5 times power of night, he might be able to fight for a chance of survival. Yan Yang still stood there lazily with one hand in his pocket, as if he had no intention of moving at all. The distance between the two men closed rapidly. A cold light flashed in Han Ziye's eyes, and he swung his arms forward suddenly, forming an X in front of his chest. Shadow kill, 1,000 scales. He attacked without reservation, and the surging shadows suddenly expanded and condensed into 9 black snakes as thick as wrists. The black snake seemed to have life, hissing and strangling Yan Yang. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Yan Yang, almost touching the tip of his nose. Laugh! Golden red flames rose from under the scorching sun, gathering into a dazzling wall of fire, illuminating the entire night sky. The black snake slammed into the wall of fire and exploded instantly. Immediately afterwards, its upright scales transformed into a black rain that shot towards the wall of fire. The wall of fire shook under the fierce impact of the black rain. Sparks flew across the arena, with red and black interweaving to create a magnificent picture. 2 seconds later, the black rain disappeared, and the wall of fire was riddled with holes, swaying precariously in the night wind. Under the flickering flames, a figure flashed over. With a deft leap, he soared into the air, passed through the broken wall of fire, and approached Yan Yang. Yes, Han Ziye. Shadow kill armor cover. Black shadows instantly covered his entire body. Without any hesitation, Han Ziye threw a standard straight punch at Yan Yang's face. The punch was so fast that a series of sonic booms could be heard faintly. This punch was purely a form of fighting in the boxing ring, coupled with the 5 times strength and speed granted by the power of night. Even if a superhuman possesses extraordinary reaction abilities, it is still difficult to dodge. The previous huge and spectacular shadow snake attack was just a decoy. The real killer move is hidden in this punch. Han Ziye is full of confidence. What? Han Ziye's pupils trembled suddenly. At the moment when his fist was about to hit Yan Yang, he finally pulled out his right hand from his trouser pocket, and his 5 fingers were as red as lava. He actually punched back at Han Ziye's fist at a fairly fast speed. Boom! The moment the flame and shadow collided, a circular air wave exploded. The protective light curtain vibrated violently, and the audience in the front row were forced to retreat again and again due to the heat wave. Han Ziye's shadow armor melted rapidly in the high temperature, and his skin felt a burning pain. During the entire process, Yan Yang stood quietly in the same place without moving an inch. What hit Han Ziye even harder than the burning pain in his hand was. Judging from the fight just now, Yan Yang actually has strength and speed that is not inferior to his. You know, Han Ziye has a 5-fold amplification bonus. S-level elemental talent Scorching World, plus the strength and speed that is not inferior to power of night. It's simply impeccable. That's powerful. Yan Yang casually waved his hands, still with that nonchalant expression, it seems. You didn't consume much energy in the first round. In that case, I'll let go and fight. Han Ziye's eyes focused, and he understood instantly. It turned out that Yan Yang had been standing still and passively defending himself, actually giving himself time to recover. Before Yan Yang finished speaking, flames around him suddenly surged, and golden red flames wrapped around his body like a living thing, making him look like a god. He snapped his fingers, and the flames spread like a tide, instantly turning the entire arena into a furnace. Hanzi retreated several steps, his shadow armor constantly disintegrating and reorganizing in the high temperature, and the ground beneath his feet had melted into red magma. Now, even when standing, one must use shadow armor to protect the body, otherwise one will be engulfed by the scorching flames in an instant. He stared at Yan Yang intently, calculating rapidly in his mind. There is no chance of winning by fighting head-on, we must find a way. You can't win by just running away. Yan Yang's lips curled up in a playful arc, and the flames in his palms condensed into a spear, the tip of the spear pointing directly at Hanzi's eyebrows. Your shadow will look very beautiful when it burns. Before he could finish his words, the flaming spears had already torn through the night sky, roaring towards him. Hanzi rolled sideways, the rifle brushed past his ear, singeing a strand of black hair. He took advantage of the momentum and moved closer to the edge of the ring. The shadow armor on his head suddenly disintegrated, revealing a pale face. In a long-range fight, shadow kill is definitely no match for the S-class scorching world. In close combat, Yan Yang's strength and speed are not inferior to his own. What's even more terrible is that the entire arena is covered with flames, and the shadow armor must be maintained for a long time, which consumes a huge amount of energy. Hanzi was caught in a dilemma. If he dragged on, he would surely lose. How to break the deadlock? Chapter 16. Hanzi gritted his teeth, and the black shadow on his upper body faded away. Only the feet are covered with shadow armor to resist the burning of the flames on the ground. This can ensure that you are not seriously injured by the ground flames while minimizing energy consumption. When facing an opponent with both offensive and defensive capabilities, the only way to have a chance of survival is to put all your limited chips on offense. This is the truth Hanzi learned after countless life and death battles in the underground black boxing ring. At this point, we can only fight. With a flash of his body, Hanzi sprinted again. There is no need to maintain a large area of shadow armor, and when running at full speed, the speed is several points faster than before. Yan Yang raised his hands, and scorching fire spears condensed in his palms at the same time. Then he swung his left and right hands alternately, shooting fire spears at Hanzi one after another. Dense spears of fire streaked across the night sky, and the temperature on the ring rose sharply. Hanzi lost the protection of the shadow armor, and the exposed skin surface began to show burnt black cracks. He dodged the attacks of the fire spears deftly, moving at high speed and in an irregular manner. Suddenly, several invisible shadows emerged from Hanzi's wrists and ankles. Yingxi was as flexible as a snake and quickly untied the straps made of special material around her wrists and ankles. Boom! 4 grayish-white pieces of iron fell out from Hanzi's sleeves and trouser legs. The iron block fell onto the ring, creating spider-web-like cracks on the ground. Yan Yang frowned slightly. Siderite. Meteoric iron is a very special metal with extremely high density. A meteorite the size of a mobile phone can weigh dozens or even hundreds of kilograms. This metal is mostly used in the manufacture of certain large machines. The base of the city defense cannon on the Frost Moon Great Wall is one of its main application areas. What no one knew was that for nearly a month, Hanzi had been tying weights made of meteorite iron to his body every day, even when he slept. After a month, he gradually got used to this intensity of weight bearing. Now, after unloading the weight of 300 or 400 kilograms, Hanzi instantly felt relaxed and his speed soared again. The single-point attack of the fire spear made it difficult to capture Hanzi's figure. Yan Yang grinned, and a rare fighting spirit finally appeared in his eyes. He waved gently. A wall of fire rose from under his feet again, and this time it spread out in a circular shape, enveloping Yan Yang completely. If the fire spear can't catch you, then I will turn the entire arena into a sea of fire. Yan Yang stood in the center of the wall of fire, raised one arm, and pursed his lips, scorch the world ashes. In an instant, the flames that were originally crawling on the ground of the ring surged violently like the surface of a lake into which a huge rock was thrown, and golden red flames shot up into the sky. Han Zi's speed had been pushed to the limit, and he arrived in front of Yan Yang a second before the fire wave engulfed him. There was the last wall of fire between the two of them, and Yan Yang looked at Han Zi outside the wall of fire calmly. He even began to wonder whether the medical staff on standby outside the field could save him. "It's over," Yan Yang muttered softly, seeming to feel a little bored. Next second. Shadow kill, armor cover. Han Zi's eyes were determined, and he swung his fist towards the wall of fire without hesitation. Extreme darkness enveloped Han Zi's fist, a shadow condensed from all the energy in his body. The moment the fist touched the wall of fire. Activate night coming. 10 times the combat power bonus is coming. The surging power instantly filled my whole body. At this point, Han Zi has played all his cards without reservation, and the rest depends on fate. The fist whistled through the air and hit the wall of fire directly. Chi! With just one punch, the wall of fire formed by the golden red flames burst like glass, and thousands of sparks flew all over the sky. What speed! Yan Yang, who instantly realized something was wrong, crossed his arms in front of him, and golden red flames flowed on his forearms. Bang! The fist wrapped in shadow broke through the wall of fire and hit Yan Yang's arms heavily. The moment the golden red flames collided with the pitch-black shadow armor, a clanging sound of metal clashing erupted. Yan Yang's pupils suddenly shrank, and the lava ground beneath his feet collapsed with a loud bang, and spider web-like cracks spread wildly in all directions. The combined effect of removing the meteorite iron counterweight and increasing combat power tenfold. The power of Han Zi's punch has completely exceeded the limit that a first-level transcendent can achieve. 29 seconds. Han Zi counted down silently in his mind. Fists rained down on Yan Yang, without any fancy techniques, just the simplest and most primitive head-on collision. He wouldn't give Yan Yang any breathing time. Night comes lasts only 1 minute. Success, failure, life, or death, all depended on this 1 minute. For this, Han Zi would bet everything. 21 seconds. Yan Yang gritted his teeth and held his arms. Every punch from Han Zi put him under tremendous pressure. He couldn't dodge or make any other moves. Because the frequency of Han Zi's fist attacks was so terrifyingly high that there was almost no pause. The flames that filled the entire arena gradually went out as Yan Yang lost control. Yan Yang didn't know. In fact, Han Zi's offensive has reached its end. The duration of night coming is less than 20 seconds. If the winner cannot be determined within 20 seconds, the balance of victory will completely tilt towards Yan Yang. 10 seconds. 3 seconds. At this moment, Han Zi's adrenaline surged. Numb from the adrenaline, he could barely feel the exhaustion and burning pain. The subconscious mind etched deep in his mind drove him on. Punch, punch, punch again, never stop. 2 seconds. 1 second. Ah! Han Zi's face was covered with blood clots that had turned black due to the high temperature. He roared ferociously and delivered his last punch. Keep moving forward. The power of hundreds of punches before was all combined in this final blow. Boom! The explosion sounded like a meteor falling to the ground. The flowing fire wrapped around Yan Yang's arms instantly dissipated. The red-haired boy supported himself with one hand and slid backwards for dozens of meters, the golden red flames dragging out a charred ravine in front of him. His heel. At this moment, it is just hanging outside the border line. At the same time, Han Zi was also blown away by the huge recoil force, and his whole body drew an arc in the air like a cannonball. Call out! Just as he was about to fly out of the boundary line, a shadow suddenly shot out from his fingertips. One end of the shadow thread was connected to Han Zi, and the other end split into countless finer mesh lines, tightly grasping the ground. Bang! The powerful inertia dragged Han Zi's body, stretching the shadow line straight. The next second, the shadow line naturally bent down, and Han Zi's body fell to the ground with a bang. The place where he fell was only 2 or 3 centimeters away from the edge of the ring. Silence. There was complete silence on and off the stage. A blazing wind swept across the arena, carrying ashes, and Han Zi raised his head with difficulty. In the blood-stained vision, Yan Yang was slowly standing up. The red-haired boy raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his golden eyes burning with an unprecedented fierce fighting spirit. This punch is powerful enough. 2 minutes later, the audience finally woke up from their dream. First there was a cry of surprise that resounded through the sky. What followed was a wave of discussion that spread like a tide. Now, what's the situation? Is it out of bounds? So, Yan Yang loses now. This is a bit outrageous. That's the genius Yan Yang, recognized as the strongest of this class. Successive victories over Bai Yao and Yan Yang, this Han Zi is no ordinary person. Sigh. I've been waiting for so long. Why hasn't the referee announced the result yet? On the sidelines, the referee opened his mouth wide, his expression frozen on his face. Chapter 17. Time passes by every second. There was no sound of the verdict being announced. The referee's Adam's apple rolled. His eyes moved back and forth between Yukun's sinister smile and Han Zi's blood-stained figure. The noise in the audience gradually turned into an anxious buzz, and everyone waited with bated breath for the final verdict. Yukun tapped the jade ring lightly with his index finger, and his murderous eyes pierced the referee's nerves. Cold sweat oozed from the referee's forehead. He opened his mouth, but his voice got stuck in his throat. I lost. Yan Yang's voice suddenly broke the silence. His red hair was like fire, but he calmly patted the burn marks on the corner of his clothes, turned around and walked towards the edge of the ring. As he passed the referee, he tilted his head slightly, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his golden eyes. Are all the dogs in the inner city as loyal as you? The referee trembled all over, finally gritted his teeth, and shouted in a hoarse voice, the second round of the 4th match, Han Zi wins. Buzz. The 4 protective light curtains fell at the same time. Without any obstruction, the scorching air in the ring suddenly surged outwards, causing a new round of exclamations from the audience below. It was not until this moment that they realized how brutal the battle on the ring was. Interesting. In the southeast corner of the arena, a man in a worn leather jacket squinted at Han Zi on the ring. He smiled and exhaled a puff of smoke. No wonder Yan Yang came to me for help with his matter. Hee. On the rostrum, Yu Sheng looked at everything in front of him calmly, with an obscure light flashing in his eyes. The shield-bearing representative leaned over again with a smile and said, Old Yu, this young man named Han Zi seems quite good. It's not over yet, let's keep watching. Yu Sheng's answer avoided the main point and he obviously didn't want to comment on it. The shield-bearing representative was not annoyed, and continued to say cheerfully, Haha, I'm optimistic about this Han Zi. If it were anyone else, they would have admitted defeat after being matched with Bai Yao and Yan Yang. I didn't expect him to make it to the last game, but that's good too. This way I can see the young talents of your Yu family show off their skills. Ha ha ha. In the shadows behind Yu Sheng and others, Yukun's fat face was now so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. Beside him, a sinister young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses quietly leaned over and whispered in Yukun's ear, Boss, do you want to start now? Yukun shook his head slightly, his voice lowered to a very low level. Wait a minute. Even if we defeat Yan Yang, we may not know how much fighting power the opponent still has. Maybe we won't reach that stage yet. At this time, the referee's voice sounded again in the field. The 4th match, the 3rd round, Han Zi challenges Yu Hutai. In the preparation area, Yu Hutai stood up from his chair with a ferocious expression. He turned to look at the podium, exchanged glances with Yukun, and then vigorously threw his coat toward the entourage behind him. This bastard is so lucky. But, Even if I win against Yan Yang, I can step on all of them to get to the top. As he spoke, Yu Hutai walked onto the stage with an arrogant step. Referee, before we begin, I want to confirm something with you. According to the rules of the competition, the challenger is not allowed to use banned drugs during the 3 consecutive fights, right? The referee was stunned, not knowing why Yu Hutai suddenly asked about this rule. I could only nod and say, yes, that's the rule. Oh, okay. Yu Hutai paused. Then please ask the referee to note that the opposing challenger is prohibited from using tea potions. Tea potion? The referee frowned and couldn't help but complain in his heart. This guy is really vicious. He didn't let the opponent use tea potion in 2 consecutive battles. Is he trying to kill people? In fact, the rules prohibiting the use of banned drugs are intended to target those drugs that can enhance combat effectiveness in a short period of time. But the mystery lies in the word prohibited. The official has not given a specific explanation of the scope of prohibited. According to past experience, referees will generally turn a blind eye to the use of recovery-type medicines such as tea potions. The challenger has to fight 3 games in a row and is already at a disadvantage. After finishing a challenge, it is harmless to use tea potions to recover. After all, tea potions can only heal injuries but cannot increase combat effectiveness at all. In order to avoid the suspicion of taking advantage of the other party, the party accepting the challenge generally does not care too much about whether the other party uses tea potion. At this time, Yu Hutai deliberately emphasized this rule, which was nothing more than putting pressure on the referee to cut off the possibility of Han Zi using tea potions. In fact, Yu Hutai was indeed worrying too much. Han Zi had no intention of using the potion at all. Because he doesn't have any at all. There were only 4 bottles of medicine left at home, and they were his mother's life-saving medicine. No matter what, he wouldn't touch them. I don't plan to use drugs, the referee can start. Han Zi waved his hand and tried to adjust his breathing. The feeling of exhaustion caused by continuous fighting and the stinging sensation after large areas of his body were burned continued to stimulate his nerves. Han Zi just wanted to end it all before the adrenaline that kept him from collapsing wore off. The referee glanced at Han Zi, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. Okay, the 4th game, the final round, the game begins now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hutai rushed out. I'll kill you while you're sick. Activate hardened skin. His skin instantly turned grey-brown like rock. Han Zi stood where he was, his eyes fixed on Yu Hutai. The next second, Yu Hutai's fist came roaring with a strong wind. Han Zi stumbled back, his toes scraping the ground in a semicircle. The sliding step etched into his muscle memory from boxing training allowed him to barely avoid the blow. What, not so fierce anymore? Yu Hutai retracted his fist with a grim smile, his grey-brown skin glistening like rock under the light. Han Zi clenched his teeth, and a bloody taste rose in his throat. He forced himself to bend his body and gather strength. The moment Yu Hutai lunged again, he twisted his waist and dodged to the side, and his right fist struck the opponent's ribs like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. Bang! The fist hit Yu Hutai's abdomen hard, but it was like hitting an anvil. The recoil force caused Han Zi's wrist bone to hurt severely. Yu Hutai didn't move an inch, his mouth grinning from ear to ear. Are you tickling me? It seemed like he really enjoyed taking advantage of someone's misfortune. When in full condition, Han Zi's attack will surely defeat Yu Hutai easily. However, Han Ziye is now at the end of his strength. Although he has the blessing of power of night, he still cannot defeat the opponent with physical skills. Damn it! Let's fight! Han Zi staggered back, his fingertips quietly reaching for the ground. Shadow kill! He squeezed out the last bit of energy in his body, summoned 2 shadow lines, and stabbed them towards Yu Hutai's ankles. Just when the shadow line was about to touch Yu Hutai. Bang! On the rostrum, the young man with gold-rimmed glasses pushed up his glasses frames, and the crisp snap of his fingertips seemed like some kind of signal. Han Ziye was shocked. As if a switch was pressed, the shadow line shot out from the finger, twisted violently, and disappeared into the air. What's going on? Han Ziye's eyes flashed with unconcealable fear. He discovered that he had lost his perception of the talent Shadow Kill. Chapter 18. Taking advantage of Han Ziye's moment of daze, Yu Hutai rushed over with a grim smile. A flurry of random punches and kicks attacked Han Ziye. Han Ziye could only dodge as best he could while attempting to use Shadow Kill, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not successfully summon the shadow. It was as if he had never awakened this talent. This is not right. I've never heard of a precedent where someone suddenly lost their innate abilities after awakening their talent. Hey? Why did Han Ziye suddenly stop using his innate abilities? I don't know. Is the energy exhausted? No way, he even defeated Yan Yang, is he going to lose to this loser in the end? Below the ring, the audience also noticed something was wrong and began to discuss it. On the rostrum, Yu Kun, with his face thick with flesh, wore a smug smile. He grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. Very good. Just kill him like this. On the ring, Han Ziye, who kept dodging, felt a surge of despair in his heart, but years of experience struggling to survive in difficult situations made him calm down quickly. He knew that panicking at the moment would be useless and he had to find a solution as soon as possible. Yu Hutai's attacks became more and more fierce, and Han Ziye had several more wounds on his body. Blood oozed out and dyed his clothes red. Finally, Han Ziye, whose movements became slower and slower, was hit hard in the abdomen by Yu Hutai's punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards, and slid 4 or 5 meters on the ground. Behind him was the edge of the ring. If he retreated 1 meter, Han Ziye would lose. Yu Hutai walked over slowly and looked down at Han Ziye condescendingly. The look was like looking at a dying animal. Hide. Keep hiding. Yu Hutai suddenly kicked Han Ziye in the waist. His voice was very low, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his tone. The severe pain in his waist stimulated his nerves, and in a flash, some information suddenly flashed through Han Ziye's mind. He seemed to have found the real reason why Shadow Kill could not be used. It's the E-level auxiliary talent Forbidden Power. Disable, marks the target with a disable mark. This can be triggered after the mark is activated. Trigger the mark, sealing the target's innate ability for a certain period of time. Han Ziye's current state is completely consistent with the performance after being given disabled. Han Ziye's understanding of various types of talents is even comparable to those professionals engaged in talent theory research. He knew very well that the conditions for activating the forbidden energy mark were extremely harsh. There must be a strong energy resonance as a fuse to activate it. Therefore, the combat effectiveness of band energy is not strong. Most of the time, this talent is only suitable for developing functional weapons. So when exactly was he hit by power forbidden? Obviously, Yu Hutai has not awakened the talent of forbidden power, and now he does not have the conditions to activate the forbidden power mark. Strong energy resonance, wait. The scene in my mind was like a movie played in reverse, and the scene went back to the battle against Bai Yao. The collision of shadow and light energy. Isn't this the most typical example of strong energy resonance? The primer is in place, the only question is when the energy forbidden mark was placed on me. Han Ziye suddenly recalled that at the last moment, when Bai Yao admitted defeat, his right hand locked his neck, and the two did have direct physical contact. Moreover, after the battle, I felt a slight tingling in my right palm. Is that the time? The whole story gradually became clear, and all the details connected in Han Ziye's mind. First, the Yu family manipulated the roster of the challenge competition and selected Bai Yao as the opponent in the first round. Then send out a transcendent who has awakened the forbidden power to mark Bai Yao before the game. When he was fighting against Bai Yao, the mark was successfully activated under the impact of shadow and light energy. The moment their bodies touched, the forbidden energy mark was secretly transmitted into his body. When they were fighting against Yan Yang, they did not choose to trigger the forbidden energy mark, probably because in their eyes, they could not get past Yan Yang at all. The forbidden power mark was considered as the last line of defense and was hidden in his body. It was not until he defeated Yan Yang beyond everyone's expectations that he forced the Yu family to use forbidden power. After figuring out everything, Han Zi felt endless sadness in his heart. So, this is a war that cannot be won. Even if it means risking one's life in battle. Fate has never changed. The ending of the story was already written at the very beginning. Everything is just a performance by the powerful to show the world fairness. In their eyes, I am just a beast participating in the performance. On the ring, Yu Hutai was still using his fists and feet to vent his long-suppressed anger on Han Zi. It was obvious that they could have forced Han Zi out of the edge line and won the game directly. But he didn't do that. Yu Hutai wanted to slaughter Han Zi on this stage. Under the threat of Yu Kun's eyes, the referee did not dare to announce the end of the game. He could not bear to watch the tragic scene on the court anymore and could only turn his head away quietly. Some of the timid female audience members in the audience had already covered their eyes with their hands. Han Zi curled up at the edge of the ring, blood dripping down his jaw. The clamor of the audience suddenly seemed distant. Han Zi stared at the dome spotlight with unfocused eyes, and all that remained in his ears was Yu Hutai's muffled insults. "Aren't you a good fighter? Get up! So what if you've awakened an A-rank talent? Didn't your mother teach you that? You're a pariah, you should just rot in the gutter. Oh, by the way, I heard that your mother lies in bed every day and can't even move? She probably really didn't teach you, so pitiful." Yu Hutai deliberately dragged out the last word, a malicious grin on his face. "Do you want me to give her a tranquilizer? Anyway, the garbage disposal plant in the inner city is most in need of people like your mother." Han Zi suddenly trembled violently. It wasn't fear, but something deeper boiling in his veins. That was the warmth of his mother's withered hand caressing his forehead. It is the smell of medicine that never dissipates in the tin house. It's the sticky feeling of blood from the underground boxing ring soaking through fingers. At this moment, these memories turned into thousands of steel needles, piercing the word weakness with holes. "I can't," Han Zi's bloody fingertips suddenly pierced into his palm, "at least I can't die here." Chapter 19. A huge wave suddenly rose in the body that was on the verge of exhaustion, and a glimmer of life suddenly flashed in Han Zi's empty pupils. He grabbed Yu Hutai's wrists with both hands like lightning and pulled him close. "Activate hardened skin." The next second, Han Zi raised his head abruptly, and the veins on his neck bulged like a dragon. His forehead was covered with a layer of rocky grey, as if a heavy hammer was swung and hit Yu Hutai's brow bone. There was a crisp crack sound, like two granite shells hitting each other in mid-air, and blood beads mixed with sweat exploded into red mist in the shock of the impact. Yu Hutai's nose collapsed instantly, and two streams of blood gushed out like fountains, while a hideous crack appeared on Han Zi's forehead, and the white bones were faintly visible between the rolled flesh. "You, how could, you?" Yu Hutai staggered back, his face twisted with fear and covered in blood. He didn't know that as early as the beginning of the fight, the moment Han Zi's right fist hit his ribs, he had already used imitation copy to copy his talent. Being thrifty is the first lesson in life for every poor person at the bottom of society. The copied talent of imitation copy can be preserved for 30 minutes at night. Han Zi didn't think the battle would drag on beyond 30 minutes, so activating copy the moment he had the chance to touch the opponent would definitely be the most cost-effective option. It was precisely because of this detailed operation that Han Zi was lucky enough to avoid power ban. When the sinister young man behind Yu Kun triggered the mark of forbidden energy, Han Zi had already copied hardened skin. Afterwards, all his talents were sealed. However, the copied talent hardened skin is not a talent in the true sense, it is just an additional state. Therefore, it is not affected by the power forbidden seal at all. At this moment, This inconspicuous E-level talent may very well become the final deciding factor in this battle. Yu Hutai, who was shot in the head, was still standing there in a daze. Han Zi screamed, and sticky blood plasma flowed down his brow and covered his right eye. He grabbed Yu Hutai's collar tightly, and his bloody forehead tilted back again. Han Zi's beast-like roar finally woke Yu Hutai up, and he struggled to block with his arms bent. The second headbutt directly broke the radius of his forearm, and the remaining force hit the upper door. Grey hardened skin, cracked and scattered all over the ground. Bang! The back of Yu Hutai's head hit the floor of the ring hard, spider web cracks radiating from the point of impact. Bang! 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 Han Zi rode on Yu Hutai, his iron fist wrapped in blood rain repeatedly chiseling into the twisted face. Every muffled sound seemed to break some invisible shackles, and years of humiliation and unwillingness were all poured out at this moment. That's enough. On the rostrum, Yu Sheng slowly stood up. The low roar carried a tremendous pressure, rolling across the ring like thunder. Han Zi's fist suddenly froze in mid-air, and his bones creaked under the heavy weight. The winner has been decided. Young people should know when to stop. Yu Sheng's voice was calm, but his eyes were like ice spikes piercing Han Zi. A fishy sweet taste surged in Han Zi's throat, and his blood-stained teeth chattered. Enough is enough. Han Zi suddenly grinned, dripping onto the floor. Are you even worthy enough to say those 4 words? The moment the last word fell, he boldly swung his fist under the overwhelming pressure. That was the beast's last bloody bite. Looking for death. A cold light flashed in Yu Sheng's eyes. His figure flashed and disappeared from the podium. Boom! A white light flashed, and he forcibly tore open the protective light curtain surrounding the ring. Yu Sheng brazenly appeared in the center of the ring. As a 5th-level transcendent, his aura was fully open, and the violent airflow around him directly knocked Han Zi over. That's all I have to say. Do you understand? The unquestionable voice pressed down on Han Zi like a mountain. The next second, Yu Sheng's pupils suddenly shrank. The young man covered in blood actually got up from the ground stubbornly and raised his fist again tremblingly. Han Zi's behavior seemed to have touched a sensitive nerve of Yu Sheng. Stubborn! Furious shouts echoed throughout the venue, and the audience covered their ears in pain. Yu Sheng's palm wind was as abysmal, carrying the power to destroy mountains and break peaks, and slammed towards Han Zi. He wanted to smash this bastard from the outer city who dared to openly challenge his authority to pieces with one palm. The ring under the boy's feet was crumbling into pieces, and his blood-soaked coat was rustling in the strong wind, but he still clenched his fists tightly and did not retreat a single step. Next second. Snap! The burning cigarette butt broke through the sky like a meteorite, and bright red sparks exploded in Yu Sheng's palm. The seemingly light collision was like a heavy blow to Yu Sheng, a 5th-level transcendent. Yu Sheng groaned and took 3 steps back before he managed to steady himself. Ashes fell. A man in a worn leather jacket appeared at the edge of the ring. He stood there leaning on his sword with one hand. He stretched out his pinky finger with his other hand and scratched his ear, saying lazily, "When did the swordsman's majesty come to the ring?" The whole place was dead silent. Yu Sheng looked as if he had seen a ghost. He stood there, staring at the man in leather jacket. The man stood there nonchalantly, yet he felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. The immense pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. To maintain his dignity, Yu Sheng could only speak in a timid tone. "Who are you? How dare you openly disrupt the official selection competition?" "Competition? Haha." The man sneered, then looked at Yu Sheng meaningfully. "There's no such thing as a bird competition. I only see an old dog protecting his cub in the ring." "You." The anger that suddenly rushed to the top of his head made Yu Sheng forget the fear in his heart. He rushed towards the man in anger. "Activate iron armor." The right fist and the entire right arm were instantly covered with black metal. The fist struck the leather-clad man's head with a sound of breaking through the air. The man's messy hair fluttered in the wind, and there was no panic expression on his face. He narrowed his eyes at Yu Sheng who was charging at him, and suddenly broke into a grin. Hee, you were the one who started it, so you can't blame me. Brush. I didn't see how the man made his move, I just saw the flash of the knife, like mercury leaking on the ground, and the silvery white knife energy flashed by. Yu Sheng's fist was only 3 inches away from the man's eyebrows, but it could no longer move forward. His right arm was severed below the elbow, the cut smooth as a mirror. Scarlet blood spurted out from the broken part half a second later. Under the bloody rain, the man stood alone and proudly, letting the blood rain fall on his face. He casually made a knife flower, and the words Spring and Autumn engraved on the blade shone brightly. When the long sword was sheathed, there was a faint sound of a tiger's roar. Plop! Yu Sheng's broken arm fell freely to the ground. The audience finally closed their open mouths. Killing a 5th-level transcendent with just one sword strike, how terrifying! After a long while, someone finally spoke up and sighed, so cool to the extreme. While the entire audience was stunned, only Yan Yang, who was sitting in the corner, folded his arms across his chest and sneered with disdain, Tisk, what a gimmick. Chapter 20. 5 minutes later. 12 security guards in shield-bearing uniforms rushed to the ring and surrounded the man in leather jacket. They had just taken up a fighting stance when the shield-bearing representative on the rostrum suddenly shouted, "Stop!" He almost crawled down the stairs, cold sweat on his forehead soaking the collar of his uniform. When he was 5 steps away from the man in the leather jacket, the representative who had been so arrogant just now suddenly bowed 90 degrees, his voice trembling, "Commander Lu, Commander Lu." The man scratched his ears and shouldered the scabbard. "Hey, isn't this Xiao Zhao? I still remember how you looked when you peed your pants in the armored vehicle last year when the Frost Moon Great Wall supply team was bitten by the White Walkers." The Zhao representative bent even lower, his neck flushing crimson. "It was my fault. I didn't recognize Commander Lu Xiandeng." He deliberately emphasized the third word Lu Xiandeng. Seeing that the people behind him hadn't reacted yet, Representative Zhao turned back angrily and said, "What? Are you so frightened after seeing Commander Lu of Frost Moon Tiger?" The 4 words Frost Moon Tiger exploded throughout the venue like thunder. The shield-bearing men who were originally armed with guns and ammunition all put down their weapons and stood at attention. Even Yu Sheng, whose arm was cut off, endured the pain and stood up. The Night's Watch is of a special nature and is directly managed by the Emperor of Tianwujing. Although many people in the 2 legions secretly sneered at the Night's Watch, they would never dare to show it openly. The level of the sword-bearers and shield-bearers in Yongxiang City is far inferior to that of ordinary night watchmen. What's more, standing before them was the notorious but meritorious Frost Moon Tiger, Lu Xiandeng. "Why are you in the outer city?" Representative Zhao asked cautiously, but before he could finish his words, he was hit in the face by the scabbard. Lu Xiandeng kicked the shield-bearing man who was blocking his way away, blood splattering as his shoe sole rolled over Yu Sheng's severed arm. "I'm here to recruit new members for the Night's Watch, is that not okay?" He suddenly turned his head to look at the southeast corner of the audience, and met Yan Yang's eyes rolled up to the sky. Yu Kun's jade ring had already split into 8 pieces when Lu Xiandeng appeared. At this moment, the fat man was crawling towards the exit using his hands and feet, and his gold-stitched suit was covered in dust. "Where are you going, Mr. Yu?" Lu Xiandeng suddenly appeared, squatting in front of Yu Kun, his scabbard lifting his chin. "Privately trading ember weapons, plus cheating in the inner city selection." Every time he spoke, the fat on Yu Kun's face twitched. "I'm afraid the coffin lid of your Yu family's ancestral tomb won't be able to hold it down today." "Sir, I am innocent. These things have nothing to do with me. Please investigate them thoroughly." Yu Kun smiled bitterly, his expression uglier than crying. He thought that his actions were covered enough. Energy ban was indirectly applied to Han Zi through Bai Yao Xuan. If something went wrong, he would just throw the dirty water on the innocent Bai Yao. This was a plan he had already thought of. "Ha, you're already a 1,000-year-old fox, and you're still pretending to be something in front of me." Liu Xiandeng suddenly felt a deep disgust towards the fat and big-eared man in front of him. He didn't want to say anything more, so he slowly stood up and tapped the scabbard against Yu Sheng's broken arm. "Commander Yu, this mess." He looked around the messy arena. "I'll trouble you to clean it up. As for that fat guy, I believe you will handle it impartially, right?" Yu Sheng's teeth were chattering. The piercing pain in his broken arm was far less than the humiliation of having his dignity crushed. "Commander Liu, you're joking." Yu Sheng squeezed out a voice through his teeth. "The swordsman will handle it impartially." "Okay then. Referee, can we announce the result of this match?" Liu Xiandeng stood up and slammed his scabbard to the ground. The stagnant air on the ring suddenly flowed. The referee scrambled to the loudspeaker, his trembling voice echoing throughout the room. "Game 4, third round, winner Han Ziye." The moment the referee's decision exploded in his ears, Han Ziye felt relieved. His muscles were shaking uncontrollably. The pain after the adrenaline faded came like a tide. Burned skin, broken brow bones, torn tendons. But these pains made Han Ziye laugh out loud. He raised his head, the glaring spotlight from the dome pierced his pupils, and tears mixed with blood rolled down his face. "Mom, I won!" Han Ziye was awakened by the sunlight. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the grey curtains, drawing a golden line on the wall of the tin house. He tried to move his fingers, and a dull pain immediately surged through his body. It felt like the pain you get after a fall with bruises all over your body and broken bones. After a brief moment of confusion, the fragmented memories slowly pieced together. After taking in the surroundings, Han Ziye immediately understood where he was. It's Chen Mo's family. Han Ziye's consciousness returned to the sea of knowledge, and two lines of text appeared before his eyes. Knight Authority Level, Level 1. Authority Value, 396/5000. Compared to before, the authority value increased by 24 points. A simple calculation can be used to determine the duration of the coma. Han Ziye rubbed his eyebrows. "It turns out that I have slept for 2 full days and 2 nights. Leave." Chen Mo's face suddenly came into view, his eyes behind the lenses swollen like walnuts. When he rushed to the bed, he knocked over the glass on the bedside table, and the water stains spread on the bedside table. You finally woke up. That's great." Chen Mo's glasses were covered with mist. He frantically adjusted his glasses, and his Adam's apple rolled several times before he squeezed out a sound. "That day, I didn't dare go to the scene. I'm afraid of seeing you lose, and even more afraid of seeing you die. But in the end, you won." Chen Mo's tone suddenly became high-spirited. He wiped the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand. "Before the game, I really couldn't even imagine it. Ziye, you really broke the sky. You know, after I heard that you won, I was so happy that I couldn't eat for the whole day." Han Ziye was about to speak when the door was suddenly pushed open. Chen Mo's father squeezed in with his back slightly hunched. The dark blue sleeve on his right hand was stained with oil, and a half-loose piece of cotton wool was hanging on the cuff. Seeing Han Ziye wake up, the man was stunned for a second, and then said happily, "Xiao Han. You finally woke up. You've been unconscious for 2 days. How do you feel now? Are you still feeling unwell?" The man suddenly remembered something and slapped the back of his head. "Oh, I almost forgot. The kitchen has beef bone soup that has been simmered for 2 nights. I'll go get it right away." Not long after, the man returned to the room, followed by a middle-aged woman. She was wearing a dark blue shirt that had been washed to a slightly pale color, and had a kind face. That was Chen Mo's mother. "Xiao Han, I'm glad you woke up. Try the soup I made for you." As she spoke, the woman quickly filled a large bowl of beef bone soup and handed it to Han Ziye. As if she knew what Han Ziye was thinking, the woman smiled and said, Xiao Han, don't worry. We've been to your house every day, and your mother is doing well. Han Ziye quickly took the bowl, feeling inexplicably relieved and warm for a moment. Thousands of words were stuck in my throat, and finally turned into just one sentence, thank you. Silly child. Why are you saying thank you? I've watched you grow up since you were a child. You're just like our own child. The woman smiled and patted the back of Han Ziye's hand. Dong dong dong. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the iron house. Han Ziye frowned slightly, and doubts arose in his heart. Chen Mo's family and his own family lived in the same alley, not far from each other. The people living in this area are all from poor families, and their jobs are not easy. Normally, no one would visit them during the day. Who would come to Chen Mo's house at this time? Chapter 21. I'll go open the door. After a 2-second pause, Chen Mo hurried over. The door of the tin house opened, and 2 middle-aged men stood outside. Chen Mo looked him up and down, as if he didn't know him. Who are you? He touched the back of his head and asked in doubt. Hello, we are here to look for Han Ziye. My name is Qi Ling Chuan, and this is our captain Liu Xiandeng. A middle-aged man with an honest face introduced himself while carrying 2 large bags of fruit. Hiss, Liu Xiandeng, who was wearing a tattered leather jacket, took a deep drag on his cigarette, threw the butt to the ground, crushed it with his toes, and then put on a smile. Yes, yes, we are friends of Han Ziye. Oh, please come in. Chen Mo didn't understand, but subconsciously, he felt that the 2 men had no ill intentions. Thank you. Qi Ling Chuan thanked him politely. Then, the 2 of them entered the tin house. Uncle Qi. Why are you here? Han Ziye's eyes lit up when he saw the newcomer. Some time ago, in order to prepare for the final direct challenge, Han Ziye spent most of the day in the school's training room. It was because Qi Ling Chuan and his team members secretly protected his mother that he was able to train with peace of mind. After a few interactions, Han Ziye became familiar with them. Oh, I brought Captain Liu to see you. Qi Ling Chuan put down the plastic bag in his hand and added, don't worry about home, Zioxia and the others are looking after us. Han Ziye nodded slightly. Then, he caught a glimpse of the man in leather clothes behind Qi Ling Chuan. Commander Liu. Han Ziye immediately struggled to sit up and wanted to get out of bed. But the pain in his body soon made him face the reality. Hey, take a rest. Liu Xiandeng waved his hand, no need to get up, we just came to see you. Hearing the words Commander Liu, Chen Mo and his parents instantly knew the identity of the man in leather jacket. They were completely relieved. Sir, we will go out first, you guys can chat. After Chen Mo and his family left the room, the iron house fell into a brief silence. Commander Liu, we had everything from the competition that day thanks to you. And Uncle Qi and the others protecting my mother, you arranged for that, right? I really don't know how to thank you enough. Han Ziye couldn't get out of bed for the time being and could only sit up with difficulty. Let's not talk about that. It's a small matter. It was Yan Yang who asked me to send someone to protect your mother. You should thank him. Liu Xiandeng was carefree and sat down on the creaking metal box. He grabbed half a cold scallion pancake from the table and ate it until the crumbs flew everywhere. I watched all 3 of your challenge matches. They were pretty good. After this, the education department will provide you new employees with a month of training. Did you know that? Yeah, I know. Han Ziye didn't understand why Liu Xiandeng suddenly asked this. After the training, the new recruits will be assigned to the 3 major legions. What do you think? Liu Xiandeng said while secretly glancing at Han Ziye's reaction. Qi Ling Chuan held his forehead and sighed, pulling out a stack of documents from his briefcase. Don't listen to Captain Liu's nonsense. After the training at the education department is completed, the top 10 students on the final exam can choose their own. Self-selection is bullshit. Liu Xiandeng sneered, a real man should face his fears and choose the most powerful life. Besides, among the 3 legions, doesn't the Night's Watch have the best food? Last week, the kitchen staff just developed frozen alien brain sashimi. That's a wild game delicacy. As he spoke, he took out a wrinkled photo from his trouser pocket. It showed a group of dirty men toasting around a campfire. See? These bastards are laughing much happier than those guys in suits in the inner city. Captain Liu. Qiling Chuan pulled him away, unable to bear it any longer. Stop joking and get down to business. I'm not saying that. Liu Xiandeng shook off his hand and suddenly became serious. Boy, fighting a White Walker is much more satisfying than beating a dandy. They don't use dirty tricks, they just rush over with a roar. He bared his teeth and made a biting motion, and then you broke my neck. I'll join. Han Zi didn't even blink. The tin house suddenly became quiet. Liu Xiandeng was stunned for a moment. What? I said I would join the Night's Watch. Han Zi's expression was very serious. Joining the Night's Watch and going to Frost Moon Wall had always been his plan. Liu Xiandeng stared at Han Zi with wide eyes. I prepared the lines for the whole night, but I haven't used a single one. This kid doesn't play by the rules. Suddenly he burst into laughter and slapped Qiling Chuan on the shoulder. See? This is what we call talent. Isn't this much smarter than that Yan Yang kid? Joining the Night's Watch is definitely the wisest choice. Han Zi, you need to think it over carefully. Qiling Chuan frowned and said earnestly, joining the Night's Watch means directly facing the White Walkers outside the wall. It's definitely not what you imagined. Hey. Lao Qi, what are you talking about? Liu Xiandeng grabbed Qiling Chuan's arm and said with an unhappy look on his face, all right, we should go. Don't disturb Xiao Han's rest. Qiling Chuan looked helpless as he was dragged to the door. Before leaving, Liu Xiandeng turned around and gave Han Zi a fist bump, then we have a deal. Bang, the door was closed. Han Zi rubbed his brows and couldn't help muttering in his heart, why is this famous Frost Moon Tiger not as good as I imagined in private? After Liu Xiandeng left, Chen Mo tiptoed to open the door, looked around for a while, and then rushed into the house. He locked the door with his backhand, his back pressed against the door panel, his eyes behind his glasses shining as if they were filled with 2 stars. Ziye. Was that Frost Moon Tiger Liu Xiandeng just now? He's even more handsome in person than in the Night Watch trailer. Did you see the moment he chopped off Yu Sheng's arm? Someone on the forum took a slow-motion video of the blade, and the flash of the knife was so fast that even a high-speed camera couldn't capture it completely. Han Zi was so amused by his friend's exaggerated dancing that he felt his wounds twitching, and he gasped, hiss, where did you hear so many details? The outer city forum exploded. Chen Mo sat down on the edge of the bed and pulled out his phone from his trouser pocket. The screen was cracked like a spider web. Right now, Commander Lu's phrase "old dog protecting his calf" is all over the internet, and some are even editing his battle footage into a ghost video. He suddenly paused, his fingertips hovering above the screen. Ziye, are you going to go to Frost Moon Great Wall with him? There was the sound of spatulas colliding outside the tin house, and the aroma of Chen Mo's mother cooking drifted in through the crack in the door. Han Zi looked at the mottled mold spots on the ceiling. He didn't want to lie to Chen Mo. After 2 minutes of silence, he spoke softly, yes, after finishing my training at the education department, I plan to join the Night's Watch. My mother needs tea potion, and I have to get it. Chen Mo's Adam's apple moved, and he suddenly grabbed Han Zi's bandaged wrist. You don't have to join the Night's Watch if you need medicine. That's the Great Wall. I checked the data, and the death rate of the Night's Watch last year was 67%. The White Walkers eat people. Even bones. Chen Mo. Han Zi interrupted him calmly, when I stood on the ring, the entire powerful and influential people's hidden rules stood behind you Hutai, and I was just alone. But it's different on the Great Wall. I have comrades behind me. He pointed to the bandages wrapped around his body and said, at least there, my blood won't be shed in vain. Hearing this, Chen Mo was stunned. He stared at Han Zi with wide eyes. The room fell into a brief silence, and the sizzling sound of frying on the stove became particularly clear. Chen Mo suddenly jumped up and knocked over a stool. He frantically held onto the shaking bedside table, and the still warm beef bone soup in the bowl began to ripple. Auntie, what should I do? You won't be able to go home for how many years? So I have to ask you for help. Han Zi stood up and said solemnly, I will find someone to deliver medicine regularly, but taking care of these things on a daily basis. Ye Ziye, have you made up your mind? Chen Mo suddenly interrupted. He took off his glasses and wiped the lenses vigorously. I've made up my mind. Han Zi nodded firmly. Chen Mo said no more, and said in a muffled voice, don't worry, from today on, Auntie is my real mother. But you? He put his glasses back on, the tip of his nose flushed red. If I get too skinny on the Great Wall, my mom won't be able to deliver the beef bone soup I made. Han Zi was silent, he held Chen Mo's hand tightly. Suddenly, he remembered what Chen Mo said to him in the classroom that day. Although I can't fight alongside you, I will always be behind you and be your strongest support. Remember, brothers are like this, you charge into battle, and I guard your retreat. Chapter 22. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lianrong Road, outer city of Yongxiang City. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the asphalt road, and the chirping of cicadas in the trees on the roadside tears away the lingering summer heat. Han Zi walked on the sidewalk. He tugged at the collar that was stuck to the back of his neck and squinted at the blue arrow dancing on the navigation software. Thanks to the extraordinary physical recovery ability of the extraordinary people, Han Zi's injuries had almost recovered after only a week of rest. He is looking for a flower shop. Tomorrow is his mother's birthday, and Han Zi plans to buy her a bouquet of flowers. This period is the final sprint for the high school graduation examination. Han Zi, who has already obtained a place in the inner city selection, basically does not need to go to class anymore. He just needs to wait to report to the inner city in a week. In Chen Mo's words, it was an ultimate Versailles feeling. But in fact, Han Zi didn't feel too upset. Not knowing how long it would take him to return home, he decided to spend as much time as possible with his mother before heading to the inner city. This is it. Jingle. The glass door was pushed open, and a cool breeze suddenly blew in. Han Zi walked into the flower shop and quickly selected a bouquet of carnations. Just as he walked to the front desk and took out his mobile phone to pay, a red snake pattern suddenly appeared out of thin air on the phone screen. Han Zi frowned slightly. He was sure that it was not dizziness. Is your phone infected? Press the lock screen button. On the dark screen, the snake-shaped pattern not only did not disappear, but became more conspicuous. The pattern looked familiar, but for a moment I couldn't remember where I had seen it. Han Zi stretched out his hand, and the moment his fingertips were about to touch the pattern flashed away like a living thing. The next second, it reappeared in the corner of the flower shop's glass door. Under the sunlight, the pattern looked much lighter. Han Zi still caught a glimpse of it at a glance. He quickly paid the bill, took the bouquet, and walked out of the store quickly. Snake patterns kept appearing in the windows of roadside shops or in puddles on the ground. Han Zi chased all the way to a secluded street. This street is full of bars and late-night food stalls. Now it is afternoon and all the shops are closed. Clang clang. I accidentally kicked an empty can on the ground, and the sudden sound echoed in the alley. The fresh fragrance of carnations mixed with the sour smell of fermentation in the alley rushed into Han Zi's nostrils, and he scanned the surrounding scene vigilantly. Suddenly, a red light flashed in a broken mirror at the base of the wall, and the snake pattern appeared again. In the blink of an eye, the pattern spread out like ink, and then immediately converged. A strange human face was outlined on the broken mirror, with silky eyebrows, blood-red lips, and snake-shaped earrings hanging down to the collarbone. "Handsome boy, long time no see." A woman's lazy voice came out from the mirror. "Charming snake." Han Zi's eyes narrowed, and a human image appeared in the mirror. He seemed to have never heard of this kind of talent. His mind began to quickly think about the other party's intentions. "Have you been following me? Tracking? He. She chuckled and stroked the snake tail tattoo on her collarbone with her fingertips. "Don't say such harsh words. What if I'm here to give you a message?" The mirror surface suddenly rippled, her face was crushed and reassembled by the ripples, and her voice was as sticky as honey. "After all, you said that you would not forget your sister when you became rich." Han Zi clutched the bouquet tightly while remaining alert to any danger that might arise at any time. To be honest, he has always had an inexplicable fear of this secretive woman in his heart. "Just say what you want to say." Han Zi's voice was cold and hard. "Oh, you just don't like your sister at all." Charming Snake said coquettishly with pretended resentment. Seeing Han Zi still expressionless, the charming snake suddenly restrained her smile, a cold look flashed in her eyes, and she opened her red lips and said, "You'd better go home now. There's a lost rat that's out to do evil again." Han Zi's blood suddenly froze. The next second, he flew away like the wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Outer city of Yongxiang City, west of the city. The roof of a tin house. A middle-aged man sat quietly on the roof, a black wallet in his hand. The afterglow of the setting sun poured down from behind, casting a golden edge on his whole body. He carefully took out a photo from the pocket of his briefcase, his eyes instantly became soft as water, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. "Hey, Lao Chi, are you homesick again?" The short-haired girl suddenly leaned over and took a peek at the photo in Qi Lingchuan's hand. In the photo, the man and the woman's faces are filled with happiness. They are sitting side by side, holding a chubby baby in the middle. "Ahem, no, I just had nothing to do, so I went to watch the sunset." Qi Lingchuan seemed a little embarrassed and changed the subject with a laugh. "Tisk, there's nothing to be embarrassed about." Xiaoqing took out a colorful lollipop from her pocket and put it in her mouth. She sat down beside him casually, the evening breeze swirling her short black hair. "Lao Chi, your daughter is almost able to take care of herself, right? If you don't go back now, she might not recognize you with your unshaven face." Qi Lingchuan stroked the photo, his eyes rippled, and he muttered to himself, "Last year for her birthday, I asked someone to bring her a stuffed tiger. Her mother said that she slept with it in her arms and her saliva rubbed its fur off. Then you should go back and send it off yourself." Xiaoqing leaned in close, her nose almost poking at the side of his face. "Your hometown isn't far from Yongxiang. Besides, Xiao Wu and I are watching over us. What can possibly happen?" Qi Lingchuan silently stuffed the photo back into his wallet. He stood up and patted the dust off his trouser legs. "Xiao Xia, you are in our line of work." He pointed to his heart and said, "Home is here, but responsibility must also be tied here." Xiaoqing rolled her eyes, the lollipop crunching between her teeth. "You're such a stubborn fool. You're the only one who's going to weld yourself into a rivet on a tin house." She suddenly jumped up and poked his forehead with her fingertips. "Do you know what you look like now? Like that old wall clock in my house, the parts are all rusted through, but it still clicks and clacks." Qi Lingchuan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. "When the pendulum stops, time also stops. My old bones can still fight for a few more years." Xiaoqing slapped his forehead and shook his head helplessly, saying, "There's really nothing I can do about you, such an old-fashioned person." Qi Lingchuan, who was laughing just now, suddenly looked towards the northeast with a serious expression. Xiao Xia, go call Xiao Wu. Put them on alert. At 9 o'clock, there's a fifth order energy fluctuation, a 12-man formation, it's heading right for us. Chapter 23. Swoosh, a black shadow flashed in the air. A lean young man instantly appeared beside Qi Ling Chuan, chewing mint leaves in his mouth, and said with a relaxed look. You're making a big deal out of nothing. It's just level 5, there's nothing to be nervous about. Xiao Wu, we can't be careless. Qi Ling Chuan's tone was unquestionable. Captain Lu is not here, so don't cause any trouble. Wu Di could only shrug helplessly and said with a smile, all right, Captain Lu is not here anyway, you have the final say. As he said this, he jumped lightly and jumped down from the roof. Without Qi Ling Chuan saying anything, Xiaoqing followed closely behind him and disappeared on the roof. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of the alley outside the tin house, 12 figures gathered quietly. The middle-aged man in the lead was Yu Sheng, who was dismissed from his job not long ago due to the ring incident. Normally, even if he had beaten Han Zi to death in public that day, he would have been able to calm the situation down. After all, the other party was just a civilian with a registered residence in an outer city. But what he didn't expect was that Liu Xiandang suddenly appeared and plunged him into an irreversible abyss. Not only were Yu Kun's family arrested, but he himself was also implicated and dismissed from his post. He was once at the pinnacle of power in Yongxiang City, but he fell to the bottom overnight. Anger, resentment, humiliation, and resentment, like a lingering nightmare, entangle this man on the brink of collapse. Finally, Yu Heng, having completely lost his mind, went to the other extreme and blamed everything on Han Zi. He wanted revenge. He wanted to completely wipe out that bastard from the outer city to relieve the hatred in his heart. Today, he gathered a group of desperate criminals to seek revenge on Han Zi. When Yu Sheng and his group approached the iron house, they saw Wu Di standing at the door with his arms folded across his chest. Get out of the way! Yu Sheng stared at the young man in front of him with a ferocious look, and spat out 2 words through his teeth. Wu Di neither responded nor made any move to move aside. He simply said lazily towards the rooftop, Old Qi, with just these few guys, there's no need to plan any tactics. I'll just go right ahead. Qi Ling Chuan glanced at the crowd below. One is level 5, and the others are all level 1 and level 2. It's not a big problem. Play freely. He said softly. Before he could finish his words, Wu Di had already crashed into the enemy group like a cannonball. Activate Armadillo. His skin was instantly covered with grey-brown scales, and white bone spurs protruded from the joints of his fists. He grinned, his fangs showing, and smiled faintly, be careful. Yu Sheng's pupils suddenly shrank, kill. 11 people suddenly jumped up at the same time, and small wind blades and ice cones intertwined into a net, flying towards Wu Di in an overwhelming manner. Wu Di grinned grimly, crossed his arms, and his scales shone with a cold metallic light. Buzz! All attacks reversed the moment they touched the armor. Wind blades sliced the caster's throat, and icicles pierced the summoner's chest. 2 people fell down in an instant. In the blood mist, Wu Di flashed in front of Yu Sheng and punched him in the face with his iron fist. This punch is for you. Armor. The newly installed mechanical arm on Yu Sheng's right hand was instantly covered with grey-black steel armor, and he punched back. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. Yu Sheng retreated several steps, and large spider web-like cracks appeared on his arms. Rebound talent. Yu Sheng was shocked and angry. His right hand turned into black iron again, becoming an iron spike that flashed with cold light. I want to see how many attacks you can withstand. The moment the iron thorn pierced Wu Di, a cold light silently passed across Yu Sheng's neck. There was no time to dodge. Yu Sheng could only use his armor to protect his back. The skin on his neck instantly turned grey-black. Bite! Amid the crisp sound of the dagger colliding with the armor, Xiaqing's figure emerged like a reflection in the water. She tapped the iron spikes with her toes and soared into the air, her short black hair drawing an arc in the sunset. Is the turtle shell really hard? Before Yu Sheng could come to his senses, Xiaqing had disappeared again. The next second, the cold light, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, pierced Yu Sheng's neck again with precision. Armor break activate. The iron armor shattered, and blood spurted out of Yu Sheng's neck. Bastard! Yu Sheng swept his arm but only hit the afterimage. Xiaqing had already dodged 10 meters away, leisurely playing with the dagger. Yu Sheng staggered back, covering his bleeding neck. The leisurely manner of the two people in front of him almost made him grit his teeth. On the other side of the battle, the remaining 9 people tried to encircle the enemy but were stopped by Wu Daishuan. He checked his watch and said, "We have a barbecue tonight, so hurry up." Wu Di shook his hands and raised an eyebrow at Xiaqing. "Want to bet?" 3 minutes at most. Xiaqing's dagger spun silver flowers at her fingertips. 2.5 points, the loser gets a midnight snack. Does this mean you don't take us seriously at all? The 9 people looked at each other, murderous intent in their eyes. The next second, a group of people attacked at the same time. Another round of fireballs and icicles came flying like raindrops, and at the same time, vines sprang out from the ground and wrapped around Wu Di's ankles. 3 more people went around and attacked Xiaqing directly. Just in time. Wu Di grinned, and the scales on his arms suddenly emitted a cold blue light. He stomped his feet suddenly, and the ground cracked like a spider web, and the entangled vines broke into pieces. When those fireballs and ice cones hit the scales, they strangely froze for a moment, and then bounced back with even more violent momentum. Boom 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 boom. Ice and fire exploded in the crowd, and the alley was instantly filled with the smell of burning and blood. Wu Di rushed into the enemy group like a cannonball, his bone-spur iron fist wrapped in wind and thunder, and the sound of bones breaking was endless wherever he passed. A sturdy man swung a huge alloy axe and chopped him down. He caught the axe blade with one hand, clenched his 5 fingers and crack! The cracks on the axe blade spread like a spider web. Wu Di raised his leg and kneed the strong man, and the brick wall collapsed like a sack. On the other side, Xiaqing had already disappeared without a trace. The 3 people who had come around behind him missed their target and were feeling confused and uncertain when they suddenly felt a cool breeze brushing against the back of their necks. Puff! The dagger flashed like a crescent moon, and blood appeared on the necks of the 3 people at the same time. Xiaqing's figure was looming in the sunset, and the dagger flung out a string of blood beads, muttering, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Seeing everyone falling, Yu Sheng's eyes were bloodshot. His right mechanical arm suddenly grew into a 3-meter-long chain blade and slashed at Wu Di frantically. Die! Bite! Wu Di gripped the chain blade with his bare hands, sparks flying from the friction between scales and metal. He tilted his head and bared his fangs. That's it! His 5 fingers suddenly clenched together, and the chain blade forged from fine steel twisted and deformed like noodles. Before Yu Sheng could react, Xiaqing had already snuck up behind him like a ghost, with the dagger pressed against his back. Don't move, or you'll die. At this time, the sound of orderly footsteps came from the alley. 12 sword-bearers marched in formation, their silver sword emblems gleaming coldly in the twilight. The leader glanced at the mess on the ground, then bowed to the rooftop. Captain Qi, what's going on? Our team's mission is to guard this tin house. Qi Ling Chuan jumped down from the roof and pointed at Yu Sheng, who was held at the back by a dagger. As for the interrogation, I'll leave it to you. The leading swordsman looked in the direction of his finger and frowned. Yu Sheng. He slowly walked up to Yu Sheng, looked at his former boss, and said with regret. Commander Yu, now that you've been dismissed, you should be more honest and do your duty, reflect on your mistakes, and repent. You dare to provoke the Night Watch Tiger Squad. Alas! Yinhu! Yu Hung suddenly widened his eyes, as if he heard some terrifying term. Then, the fear in his eyes slowly faded away and turned into deep despair. Take him away. The leader with the sword waved his hand, and Yu Sheng was handcuffed and lifted up. Captain Qi, we'll take that man away. Thank you. Qi Lingchuan nodded. Wu Di stretched lazily and hooked his arm around Qi Lingchuan's shoulder. Come on, Xiaqing will treat you to a seafood barbecue. You obviously lost the bet. Xiaqing waved the dagger. It was only 2 minutes and 17 seconds. The swordsman's entry doesn't count towards the battle time. Old Qi, please give us your opinion. Just as the two were bickering, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard at the entrance of the alley. Chapter 24. 10 seconds later, Han Ziye appeared at the door of the iron house, panting. The sunset has completely sunk into the horizon. The bloody smell in the alley had not yet dissipated. Han Ziye looked at the broken brick walls and the charred marks and couldn't help but get nervous. Uncle Qi, just now here. Oh, it's been solved. Qi Lingchuan smiled and raised his hand to greet. Are you still worried with us here? Wu Di stretched. It would be a huge joke if the Tiger Squad couldn't even defend a tin shack. Han Ziye's tense shoulders finally relaxed. Yes, with Liu Su and Deng's Yinhu team guarding here, I'm afraid no one in the entire Yongxiang city can threaten the safety of this iron house. But on second thought, some things don't make sense. Since Mei Snake was able to catch the news that someone was going to attack the iron house in the first place, with her powerful intelligence acquisition ability, it is impossible for her not to know that the Yinhu team was stationed here. In other words, she knew that there would be no danger in the iron house, but she deliberately reminded herself in advance. With Charming Snake's personality, she wouldn't do anything meaningless. Perhaps, she was hinting to herself that it was time to pay the bill. Han Ziye took the flowers and sat in front of his mother's bed. He thought for a long time and suddenly came up with a new idea. 2 minutes later, he walked out of the tin house and said hello to Qi Lingchuan. Uncle Qi, I'm going out tonight. I'll be taking care of the house for you guys. We ordered a seafood barbecue tonight. Would you like to join us? Xiaqing appeared quietly. It's okay, you go ahead. Leave the house to us. Qi Lingchuan waved at Xiaqing. Their mission was only to guard the iron house. As for Han Ziye's whereabouts, Qi Lingchuan did not intend to ask. 9 o'clock in the evening, Snake Bar. When Han Ziye pushed the door open, the jazz music was reaching its climax. The drunk man in front of the bar was holding his wine glass crookedly, and no one noticed the graceful figure in the corner booth. Thank you for today. Han Ziye walked straight to the booth and sat opposite Mei Snake. Mei Snake was still wearing a black hip skirt and black stockings, looking lazy. Seeing Han Ziye coming over, he didn't seem surprised at all. She opened her red lips slightly, her voice emitting charm. So how are you going to thank me? Just with your mouth. I don't have any money. Han Ziye spread his hands. But maybe there are other things that can be used as bargaining chips. Who knows? You warned me about today's events in advance. But you already knew that my home is protected by night watchmen, right? Han Ziye stared into the eyes of the charming snake, opened the door and asked. Charming snake did not deny it. Han Ziye continued to nod and continued. In that case, why did you warn me in advance? I guess you just wanted to show off your natural abilities, right? Coincidentally, I do have a liking for your talent. Of course, you're a businessman, and everything is a transaction. I understand the rules. If I have anything you like, just tell me. Charming Snake smiled, exhaled a puff of smoke, and pressed the woman's cigarette in her hand into the ashtray. Dealing with smart people is comfortable and saves trouble. Then I'll be frank. Charming Snake took off a snake-shaped silver ring from the index finger of his left hand. She placed the silver ring on the coffee table and gently pushed it across. My request is very simple. Right now, I don't have any need for you. Wear this ring first, and I can contact you anytime, anywhere through it. When I need you to provide information or do something, I will naturally come to you. Of course, you can also choose whether to agree to my request at that time. The ring is just a bond between us. The silver ring glowed coldly under the dim booth light, with snake-like patterns winding across the ring's surface, as if it would come alive and bite someone at any moment. Ziye didn't touch it immediately, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the surface of the coffee table. Contact anytime, anywhere. He looked up at the charming snake, his pupils reflecting the other's enchanting makeup. It sounds like a chain around your neck. Little handsome boy, your words are really hurtful. The charming snake chuckled with its chin propped up, and tapped the silver ring with its fingertips. This is a two-way chain. When I need you, I have to wag my tail to you. She suddenly leaned forward, almost touching Ziye's nose. Or are you afraid of being tied down by me? Ziye leaned back to avoid her breath, his voice as cold as iron. Without the help of this ring, wouldn't you still have a way to contact me? For example, this afternoon. I was able to find you this afternoon because I left a mirror seed on you a long time ago. And the mirror seed only lasts for 2 months. The charming snake explained. Ziye's eyes fixed, and he suddenly became nervous. When did you do anything to me? Haha, don't be so nervous. The charming snake smiled and said, the mirror seed won't cause you any harm. It's just a little trick of mine. Oh? It seems you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Same here. The charming snake looked at Ziye meaningfully. Ziye quickly recalled the scene when he first met the other party. Before leaving, I did secretly use imitation and copy to peek at her talent. Now it seems that she must have noticed her little trick at the time, but just didn't say it out loud. Moreover, he vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a hidden detail. The charm snake pinched the back of his hand. Maybe that was when they did that. Since they are not familiar with each other, this kind of mutual testing cannot be considered malicious. Ziye simply stopped struggling and said directly. I'll accept the ring. 2 conditions. First, I want you to send someone to secretly protect my mother and contact me immediately if there is any movement. Second. He paused, his eyes suddenly sharp. Help me find out who is behind Tianwujing hiring assassins to kill me. Let's share the information. The snake's fingertips suddenly froze. She slowly sat up straight, the laziness in her eyes faded, replaced by the shrewd gleam of a venomous snake locking onto its prey. Your mother's matter can be discussed. But, going against the bigwigs in the Tianwujing Imperial City? Do you know how expensive that is? Chapter 25. Don't you like investing in monster? Ziye curled the corners of his mouth and threw back what she had said the last time they met. To be honest, I plan to join the Night's Watch. If I die at the Frost Moon Wall, you will lose everything. Haha, very good. Direct and smart enough. I like it. The charming snake's eyes flickered as she leaned back on the sofa, her long legs crossed, the tips of her high heels brushing against Ziye's knees, intentionally or unintentionally. Deal. Then I won't bother you anymore. Ziye picked up the silver ring on the coffee table and turned to leave. Snap. The charming snake flicked its fingers lightly, and the invisible shield of the booth disappeared, and a noisy sound instantly poured in. Her lazy ending tone spreads in the jazz music. Stay alive, little monster. I don't want to collect your body so soon. Although he didn't know much about May Snake, Ziye's sixth sense told him that this woman was not simple, but she had no ill will towards him. With the existence of this intelligence network hidden in the dark, my mother's safety is more guaranteed. Moreover, the mysterious Tianwujing force is like the sword of Damocles hanging over one's head, which may fall at any time. This made him feel extremely uneasy, and Ziye desperately needed strong intelligence-gathering capabilities. These are the 2 important reasons why he made a deal with Charm Snake. With his worries resolved, Han Zi can finally devote himself to the upcoming training for new recruits in the inner city. After witnessing Liu Suandeng's powerful strength, Han Zi felt more and more that only by becoming strong himself could he have the confidence to challenge the world. In this competition, it was Liu Suandeng's appearance that helped him, but he couldn't be so lucky every time in his life. Get into the top 10 of the final exam, join the Night's Watch, go to Frost Moon Wall, and upgrade Power of Night to level 2 as soon as possible. A blacksmith must be strong himself, only in this way can he gain a foothold in this world. A week later. Yongxiang City, South Gate. This is the only official passage from the outer city to the inner city. As Han Zi stood at the entrance to the inner city clutching his admission letter, he felt as if he had stepped into a city of the future. This is probably what Rome looks like. He couldn't help but sigh. 100-meter-high holographic projection scrolled across the sky, reading "Welcome the new extraordinary elites." The glass curtain walls of the towering buildings glow with a cold light, and the aerial rail train shuttles between the glass domes like a swimming fish. The streets are lined with genetically modified jacaranda trees, whose petals, when falling, reflect a star-like glow. Unlike the sewage-filled alleys of the outer city, the air here is filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. Han Zi was almost lost in this huge urban forest of tall buildings. It took him almost an hour to find the training site designated by the Education Department. A large building complex with pure white walls and surrounded by precious welcoming pines. The huge electronic LCD screen at the door displayed a few large characters, Yongxiang First Training Center. Classmate Han Zi, right? Seeing Han Zi coming, the lady at the registration desk suddenly jumped up from her workstation, and the silver badge on her chest hit the edge of the table with a crisp sound. Yes. Han Zi responded while handing over his admission letter. Okay, I'll register right away. The young lady quickly entered a series of information on the computer, then took out an exquisite diamond-shaped key and handed it to Han Zi. Your dormitory is in Building A7, Room 303. Here's the key. Thank you. Han Zi weighed the key in his hand, turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a mosquito-like request came from behind. Mr. Han, can I spare you a minute? Hey! Han Zi turned around in confusion. Are there any other procedures left to be completed? No, can you sign an autograph for me? A blush appeared on the young lady's face. She was holding a copy of Superman Weekly tightly in her hand. The cover was a snapshot of Han Zi fighting fiercely in the arena. Signature. Han Zi's mouth twitched. This seems to be different from the training camp I imagined. In the inner city of Yongxiang City, Luoyan in a bakery. The afternoon sun shines on the glass window of the bakery, giving the pastries on the counter a golden edge. Wealth and honor. The boss, with a long drawl, poked his head out from the kitchen, his apron stained with flour. Is the latte art for table 3 ready? Right away. 2 cream croissants to take away, hurry up. Okay. Serve table 5's drinks quickly. Got it. The fat man with dyed blonde hair spun rapidly like a top under the boss's instructions. His chubby cheeks were stained with chocolate sauce, and his white apron was hanging precariously on his belly. Bang! Crash! Finally, after his frantic operation, the 7 or 8 drinks on the tray all fell freely, broken glass splattered everywhere, and colorful drinks were spilled all over the floor. Coincidentally, the speakers in the store were playing a song that fit the occasion. Black, white, red and yellow. Purple, green, blue and gray. Yours, mine, his, hers. Big, small, round, flat. The fat man stared with his eyes wide open, stunned where he was. An adult's collapse may happen in an instant. The fat man covered his eyes with one hand, then looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. He seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Wealth and honor. The boss's roar once again penetrated the kitchen curtain, the guest at table 6 complained that there was half a dishcloth in her latte. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Nangang Fugui suddenly pulled off his apron and threw it onto the operating table. "Boss!" His round body popped out from behind the dessert cabinet, his belly almost knocking over a basket of macarons. "I want to quit." The boss froze in place, holding up the coffee-soaked rag, a puzzled look on his face. "What did you say?" Nangang Fugui took a deep breath and drew an arc in the air with his fingers dipped in cocoa powder. "I think it's probably because the weather in Yongxiang City is too humid. My clothes and pants won't dry, and even the walls won't dry. I should be the same as them. I quit. I quit." The kitchen fell into silence, and the ding sound of the oven was particularly harsh. "Fugui." The boss pinched his brows. "Last week you said you were quitting because cockroaches were having a party on your bed, and the week before that you dreamed of a toaster oven turning into a spirit and chasing you. This time it's real." Nangang Fugui pulled out a wrinkled notice from his trouser pocket. Cream stains were stained on the golden seal that read Legion Special Recruitment. "I'm going to save the world." Then, his chubby palm slapped out a black gold card. "I'm laying it on the table. See? The change in this card is enough to buy out the entire street. Consider it my compensation. No need to give me the change." The bakery owner pinched the rag, his eyes twitching. "Fugui, if this card is real, I will swallow the oven." Before he finished speaking, a deafening roar suddenly sounded outside the store. 10 extended-length Rolls-Royce Phantoms in pure gold and diamonds were parked in front of the store, and their tires left scorch marks in the shape of banknotes on the ground. A butler in a neat suit jumped out of the passenger seat of the first car. He rushed into the store, knelt on one knee, and held up a pair of diamond-studded slippers in both hands. "Master, please change your shoes." Nangang Fugui slipped on his slippers, the chocolate sauce on his belly sparkling in the sun. He turned to look at his boss. "I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect that all I got in return was alienation. Never mind, the road ahead is long, and we'll meet again if we're destined to." The boss's rag plopped into the coffee. He stared at the row of blinding little golden men on the hood of the car and tremblingly pulled out his phone. "Hello? A mental hospital? I might be hallucinating because of the money." The woman selling cold noodles across the street slapped her thigh and said, "I thought every time Fugui smashed his cup it was like he was throwing coins. It must be the god of wealth descending to earth to experience the suffering of the people." Sitting in the luxurious back seat of the Rolls-Royce, accompanied by the elegant classical music in the car, Nangang Fugui closed his eyes and rested. 10 minutes later. "Young master, where are we going now?" the butler sitting in front asked softly. Nangang Fugui slowly opened his eyes and looked at the star-like ambient lights on the ceiling. His expression was painful, as if he had made some difficult decision. "Working is hard, training is tough too. Heaven hasn't given me a great mission, so why bother torment me mentally and physically? Forget it. I can't escape it anyway." He gritted his teeth and said with a determined look, "Let's go to the first training center." Chapter 26. Half an hour later. The luxurious convoy was like a long dragon, parked steadily at the entrance of the training center. "Wow, look! They're all limited edition Rolls-Royces. Tisk tisk tisk. I feel like the exhaust of this car smells like money. Take a picture, take a picture." Amid the exclamations of passers-by, Nangang Fugui, with his fat belly bulging and wearing diamond-studded slippers, gracefully got out of the back seat of the car. Immediately, an attendant ran up to him and opened a parasol for him. The butler had thoughtfully prepared a refreshing drink and attentively handed it to the host. "Master, pearl milk tea made with da hong pao, a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, 3/4 sugar, no ice, and gold foil." Yet, the envious eyes of the people around him aroused Nangang Fugui's desire to perform that had nowhere to go. "Hey, I'm done drinking. You all should leave. We're here for training, so we need to keep a low profile. He just smiled and waved his hand, his movements were as cool and effortless as possible. Unexpectedly, his chubby palm accurately hit the gold foil pearl milk tea held by the butler. Snap! The glass cup engraved with the Louis Vuitton logo was knocked away, drawing a rainbow-like arc in the air, and then accurately hit the target, the red-haired boy passing by. Brown milk tea was all over the boy's shoes, and pearls rolled down his red hair. Classmate, this is an accident. Nangang Fugui's lips trembled as he shook out a pair of wet wipes studded with diamonds from his Hermes waist bag. Let me polish your shoes. These are 4K nano gold plated and diamond encrusted. They'll brighten 3 shades. He took the wet wipes and frantically worked on the other person's shoes. Finally, the milk tea was spread more evenly on the shoes. Then, Nangang Fugui carefully took off the black pearls from the other person's hair. Hey! Look, that red-haired one seems to be Yan Yang, right? Yan Yang? The genius Yan Yang from the outer city. Wow, it really seems to be him. Amid the discussions of the people around him, Yan Yang's mouth twitched and his expression became increasingly ugly. But Nangang Fugui still had no idea. He stretched out his chubby little hand and wiped Yan Yang's forehead with a diamond-studded wet wipe. It successfully leaves a large area of sparkling diamonds on the other person's face, which looks very much like the diamond eyebrow makeup that is popular nowadays. Veins bulged on Yan Yang's forehead, and 2 clusters of violent flames ignited in his golden pupils. You're looking for death. Crimson flames exploded from under Yan Yang's feet, and Nangang Fugui's round body was instantly blown away, and his diamond-studded slippers were thrown far into the air. He fell heavily into the flower bed, crushing a patch of rare jacaranda seedlings, and the jade pixie pendant hanging on his waistband broke into 2 pieces with a crack. Young master! The butler rushed over with 8 black-clad bodyguards. Don't move! Nangang Fugui suddenly raised his hand, his fat face covered with grass debris, but his eyes were bright and his fighting spirit was boiling. This is a contest between men. He climbed up using his hands and feet, and suddenly took out a wad of banknotes from his Hermes waist bag. Brother, here's the money. I'll give you 10 pairs of shoes as compensation. The fireball ignited at Yan Yang's fingertips suddenly expanded. Boom! The banknotes turned to ashes in the flames, beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from his forehead, and Nangang Fugui ran away in panic. The belt buckle broke during his escape, and his limited edition jeans slid down to his ankles, revealing his boxer briefs with a blue Doraemon print. He pulled up his pants and howled, "Don't hit people in the face. My dad is Nangang Jia." A cluster of flames accurately burned across his raised buttocks. Nangang Fugui screamed and broke open the glass door of the training center, knocking over 3 freshmen holding coffee along the way. He slid 10 meters on the shiny marble floor and finally crashed into a vending machine with a bang. 20 cans of iced cola fell on his head. In dormitory 303, Hanzi put his suitcase on the bed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and began to pack. As he was putting the last pile of clothes into the closet, the dormitory door was pushed open forcefully, and a red-haired boy with a shoulder bag walked in murderously. A faint aroma of caramel lingered in the air. Yan Yang! Hanzi just raised his eyes and saw who was coming. His eyes suddenly widened and a look of surprise instantly bloomed on his face. You are in this dormitory too? Hanzi's tone was filled with unconcealable joy. Before this, he and Yan Yang did not have much interaction, and their friendship was not deep. But now, in this unfamiliar inner city, being able to meet someone I know in the dormitory, and who is also my roommate, is undoubtedly a reassuring thing. Tisk Yan Yang glanced at Hanzi and said coldly, "Stop trying to get close to me. Do you think I know you well?" Hanzi has some understanding of Yan Yang's character. Although he looks arrogant and domineering, he is actually not a bad person. Just because he asked Liu Xiandang to send people to protect his mother, he should be grateful to him. Well, anyway. Han Zi smiled and stretched out his hand, I still want to say thank you to you. Pa Yan shook off Han Zi's hand, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he grinned, you want to thank me, right? Then play with me again now. The next second, golden red flames rose from between his fingers, and the temperature in the dormitory suddenly increased. Chapter 27. Is he serious? He's going to start a fight over a disagreement. Han Zi suddenly felt it was outrageous. He quickly distanced himself and retreated to the dormitory door, warning. Yan Yang, private fights are prohibited in the training center. If you really want to fight again, find a suitable opportunity and I will accompany you. I think what's prohibited is one-sided assault. Yan Yang ripped open his collar, sparks flying from his hair. Beat someone like you to pieces, that's considered teaching. Chi. Yan Yang swung his hand, and a small fire bomb whizzed towards Han Zi. If you dodge, the dormitory facilities will be in trouble. Han Zi was helpless and could only shield himself with his hands, taking the blow head-on. Shadow kill armor cover. The moment the shadow armor covered the forearm, the fire bomb hit it. Boom! Sparks flew and burst out. Unfortunately, at this moment the dormitory door was opened a crack, and the fat man with blonde hair stuck his head in. Sparks fell on his golden hair, and the smell of burning immediately filled the entire dormitory. Hello everyone, I'm your roommate, Nanggong. Holy crap! It's you. Nanggong Fugui was like seeing a ghost. He didn't care about the burning sensation on his head and slammed the dormitory door shut. He stood outside the door in horror, looking at the key in his hand in despair. The words 303 are particularly eye-catching. Impossible. Impossible. They say boys who love to laugh have good luck. I must be seeing things. Nanggong Fugui rubbed his eyes fiercely. After repeatedly checking the number on the key and the dormitory number. Finally, he sat down on the ground in despair. He tremblingly took out his phone from his pocket and said, Butler. Order me a fireproof suit tonight. I need one that can withstand S-level fire talents. After calming down, Nanggong Fugui opened the dormitory door again. He tried hard to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying, I'm sorry, I was too loud just now. He leaned against the doorframe and touched his burnt curls. Well, why don't you two heroes take a break? I brought some 3-star lava cake from Fankilin. It's not too late to play after eating it. Nanggong Fugui raised the paper bag with the Aineo logo printed on it and shook it. The flame dancing on Yan Yang's fingertips suddenly went out. He turned his head to look at the funny fat man, and a trace of contempt flashed in his golden eyes. Seeing that Yan Yang had no intention of continuing the fight, Nanggong Fugui slid into the dormitory. He exaggeratedly opened his arms and introduced himself, My name is Nanggong Fugui, my father is the chairman of the Nanggong Group, and my specialty is spending money. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stared at Han Zi with wide eyes, and covered his mouth with his chubby hands. Oh my god! Isn't this the shadow god of war on the cover of Superhuman Weekly? As he spoke, Nanggong Fugui pulled out a brand new magazine from his bag. Can you sign it for me? Just right, to my half-brother Nanggong Fugui. Han Zi was so shocked by the extravagant display that he took a step back. To be honest, this was the first time he had experienced such enthusiasm from a Shinyu. Just when Han Zi didn't know how to respond, Yan Yang suddenly slammed the table, Fatty. You're very noisy, you know? If you keep talking, I'll roast you, believe it or not. As he spoke, flames rose again between Yan Yang's 5 fingers. No, no, no. I'll shut up. Nanggong Fugui raised his hands instantly and remained silent. Han Zi smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. It seems that this dormitory will be very lively in the next month. The next morning, Han Zi woke up early. Last night was unexpectedly peaceful. He originally thought that Nangang Fugui would have a common problem among fat people, snoring. But in fact, this fat guy seems to have no other problems except being a bull. Neither snoring nor grinding of teeth, neither smelly feet nor slovenly. Overall, he is a really good roommate. When Hanzi woke up, he found Nangang Fugui sitting cross-legged on the bed, holding two shoes and looking at them from side to side, his brows furrowed so tightly that they could kill a fly. I clearly put my shoes right last night. He looked up at Hanzi, who was sorting his training clothes, and said in a tearful voice, "Are these shoes spirits?" They switched sides by themselves in the middle of the night. Hanzi glanced at the limited edition sneakers inlaid with diamonds. The L and R marks on the tongue were dazzling in the morning light. He sighed and said, "Switch your left foot to the right." But... Nangang Fugui's hand trembled slightly as he pinched the shoelaces. "How do I tell the left from the right?" He suddenly pulled his socks off, revealing his chubby feet, his 10 round toes curled up nervously. "Look. My left pinky toe is 1 millimeter shorter than my right. Can you tell the difference based on this?" Hanzi's forehead veins throbbed, and he grabbed the shoes and put them on Nangang Fugui's feet. "The one you put on the wrong way now is the correct way." Oh. Nangang Fugui suddenly realized, so that's how it is. "Awesome, brother yet." Hanzi was speechless. It seems that this rich second generation cannot take care of himself. Perhaps Nangang Fugui's voice was too loud and disturbed Yan Yang, who was sleeping soundly. All I heard was the sound of cloth tearing from the bed opposite. Yan Yang turned over with such force that he tore the pillowcase directly. 10 minutes later. In the cafeteria, Nangang Fugui followed Hanzi closely. The steak piled high on the plate kept shaking with his exaggerated movements. "Brother yet. How do you peel this soft-boiled egg? Use a golden spoon or a silver fork. Use the table to knock it." Hanzi cut the fried egg without looking up, and saw Yan Yang sitting alone in the corner out of the corner of his eye. There was a cup of black coffee in front of the red-haired boy, and his slender fingers were playing with a red-hot coin. A sharp whistle suddenly tore through the air. "Rookies!" A thunderous roar burst out from the loudspeaker, making the dinner plates buzz. A burly man wearing sunglasses stood at the entrance of the cafeteria like an iron tower, his muscles wrapped in camouflage uniform almost bursting the fabric. "You have 30 seconds to gather in the playground. Overtime, idiot, today's lunch is just mud and tears." The crowd exploded. Nangang Fugui's hand trembled, and the steak plop fell into the juice cup. When he tried to pick it up with a sad face, Hanzi grabbed him by the collar and said, "Don't pick it up. Run." On the playground, 200 freshmen stood in a square formation, crookedly like wheat blown by the wind. The instructor paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, and the dull thud of his boots on the ground seemed to be stepping on everyone's heart. "I'm the chief instructor of this training camp, Lin Qunren. My job is to turn you sissy bastards into warriors. In this team now, there are both those selected from the outer city and those who originally came from the inner city. I don't care where you're from. Once you're here, you have to follow the rules." Chapter 28. When should you eat, when should you sleep, when should you practice, and how should you practice? I have the final say. Lin Qunren's cold eyes swept across everyone's faces, and his voice was low. "In other words, in this training center, I am the rule. Of course, I value democracy and fairness the most. I know that many of you have awakened advanced talents and feel that you are the chosen ones of heaven. There are also quite a few people who came here through connections and background, and they think they are the daughters of wealthy families. You might not accept being yelled at by a boss like me." Lin Qunren suddenly raised his voice, "It doesn't matter. Today I'll give you one chance. Everything will be decided based on your strength. Bring the things up." He waved to the back. 2 assistant instructors pushed over a cart with a large metal box on it. One of the assistant instructors handed a red pennant to Lin Qunren. "Listen up, Rookies. Lin Qunren took the pennant and stepped on the metal box. The ground of the playground shook slightly with his movement. He took off his sunglasses and raised the pennant. The rules of the game are only stated once. We, the instructors present here, are here to answer to all 100 of you. You can all come together. Before midnight tonight, anyone who can grab this flag from me. Then everyone will be exempted from punishment. Lin Qunren grinned and said, not only will you be exempted from punishment, but for the next month, you can eat and sleep as you please. I can even provide you with a vacation at the training center. If I can't grab the flag, haha. Then everyone accepts the punishment. Lin Qunren kicked the switch underneath, and the metal box popped open. Hundreds of dark silver vests, gleaming with light, were neatly stacked inside. The punishment is simple: run 100 kilometers around the playground wearing this weighted suit filled with meteorite iron. Furthermore, from now on, I hope that no matter whether you are the chosen ones of heaven or the golden branches and jade leaves, anyone who still refuses to obey me will be swallowed up by me. Han Zi glanced at the tofu-like bulge on his vest and calculated secretly in his mind. According to his previous experience of using meteorites as counterweights, each of the vests in the box weighs at least 500 kilograms. Carrying 500 kilograms and running 100 kilometers continuously. This is definitely not an easy task. After all, everyone present was merely a first-level transcendent. Of course, you cowardly wretch can quit now. Go get your weight suit and accept your punishment. Lin Qunren crossed his arms over his chest and looked at everyone with a playful expression. I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. In 1 minute, the playground area will be closed and no one will be allowed to enter or leave. The students gathered together and began to discuss among themselves. What do you say? Just give up, or give it a try. Of course we have to try. There are 100 of us, but only 3 instructors. No matter how you look at it, we have a better chance of winning. Right. Even if they are at a higher level, so what? A large number of ants can't kill an elephant. I don't believe it. Nangang Fugui huddled behind the crowd, his hand trembling slightly as he clutched the diamond-studded sports water bottle. This instructor looks like a ruthless man who could kill a bull with 1 punch. Brother, yet, how about we just accept the punishment? Are you sure? Han Zi held his chin with one hand and said calmly. I have to tell you first, that weight suit is stuffed with meteorite iron. Meteoric iron is about 10 times denser than ordinary steel. A vest weighs at least 500 kilograms. Nangang Fugui's face suddenly turned pale, and he smiled with trembling lips. I think it's better to try to capture the flag. Hee. Yan Yang glanced at Nangang Fugui with disdain, his contempt evident. Tisk, waste. Just when the discussion reached its climax, Lin Qunren's roar pierced the clamor, drawing everyone back. Time's up. Newbies, have you made up your mind? What the hell are you thinking? Yan Yang's mouth curled up into an arrogant arc, his red hair flaming in the wind. Run 100 kilometers? I might as well burn this rotten playground down. A blazing flame suddenly shot up from his palm, and the next second, he rushed out like an arrow. Very good. Rookies. A hint of coldness flashed across Lin Qunren's eyes. He thrust the pennant into the ground with his backhand, the metal flagpole sinking 3 inches into the soil. The flag is stuck here, and it won't move. Come and take it if you are brave enough. After a short sprint, Yan Yang jumped high and swung his arms out like a fully drawn horn bow. Chong! The flaming fireball flew out of his hand and hit Lin Qunren with a comet tail-like trajectory. Boom! Sparks flew, smoke filled the air, and heat waves rippled through the air. The moment the smoke dissipated, tangled dark brown vines were revealed behind him. The assistant instructor's arms had transformed into 2 huge shields made of interwoven wooden vines. On the shield, 2 charred holes the size of bowls were emitting pungent white smoke, and sparks flickered inside. Lin Qunren stood behind the assistant instructor with a smile, a provocative glint in his eyes. He slowly took out the walkie-talkie from his trouser pocket. Game start. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge protective light curtain rose from the ground in the distance, covering the entire playground tightly. The retreat route of wanting to give up was completely cut off. At this time, the students were still in shock and had no idea how to react. They looked at each other. Someone shouted angrily, "There's no way back. Attack together!" Everyone just woke up from their dream, shouting and rushing towards Lin Qunren. Whoosh! Countless vines as thick as bowls flew out from the ground like snakes. The students who were in the front had their ankles tightly entangled by vines in an instant. The huge inertia made their bodies unstable. With a crash, a large number of them fell down, forming a human wall. The person following behind was running too fast and had no time to stop, and was tripped by the human wall, and fell to the ground in an instant. "You're all trash!" Yan Yang raised his right hand, his fingers hooked. A cold light flashed in his eyes. I saw his lips moving slightly. Scorching world, ash realm. The blazing golden red flames spread rapidly to the surrounding ground with him as the center, and the entire area turned into a sea of fire. Squeak! Squeak! The vines around everyone's ankles were burned to ashes, and even their hands and feet were burned. Ah! Ah! Is he crazy? Why are you fighting your own people? Holy shit! I'm going to burn to death! Suddenly, screams were heard everywhere. The vines are burned. Those who can move, follow me forward. If you stay where you are, you will be burned to death by that madman, someone shouted. The students were forced into a corner and had no choice but to get up again and attack Lin Qunren. Chapter 29. Students with long-range attack capabilities will be the first to attack. Small wind blades, fireballs, and ice cones flew towards Lin Qunren in an overwhelming manner. Because the ground was covered in flames, the assistant instructor could no longer use the large-scale attack that used vines growing from the ground. He could only raise a vine shield with one arm to block the pouring long-range attacks, and the other hand turned into a vine, lashing like a whip, attacking the dense crowd. However, this attack method was too inefficient and far less effective than the vines on the ground. In a blink of an eye, the two were surrounded. "Let's attack together! They can't hold on any longer," someone in the crowd shouted. "Innocent!" Lin Qunren sneered, tore open the collar of his camouflage uniform, took a step forward, and raised his right fist high. His biceps suddenly swelled like an inflated balloon, and you could even hear the sound of fabric being torn. Ah! After 2 seconds of accumulating strength, Lin Qunren roared and slammed his fist into the ground. There was a dull thud, like a meteor falling to the ground. The ground shook violently, dust and smoke rose up, and even the flames released by Yan Yang were shaken. The invisible shock wave spread out in a circular shape, and the densely packed crowd around them had legs as soft and weak as noodles, staggering from side to side in the violent shaking. Then, one after another, they fell heavily to the ground like knocked-over building blocks. At this moment, a black shadow flashed into the crowd silently. It was another thin assistant instructor, holding an unsharpened dagger, moving among the crowd as nimbly as a cheetah. Taking advantage of the chaos in the crowd, every time he attacked, the dagger could accurately hit a student's back of the neck, causing him to faint instantly and lose his fighting ability. There was no unnecessary movement, just a breath, and he cut down a field of wheat like harvesting wheat. Han Zi, who was standing a little further away, did not join the battle immediately. Instead, he watched the entire battle calmly as a bystander. "Fugui, follow me. Let's retreat first." Seeing Lin Qunren hammering the ground and the assistant instructor charging with a dagger, instantly killing all the students, Han Zi made the first decision: turn around and run. "Ah! We're not going up." Nangang Fugui looked confused. "We just agreed to capture the flag, why are we retreating now?" Bang! Lin Qunren hammered the ground for the second time. This time the shock wave was even more violent. Even Nangang Fugui, who was far away from the battlefield, felt his legs go weak and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Brother Yat, wait for me. Nangang Fugui no longer had time to think, he turned around and ran, chasing Han Zi like a gust of wind. The group of students who were closer to Lin Qunren were all knocked down and unable to move by the second shock wave and the attack of the knife-wielding assistant instructor. Whoosh! Countless vines flew out from the assistant instructor's hands and tightly bound the students who collapsed on the ground. When the remaining people saw that the situation was not right, they stopped attacking and after a brief hesitation, they started running in the opposite direction. In an instant, Yan Yang was the only one left standing in the huge area. Hey, you're quite brave, kid. Lin Qunren rubbed his wrist, a playful smile on his face. What? Want to try your hand at personal heroism? The two assistant instructors, who had freed their hands, walked out from behind Lin Qunren and were about to attack Yan Yang. Hey, don't move. Lin Qunren opened his arms and stopped the two men. This little troublemaker who always thinks he's the best in the world needs to be beaten with fists. Let me do it. Lin Qunren squatted slightly, his leg muscles tensed. The next second, accompanied by a low roar, he suddenly started, and his huge body rushed out like an arrow. There was a chill in Yan Yang's eyes. He took a step back with his right foot, planted it firmly on the ground, slowly raised his right fist, his arm muscles tensed, and his whole body was like a bowstring ready to be released. Scorching world! A huge ball of fire suddenly appeared on the right fist, and the fire was squeezed by an invisible force. After 1 second of charging, the flame core was compressed into a whitish color, and the rapidly rising temperature set off waves of heat. Flame fist! Yan Yang roared and punched out. The golden red flames instantly exploded into the shape of a fist, ploughing a charred gully in front of him. The flaming fist, with the force of burning the sky, slammed towards Lin Qunren, and the flames burned the air into twisted ripples. However, Lin Qunren did not dodge or evade, but sprinted forward without slowing down. He suddenly let out a deafening bear roar towards the sky, his gnarled muscles swelled instantly, and his thick brown hair pierced through his camouflage uniform. In a flash, the upper body had transformed into a burly giant bear, with only the head still retaining its human form. Boom! Lin Qunren crossed his bare paws to protect his head, then he soared into the air and rushed into the flames. The flames exploded, and the air waves cut around like knives. The two assistant coaches were unable to open their eyes due to the strong wind. Thump! Lin Qunren, who had passed through the flames, fell to the ground with a bang. Sparks covered his huge body and white smoke spread out, like a beast walking out of hell. He shook his head and grinned, "Rookie, now it's my turn." Lin Qunren transformed his right arm into a bear paw and swung it out in a circle. The bear paw whistled and hit Yan Yang with a sound of breaking through the air. Yan Yang's golden pupils reflected Lin Qunren's giant palm pressing down like a mountain, and he bent his arms to block it like lightning. At the same time, a golden red ring of fire exploded with Yan Yang as its center. Boom! The moment the raging fire ring collided with the bear's paw, the entire playground ground cracked like a shortbread, and charred dirt clumps of earth, shrouded in sparks, flew everywhere. The huge impact force threw Yan Yang out, and his back rubbed against the ground, ploughing a ditch of more than 10 meters. He knelt on one knee, his left arm hanging limply, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. When the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Qunren's bear paw was charred as charcoal, with all the hair burned, but only a few drops of blood seeped out of the flesh. He shook his palms, grinning and showing his white teeth. S-level talent? That's all. Yan Yang gasped and looked up, his red hair sticking to his forehead with dirt, but his golden eyes were burning with crazy excitement. Come again. The flames in his right palm condensed into a spear, and he threw it out with a flick of his hand. Puff! Lin Qunren slapped out with his backhand, and the fire spear exploded into thousands of streams of fire under the blow of the bear's paw. The flying flames left scorch marks on his chest. Snort, sniff, sniff. The next second, more fire spears followed one after another, drew arcs in the air, and flew towards Lin Qunren, pointing directly at his head. It was obvious that Yan Yang had found the most effective way of attack. He realized that large-scale AoE damage was not a big threat to Lin Qunren, who had thick skin and flesh after transforming into a giant bear. The smartest way to fight is to use a fire spear as a single-point blasting method to attack his head, the only part of his upper body that has not turned into a giant bear. Unexpectedly, Lin Qunren was even more experienced and saw through Yan Yang's intention immediately. He rushed towards Yan Yang without slowing down, without dodging at all, but just kept waving his bare paws to smash the fire spears. In fact, with his bulky and huge body, it was simply impossible for him to dodge the high-speed fire spears. Instead of reducing your sprint speed due to dodging, it is better to maximize the advantage of your thick skin and flesh and directly withstand it. 2 seconds later, Lin Qunren had shortened the distance between him and Yan Yang to less than 1 meter. Yan Yang's heart sank. This beast was simply using its injuries to gain a chance to get close. Roar! Lin Qunren let out an earth-shaking roar, exerted force with his legs, and jumped high. Then, taking advantage of the momentum of falling, he slapped Yan Yang with his bare claws. Chapter 30. Yan Yang's pupils suddenly constricted. Lin Qunren's huge shadow blocked out the light of the sky, and the gust of wind brought by the bear's claws almost cut his cheek. He dodged sideways quickly, and at the same time, a spark of fire shot out from his fingertips, and he quickly erected a wall of fire to block in front of him. Boom! The bear's claws easily tore through the wall of fire, and fragments of flames flew like meteors, causing Yan Yang's eardrums to buzz. The moment the giant claws broke through the flames, he could even see the thick hair on Lin Qunren's body after he turned into a bear. Swoosh! A black shadow shot out from the side, quickly wrapped around twice, and tied up Yan Yang's waist. Before he could come to his senses, a huge force came from the other end of the shadow. Bang! The shadow line straightened, and Yan Yang was dragged and disappeared on the spot. The next second, Lin Qunren's huge bear claws pierced the ground where Yan Yang had stood before, and the spider web-like cracks burst open instantly, and sand and stones splashed. It turned out that while Ziye was retreating, he was still keeping an eye on the situation in Yan Yang. He clearly saw the details of the battle between Yan Yang and Lin Qunren. And at the critical moment, he launched Shadow Kill and saved Yan Yang. Lin Qunren stood in the center of the circular crack in the ground, smiling at the backs of the evacuated students, with no intention of chasing them. He shed his giant bear transformation, his upper body returning to normal, and waved behind him, "Xiao Li, I leave it to you. Go teach these rookies a lesson. Make sure to complete the mission." The assistant instructor holding a dagger flashed and rushed out. "Boss, what should we do with these?" The assistant instructor, whose hands had transformed into vines, pointed at the students lying on the ground, some knocked unconscious and some bound by vines. "There are 53 in total, 8 fewer than last year." Lin Qunren didn't even glance at them. He curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Pull them all aside and control them first." "What a bunch of rubbish!" After the 2 assistant instructors left, Lin Qunren looked around and found no one was around. The arrogant expression on his face suddenly disappeared. He looked at his hands, which were scarred by the flames, and muttered to himself with trembling lips, "Newcomers nowadays are only at the first level, and they are so outrageous." On the other side, Ziye grabbed Yan Yang's arm and ran all the way, "Go north. There's an equipment room there, let's hide there first." Nangang Fugui followed behind, tumbling and crawling. His limited edition diamond-studded sneakers had been thrown away long ago, and his pink and white toes were exposed through the holes in his socks. "Let go. I can still fight." Yan Yang shook off Ziye's hand, sparks flashed in his golden eyes, and the blood marks on his neck caused by the bear's claws were still oozing. He turned around and was about to go back, but 3 shadow lines entangled his waist and abdomen. "You're crazy." Han Zi's tone became more serious, and his fingertips twitched slightly from pulling the shadow line too hard. "Instructor Lin's strength is at least above level 5. Your long-range attacks can't break his defense. In close combat, you can't do anything to him. How do you want to fight?" Yan Yang was stunned for a moment, the anger in his eyes slowly faded away. He glared fiercely at Lin Qunren in the distance. "I will burn him sooner or later." Nangang Fugui had an expression uglier than crying, and begged, "Brother, let's run away first. We can burn him later." Yan Yang no longer hesitated. The 3 of them ran quickly towards the equipment room in the north. It was a 2-story building with only 1 large room on each floor, which was filled with various exercise equipment. There is only 1 staircase from the first floor to the second floor, and the entrance to the staircase is locked by an iron door. "Go upstairs first." Han Zi made a quick decision after observing the surrounding terrain. Nangang Fugui rushed to the iron gate and shook the door handle vigorously. Then he turned around and cried in a sobbing voice, "Brother Yat, the door is locked. Get out of my way." Yan Yang roared. Nangang Fugui's face was ashen, and he had almost exhausted all the potential in his body. He tried desperately to dodge to the side, and his fat body rolled 3 times on the ground. The next second, flames exploded on the door, melting it into bright red molten iron. Han Zi was the first to rush up to the second floor. The equipment room was filled with dumbbells, weight plates, and training mats. He quickly glanced around and his eyes locked on the stairwell. The narrow passage was only wide enough for 1 person to pass through. "We just need to hold the stairs. We need to gather the rest of the people together and discuss our next move. Only by concentrating our strength can we win." As he spoke, Han Zi walked to the window on the second floor and began to check the situation outside. Yan Yang stood at the stairs, leaning against the wall, with flames flashing in his palms, ready to attack at any time. He glanced at Nangang Fugui, who was huddled in the corner, and asked coldly, "Fatty, what are you doing?" Nangang Fugui frantically pulled out a diamond-studded slingshot from his Hermes waist bag and tremblingly loaded it with steel balls. I'll be responsible for long-range support." Yan Yang's face turned pale, and the corners of his mouth twitched. At this time, the other students also discovered the equipment room here, and a group of people ran over here quickly. Han Zi leaned half of his body out of the window and shouted to the crowd, "Come here. Go up to the second floor." Suddenly, a dark shadow caught up with the crowd at an astonishing speed. Han Zi's pupils shrank slightly, and he saw clearly. It's the assistant instructor who used the dagger before. It was obvious that his endurance and speed far exceeded those of the group of students running towards this side. The distance between the 2 was rapidly closing. He held the knife in his backhand and rushed into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, he knocked down 4 or 5 students who were at the end of the team. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before the entire army is wiped out. Han Zi immediately shouted, "Everyone, run separately. Gather at the equipment room at the end." They finally reacted, and the next second, the crowd dispersed like swimming fish, running in all directions. The assistant instructor stopped abruptly, looked at the students running away, a smile on his face, and seemed not to intend to chase them anymore. He was playing with the dagger in his hand. "Haha, he's quite smart. A little better than last year's rookie. I just don't know what will happen next. I'm looking forward to it." Chapter 31. The sound of dense footsteps was heard, and a large group of students went up to the second floor of the equipment room. Han Zi stood by the window, his eyes scanning the students crowded in the room. After the chaos just now, there were less than 50 people who were able to escape here, and most of them were injured. How can we play this? Forget about capturing the flag. We can't even get close to them. Yet, what talent did Instructor Lin awaken? It's too strong. Well, if you ask me, I should have just admitted defeat right away. At worst, I could have just run 100 kilometers. That's better than getting beaten up now and then having to run again later. Hey, I just want to be a swordsman in the inner city. If I had known the training would be so hard, I wouldn't have come. Everyone started complaining in a few words. If you want to win, there are ways. Han Zi's voice suddenly sounded, drowning out the whispers. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on him. What can we do? Tisk, that's pure bullshit. The students didn't take Han Zi seriously at all. They thought, so many people just now couldn't beat Lin Qunren, who do you think you are to brag like that? Han Zi, if you have a plan, why not tell us so we can discuss it together? Suddenly, a familiar figure walked out from the crowd by Yao. Han Zi. The one who defeated Yan Yang. Shadow God of War, Han Zi. It seems to be really him. I saw him on the cover of a magazine. When Bai Yao said the name Han Zi, a heated discussion broke out among the crowd. This time, they quickly and spontaneously quieted down, their eyes once again focused on Han Zi. Obviously, being able to defeat Yan Yang is enough to convince them. Seeing that everyone was silent, Han Zi began to express his own views. Instructor Lin is a 5th level transcendent, with an A-level animal type talent, Giant Bear. After transforming into a beast, his physical attack and defense are very strong. His only weakness is his lack of flexibility. There are 2 assistant instructors, one specializes in vine control and defense, and the other is a melee assassin. Han Zi paused and tapped the windowsill with his fingertips, if I remember correctly. The assistant instructor who uses vines is called Su Lin, a 3rd-order transcendent whose talent is B-level plant system wood vines. The other assistant instructor is called Li Ao, also a 3rd-level transcendent, with the C-level animal type talent, Hound. Is this information accurate? How do you know so much? Someone in the crowd asked. Before coming to the training camp, I checked the profiles of all the instructors in this training center online. Han Zi explained calmly. Bai Yao gave him an affirmative look and nodded. According to what you said, the opponent has 1 level 5 and 2 level 3. Even though we have more people, it seems we still have no chance of winning. There's definitely a chance. Han Zi said firmly, but it's only once. First of all, let's be clear, our goal isn't to defeat the other side. It's to capture the flag. As long as we grab that flag, we win. Paper strength is only one factor that affects victory or defeat, but it is by no means the only factor. We can definitely use our numbers and talent diversity to grab that flag. But if we fail again, our numbers will dwindle, and the remaining forces will be even less capable of breaking through. So you only have one chance. After saying this, Han Zi looked around at everyone calmly. From the expressions on their faces, it can be seen that most people have accepted my idea. That makes sense. Bai Yao held his chin with one hand, his brow furrowed. But what about the specific battle plan? Before I can formulate a specific plan, I need to know the talent information of everyone present. Han Zi put forward his needs. Leave it to me. In the corner, a petite girl with a doll-like hairstyle and black-framed glasses stood up. She was wearing loose sportswear and casually took out a notebook and pen from her pocket. The girl's cheeks flushed, and she seemed a little embarrassed. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. My name is Chen Xi. Well. I have the habit of taking notes at all times, so I happened to bring a notebook and pen. Han Zi nodded, then you can trouble yourself to count them. 10 minutes later. Chen Xi's pen drew the last horizontal line on the notebook. The pen cap makes a crisp click sound when it is closed. She handed the statistics sheet to Han Zi, and blinked behind her glasses. Except for Nangang classmate, everyone else's talents have been recorded. Han Zi took the form and glanced at it, frowning slightly. Fugui, what is your talent? I don't. I haven't awakened any talents. Nangang Fuegui huddled in the corner, the diamond-studded slingshot in his hand creaking as he squeezed it. I'm just an ordinary rich second-generation kid. Can you, not let me participate? How about I just use my money power? Say my dad can donate 1 billion to the training center? And let instructor Lin sell the flag to me directly. Squeak. The flames from Yan Yang's fingertips singed a strand of Nangang Fuegui's golden hair. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll burn you bald. No, no, no. I'll tell you. Nangang Fuegui covered his head with his hands, crying and aggrieved, my talent is. He scratched his hair, seemed to think for a moment, and said, it's the C-rank auxiliary system energy absorption. Yes, that's it. Energy absorption. Han Zi searched hard for information about energy absorption in his mind, and then quickly wrote a few lines in his notebook with a pen. After recording Nangang Fuegui's talent, Han Zi began to analyze the situation carefully. Chen Xi's records were very detailed. She classified each person's name, their awakened talent level and characteristics, and even thoughtfully wrote various notes. Including himself, Yan Yang and Nangang Fuegui, there are a total of 43 students. Among them, there is only one person with S-level talent, 4 people with A-level talent, and the other talent levels are basically concentrated in C and D levels. Han Zi looked at the densely packed information on his notebook, repeatedly analyzing various possibilities. A relatively reliable battle plan took shape in his mind. Bai Yao, can you find a way to create a light source? It doesn't need to be powerful, just glow continuously at night, and ideally, it should be indestructible. Han Zi asked. Bai Yao didn't even think about it and replied, that's easy. I can just get some light elements. Okay. Han Zi nodded. Then, his eyes wandered among the crowd, A-level enhancement talent divine power. Who is Wang Xian? Me. A muffled voice came from the crowd. A burly boy who was about 1.9 meters tall pushed aside the people around him and stood in front of Han Zi. If there's anything you need me to do, just tell me. Wang Xian said carelessly. Han Zi didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Can you throw a 200-kilogram object directly from the equipment room to that place? As he said this, he pointed to the place outside the window where Lin Qunren had planted the flag. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction Han Zi pointed. After a moment of thought, he replied. There's absolutely no problem with the distance, but I can't guarantee the accuracy. The final landing point may be off by 1 or 2 meters. That's enough. Han Zi was very satisfied with his answer. Chen Xi, your talent is A-level auxiliary mist, right? Han Zi asked. Yes. Chen Xi nodded. I'd like to ask, what's the maximum area that the fog can cover? Can it cover the entire playground? Yes. But it takes some time for the fog to spread. If it covers the entire playground, it will take about 2 minutes, no more than 3 minutes at most. Chen Xi answered very seriously. Very good. Han Zi snapped his notebook shut. That's all right then. I'll explain my plan to everyone in detail and see if there's anything else you need to add. Chapter 32. 20 minutes later. Han Zi finished explaining his plan. He glanced at the crowd, trying to see if they had any questions. To be honest, I think the plan you just mentioned is feasible. But there is one thing I don't understand. Bai Yao frowned. Why does the action have to be scheduled for the evening, and in the last 10 minutes? If we act earlier, there's still room for recovery if we fail, right? Not really. Han Zi explained, you would think so, and I believe Instructor Lin and the others would think so too. But we do the opposite. If we wait a whole day without any action, then the last 10 minutes will inevitably be when they are most mentally lax. Let's save our all for the last 10 minutes. We'll catch them off guard. Besides, there are no second chances from the beginning. It's futile to try again if you fail once. Why was the action scheduled for night? Actually, Han Ziye only gave part of the reason. A more important reason is that at night he has the blessing of power of night, which is his real trump card. After listening to Han Ziye's explanation, Bai Yao basically agreed with his point of view, and no one else had any objection. Then is there anything we can prepare in advance? Bai Yao asked. Rest and conserve your energy. Han Ziye spread his hands. 8 hours later. The air in the equipment room was filled with the smell of dust and sweat. The setting sun slanted in through the iron window, drawing crooked grids on the concrete floor. Nangang Fugui slumped next to the pile of dumbbells, his stomach making loud gurgling sounds. This sound is more deafening than my father's speech at the shareholders' meeting. He covered his stomach and wailed, and the diamond-studded slingshot slipped from his fingers and rolled into the corner with a clang. Chen Xi swallowed silently, the gradually darkening sky outside the window reflected on his glasses. I think I smell barbecue. As if to confirm her words, a cloud of smoke mixed with cumin and burnt aroma drifted in through the window on the wind. Damn it! Nangang Fugui kicked open the metal cabinet. Those bastards are having a barbecue. Everyone rushed to the window. 3 parasols were set up on the playground, and the folding tables were filled with cold beers. Lin Qunren was lying on a beach chair wearing sunglasses, his camouflage uniform open, revealing his muscular chest muscles. Assistant instructor Su Lin was flipping the skewers of meat on the grill, and the oil dripping on the charcoal fire was sizzling. Li Ao raised the beer bottle towards the equipment room, tilted his head back and took a big gulp. They even froze the watermelon. Bai Yao's Adam's apple rolled. Are you hungry, newbies? Come out and admit defeat, and I might consider giving you a few bones. Ha 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 ha. Lin Qunren's laughter made the glass buzz through the loudspeaker. Li Ao cooperated by lifting up the sizzling roasted leg of lamb, the crispy skin and meat glistening in the sunset. I really want to fight them right now. Wang Xian almost fell out of the window. Going down now would be suicide. Han Ziye stared at the playground, the shadows of dusk flowing in his eyes. They're just hoping we'll lose our composure. Nangang Fugui suddenly leaned halfway out of the window frame, cupping his hands into a trumpet shape. Instructor Lin. Just when everyone thought he was about to give in, the fat man took a deep breath and said, "Your barbecue skills are terrible. You added the cumin too early and it's burnt." Even my dog would shake his head when he saw it. The laughter on the playground stopped abruptly. Nangang Fugui suddenly pulled out a gold foil-wrapped compressed biscuit from his waist bag and tore it open with trembling hands. This is the last of my food reserves. Who wants it? Before he finished speaking, more than a dozen green eyes locked onto him. Give it to me. Wang Xian's palm, as big as a palm fan, swept over, and the gold foil drew a parabola in the air, leaving no biscuit crumbs. After a long wait. Finally, the time came to 11:40 p.m. 2 rows of shining street lights illuminate the entire playground as bright as day. In the middle of the playground, Lin Qunren and the other 2 were playing poker out of boredom. The outdoor camping table was filled with empty beer bottles and unfinished skewers. Check. 2 for 1, crushed to death. Ace bomb. Haha, Instructor Lin, you lose again. Lin Qunren threw the cards onto the table with a paw sound and said, I don't want to play anymore. Ah. He yawned loudly, looked at his watch, and shook his head. It's almost 12 o'clock. Sigh, these rookies are useless. They're even worse than the last class. No surprises. On the other side, 43 students stood in a row by the window on the second floor of the equipment room. Under the moonlight, everyone had a serious expression on their faces. No one spoke, the atmosphere was extremely silent, and a slight night breeze blew by, and the crowd exuded a faint sense of solemnity. Han Ziye's phone glows brightly. 2350. Action. Following his command, a ray of light suddenly shot out from Bai Yao's fingertips. Swoosh! The light turned into an arrow of light, drew a parabola in the air, and then accurately nailed into the ground at Lin Qunren's feet. After the arrow sank into the ground, the tail suddenly stretched out, and a beam of light shot straight into the sky, like an anti-fatigue laser light on a highway. Hey! Lin Qunren, who was stretching himself and preparing to announce the end of the game, was stunned. This light arrow seemed to have no intention of attacking. The next second, dense rain of light flew out from the second floor of the equipment room. But Guanjiahu's target was not Lin Qunren and the other three, but the street lights on both sides of the playground. Snap! 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 A series of sounds of glass breaking rang out. All the street lights went out and the entire playground fell into darkness in an instant. At the same time, Chen Xi hid in the corner of the wall on the first floor, pressed his hands on the ground, activated mist. A huge amount of grey fog surged like a tide and spread in all directions, engulfing the entire playground in a blink of an eye. This time, even the faint moonlight could not penetrate. Assault team! Follow me, let's go! Bai Yao's voice was like muffled thunder suppressed deep in his throat. Before he finished speaking, he took the lead and jumped out of the window. Immediately afterwards, a large group followed his footsteps and filed out of the window. Chapter 33. Under the cover of night, thick fog shrouded the area. It was pitch dark on the playground. More than 30 students rushed in the same direction as if they had been positioned. The light arrow that Bai Yao shot before emitted a dazzling light in the darkness. At this moment, this arrow is the guiding light for everyone. Students with long-range attack capabilities took action one after another. There's no need for accuracy, just unleash your firepower wherever the light arrow is. Swoosh swoosh swoosh! A series of ice cones and wind blades whistled through the thick fog and flew towards Lin Qunren. According to Han Zi's prior arrangement, they did not use fireballs that would emit light. The purpose was very clear, to not give Lin Qunren and the others any vision. Xiaosu, protect the flag well. Lin Qunren, who had immediately transformed into a giant bear, stood at the front with his head held high. His bare paws easily deflected the rain of ice cones and wind blades. These rookies really know how to pick the right time. Boom! Su Lin raised his hand, and 3 wooden vine shields rose from the ground, forming a hollow pyramid that protected the flag inside. Li Ao, holding his knife in his backhand, hunched over and charged into the thick fog. Although he couldn't see, he could still determine the enemy's general location thanks to his innate sense of smell, enhanced by his hound ability. Bang bang! A series of muffled sounds. That was the sound of Li Ao hitting the student's neck with a blunt knife. No, there are too many people. A whistling sound passed by his ears. More people rushed past him and rushed towards Lin Qunren. Lin Qunren already knew that Li Ao could not stop everyone. He stood there, his arms outstretched, his bare eyes fixed on the thick fog ahead. The sound of dense footsteps came from the thick fog, and the other party was approaching rapidly. Due to the lack of vision, Su Lin was unable to use large area killing skills such as vine binding. Now, the only thing he could do was to stand in front of the pyramid made of wooden vine shields to guard the flag and pray that these last few minutes would pass quickly. Light hammer! Bai Yao roared angrily. Woo! The transparent golden hammer, wrapped in dazzling golden light, tore through the thick fog and struck Lin Qunren's head. At this moment, the dark world became bright as day again, and the golden light illuminated the hideous smile on Lin Qunren's face. His bare paw, wrapped in a strong wind, attacked forward. Bang! The light fragments exploded like a star rain, Bai Yao's tiger mouth broke, and the whole person flew backwards. He coughed up a mouthful of blood foam and roared, "Scatter! Delay him as planned!" The crowd dispersed. 4 reinforcement students attacked from different directions, punching and kicking Lin Qunren's joints like raindrops. On the other side, several students who were controlling the water flow stirred up mud, trying to stick to the bear's paw. There were more people surrounding Lin Qunren outside, waiting for an opportunity to strike. A mere trifle. A cold light flashed in Lin Qunren's eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He just raised his head and roared, with his bare paws raised high. The next second, it crashed to the ground like a falling meteor. Boom! The ground collapsed, spider-web-like cracks spread wildly, concrete fragments were shaken into powder and soared into the sky, and the invisible shock wave turned into a circular tsunami that swept across. There is no need to aim at all. Lin Qunren's ground-killing move is a large-scale indiscriminate attack. In the circular area with a radius of 10 meters with him as the center, all living beings are equal, regardless of friend or foe, and are all crushed by the shock wave. The dizziness that rushed straight to their heads made it impossible for them to stand steadily, and the students fell down in a mess. Su Lin, who was well prepared, held up a wooden vine shield in front of him when Lin Qunren was gathering strength, and thus barely escaped the disaster. Crack! A crack ran across the center of the shield, cutting it in half. The upper half of the wooden shield fell to the ground helplessly, revealing Su Lin's face. He shook his head. Hey, I've suffered enough from Lao Lin's tricks this morning, and these rookies haven't adjusted their strategy yet. That's it. Su Lin suddenly looked up into the air. What is that? Thick fog obscured the night sky, preventing even the moonlight from filtering through. There was a faint sound of wind in the air. Call. There's someone in the air. Flying over here. Su Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. 2 minutes ago, when Bai Yao led the assault team to launch an attack, 4 figures stood quietly on the flat ground at the entrance of the equipment room. It's Han Zi, Yan Yang, Nangang Fugui, and Wang Xian. The night wind blew by, ruffling Han Zi's hair on his forehead. He squinted his eyes and stared at the thick fog in front of him. A beam of light shot out from the tail of the arrow, straight into the sky, like a lighthouse standing in the darkness. The assault team led by Bai Yao launched a charge, which was just the first card he played. Han Zi is waiting. Waiting for Lin Qunren to use the move of smashing the ground. Through observation during the day, Han Zi basically understood all the characteristics of Lin Qunren's move. The destructive power is extremely strong. No one within a range of 10 meters can withstand the terrifying shock wave. This is also the reason why Lin Qunren dared to fight against 100 with 3 people. But this move was not invulnerable. Han Zi was extremely meticulous and he keenly discovered that Lin Qunren's move of smashing the ground could not be used continuously. Wait at least 3 minutes between each blow. And this gap is when he is going to play his second card. Boom! A huge roar came from the thick fog in the distance, and even the ground shook slightly. Now is the time. Han Zi's pupils suddenly shrank, and his 5 fingers suddenly released a shadow line, which instantly wrapped around the waists of the 3 people, and the other end of the shadow line was tightly grasped by Wang Xian. Wang Xian! It's up to you. Han Zi patted the burly boy's shoulder. No problem. Wang Xian's expression froze, and his muscles suddenly bulged. Purple light moved across the surface of his skin, which was the concrete manifestation of his innate divine power. Ah! He roared. The whole person spun in place like a top, his shadow stretched straight by the centrifugal force. When the body's rotation speed reached its peak, Wang Xian let go. Whoosh! Han Zi and the other 2 were thrown out like meteors. The sound of breaking air tore through the thick fog, and Nangang Fugui's golden hair exploded into a broom shape in the night sky. Ah, it's over, it's over. He hugged Yan Yang's thighs tightly, and the belt buckle snapped open, and his fluorescent yellow Pikachu underwear fluttered in the night wind. Help! I have aviation accident insurance, but I'm listed as the beneficiary. Han Zi squinted his eyes in the strong wind, and the mountain-like outline of Lin Qunren rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Lin Qunren, who had transformed into a giant bear, was bending over to catch his breath. The shockwave from the ground-breaking blow had drained a lot of his energy. Behind him is a pyramid made of wooden vine shields. The flag must be inside the pyramid. Yan Yang. Han Zi turned his head and winked. Break the wooden shield. The night wind was fierce, Yan Yang's red hair was surging like fire, and a high fighting spirit surged in his golden eyes. He naturally swung one hand behind him, and a dazzling golden red flame suddenly appeared in his palm. Scorching World Flame Dragon. Chapter 34. Boom! A golden red fire dragon roared out from Yan Yang's palm, and the entire night sky was reflected like a golden red ocean. The dragon head slammed into the vine pyramid fiercely. The wooden shield instantly carbonized and disintegrated in the high temperature, and sparks poured down like a rainstorm. Su Lin screamed and rolled to avoid the attack, leaving a charred hole on the back of his camouflage uniform, revealing his burned skin. Without the protection of the wooden shield, the flagpole made a crackling sound in the flames, and the edge of the pennant was covered with scorch marks. Well done! Han Zi roared in the strong wind. The three of them were about to fall to the ground. Don't be too happy too soon. Lin Qunren's roar was so loud that it stung the three men's eardrums. His bear-like form leaped up like a cannonball, and his fist, as big as an iron pot, lashed out with a gust of wind and slammed directly into Yan Yang's face. At the critical moment, Yan Yang suddenly grabbed Nangang Fugui by the back of the collar and threw the human shield towards the fist. Go! Oh my god! Nangang Fugui kicked his legs wildly in the air, his fluorescent yellow Pikachu underwear particularly eye-catching in the firelight. Nangang Fugui's pupils reflected Lin Qunren's fist. His face was ashen, tears and snot flowed like a broken dam, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. At the critical moment, he opened his hands in a panic, and a transparent barrier instantly took shape in his fleshy palms. Bang! The bear's fist hit the barrier, but it was like a drop in the ocean. Nangang Fugui's fat face turned the color of liver, and his belly suddenly swelled up like a balloon. Lin Qunren's pupils suddenly shrank, and the shock of his strength being swallowed up by something strange made his movements pause for half a second. Now! Han Zi swung his hand, and 5 shadow lines flew out from his fingertips. One end of the shadow line wrapped around the lamppost beside the playground, and the other end dragged Han Zi to change his landing trajectory, swinging diagonally towards the position of the pennant. Call! Lin Qunren only felt the sound of wind passing by his ears, and caught a glimpse of a black shadow flashing in his peripheral vision. Are you trying to steal the flag by making a feint to the east and attacking in the west? Lin Qunren pulled up a sinister smile, and he no longer cared about Yan Yang and Nangang Fugui. The giant bear-like body spun in the air at an incredible angle and then fell to the ground with a bang. The moment he landed, he exerted force with both legs at the same time, stomping the ground hard, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball, his bare paws turned into fists, hitting Han Zi's back. Get out of my way! Call out! Yan Yang's fire spear broke through the air and accurately pierced Lin Qunren's back. He didn't dodge or evade, allowing the flaming spear to blast and burn his bear-like skin. Whoosh! The thick fog that filled the surroundings suddenly seemed to be guided by something, and condensed into 2 fog ropes with a roar. The mist rope quickly wrapped around Lin Qunren's arms, trying to stop him. Lin Qunren, transformed into a giant bear, sprinted madly, like a heavy truck with the accelerator at the bottom, without slowing down at all, and directly broke the fog rope. The moment the fog rope broke, Chen Xi fell to the ground in the darkness with a pale face. Move forward courageously and be unstoppable. Boom boom boom. Every step Lin Qunren took caused the ground to tremble slightly. Han Zi leaned forward and sprinted, only 2 meters away from the pennant, when suddenly a sharp sound of breaking air came from behind him. Here it comes! Activate Nightfall! The power that was originally increased 5-fold suddenly soared to 10-fold. Shadow Kill Armor Cover! Ink black shadows armed Han Zi's fists. ZZ! Purple light flowed around him like arcs of electricity. A gleam flashed in Han Zi's eyes. He turned around suddenly and punched back. Lin Qunren never expected that Han Zi would dare to confront him head-on. With the strength of a 5th-level warrior, after transforming into a giant bear, his strength alone could even rival that of a 7th-level transcendent. Han Zi's choice to fight with strength was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Boom! The two fists, one large and one small, slammed into each other fiercely. Instantly, a huge gust of air erupted, as if the entire playground was shaking. Under action and reaction, Lin Qunren stumbled back several steps before steadying himself. Shock flashed in his eyes. How is this possible? This kid's strength is actually not much worse than mine. What he didn't know was that with that punch just now, Han Zi not only had the 10-fold amplification of night arrival, but also used a hidden trump card, divine power. Before Wang Xian threw the 3 people out, Han Zi patted his shoulder, and at that moment, he used imitation copy. At night, the highest level that imitation copy can copy is exactly A level. He successfully copied Wang Xian's talent, divine power. After the 10-fold increase in divine power, Han Zi's strength reached a terrifying level. Although it cannot be said that he has completely defeated Lin Qunren, he can at least fight on equal terms. After a fist fight, Han Zi flew backwards with the recoil, his figure shooting like a meteor and brushing past the pennant, instantly creating a distance of dozens of meters. In my pocket, the time on the mobile phone screen showed 23:59. There's no time left. By 12 o'clock, everything is over. Han Zi raised the corner of his mouth with a cunning arc. In his upside-down vision, his 5 fingers trembled lightly like playing a musical instrument, and 5 shadow threads shot out from his fingertips, accurately wrapping around the flagpole 20 meters away. Receive. The moment the shadow was stretched straight, Han Zi's back slammed heavily into the sand pit. Amidst the rising dust and smoke, he pulled hard, like a fisherman reeling in his fishing rod. The pennant was pulled out of the ground with a bang, drew an arc in the air, and flew towards Han Zi's palm. The students who were lying on the ground saw hope in their eyes. We won! A decisive victory! Bai Yao in the distance couldn't help cheering. Nangang Fugui lay sprawled on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Long live brother Yet! No need to run anymore. Yan Yang supported himself on the ground with one hand, watching the scene coldly and calmly. Just when everyone was ready to cheer and vent their inner joy, something strange happened. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in the air. Swish! A ray of light as thin as a hair flashed by. The shadow thread broke instantly. A slender figure appeared out of thin air in the air, her black combat uniform tightly wrapped around her smooth muscle lines. She held a dagger in her hand, her short hair fluttering in the heat wave. The remaining sparks on the ground reflected the fair face and a pair of lively almond-shaped eyes, which appeared particularly bright under the night sky. It was a face that looked somewhat familiar to Han Zi. Night Watch Tiger Squad Xiaqing. Swoosh! A black shadow flashed, and Xiaqing firmly grabbed the pennant that was about to fall to the ground. She raised her hand to check the electronic watch on her wrist, and the dagger swung out a string of beautiful, shining silver flowers. It's exactly 12 o'clock, the game is over. Xiaqing winked at Han Zi with a smile and said, "Classmate Han, keep working hard." The entire playground was dead silent. Nangang Fugui fell on his butt into the ashes, his Pikachu underwear was covered with black ash, and he opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. Cheating! Bai Yao suddenly pointed at Xiaqing and roared, "Your team of instructors violated the rules by calling in foreign players." A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, and the crowd suddenly exploded, with the students becoming furious. That's right. Wasn't it agreed that it was 3 against 100? This is clearly a prank on us. We have to accept the punishment anyway. This is so unfair. You can't play like this. Nangang Fugui slumped to the ground, pointing at Xiaqing and trembling, You, when did you get in? Chapter 35. Lin Qunren released his giant bear transformation and slowly walked over to Xiaqing. He took the pennant from her hand and pointed it at the protective light curtain in the distance. The light curtain has never been closed. No one has entered or left the playground since the game began. And this person? He deliberately dragged out his tone, it has been in the playground since the beginning, you just didn't notice it. S-rank combat talent hide. Xiaqing smiled and turned around, her figure disappearing like water waves and reappearing again. There won't be a referee on the battlefield to tell you where the enemy is hiding. The students looked at each other in bewilderment. Bai Yao was still unconvinced, S-rank? That's not fair. If you can't afford to lose, just say so. Wrong. Lin Qunren suddenly roared, the sound so loud that it hurt everyone's eardrums. There is no such thing as fairness on the battlefield. Will the enemy talk to you about the rules? Poison, traps, disguises, anything they can to kill you, they'll use. What you encountered today is nothing short of child's play. If you lose, you must accept the punishment. If anyone still refuses to accept, stand up and face me. I will practice with you. Lin Qunren raised his hand and pressed the remote control, and the protective light curtain suddenly dissipated. Now, everyone put on your weighted vests and run. 100 kilometers, no sleep allowed until you finish. Everyone was dejected. They had not eaten or drunk anything for a whole day and had been beaten many times. Some were injured and some were disabled. In the end, they had to run 100 kilometers with weights. It was simply hellish difficulty. Tisk, I even let you install it. Yan Yang curled his lips, without even looking at Lin Qunren, he slowly walked to the metal box, picked up the vest, put it on, and ran towards the runway. Han Zi stood there calmly, reviewing the details of the battle. First of all, the action time is set in the last 10 minutes, which is a psychological game. Use thick fog to create darkness to block the opponent's vision, use light arrows to locate the target, then go to the Bao assault group to lure Lin Qunren to use shock wave, use the cooling time of shock wave to launch a surprise attack, and finally play the 2 hidden cards imitation copy and night coming. The series of tactical arrangements are ingenious and well considered. But no matter how much he planned, he never expected that there was actually a Xiaqing lying in ambush in the playground. The appearance of an S-level hidden expert is enough to tip the balance of victory to the other side. To say that I have no regrets is a lie. But Han Zi can accept this failure calmly. Man proposes, God disposes. I have tried my best, and if I lose, I lose. What Lin Qunren said was right. The real battlefield would only be more cruel than today's. It's true that we lost. Han Zi took a deep breath, walked over slowly, put on the weighted vest, followed Yan Yang's footsteps and started running. Everyone looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and joined the running group. Nangang Fugui, with a mournful expression, held up his trousers with one hand while clenching his other hand into a trumpet shape. Attention everyone! I'm offering a reward of 100,000 yuan for a belt. Payable now. Under the moonlight, the figures running around the playground formed a long queue, and their shadows were stretched very long. Who? Han Zi struggled to regulate his breathing, sweat dripping down his forehead. Even with a 5-fold increase in combat power, he still felt incredibly exhausted. A figure caught up from behind. It's Bai Yao. Today's battle plan is good. Bai Yao panted. Han Zi shook his head, it's not a loss. But the tactics are correct. You tried your best. Chen Xi also followed. Even Xiaqing from the Yinhu team took action. I don't think it's shameful for us to lose. Wang Xian shouted in a muffled voice. The crowd gradually began to echo sporadically. Yet, it's not shameful. Even though defeated, it's still an honor. I'll still hang out with you next time. Lin Qunren stood in the stands, looking at the group of ants that were moving crookedly but still moving forward, with a barely perceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. He took out his phone and said, "Captain Lu, these guys you recommended, they're really good." The night breeze brought Lu Suandeng's lazy response, "Don't you talk nonsense? How could the seedlings I've chosen be bad? They will be the backbone of the Night's Watch in the future." "Well, it seems they haven't chosen to join the Night's Watch yet." Lin Qunjia belly. Ahem. "Well, after training, we deducted his midnight snack. We can't spoil young people." Lin Qunren let out a wry smile. Midnight snack? After running 100 kilometers, it would be a blessing to be able to catch up with tomorrow's lunch. By the time everyone had stumbled through the 100 kilometers, it was already bright. Nangang Fugui collapsed under the shade of a tree beside the playground. The soles of his feet were worn black, and the toes exposed through the holes in his socks were covered in mud. He trembled and raised the gold-rimmed thermos cup, his voice so weak that it seemed as if his soul had been taken away. "Butler, quickly airdrop me some Buddha jumps over the wall." Bang! Yan Yang kicked his thermos away with a look of disgust on his face. "If you howl again, I'll burn your pants." Nangang Fugui instantly covered his crotch, curled up in tears, and said, "Brother Yat. He bullied me." Han Zi was pouring mineral water into his mouth, and he choked and coughed when he heard this. "Save your energy, you still have to go to the cafeteria to eat later." 10 minutes later, the cafeteria finally opened for dinner. The students were all exhausted and felt as if their souls and bodies had been separated. They dragged their tired bodies to the cafeteria. "Donghu vinegar fish." The auntie knocked on the iron spoon and said enthusiastically, "It's a famous dish in Suhang City." Wang Xian stared at the dark fish on the plate, his chopsticks dangling in the air, hesitant to put them down. Did this fish commit suicide by jumping into a vinegar jar? Bai Yao picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, his face suddenly changed. "Ugh! Is this vinegar made from smelly socks?" Yan Yang chewed the fish bone expressionlessly. His throat rolled and he swallowed it hard. Then his face turned ashen. "Hey, you don't understand this." Nangang Fugui looked proud, as if he had finally found the area he was good at. He gently picked up a piece of fish and said, "This Donghu vinegar fish is not bad, it's just that you don't know how to eat it. You have to take a small piece first, like this. Then, while the fish is still hot, coat all sides of it evenly with the vinegar sauce." "Well, finally." Nangang Fugijian smiled and put the fish into his mouth. "Pfft, finally you can throw away the fish and the plate together. It shouldn't be like this." A mask of pain appeared on Nangang Fugui's face, but he still didn't believe it. He suddenly pulled out a bottle of truffle powder from his Hermes waist bag and sprinkled it on the fish enthusiastically. "This is Fankilin's 3-star secret recipe. Trust me." 3 seconds later, everyone at the table covered their noses and ran 3 meters away. "Fugui." Han Zi pinched his nose and said with difficulty, "You are like pickling biological weapons now." Just when the whole cafeteria was in chaos because of this Donghu vinegar fish. The whistle blew again. Beep. Lin Qunren stood at the doorway with his hands on his hips, the sleeves of his camouflage uniform rolled up to his elbows, revealing the muscular build of his forearms. "You're being picky, hey? It doesn't taste good, does it? If it doesn't taste good, don't eat it. Newbies. Gather in the A1 area classroom." Another gathering. Nangang Fugui wailed as he crawled under the table, "I'd rather eat fish." Yan Yang grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out like a dead dog. "Shut up, you piece of shit." Chapter 36. Fortunately, the next step was the theory class. In the classroom, Lin Qunren wrote basic overview of the extraordinary world on the blackboard, and chalk dust fell on the heads of the students in the front row. Han Zi listened attentively. Born in a remote area, his access to knowledge and understanding of the outside world was limited, classroom instruction and the internet. However, the truest version of the world often does not appear in books or on the internet. What Lin Qunren said now gave Han Zi a new perspective. Next to him, Nangang Fugui was slumped in his chair, his notebook filled with drawings of roasted chicken legs and roasted lamb chops, his saliva soaking the 4 big words supernatural world. Nangang Fugui. Lin Qunren suddenly turned around and hit him on the forehead with the chalk tip. Tell me, what are the major factions in the current extraordinary world? Ah! Nangang Fugui suddenly jumped up, his fat belly hitting the table, shaking like a balloon filled with water. Report to the instructor. I've calculated that hiring 3 5th-level transcendents as bodyguards is the most cost-effective. The whole class burst into laughter. Lin Qunren's forehead veins bulged, and the chalk scratched on the blackboard, making a harsh noise. 20 kilometers of extra training after class. Brother yet. Nangang Fugui clung to Han Zi's arm and was about to cry, do you think he is jealous of my business acumen? Han Zi looked at him as if he saw an idiot. Suppressing his anger, Lin Qunren continued his lecture, the current extraordinary world can be divided into 3 major camps, or 3 major forces. The first major faction is the 3 legions under the command of the human emperor, who controls the entire Xia kingdom. They include the sword bearers, the shield bearers, and the Night's Watch. The second largest faction should be familiar to everyone, that is the White Walkers entrenched outside the Frost Moon Wall. Of course, there are traces of White Walkers in certain special places within the Xia kingdom, but their main range of activities is still outside the Frost Moon Wall. Finally, there's the third major faction, which you may rarely hear of. It's called the Oracle Gate. The Oracle Gate is an organization whose members are basically all transcendents who have committed serious crimes. Almost all of them are listed on the Sword Wielder's wanted list. In short, they are a group of extremely dangerous and vicious criminals. Instructor Lin, our Sword Wielder's core is so powerful, can't we wipe out that Oracle sect in one fell swoop? One of the students asked loudly. It's not as simple as I thought. Lin Qunren smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Oracle sect doesn't have many members. At its peak, there were only a few dozen. They can't compare to the massive sword wielders, but their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Every member of this organization is quite powerful. The weakest member is above the 5th level. The 2 founders of the Oracle sect are even more powerful and unfathomable. The Sword-Bearer Legion faces many difficulties in annihilating them. The Oracle sect's whereabouts are unpredictable. The Sword-Bearer Legion sent too few men to be their match, and too many men would easily alert the enemy. That's why they haven't been able to completely wipe them out for so many years. The White Walkers are outside the wall. They have nowhere to run to. Let's kill them first. Another student spoke confidently. Ha! Killed the White Walkers. Lin Qunren sneered, his eyes sweeping across all the students present. You've never seen the greenhouse flowers of Sen Luo Hell, so you're just talking nonsense. You're in luck. For today's class, I'm honored to have Captain Xiaqing from the Night Watch's Tiger Squad with me. Regarding the White Walkers, I believe no one has more say than her, so let her talk to you. Commander Xiaqing, thank you for your hard work. Lin Qunren bowed respectfully and stepped back, raising his hands with his palms facing up, making a standard please come in gesture. Xiaqing didn't beat around the bush and responded with a smile and a nod. Although she looked much younger than Lin Qunren, her aura was not weaker at all. She walked to the center of the podium carelessly. Before we talk about the White Walkers, I want to ask everyone, have you ever had any doubts about this world? In other words, have you ever questioned certain settings of this world? There was complete silence from the podium. Obviously, the 4 words Tiger Squad gave them too strong a sense of oppression, and no one dared to speak casually in front of Xiaqing. Commander Xiaqing, I have a question. Han Zi raised his hand. Xiaqing smiled and nodded, motioning him to continue. Is our Xia nation the only country on the entire blue planet? Han Zi cleared his throat. As we all know, borders are dividing lines between different countries. If we were the only people on this planet, what would the meaning of national borders be? That's a good question. A hint of obscurity flashed across Xiaqing's eyes. In fact, in ancient times tens of millions of years ago, there were more than 200 countries on the blue planet. People of different skin colors, languages, cultures, and beliefs live under the same sky. Science, technology, and culture were highly developed. It was an era of vibrant vitality and brilliant civilization. Later generations called it the Age of Light. The turning point of everything happened on that day. A new species appeared on the blue planet, the White Walkers. This species, born for killing, massacres humans, destroys cities, and obliterates everything related to human civilization. In just 2 years, more than 200 countries on Blue Star disappeared. In the end, only one country remained, Xia country. In the lands invaded by the White Walkers, civilization was wiped out, life was wiped out, and there was even no daylight. Those places fell into eternal night. Xiaqing looked at Han Zi. Now, let me tell you what the meaning of the so-called boundary line is. Everyone knows about the Frost Moon Great Wall, right? The students nodded. But in reality, the Frost Moon Great Wall is only a small section of the Great Wall. The real Great Wall stretches for thousands of miles right across the border of Xia. It's just hidden within a special barrier, inaccessible to human power. Xiaqing's eyes swept over the crowd again with a stern look. In other words, we have always lived within a huge city wall. Outside the wall lies an eternal hell. Inside, lies the last spark of human civilization. The borders of our Xia kingdom do not separate nations, but the survival and extinction of humanity. As soon as he finished speaking, the world seemed to have been muted, and the classroom fell into a dead silence. The word shock was written on every student's face. This is something they've never heard of the real world. Chapter 37. These truths were undoubtedly shocking to Han Zi. But he was the first to come to his senses, and from the massive amount of information he had just received, he keenly grasped a key point. Captain Xiaqing, if what you said is true, and the entire area outside the walls has been occupied by White Walkers, why do we, the Night's Watch, only guard the Frost Moon section of the wall? Don't we need to guard the rest of the wall? I said before, the Great Wall is within the barrier. The barrier is a miracle left by the ancestors of the Xia nation. Not only is it untouchable by human power, but even White Walkers cannot break through it. And the Frost Moon Wall is the only breach in the barrier. In other words, the Frost Moon Great Wall is the last line of defense for all mankind. Han Zi raised his head. That's understandable. Xiaqing saw the panic on the students' faces, and her tone turned calm. This information was not officially announced to the public. This was to prevent people from living in fear from birth. Of course, I'm not telling you these things today to make you indulge in despair. I just want you to know that the reason we can breathe freely in our safe cities today is because someone is carrying the weight of the world. Okay. Now that you have a basic understanding of the real world, I will talk about the White Walkers. Has anyone actually seen a White Walker face to face? Xiaqing suddenly asked. Her answer was silence. Xiaqing's fingertips tapped lightly on the edge of the podium, and the crisp sound of metal hitting nails made everyone hold their breath. The holographic projection behind her suddenly lit up, and the anatomical diagram of a blue-gray humanoid creature slowly rotated in the light screen. The skin was covered with cracks, the pupils were a cloudy red, and the joints of the limbs were twisted in inhuman arcs. This is what you know as the White Walkers. Xiaqing's fingertips passed over the projection. Although it has a human form, its appearance is still very different from that of a normal person. The scene suddenly switched to a real battlefield recording. In the video, a Night's Watchman is fighting with a White Walker. The blade cuts off half of the other's head, but the monster still bites the Night's Watchman's calf with its exposed fangs, and the wriggling flesh at the broken neck regenerates and heals at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the lowest level of White Walker, which we call Ruthless. They have no emotions, no fear, and only follow the killing instinct. Xiaoqing pressed the pause button, and the screen froze at the moment when the White Walkers were beheaded, but they still possess the terrifying ability that all White Walkers have, regeneration. No matter how serious the injury is, it can heal quickly. The henchmen have only two weaknesses. The first is sunlight. They cannot survive for long in sunlight. The second is the neck. Cutting it off here is the only way to kill them completely. Otherwise, they are almost immortal. The projection switched again, and this time the White Walker appeared in a tattered suit, with skin as pale as paper, and was gracefully wiping his blood-stained gold-rimmed glasses. If it weren't for the fact that the corners of its mouth were split to the roots of its ears, revealing its serrated fangs, it would be almost indistinguishable from a human. This is the Wang Gui. Xiaoqing's voice suddenly turned cold. Most of the casualties of the Night's Watch were caused by them. Wang Gui and Chang Gui are just as bloodthirsty, but they retain the same intelligence as humans. They can think and are even more cunning than humans. In the picture, the White Walker in a suit suddenly raised his hand, and countless bone spurs instantly shot out from the ground. 3 Night's Watchmen were pierced through the chest and nailed in mid-air. Blood flowed along the bone spur lines on the ground, like a blooming blood flower. This ability to suddenly summon bone spurs is called ghost magic. Every ghost's ghost magic may be different. Ghost magic is similar to our human talents, but more treacherous, changeable, and unpredictable. Xiaoqing closed the video, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The scariest thing is that the Wang Gui can move in the sunlight. Han Zi suddenly noticed the blurry figure in the corner of the projection. It was a humanoid creature shrouded in black fog, with 3 pairs of bony wings stretched out from its back. The mere static image was enough to send chills down one's spine. He pointed at the holographic projection. "Captain Xiaoqing, what is that?" Xiaoqing's voice was a little hoarse, and contained a hint of hatred. This footage records the Blood Moon incident at Frost Moon Wall 7 years ago. The Night Watchman at Warning Tower No. 3 disappeared after transmitting the final footage. The blurry figure with 3 pairs of bone wings in the image is the most special of the White Walkers. The King's 11th Ghost Plague. Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with dark fire. Legend has it that the Ghost King was the first White Walker born on the Blue Planet. No one knows where he came from. Everything about the Ghost King is a mystery. The 11 powerful White Walkers who walk the mortal world in accordance with the will of the Ghost King are collectively known as the 11 Ghost Plagues of the King. Information about the King's 11 ghosts is also extremely scarce. Those who have seen them are basically dead. In the end, all we collected was fragmentary information. The 11 ghost plagues under the King are Ghost Tiger, Plague, Charm, Ominous, Foul, Dream, Crushed Death, Parasite, Observation, Giant, and Poison. That's all I know. Commander, how strong is King 11's Ghost Plague? In a one-on-one situation, can Commander Lu win? A student suddenly asked. 3 years ago, during a mission, Captain Lu challenged His Majesty the King's 11th Ghost Plague to crush outside the Frost Moon Great Wall. The result was... Xiaoqing's expression was serious, not defeated. But we didn't win. With Captain Lu's strength, in a one-on-one situation, we'd barely draw. If it were a one-on-two situation, we might not have a chance of winning. This is reality. Hiss. A suppressed sigh erupted in the entire classroom, and the students all opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with shock. Even Lin Qunren, who was sitting next to him, had a gloomy expression. Lu Xiandeng, the Tiger of Frost Moon, a man who was like a god of war in the hearts of the Xia people, could only fight to a draw with the King's 11 ghost plagues. The power of the White Walkers suddenly became clear in their minds. The students began to whisper. Holy crap, this is too scary. Lu Xiandeng, the Frost Moon Tiger, the legendary 8th rank transcendent. He could only tie with one of the King's 11 ghost plagues. If we go to the Night's Watch, we'll just be cannon fodder. Pray. Please don't assign me to the Night Watch in a month. You might as well pray that you rank in the top 10 on the final exam, so you can choose to join one of the 3 legions. Chapter 38. Looking at the students' reactions, Xiaqing shrugged helplessly. I'm sorry, Captain Lu, you asked me to recruit new members, but I recruited nothing. But no matter what, I still believe that the Night's Watch doesn't need cowards. She looked at the students' pale faces, suddenly chuckled, and tapped the podium with her fingertips. Are you scared now? You're right to be afraid. But remember. She turned and pointed to the holographic projection of the Frost Moon Great Wall, the setting sun staining the towering walls like blood. In this world, there are those who fear death, and there are those who dare to die. While you hide in the inner city enjoying the sunshine, there are always people who face the darkness for you on the city walls. The Night's Watch is never short of new blood. She took off the badge on her chest and rubbed it gently with her fingers, because there are always some fools who would rather be burned to ashes than let the fire illuminate those behind them. The projection screen went out, and Xiaqing strode down from the podium. Her last words drifted away in the wind. Humanity will never end, because those fools will never die. Lin Qunren looked at Xiaqing with respect and watched her return to her seat. Then, he stood on the podium again and banged the metal pointer on the table. Although the enemy is powerful, our Xia nation's top fighters are not weak either. We can't be blindly confident, but we also don't need to belittle ourselves. Next, I'll introduce you to the Xia Kingdom's heaven. They shoulder the fate of the nation, they are the pillars that protect all of humanity, and they are the benchmark that every one of us extraordinary people should strive to catch up with throughout our lives. Speaking of these top fighters of Xia country, Lin Qunren's eyes were filled with burning flames. There are 5 of our Xia country's top fighters. These 5 are what the majority of extraordinary people often talk about: 1 emperor, 2 northern dragons and tigers. His voice suddenly became low, as if he was afraid of disturbing a taboo name. The 1 emperor refers to the lord of Tianwujing, human emperor Qin Yan. He is the supreme ruler of the Xia nation and the only one the 3 legions owe allegiance to. No one has ever seen his true appearance, nor has anyone heard his voice. All orders are conveyed through the imperial edict. The 2nd division refers to Yelin, the commander-in-chief of the Xia Kingdom's Sword-Bearers Corps, and Yu Fanshan, the commander-in-chief of the Xia Kingdom's Shield-Bearers Corps. These 2 individuals represent the strongest combat power of the 2 major corps. The Northern Dragon and Tiger refer to 2 legendary figures of the Night's Watch. They are Lu Xiandeng, captain of the Tiger Squad, known as the Frost Moon Tiger, and Zhang Yan, commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, known as the Hidden Dragon of the North. Perhaps you still can't intuitively feel the power of these top fighters. Let me explain it to you from a different perspective. Every 3 levels of transcendence are a major watershed. Lin Qunren grabbed the water cup and took a sip, then raised 3 fingers. Levels 1 to 3 are mortal bodies, levels 4 to 6 are boundary breaking, and levels 7 to 9. He paused deliberately, his piercing gaze sweeping across the young faces. It's the quasi-god. Although there are differences in strength between the 3 realms within the same major level, relying on sophisticated tactics, strong talents, or tenacious will, it is not uncommon for the weak to occasionally defeat the strong. But if we fight across levels, the difficulty increases exponentially. Take the capture the flag game we played yesterday, for example. If I hadn't worried about your lives, I could have killed most of you by myself and escaped with ease. I'm not exaggerating at all. You know, I've only just reached the 5th level. But the 5 of 1 emperor, 2 northern dragons and tigers have at least reached the 8th level. They might even have reached the legendary 9th level. Han Zi's pupils shrank slightly. He clearly remembered the feeling he had when he copied the divine power last night. Even with the 10-fold amplification of Yelin, that surging power was only barely enough to rival Lin Qunren. The 5th level is so exaggerated, it is hard to imagine how terrifying the 8th and 9th levels would be. The High Realm is only one of the reasons why the ceilings are so powerful. Lin Qunren's eyes swept across the audience like a hawk. The talents of these 5 people are also rare, 1 in a million. There was a dead silence in the audience, even the absent-minded Nangang Fugui shrank his neck and swallowed. Hanzi! Lin Qunren suddenly called out, tell me how talent levels are divided. Hanzi stood up, his hair swaying gently in the air conditioning. He spoke slowly, from low to high, there are 6 levels, from D to S. Based on their characteristics, they can be divided into 8 categories: auxiliary, elemental, strengthening, combat, animal, plant, spiritual, and spiritual. Hanzi already knew all this knowledge by heart. I know the textbooks very well. Lin Qunren sneered, but these are for mediocre people. They don't need to know too much. Instructor Lin, do you have any other talents besides these? A student asked with a frown. Yes. Lin Qunren stretched out a finger and pointed upwards. Above these talents, there are 13 most special talents. That's the sequence level. 13 sequence level talents, each with a unique number. They are one of a kind. Ordinary talents, even rare S-level talents, theoretically, can have multiple owners at the same time. But each sequence level talent can only have one owner at a time. Let me give you an example. Ordinary talent is like a profession. A chef flips the wok, a doctor wields the knife. Countless people engage in the same profession, and there's no conflict between them. Sequence level talents are like 13 thrones of supreme authority. Only the lucky ones chosen by fate, called ascension to godhood, have the opportunity to sit on those dazzling seats. There are no more than 10 sequence level talents alive in this world. Lin Qunren summoned 5 silhouettes. 1 emperor, 2 Sabai dragon and tiger, all among them. Human emperor Qin Yan, sequence 03 unintentional cause and effect. Sword wielder commander-in-chief, Yelin, sequence 06 god slayer. Shield bearer commander Yu, Fanshan, sequence 11 Buzhu mountain. Night watch Yinhu squad, Lu Xiandeng, sequence 05 roaring killing weapon. Commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, Zhang Yan. Lin Qunren paused, sequence 01 divine power. Oh my god! Sequence level! This is so cool! Nangang Fugui suddenly raised his hand, his fat hand shaking like a sieve with excitement. Instructor, can I buy this thing? I'll ask my dad. Bang! The chalk tip hit him precisely between the eyebrows. Sequence level talents recognize their master regardless of wealth or power. They cannot be acquired with talent fruits and can only be awakened naturally. Lin Qunren sneered, they are like fate. Whoever is chosen is the one. Before the previous host dies, there will never be a second successor. Instructor Lin, what are the specific abilities of these sequence level talents? Bai Yao asked, raising his hand. All information about sequence level talents is not disclosed to the public. Lin Qunren's expression was serious, this is confidential. All we know is the name of the talent. Now you can intuitively feel how strong the strongest ceiling of Xia country is, right? Think about yourself, being complacent just because you awakened an A-level or S-level talent. Isn't it ridiculous? Lin Qunren raised the corner of his mouth. But remember, talent is a gift from God, while realm is something you strive for. He emphasized his tone, hinting at something, even if a level 3 transcendent awakens an S-class talent, there's still no match for a level 5 D-class. Nangang Fugui lay on the table and wailed, this world is so hopeless. Is there any realm leveling service? Chapter 39. There is no shortcut to cultivation. Lin Qunren glanced at Nangang Fugui and said in a cold voice. No matter which legion you are assigned to, strength is the key to survival. Coach Lin, how can I improve my level? Hanzi asked the question that concerned him most. From the time he awakened until now, his realm had remained stagnant at the first level. Furthermore, the same situation was observed among the students in his same batch. Obviously, improving one's realm definitely requires a specific method. Good question. We all know that before the age of 18 is the peak period of natural awakening. But whether it is natural awakening or awakening through the fruit of talent, if there is no cultivation method, the realm cannot be broken through to the first level. If you want to improve your realm, there is only one way, and that is what I am going to teach you next: meditation. Lin Qunren switched the projection to a human meridian diagram, and blue light dots moved within the virtual puppet's body. A transcendent has 72 energy channels within its body. The essence of meditation is to use consciousness to guide energy through these channels. The stronger the channels, the more energy they can store, and the higher their realm will naturally be. He pressed the remote control, and many silver discs descended from the ceiling, hovering above everyone's head. This is an energy resonance device. It resonates with the meridians during meditation. The brighter the halo, the stronger the resonance. In other words, the more efficient your practice will be. Now, close your eyes and feel the flow of energy in your body. Guide it and circulate it along the meridians. Half an hour passed. Lin Qunren stared at the silver discs above the students' heads with some anticipation. Han Zi closed his eyes, and the starry sky appeared in his sea of consciousness. Countless points of light automatically gathered into streams and climbed up along his spine. The disc above his head lit up with a deep black light, and the beam of light shot straight up to the ceiling. Tisk tisk, not bad. Lin Qunren's eyes flashed with joy. The next second, he was attracted by another person. Another monster. Lin Qunren looked at the red light column that was running side by side with Han Zi. That was Yan Yang's position. The two beams of light were like clashing swords, echoing each other above the classroom. Crack! A sudden cracking sound shattered the silence. Black smoke billowed from the disc above Nangang Fugui's head, and the indicator light remained dark. He chuckled and scratched his head. Instructor Lin, that thing is smoking. Do you think I'm a genius among geniuses? You think you're plugging in a rice cooker? Lin Qunren's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he threw a yellowed manual at him. Practice according to this. The cover had the words "The 8th set of extraordinary fitness exercises for all" written on it crookedly, and the little man in the illustration on the inside page was standing on one leg in a twisted posture. Coach, these moves don't look very smart. Nangang Fugui flipped through the contents of the book, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Not too bright. Lin Qunren was annoyed. There are always a few stupid people in every class whose meditation efficiency is extremely low. The movements in the book have the effect of guiding the flow of energy. This set of exercises is designed to assist this group of people. It's good enough to be able to practice it. What else do you want? I'll make you a Qinghai shake. They sit there calmly and focus on their training, but I just... Nangang Fugui said sadly, the clown is actually me. Lin Qunren threw the metal teaching stick casually onto the podium. That's all for today's theory class. I hope you'll seize the time to practice. There will be special training waiting for you next week. When everyone heard the words special training, they felt something was wrong. Judging from Lin Qunren's style, there was no doubt that it would be an extremely intense experience. The classroom was filled with grief. Finally it was dinner time. The students, who had not slept for more than 24 hours, stumbled into the cafeteria. Looking at the dark donghe vinegar fish in the window, everyone's hanging hearts finally died. It seems like this fish is left over from lunch. Han Zi frowned. Man is iron and rice is steel, no matter what. Even if it's XX today, I'll have a bowl. Nangang Fugui rushed to the kitchen window. Auntie! Give me a bucket of rice first. Night falls, in dormitory 303. Yan Yang was sleeping soundly, and his faint breathing echoed in the room. Han Zi lay quietly on the bed. Perhaps because of the blessing of the power of night, he was still in good spirits. He followed Lin Qunren's method and continuously guided the energy in his body to flow along the energy veins. I heard that it only takes half a month to advance from level 1 to level 2. If only I could reach level 2 before the special training. Han Zi thought secretly in his heart. Unconsciously, the whole person became more and more sober. Moonlight slanted in from the window. Suddenly, he noticed a rustling sound coming from the bed next to him out of the corner of his eye. His keen perception made him realize instantly that Nangang Fugui was not asleep either. Hey? Even a monster like Yan Yang couldn't handle that kind of intense training, and yet Nangang Fugui, a spoiled young man, wasn't exhausted yet? This shouldn't be the case. Wealth. Han Zi lowered his voice to test. The quilt suddenly shook violently, and Nangang Fugui poked out his messy blonde hair with an unnatural expression on his face. Brother yet? You haven't slept yet. I think I have insomnia. Han Zi paused, then asked, Fugui, are you not sleepy yet? Oh, that's right, I have insomnia too. Nangang Fugui was a little embarrassed. I thought that young masters from wealthy families like you were all greenhouse flowers. Han Zi smiled. But you seem to be able to endure hardships. This kind of intense training is a bit too much for me. You can actually stick with it. Hehe, that's a must. Nangang Fugui became interested. I used to work in a bakery. This level of intensity is nothing to worry about. Han Zi muttered inwardly, sprinkle some water? It's floating already? I don't know who was the one crying and screaming while running before. Since I can't sleep, let's chat for a while, brother yet. Sure. Han Zi thought for a moment and said, let's start by talking about why you came to the training camp. Tell me more about it. I'm quite curious. Why did you come to the training camp? Nangang Fugui scratched his messy hair. Brother yet, haven't you heard of Nangang Group? I have some impression, but I don't know much about it. I rarely pay attention to these things. Han Zi answered truthfully. Well, then let me introduce you. Nangang Group, which is my family's business, is the richest consortium in Xia country. It has a wide range of interests and possesses a wide range of cutting-edge technologies. Even the ember weapons used by the Night Watch were produced by my family. Hehe, maybe most rich second generations will rely on their family's financial resources to become arrogant and domineering. But for someone like me, a top-tier second-generation rich kid, an aristocrat among aristocrats, the gene of self-improvement is ingrained in my bones. Nangang Fugui became more and more excited as he spoke. As great as I am, I always understand that I must go deep into the grassroots to experience the suffering of the people, so as to hone a strong heart that never gives up. Okay, stop it. Han Zi said helplessly, Fugui, you're bragging a bit too much. Chapter 40. Hehe. I admit I was a bit too loud just now. Nangang Fugui felt a little embarrassed and changed the subject. Brother yet, why are you here? I heard you wanted to join the Night's Watch? Is that true? Guarding the Great Wall, protecting our country, what a noble ideal. Brother yet, I admire your courage. Haha, it's not what you think. The truth is, my mother is sick and needs a lot of tea potions, it's that simple. Han Zi put his hands under the back of his head and looked calmly at the ceiling. People don't share the same joys and sorrows. Perhaps you can't understand. But some people really need to fight tooth and nail just to survive. Even the opportunity to come to the inner city for training was something I fought for with all my might. Someone like me, how could I possibly be qualified to talk about lofty ideals? Fugui, you know, it has always been fate that is against me. Perhaps the conversation just now had relieved all the depression in his heart. Han Zi felt his eyelids become heavy and he fell asleep unknowingly. The cold moon was like frost, and the gentle night breeze quietly sneaked in through the window gap, lifting Nangang Fugui's brilliant golden hair. This wealthy young man, who usually laughed and joked as if the world's troubles were nothing to him, suddenly felt inexplicably sad, being an enemy of fate, who isn't? The training in the next few days was still a full experience. Long-distance running with weights increased from the initial 100 km to 150 km, and then to 200 km. The amount of meteorite iron in the weightsuit also increased from 500 kg to 800 kg. In addition, there are firearms training, cold weapon training, talent utilization training, and meditation anytime and anywhere. The course schedule is full. Maybe humans are such strange creatures. When pressure comes, they will fall into pessimism and pain. But soon, the endorphins produced by the brain take over the body, giving him a strange sense of pleasure. Over time, people may even fall in love with this feeling of being abused. The current situation of the 100 trainees in the training center is roughly like this. After experiencing several days of excruciating pain, they seemed to gradually get used to the perverted courses arranged by Lin Qunren. The scorching sun was scorching the playground, and a boy in a vest kept waving his fists under the shade of a tree. Han Zi's fists were wrapped in shadows, and every blow created tiny black lines in the air. Sweat dripped down his chin, and he could clearly feel the vibration of the energy veins in his body. He was just one step away from breaking through to the second level. Brother yet. Nangang Fugui's voice was so loud that it could be heard from a distance. He stumbled over and said, "We're going to special training this afternoon. Points will be counted this time. It will affect the ranking of the final exam." Han Zi stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "What is the content of the special training?" "I don't know now." Nangang Fugui lowered his voice mysteriously, "but I overheard Instructor Lin say that he seemed to be leaving the city." "Leave the city?" Han Zi frowned, puzzled. What kind of training can't be carried out in the training center? Do we have to go out? Who cares? I haven't been out for a long time. I've been eating in the cafeteria every day, and my mouth is dry. Wouldn't it be nice to go out and improve the food? Nangang Fugui waved his hand and said proudly, "After the training camp, I'll treat you to a feast. I'll pay for everything." "Fugui, I think your eyes are full of clear stupidity." "Well, dreams contain everything." Han Zi shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. "Given Instructor Lin's style, do you think we're going out for a fancy meal? We're lucky to be able to eat donghe vinegar fish today. When you put it that way, I don't feel good." Nangang Fugui's expression changed drastically, his previous arrogance completely vanishing. "Brother yet, I'm hanging with you. No matter what happens, you can't abandon me, your brother. Let's go. Let's have a good meal first. Who knows what will happen in the afternoon?" Yet. Nangang Fugui nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at rice. At noon, Nangang Fugui ate 3 large buckets of rice. Finally, Han Zi dragged him out of the cafeteria. After lunch, 100 trainees gathered neatly at the entrance of the training center. Compared with their lazy state when they first arrived, their energy and spirit were now on a completely different level. Boom boom boom. A military bus equipped with off-road tires slowly drove over and stopped in front of the crowd. The passenger window rolled down, and Lin Qunren stuck his head out. Looking at the neatly organized team, a pleased smile appeared on his face, as if he was very satisfied with the results of the past few days of training. "Not bad. Rookies, you've made progress." "Instructor Lin, where are we going?" someone in the crowd asked. Hehe, Lin Qunren was in a good mood and waved his hand. "Yunlu Mountain. Let's take you to exercise. Get in the car." "Yunlu Mountain? Why go there?" "Outing." "Haha, a picnic? You can figure it out with your toes." "Is it possible?" The students whispered to each other as they lined up and walked into the military bus. The bus shook on the bumpy dirt road for 2 hours and finally arrived at its destination. Han Zi looked out the muddy car window and saw the blue-gray outline of Yunlu Mountain piercing through the clouds, like a giant monster lurking there. This is the highest peak in the vicinity of Yongxiang City, with an altitude of 2,700 meters. The winding mountain road is faintly visible in the dense forest. To be precise, it is not a road at all, but just the ruts made by the forest ranger's motorcycle, which have long been buried by overgrown thorns. Screech a sharp brake sound was heard. The bus stopped at a flat area at the foot of the mountain. Come on, everyone. Following Lin Qunren's call, the students quickly got off the bus and stood in 2 rows at the front. Today's special training is very simple. Lin Qunren put his hands behind his back and stomped past the team. I will only tell you the rules once. Starting from here, head north through Yunlu Mountain to the opposite end point, where there's a red flag with the Shield Bearer Corps emblem. The faster you take, the more points you'll earn, which will directly impact your ranking in the final exam. Did you understand everything? Lin Qunren asked in a voice as loud as a bell. Clear. The sound that resounded through the sky echoed in the mountains and forests. Very good. Lin Qunren nodded. Let me remind you one last time. There are no supplies along the way. No communications. No support. Everything depends on you. Set off. Chapter 41. Following Lin Qunren's order, the team dispersed. This special training was based on ranking points, and since no one wanted to fall behind, the trainees rushed up the mountain. The dense forest of Yunlu Mountain was like a huge open mouth, swallowing up all the students. Han Zi walked north on the rotten leaves, not very fast. Nangang Fugui followed closely behind, not even noticing that his golden hair was covered with cobwebs. Brother Yet, why do I feel like this mountain is breathing? Nangang Fugui grabbed a dry branch and waved it around, startling a flock of crows. Snap! Suddenly, someone patted Nangang Fugui's shoulder from behind. Nangang, stop scaring yourself. What the hell? Nangang Fugui jumped high like a frightened cat. Han Zi looked back alertly. It turned out to be Bai Yao, followed by Wang Xian and Chen Xi. It's Bai Yao. Nangang Fugui was still in shock. He patted his chest and complained, why are you walking so quietly, my brother? Nangang, you're probably too nervous. Bai Yao smiled and looked at Han Zi again. Have you two teamed up? Team up? Han Zi didn't understand. The situation in this mountain is too complicated. It's safer to travel together. Basically everyone has found someone to form a team with. Bai Yao explained. Then brother Yet and I must team up. What do you say? Bai Yao, do you want to join us? Nangang Fugui looked proud. Bai Yao waved his hand, smiling gently, no need, the 3 of us have already formed a team. He pointed at Wang Xian and Chen Xi behind him, we're going to be ranked this time, and I want to compete with Han Zi. Han Zi gazed at the mist-shrouded mountain ridges in the distance, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the moss on the tree trunks. Given Instructor Lin's style, he won't let us get away with it that easily. Crossing Yunlu Mountain is just a facade, there are bound to be ambushes or traps along the way. Great minds think alike. Bai Yao nodded in agreement and said, you'd better be careful. I heard that few people have ever been to the depths of Yunlu Mountain, and there will be no supplies or support this time. He paused, and finally said, anyway, see you at the finish line. Wang Xian, carrying a half-person high backpack, grinned at Nangang Fugui, Nangang classmate, don't hold us back. Chen Xi adjusted his glasses, took out a thick aluminum film insulation bag from his backpack, and handed it to Han Zi. His voice was as thin as a hair, this is the packed food. I brought an extra portion. I'll give it to you. With that, she turned and left. The 3 figures quickly disappeared in the dark green forest. Forget about not forming a team. Humph, I am the chosen one. Nangang Fugui was muttering when suddenly there was a crisp sound of a dead branch breaking behind him. Yan Yang walked over with one hand in his pocket, his red hair burning like wildfire among the mottled shadows of the trees. His trouser legs were stained with mud, but he did not look embarrassed at all. "Brother Yang! Want to team up?" Nangang Fugui's expression changed instantly, and he approached with a flattering smile. "Look at this desolate mountain and wilderness, I need someone to look after me." "Shut up!" Yan Yang didn't even look at him. Flames shot out from his fingertips and he said coldly, "Get away! You're blocking the road!" Nangang Fugui screamed and rushed behind Han Zi, but he refused to admit defeat. "Don't ask us to save you if you meet a ghost later." Yan Yang scoffed, and flames condensed into a red dragon that coiled around him, reducing all the bushes to scorched earth wherever he passed. He walked straight to the top of the mountain, stepping on the ashes, his back so arrogant that it seemed as if the entire mountain belonged to him. "Forget it, it's just the two of us." Han Zi patted Nangang Fugui's shoulder. "More people means a bigger target, and that's not necessarily a good thing." "That makes sense. Brother Ye is really thoughtful." Nangang Fugui smiled. "So what should we do next?" "Don't worry, this special training won't be easy. It's unrealistic to expect to cross Yunluo mountain quickly. Let's get to the top first." Han Zi rubbed his chin. "The view from the top of the mountain is wide. Let's go there first to see if we can find the destination. Otherwise, running around in the mountains will be like a headless fly." As they spoke, the two of them walked into the dense forest, one in front and one behind. At the foot of Yunluo mountain, Lin Qunren stood side by side with the man in the black windbreaker. "Commander Qi, thank you for your hard work today." Lin Qunren looked humble. "It's just a piece of cake." Qi Ling Chuan smiled and nodded. "There are several new recruits in this group who are the seedlings that Captain Lu has his eyes on. It's only right for me to polish them up in advance." Behind the two, Assistant Instructor Su Lin and Li Ao were talking quietly. Old Lin really put in a lot of effort this time. He even invited several big guys from the Night Watch Tiger Squad over. "Look, last time it was Xiaoqing, and this time it's Qi Ling Chuan. Tisk tisk tisk. This year's newcomers are so unlucky." "Unlucky? I'm so envious. Think about our training back then. If I had these big guys to guide me, I would definitely be much better off than I am now." Just when the two were chatting enthusiastically, Qi Ling Chuan moved. I saw him spreading his 5 fingers and supporting the ground with one hand. Invisible ripples spread quietly. Immediately afterwards, the Yunluo mountain in front of them was like a painting falling into water. The picture quietly distorted for a moment, and then returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Qi Ling Chuan slowly stood up, a yellowish light flashing in his eyes. "Is this the earth-flowing domain of the spiritual trickery system?" Li Ao lowered his voice. "I don't think I can figure it out." Su Lin's expression was serious. "You can't see anything, but now the entire Yunluo mountain is under the control of Commander Qi." "The entire Yunluo mountain? Do you know how big the Yunluo mountain is?" Li Ao couldn't believe it. Su Lin explained, "Remarkably detailed, earth flow domain. It allows one to control the earth element and plant life within a certain range, altering their form at will and granting them the 5 senses. But as the lowest level of the rare spiritual talents, earth flow domain itself is only a B-level talent. The reason it's so low is because, while earth flow domain is powerful, its range is generally only around 3 to 5 meters. It's pretty useless. And now, Commander Qi has managed to expand the range to cover the entire Yunluo mountain. It's no exaggeration to say that under his use, the B-level earth flow domain is even more abnormal than an S-level talent. This is the terrifying thing about the members of Team Yinhu." 2 hours later, Han Zi and Nangang Fugui reached the halfway point of the mountain. They didn't deliberately speed up. Han Zi knew very well that since it was a special training, the competition was definitely not about leg strength. If that's the case, it would be better to run the competition at the training center instead of running all the way to Yunluo mountain. The mountain road is very steep and there is no protection on both sides. It is in a completely original state. Along the way, Han Zi was very cautious and kept an eye on his surroundings. Brother Yat, wait for me, I can't walk anymore. Nangang Fugui followed behind him, panting. Crack! The moment Nangang Fugui stepped on the dead branch and broke it, the rotten soil under his feet suddenly collapsed. He fell backwards towards the edge of the cliff, his blonde hair flying in the wind, and a pig-killing scream erupted from his throat. Brother Ye, save me! Chapter 42. Catch it! 5 shadow lines shot out from Han Zi's fingertips, and the ink-black silk threads accurately wrapped around Nangang Fugui's waist and abdomen. The loose soil fell away as the shadows tightened, revealing a bottomless chasm below. Swish! Han Zi pulled hard. Nangang Fugui's coat was cut by the protruding corner of the cliff. He was like a fathead fish thrown ashore by a fishing rod, dragged by the shadow and thrown back to the ground, and the splashed mud covered Han Zi. Are you okay? Han Zi shook his hand, the shadow loosened, and the tiny black light dissipated like a firefly. Be careful, stay close to the mountainside. It's too dangerous. Nangang Fugui lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He trembled and looked at the abyss beside him. I almost died here. After that, the two walked more carefully. Han Zi walked in front to deal with dangers that might occur at any time. Another half hour passed. Fugui, do you feel something is wrong? Han Zi suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Nangang Fugui said nervously, don't scare me. Even if we walk slowly, we won't completely fail to climb, right? It feels like we're still on the mountainside. Han Zi squatted down and picked up a piece of cloth, his pupils suddenly contracted. The scraps of cloth stuck on the moss were clearly the clothes that were scratched when Nangang Fugui fell half an hour ago. Han Zi stood up and looked around, drumming his knuckles on the trunk of the sweet gum tree beside him. It seems like we're going in circles. Nangang Fugui suddenly jumped up, his belly rustling against the bushes. A ghost wall? Has this broken mountain become a ghost? He trembled as he pulled out the diamond-studded compass. The dial needle was spinning wildly. The compass is useless. It must be some kind of innate ability. We are trapped. Han Zi looked up at the sky obscured by the treetops. The dense branches and leaves cut the sunlight into tiny spots of light. It can control the trees on the mountains and disrupt the magnetic field, but it's impossible to control the sun. Han Zi muttered to himself. Then, with a flick of his finger, a shadow snaked up the treetops, parting layers of green leaves. A beam of sunlight pierced the darkness, casting a thin golden line at his feet. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun is behind us on the left. Han Zi seemed to have found a way out of the dilemma. Fugui, follow me. After that, he corrected his direction every 10 minutes by the position of the sun. Sure enough, the two stopped circling and moved closer to the top of the mountain little by little. Brother Yat, it still has to be you. Nangang Fugui felt a pang of fear. If I hadn't followed you, I would probably have died in the mountains. Don't get too excited, Han Zi said, using shadow lines to pull back the leaves overhead while observing the Sunday after dark. We won't be able to determine our position this way. We'll probably have to spend the night in the mountains. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure among the trees in the distance. Yan Yang was leaning against a fir tree with his arms folded, and the charred bushes at his feet were emitting green smoke. Yan Yang! Do you want to come with us? Han Zi originally wanted to ask him if he was lost, but considering his arrogant character, he swallowed the second half of the sentence. Yan Yang's golden pupils flickered in the shadows, sparks flying from his fingertips. Do you think I need? Nangang Fugui suddenly had an idea and slapped his thigh, saying, could it be that someone can't tell the directions? I think I heard that some S-level geniuses can't even find the supermarket exit. Shut up! The tips of Yan Yang's ears turned barely perceptible red, and a ball of fire brushed past Nangang Fugui's golden hair. Say one more word, and I'll burn you as a signpost. No, no, no. Brother, I was too loud just now. Nangang Fugui wilted instantly, like a mouse seeing a cat, cowering and hiding behind a thick camphor tree trunk, with only half of his head exposed. Han Zi complained in his heart, he is afraid of things but loves to stir up trouble, he is naive but loves to play, just like a primary school student. Yan Yang. Don't mind him, he just likes to joke around. Han Zi explained stiffly, how about we just go together first? This mountain is a little strange. After nightfall. Brother, two brothers. Nangang Fugui's trembling voice suddenly came from behind, this tree, the tree, seems to be moving. Fugui, stop making trouble. What time is it now? Han Zi turned around suddenly, and was stunned by the scene behind him. It's really moving. Nangang Fugui suddenly howled heartbreakingly. His fat body was tightly clamped by maple branches, and his golden hair was covered with smelly sap. The sweet gum tree where I had been hiding just now was now completely twisted, the bark cracked into scarlet lines, throbbing like blood vessels, and all the lines spread out and gathered in the scarlet knot in the center of the trunk, like blood vessels inserted into the heart. The drooping branches of the tree wrapped around Nangang Fugui's limbs like octopus tentacles. A huge black mouth suddenly appeared in the center of the originally hunched tree trunk, and the sticky core of the tree popped out like a tongue and rolled towards Nangang Fugui. Just as Han Zi's fingertips formed a shadow, Yan Yang's golden pupils ignited a violent flame. What a trouble! A scarlet fire snake sprang out from his palm. The shadows were faster than fire snakes. Han Zi's 5 fingers hooked, and 5 black threads instantly entangled the tree core that was about to bite Nangang Fugui. Boom! The next second, the fire snake hit the bound tree core, sparks flew everywhere, and puffs of pungent black smoke rose up. The foul-smelling juice splashed on Nangang Fugui's pale face. He watched the charred tree core due to the burning stop 3 inches from the tip of his nose, and suddenly a warm feeling spread across his crotch. Save me! Nangang Fugui cried and kicked his legs, but before he could finish his words, the branches wrapped around his waist suddenly tightened, hanging him upside down and throwing him high into the air. Yan Yang snorted coldly, and the golden red flame in his hand suddenly exploded into a 3-meter-long flaming blade. He spun around and swung his arm, the flaming blade sweeping across like a crescent moon, cutting off the branches that bound Nangang Fugui at the root, and the burning wood chips drifted away like golden fireflies. The charred fracture was emitting black smoke, and the falling Nangang Fugui was firmly supported by Han Zi's shadow. Roar! The entire maple tree let out an inhuman howl, and dark green pus spurted out of its cracked mouth. Be careful! Han Zi dragged Nangang Fugui back quickly. Dozens of sharp tree roots suddenly sprouted from the ground where the two were standing. Chapter 43. The weakness should be there. A cold light flashed in Han Zi's eyes, and he suddenly shouted. The shadow condensed into a spiral drill in his palm and stabbed fiercely at the scarlet knot in the center of the tree trunk. Boom! The shadow drill exploded in the tree knot. Almost at the same time, Yan Yang's flame blade turned and slashed directly into the ground. The burning blade accurately cut off the roots that emerged from the soil, and even the trunk of the maple tree was cut in half. Hiss! The maple tree monster let out a shrill scream, and the entire forest seemed to be buzzing with the sound waves. The branches shook continuously, and flocks of birds were startled and flew into the air with flapping wings. This monster is even louder than that fat guy. Yan Yang's expression was gloomy, with murderous intent in his eyes, and he suddenly swung his fist. A huge golden red fireball slammed into the tree monster, swallowing it whole. Crackle, crackle! The tree monster, whose roots were cut off, lost its balance, its body burning with flames, and fell down with a loud bang. It rolled down the edge of the cliff, bringing up dead branches and rubble along the way, and finally disappeared into the deep darkness at the bottom of the cliff. Brother yet. Nangang Fugui sat on the ground trembling, covering his crotch with his hands. If I say I want to go home now, is it too late? Hanzi didn't say anything. He listened carefully to the sound of trees tearing and screams coming from the distance. He glanced at Yan Yang and Nangang Fugui and said slowly, "There's no way to retreat. We're halfway up the mountain. If I'm not mistaken, all the trees on the mountain might have transformed into the monsters we saw just now." Nangang Fugui pointed tremblingly at the charred tree root on the ground that was still twitching slightly. Where did this thing come from? Yunlu mountain can't be haunted. Hanzi squatted down and picked up the slimy bark fragments with his fingertips. The sap was a strange green color and felt like the internal organs of some creature. It can give life to trees, and silently change the direction of mountain roads. He murmured, while trying to search his mind for talents that could match these effects. 2 minutes later, Hanzi suddenly spoke, "It seems that there really is such a talent, the spiritual talent Earth Flow Domain. But the coverage range of the Earth Flow Domain is only 5 meters. Nangang Fugui suddenly interrupted, his face drooping, a few leaves stuck in his hair. "I didn't sleep in class, I know everything. It's definitely not the Earth Flow Domain, this mountain is haunted." Yan Yang kicked away the smoking branch at his feet, and said nonchalantly with a twitch of his lips, "No matter if it's a gift or a ghost, just burn it clean. While it's still light and we can still rely on the sun for positioning, let's find a place to hide first. If we encounter tree monsters again on the road, we'll have no choice but to fight them head-on. How about it?" Hanzi gave the two of them a questioning look. "I'll listen to you." Nangang Fugui nodded repeatedly. "Tisk." Yan Yang sneered, "Just lead the way. I'll take care of the tree monster." It seems that this genius who is envied by everyone is actually a person with poor direction. Hanzi muttered in his heart but didn't say it out loud. "Since you have no objections, let's go." The three of them lined up in a row, with Hanzi walking in front, Nangang Fugui in the middle, and Yan Yang Dian at the back, slowly heading towards the top of the mountain. About half an hour later, the setting sun slowly sank into the horizon. The light in the woods grew dimmer, but fortunately, we didn't encounter any more tree monsters along the way. Yan Yang casually released a fireball to provide a better view ahead. "Brother yet, where are we going now?" Nangang Fugui followed behind, panting, his stomach making exaggerated rumbling sounds. The 3 large buckets of rice I ate in the cafeteria at noon had already been completely digested during the journey. I saw someone on a forum about traveling around Yungjiang City say there's a big lake on the hillside of Yunlu Mountain. Occasionally, experienced anglers would go fishing there. They even gave the lake a name, something like Elephant Trunk Lake. Hanzi stretched his neck to check the situation ahead. "If I remember correctly, it should be around here. Once we find Elephant Trunk Lake, we'll camp nearby for the night. Firstly, there's a water source, and secondly, there are fewer trees near the lake, so the chances of being attacked by tree monsters are lower. It's a suitable temporary campsite." The 3 of them continued walking forward for dozens of meters. The setting sun sank into the mountain ridge, leaving only a small hat. Hanzi pushed aside the last bush, and his vision suddenly opened up. The huge lake is like a transparent mirror, embedded in the dark green valley. The water was very calm, reflecting the darkening sky and the golden embers of the setting sun. If you look down from a high place at this time, you will find that the winding arc of the lake shore and the narrow waterway extending into the forest just outline the outline of a giant elephant with its trunk hanging down to draw water. This should be it. Hanzi's mood brightened up when he saw the scenery in front of him. "Is this Elephant Trunk Lake?" Nangang Fugui cheered and rushed to the shore. His fat body startled several water birds. He slumped down on a huge blue-grey rock. "Finally I can rest. Ouch." Hanzi looked around and saw that it was getting dark. He decided to set up camp next to the rocks. Let's spend the night here. As he spoke, Han Zi picked up a large bunch of dead branches from under a tree in the distance, and piled them up next to a big rock. Sizzle Yan Yang lightly tapped his index finger, and a ball of flame flew out, instantly igniting the dead branches. The firelight illuminated the three of them. Han Zi rubbed his neck and said, "Fugui, bring out the food." Nangang Fugui rubbed his hips with a grin, then suddenly slapped his waist bag mysteriously, "Brother Yat, I have a 1982 Bardo." As he spoke, he pulled out a bottle of red wine wrapped in gold foil and said, "Candlelight dinner with a lake view, isn't that elegant? Why did you bring wine?" Suddenly, the expression on Han Zi's face froze, and he found something wrong. Nangang Fugui's waist bag seemed to be able to only hold that bottle of wine. Han Zi's mouth twitched. "Before we set off, you said you were responsible for the supplies, and you only brought this. Yet, it's so hard for me to come out, I want to celebrate properly." Nangang Fugui lowered his head embarrassedly like a child who had done something wrong, and his voice was so low that it was almost inaudible at the end. The flame that sprang up from Yan Yang's fingertips went out with a puff. Han Zi held his forehead and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a hard object protruding from the side pocket of his backpack. It was the silver thermal bag that Chen Xi had stuffed into their pockets before. "Got it!" Han Zi excitedly took out the thermal bag from his backpack. "Open the silver bag and uncover the 3 layers of vacuum-locked film, and the aroma of pepper and salt spare ribs mixed with the remaining warmth will hit you in the face." The 3 of them's eyes lit up at the same time, and even Yan Yang's face was filled with unconcealable excitement. "Long live Sister Xi!" Nangang Fugui tore through the oil paper like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, and the oil splashed onto his golden hair, making it shine. He slumped over on a boulder by the lake, holding up a pair of spare ribs and mumbling incoherently, "I should have brought the chef in for special training." Han Zi and Yan Yang also grabbed a piece of pork ribs each, with happy expressions on their faces. At this moment, the huge rock under Nangang Fugui's butt suddenly shook. Chapter 44. The moss peeled away. Nangang Fugui tumbled into the shallows, his trouser legs instantly soaked. He stared at the rock in bewilderment. Was there an earthquake just now? The next second, the entire lake shore was boiling. Countless stones broke free from the soil, colliding and reorganizing in mid-air. Rocks as big as millstones were piled up to form the trunk, angular gravel was pieced together to form the head, and 2 giant arms connected by pebbles slammed heavily into the ground. Amidst the flying gravel, the 10-meter-tall stone man slowly stood up, a dim ochre light flickering in his eye sockets. "What the hell? What kind of monster is this?" Nangang Fugui was completely terrified. "Get out of the way!" Yan Yang was full of murderous intent. He quickly stuffed the ribs in his hand into his mouth, then turned around and swung out 3 flaming blades. Boom! The golden red flame slashed the stone man's chest, but only left a charred mark on the rock wall. Sparks rolled down the cracks in the rocks, making the monster look like a demon bathed in fire. Attacking stone with fire is not very effective. Whoosh! The shadow blade twisted around the stone man's ankle like a poisonous snake, and at the moment the black light exploded, only a few pieces of broken rock flew away. Han Zi's face darkened. "No. This thing is too hard. This little bit of damage is no different from a tickle." Roar! The stone man roared, colliding his fists. The shock wave overturned the grass and trees within a 10-meter radius. This move is similar to Lin Qunren's earth drilling strike. If you resist it head-on, you'll definitely suffer. Night has fallen, and with the blessing of power of night, Han Zi's 5 senses are extremely sharp. He was quick-witted and grabbed Nangang Fugui, dragging him behind a huge rock. Almost at the same time, Yan Yangguo also dodged over. Obviously, he also knew the horror of the shock wave attack. The stone man raised his right arm and swept across, and the huge rock where the 3 people were hiding was blown into pieces. Han Zi was extremely fast, and he flew out with Nangang Fugui like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he escaped to a place 10 meters away. Yan Yang dodged amidst the flying gravel, his red hair flying in the strong wind. Damn stone lump! Use fire! Han Zi, who had dodged to a distance, suddenly shouted. His shadow wrapped around Yan Yang's waist and pulled him out of danger. Burn the light spot on its chest. Yan Yang's pupils suddenly shrank, and the flames in his palms suddenly expanded into a golden red pillar of fire, attacking the stone man's chest. The moment the pillar of fire hit the light spot, the stone man's chest made a loud noise. Don't stop! Han Zi shouted. Although he didn't know his intention, Yan Yang still gritted his teeth and tried his best to maintain the pillar of fire. Waves of heat spread in all directions, and fine white mist was rising from the surface of the lake. The stone man's chest was continuously burned by the flames and turned red, like a red-hot iron block. But it didn't seem to feel any pain, and raised its right fist and smashed towards Yan Yang. Swoosh! The shadow quickly wrapped around the stone man's right arm, and Han Zi tried to pull it. But the power of the stone is too terrifying, and coupled with its own weight, this little resistance is undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The shadow was stretched straight with a bang, and Han Zi was thrown away. Almost there. Han Zi felt extremely sorry, but had to remind him, Yan Yang, get out of the way. Yan Yang stood in place, with flames of anger flashing in his eyes. He completely ignored the stone man's fists and held the pillar of fire tightly with his right hand without letting go. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of Yan Yang. This young master will fight you. Nangang Fugui had an expression on his face as if he was going to the execution ground. He raised his hands high, holding up a transparent barrier. Boom! The man at hand slammed his fist on the barrier. But it was like a drop in the ocean, and the huge force was swallowed up invisibly. Nangang Fugui's belly suddenly swelled up, directly breaking his belt. He clenched his teeth and held his breath in his throat. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This fat guy! Looking at his back, Yan Yang was stunned for a moment. Now! Han Zi opened his arms, and shadows flooded over the lake like a tide, condensing into a huge black jar with a diameter of 3 meters. The shadow urn scooped up thousands of pounds of lake water, which floated to the surface with a loud noise. Get up! Han Zi used all his strength to swing the shadow jar violently. The torrent like a waterfall poured down on the red rock body of the stone man. Squeak squeak! When the cold lake water meets the red-hot rocks, steam instantly rises up into the sky. Crack crack! Under the impact of rapid thermal expansion and contraction, fine cracks appeared on the stone man's chest, like a broken eggshell. The defense is broken. Go! Han Zi roared and swung his arms violently. Shadow Kill Kyun Lin! At the same time, Yan Yang swung his right fist fiercely. Scorching World, Flame Fist! 9 shadow snakes and a fist made of golden red flames hit the light spot on the stone man's chest at the same time. Under the cover of night, countless black scales and golden red flames spiraled together, strangled each other, shattered and burst open, and the entire world was rendered into a dazzling watercolor painting of gold, red, and black. Time seemed to have been paused. 2 seconds later, a huge explosion sounded. Fine cracks on the stone man's chest spread rapidly, and then it exploded with a loud bang. Debris rained down in all directions. The ochre-colored light spot that was originally flickering on the chest suddenly collapsed inward into a needle-tip-sized spot, and then completely went out, as if an invisible hand had snuffed out the last spark. The surface of the stone man turned grey at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all its vitality had been drained away, and its huge body fell down with a loud bang. The head collapsed first, followed by the huge body and limbs. The rubble smashed into the lake, stirring up thousands of white waves. In an instant, the entire Yunlu mountain seemed to tremble. It took a full 5 minutes for everything to return to calm. The moonlight was pale, sprinkling on the lake surface, covering the water with a layer of icy silver gauze. Puff Nangong Fugui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and collapsed. Fugui, are you okay? Han Zi hurried over and patted his back gently. I'm fine. Nangong Fugui was still in shock. This mountain is too weird. The trees and stones have become spirits. Are we still going to stay here tonight? Or should we go somewhere else? Han Zi shook his head. Now we can't leave even if we want to. The road in this mountain changes automatically. Without the sun, we can't determine the direction at all. Maybe other places are more dangerous. We can only spend the night by the lake. Let's try to find a place with fewer trees and rocks. Yan Yang rarely expressed his opinion. He nodded and said, let's talk about it in the morning. Chapter 45. The three of them quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Fortunately, the ribs were wrapped in an insulation bag and were not wet or dirty by the mud. Even the bottle of red wine that Nangong Fugui brought was not broken. I don't know whether to say it's lucky or unlucky. Han Zi found a vacant space near the lake. He brought some dead branches and set them on fire in the scorching sun. The night wind swept across the lake, blowing the campfire to light and dark. The three of them sat around the fire, grilling ribs on sticks to heat them up. The ribs sizzled as the flames licked them, and oil drops fell into the fire, splashing tiny sparks. Nangong Fugui ignored the scorching heat and bit off a piece of fragrant, burnt meat with a grin. He chewed and took deep breaths. Hiss, hiss, Sister Xi's cooking skills are so good that even the 3-star chef at Fankilin would want to learn from her. He swallowed a mouthful of meat and gulped down a glass of red wine, smearing the oil all over his face. Suddenly the chewing sound stopped. Yan Yang was staring coldly at the bottle of red wine in his hand. Let me try it. Yan Yang grabbed the bottle, tilted his head back and took a big gulp from the bottle. The moonlight fell on his brow bone, as if it was plated with silver. The brown red wine slid from the corner of his mouth. Hey! Big brother! This is top-grade Baldo. My dad only has 3 bottles in his wine cellar. Nangong Fugui rushed over to grab it, but was pushed away by Yan Yang with one hand on his head. The red-haired boy's Adam's apple rolled, and the wine slid down his jaw into his collar. Sour. Han Zi chuckled and handed him the roasted ribs. Yan Yang, have you ever drunk wine? A flame shot up from Yan Yang's fingertips, burning the remaining liquid in the bottle into smoke. I stole some watered-down Urquioto from the grocery store in the back alley of the orphanage. He paused. When the old dean found out, he beat my back with a cane. The fire suddenly crackled and sparks rose like fireflies. After beating me, he went back to drinking. Yan Yang stared at the dancing flames, something melting in the depths of his golden pupils. He said that a fatherless and motherless savage like me would either rot in the gutter, or burn to ashes and still shine brighter than the Sunday. Nangong Fugui's hand holding the spare ribs froze in mid-air, oil dripped into the fire, and a wisp of burnt smoke rose. Then he died. Yan Yang's voice was as soft as ash. He had lung disease and couldn't afford medicine. I knelt in front of the clinic, but no one paid any attention to me. Later, I burned the signs along the entire street. He grinned, firelight flowing between his teeth. That was the first time I realized that fire is really a good thing. It can keep you warm, it can destroy things, and it can also make people remember you. I didn't expect that Yan Yang, who looks so arrogant, would actually show his true feelings. Han Zi remained silent, while Nangong Fugui was gnawing on the ribs, making slight noises. Perhaps it was the alcohol that started to take effect. In the flickering firelight, Yan Yang's eyes gradually became blurred. Under the dark night, 3 young men, each with their own thoughts, sat there quietly, with silence all around them. Everyone's destiny is like thousands of crisscrossing railroad tracks. At certain unpredictable moments, they will intertwine without warning. Finally, it was Nangong Fugui who broke the silence. He sipped his red wine and wiped his greasy thumb across the bottle. Brother Yang, if I were there when you burned their sign, I would definitely give you gasoline. Yan Yang glanced at him sideways. You. The red-haired boy twitched his lips. You're more timid than a mouse. Did you pee in your pants before handing over the gasoline? I never let you down at the crucial moment, okay? Nangang Fugui puffed out his round belly, his face full of dissatisfaction. Wasn't it cool to block that punch from the stone man just now? Oh, I feel a pity that I didn't capture that shot with my phone. Before he could finish his words, the sound of water breaking suddenly appeared on the lake surface. The three of them turned their heads at the same time and saw a young man, soaked all over, emerging from the reeds. He shook his dripping bangs, revealing a handsome face. Sorry to bother you, hee. The young man who came out was about 27 or 28 years old. He was wearing a faded light grey hoodie, holding a bundle of wet fishing rods in his arms, and there were mud spots on his trouser legs. He scratched his head sheepishly. Can I borrow a fire to dry my clothes? Hanzi looked at him warily. Who are you? The young man rubbed the mud off the solace of his shoes awkwardly and raised his half-worn metal fishing rod. Oh, my name is Ace Hu, and I'm from the Yunluo Lake West District Forest Ranger Station. I was hoping to catch some grass carp today to add to my meal at the station, but I ended up running into this ruthless fish. He suddenly gestured excitedly. You didn't see it. The waves that guy kicked up when he pulled the line were so high, I actually let him drag me and my rod into the deep water. My phone is soaked in water, and I didn't catch any fish. I saw your fire from afar, so I thought I'd try my luck and see if I could get something hot to eat and warm myself up by the fire, hee. Hey, bro, come on. Sit down. Namco Fugui was quite familiar with his surroundings and greeted him warmly. You're in luck. We have barbecued ribs and some wine. Want some? Yan Yang had already returned to his sullen expression, indicating that no one should approach him, and he had no intention of paying any attention to anyone. Hanzi carefully pondered what the young man had just said, and there didn't seem to be any big loopholes. The most important thing was that he didn't sense any extraordinary aura from the other person. There shouldn't be any danger. Brother Joe, right? Let's sit down and have something to eat together. Hanzi said politely. Oh, thank you so much. Joe smiled happily and hurried to sit by the fire. If I hadn't met you today, I would have been in trouble. It's so cold in the mountains at night. Nangang Fugui handed over the spare ribs and wine, and Joe's eyes lit up. Brother, to be honest, I haven't eaten a single grain of rice all afternoon, and my stomach is already singing the empty city strategy. Then I won't be polite. As he spoke, he began to chew the ribs in big mouthfuls and gulped down a mouthful of red wine. The next second, Joe raised his eyebrows, as if he had discovered something remarkable. Is there something special about this wine? Baldo. Hey, Brother Joe, I didn't realize you're such an expert. Nangang Fugui, having received recognition, raised his head high like a victorious rooster. 50-year-old top-grade Baldo. There are no more than 5 bottles of this quality in the entire Xia kingdom. Unfortunately, 3 of them are in my house. What the hell? Is this true? Joe's expression was exaggerated, and a mouthful of ribs almost fell out of his mouth. Let me tell you this, if you drink that one sip, it will cost you at least 50,000, no more, no less. The wine must be good, but not everyone understands it. Nangang Fugui answered calmly. Brother Joe, you seem to know a lot about wine. Hanzi asked casually. Oh, you're flattered. I'm not a connoisseur, I just like to drink. But the quality of this wine is really too high. It's completely different from what I usually drink. I can taste it as soon as I put it in my mouth. Joe explained with a smile. Oh. Hanzi did not comment. By the way, what are you guys doing here? Are you here to fish too? Joe asked. Chapter 46. Nangang Fugui was about to speak when a dark shadow suddenly appeared under Han Zi's feet and pierced his ankle. Ouch! Nangang Fugui felt the pain and slapped his feet frantically. Where did this bug bite me? Han Zi took the opportunity to reply, oh, a few of us saw someone on the forum saying there's a lake with beautiful scenery on Yunlu Mountain, so we came here specifically to camp. Oh, there are quite a few young people coming up the mountain to play in the past 2 years. But then again, spending the night here is still somewhat dangerous, so don't be careless. Also, remember to put out the fire when you leave. Zhou muttered to himself. Brother Zhou, you don't look very old, but why do you talk like an 80-year-old man? Nangang Fugui joked. Well, let's stop talking. Meeting is fate. Let's go together. Zhou raised his head and took a sip of red wine. They are not good enough, so I will drink with you. Nangang Fugui grabbed the bottle and drank half of it. As they talked back and forth, both of them became a little drunk. They put their arms around each other's shoulders, pointed their fingers in the air, and boasted incoherently. The topics are still the same old ones. I know so and so is my brother. Of course, as the prince of the largest conglomerate in Xia country, Nangang Fugui's boasts might be true. 2 hours later, the entire bottle of red wine was empty. Zhou stood up shakily, supporting himself on his knees. Burp! He let out a drunken burp. I have to get back to the station. I have to go to work tomorrow. Brother Zhou, it's so late and pitch black, can you find the way? Nangang Fugui asked. Don't worry, I can go back to this area with my eyes closed. Zhou showed a confident smile on his face. He waved to Han Zi and Yan Yang again, thank you so much for today. As he said this, he packed up his fishing rod and turned to walk into the woods. Watching Zhu's back disappear into the darkness, Han Zi suddenly lowered his voice and said, he lied. What? Nangang Fugui's face flushed. No way, what's there to lie about? Is it to cheat us out of spare ribs, or to cheat us out of wine? Brother Yat, you think too much. Han Zi narrowed his eyes and stared at Nangang Fugui. No, I'm sure he lied. First, since he could tell the extraordinary quality of that bottle of wine and didn't question its preciousness, he wasn't at all curious about who you were to be able to afford such an expensive bottle of wine. Secondly, and most importantly, if what he said is true, he had been fishing nearby before. Then when we were fighting the stone men, we made such a big noise, there was no way he didn't notice it. And he never mentioned this at all during his conversation with us. His Nangang Fugui gasped, Brother Yat, now that you put it that way, it makes sense to me. But he really didn't do anything except drink and eat spare ribs. What bad intentions could he have? We don't know yet. Han Zi shook his head, but we have to be careful at night. We can't all fall asleep. Let's take turns keeping watch. Okay. Leave it to me. Nangang Fugui volunteered, I'm not sleepy at all. Brother Yat, you guys go to sleep. Let's take turns. I'll stay for half the night, and Yan Yang. Han Zi stopped talking midway. Beside the campfire, Yan Yang lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, his mouth wide open, snoring softly, and fell into a sound sleep. I have to say, this guy is really generous. There was no other way. Han Zi and Nangang Fugui could only take turns to keep watch. Because he was worried that Nangang Fugui would feel sleepy after drinking, Han Zi offered to guard the first half of the night. But in fact, Nangang Fugui didn't sleep at all in the first half of the night, and the two of them chatted idly. As the night deepens, the mountains and forests are immersed in silence. Everything is still, and the only sounds in the ears are the subtle snoring of the sun, intertwined with the sound of the gurgling lake water. Han Zi took out his cell phone and took a look. The time showed 3:30 in the morning. Perhaps it was because climbing the mountain and fighting 2 battles during the day had exhausted his physical strength, or perhaps it was because the surrounding environment was too hypnotic, Han Zi felt a little tired. Brother Yat, if you're tired, take a nap and recover your strength. You don't know what you'll encounter tomorrow. As Nangang Fugui spoke, he reached into his waist bag and took out a small rectangular iron box. He gently pinched a white pill with his fingers, raised his hand and put it into his mouth, his movements skillful and natural. Then he patted his chest and said, "Leave the night watch to me. Just relax and sleep soundly." Seeing this, Han Zi frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he asked, "Fugui, what kind of medicine are you taking? I've seen you taking it many times." "Oh, it's nothing, just vitamins taken with meals. They are good for your health." "Hehe, do you want one?" Nangang Fugui handed over a pill with a smile. No need." Han Zi shook his head, "So I really slept." "Well, go to sleep." Nangang Fugui waved his hand. As the night deepened, the temperature in the mountains dropped sharply, and the chill penetrated into the bones. Fortunately, the bonfire was burning brightly, making the surroundings warm. Han Zi lay down on the hay and soon fell into a deep sleep, overcome by sleepiness. That night, Han Zi slept soundly. In the morning, he was awakened by the singing of birds in the mountains. What surprised Han Zi was that when he woke up, Nangang Fugui was actually practicing meditation by the lake, and it seemed that he really had not slept all night. This young man is usually quite unreliable, but sometimes he is extremely reliable. The morning light pierced through the clouds, the embers of the campfire were blown away by the mountain breeze, and sparks floated towards the sky like fireflies. At this moment, Nangang Fugui was standing there on one leg, imitating the bizarre postures in the 8th set of extraordinary fitness exercises for all people, his fat body trembling slightly. The picture was indescribably funny. "Fugui, are you exercising?" Han Zi walked up to him. "Hey? Brother Yat, are you awake?" Nangang Fugui smiled, "I thought it was still early, so I didn't call you. I have to hurry today." Han Zi looked up at the sky as he packed his backpack. "We're lucky it's a sunny day. While there's still sunshine, we need to speed up and get to the top of the mountain to confirm the destination. Hopefully, we can get out before nightfall." After waking up Yan Yang, the three of them did not delay any longer. After simply cleaning up and putting out the campfire, they used the morning sun to confirm their direction and headed towards the top of the mountain. Han Zi's positioning technology gradually became more proficient, and his climbing speed was much faster than yesterday. Chapter 47. At noon, the three finally reached the top of Yunlu Mountain. The wind was howling, and the sea of clouds beneath his feet was surging like waves. Han Zi squinted his eyes and looked towards the north. A dazzling scarlet pierced through the lush green forest. It was the final red flag of the Shield-Bearer Legion. "I see it. It's in that depression." Nangang Fugui was so excited that he danced with joy. The kettle slipped from his shoulder and rolled to the edge of the cliff. Yan Yang raised his foot and hooked the water bottle strap, raised his eyebrows and sneered, "If you keep jumping around, you will be the next one to roll down. Let's make a final push and reach the finish line." Han Zi looked at the two of them. Now it's a race of speed. Perhaps because victory was in sight, the three of them cooperated more and more tacitly. Han Zi used the shadows as a rope to push aside the leaves above his head, and relied on the sun to determine his direction, thus controlling the direction of the entire team's progress. The scorching sun continuously released small fireballs, burning all the thorns blocking the road and forcibly burning out a charred passage. Nangang Fugui kept reciting the menu of the 3-star Fankilan restaurant to cheer himself up. The three of them fought their way through the thorns and bushes, and when the sun set, the foot of the mountain was just around the corner. "It's almost there, it's almost there. I want to eat 10 buckets of rice and 5 pounds of steak tonight." Nangang Fugui wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted uncontrollably. Han Zi walked at the front of the team, his eyes sharp as torches, constantly scanning the surrounding environment. No blade of grass or tree in the mountains or any slight movement is spared. The sun sets in the west and the surroundings are quiet. Only the breeze blows gently from time to time, and the leaves rustle, mixed with the chirping of a few unknown insects. Han Zi suddenly frowned. Something is wrong. Something is absolutely wrong. Everything went so smoothly. Although it took some effort to go down the mountain, it was a world of difference compared to what happened when I went up the mountain yesterday. The feeling of uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger, and Han Zi unconsciously slowed down his pace. Ouch! Nangang Fugui stumbled and bumped into Han Zi's back. Brother Yet, why don't you leave? Another monster. It's almost here, please don't scare me. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 sharp wooden thorns broke out of the ground covered with fallen leaves at the same time and stabbed the two of them. Han Zi reacted extremely quickly, pulling Nangang Fugui back like lightning. The next second, a golden red fire blade came whistling from behind, cutting all the wooden spikes in half. Fatty, your crow's mouth has finally been blessed. What you say will come true. Yan Yang looked ahead with cold eyes, squatted slightly, raised one hand behind him, with flames burning in his palm, and had already assumed a fighting stance. Boom! The entire mountain suddenly shook violently, and the fallen leaves and gravel on the ground bounced wildly. A few dozen meters away from the three people, the soil layer was broken open, and a huge rock wall rose from the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was not a stone wall, but a combination of stone and vines. Each protruding rock edge was wrapped with purple-black vines as thick as wrists. The vines pulsed like blood vessels, stitching tons of rock into a massive human silhouette. When it stands fully upright, it just blocks the afterglow of the setting sun. Nangang Fugui was bewildered. He looked up at the dark shadow that blocked out the sky and the Sunday. What the hell is this? Is the mountain god angry? The giant slowly raised his right arm, and the wind pressure carrying the stench of humus blew the three people to and fro. The vines stitching the rock together suddenly came to life, tightening like a giant python strangling its prey. Sparks flew from the granite as the entire arm crumbled overhead, disintegrating into a shower of rubble. Get out of the way! Yan Yang's golden pupils exploded, and a tornado of flames shot up into the sky, forming a circular wall of fire. Burning rocks collided with the wall of fire, exploding into a shower of flames. A boulder the size of a car tire brushed past Nangang Fugui's head and smashed the ancient banyan tree behind him, which was held by three people. Han Zi squinted his eyes amidst the flying wood chips. The fallen rubble was gathering again under the pull of the mucus. Purple-black vines grew wildly from the giant puppet's broken arms, piecing the rocks together like needle and thread sewing together a corpse. The newly formed right palm was twice as large as the original one. The vines hanging between the fingers whipped the ground, creating a 3-meter-deep ditch. Yan Yang suddenly groaned and fell to his knees. Only then did Han Zi realize that a half-broken rock spike was stuck in his left shoulder. It's in the way. The red-haired boy gritted his teeth and broke the rock spikes. Blood flowed down his clothes, and wisps of white smoke rose from where it dripped. Woo! The giant's right arm swept towards the three people again like a collapsing mountain. Wherever the giant rock hand passed, the air was instantly torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. The trees in the forest were as fragile as paper in the face of this huge force. In an instant, the trunks broke one after another, and the branches and leaves were caught in the strong wind and flew all over the sky. Hold on tight! Han Zi growled, his 5 fingers suddenly clenched together. The shadow wrapped around Yan Yang and Nangang Fugui's waists like a spider web, and the other end of the shadow instantly nailed into the giant tree 100 meters away. The three of them were like stones shot from a slingshot, barely glancing through the fingers of the giant rock palm. The scorching air blew Nangang Fugui's blonde hair away, and he clenched the shadow line tightly. This is more exciting than a roller coaster. Boom! The next second, the giant palm smashed the rocks, making a deafening noise. Yan Yang flipped in the air, his palms blazing with flames, so annoying. The spear formed by the golden red flame column accurately pierced the giant's eye socket, but only left a scorch mark on the rock surface. Purple-black vines emerged from the cracks, repairing the damage in the blink of an eye. Thump! The three of them landed 100 meters away. Han Zi and Yan Yang used one hand to support themselves, while Nangang Fugui fell flat on his face. It's useless. Yan Yang spat out a mouthful of blood foam, his golden eyes reflecting the giant's mountain-like arm raised again. This thing is a symbiosis of stone and vines. Fire can't burn through the rock shell. There's no water here, and yesterday's method won't work. There's no other way, we can only run to the foot of the mountain. Let's compete in speed. Let's take a gamble. Han Zi made a prompt decision and changed his strategy immediately. He dragged the two of them along, flashing rapidly, his shadow weaving a black trail through the trees. Go to the red flag. Instructor Lin and the others must be near the finish line. Yan Yang had an unwilling expression on his face, but this time, he gritted his teeth and said nothing. The rock giant's strength is completely not on the same order of magnitude as the three of them, and this gap is definitely not something that can be made up by tactics and natural abilities. If you force it, you will surely die. Nangang Fugui suddenly pointed ahead and screamed, "Brother yet! There's no way out! Cliff! 100-meter deep chasm stretched before me, a red flag on the other side looming in the twilight. Behind me, the earth shook, dust billowed, and a giant strode toward me, crushing the trees. Cut down the tree!" Han Zi suddenly had an idea and thought of a solution. He could use the tree as a bridge. As long as it was long enough to reach the other side of the cliff, they would be saved. He waved his hand, and the shadow blade slashed towards the ancient pine tree on the cliff. The tree trunk fell down with a loud bang, and its shadow wrapped around the huge ancient pine tree, dragging it towards the cliff. Boom! The crown of the ancient pine tree brushed against the cliff on the other side and fell into the abyss, with gravel and soil rolling down. Almost. Not long enough. Cold sweat slid down Han Zi's forehead. He raised his hand again and released several shadow blades, slashing at the trees on the edge of the cliff. Chapter 48. Boom boom! There was another series of roars, and in an instant several trees fell into the cliff, and without exception, they were not long enough. Brother yet! It's too late! Nangang Fugui stomped his feet anxiously. Stop making noise! Yan Yang roared, turning and running towards the rock. Han Zi, keep chopping trees. I'll hold off that monster. 2 seconds later, the vibration of the ground became more and more obvious, and people standing on the ground almost jumped up. Han Zi was frantically cutting the trees around him. He didn't have time to identify the height of each tree and could only hope for luck. Pray that there is one that is tall enough to reach the other side of the cliff. Bang! Bang! The rock giant strode forward. It looked bulky, but its body was huge enough. Every step it took was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it was behind the three people. It's over, it's over, it's over. Nangang Fugui's face was ashen, and his feet stomped on the ground rapidly. Woo! The rock giant put his hands together and smashed his fists straight down. The air was torn apart. Yan Yang stood in front of the rock giant, as small as an ant, and his whole body was completely shrouded in a huge shadow. His red hair fluttered like a flag in the wind. He turned his back to the abyss, his golden eyes reflecting the giant fist of rock that blocked out the sky. A lonely and brave smile stretched across his lips. Come! Scorching world, ash realm! Flames exploded from under his feet, and golden red flames flowed across the mountains and forests like magma, turning the entire cliff into a furnace in the blink of an eye. The sea of fire surged into a wall. Yan Yang crossed his arms against his chest, veins bulging on his forehead. Han Zi! Faster! The rock giant's fists fell like meteors, and the wall of fire was torn apart like paper. Yan Yang's knees slammed heavily into the scorched earth, and blood dripped into the flames from his torn knuckles, evaporating into a bloody mist. Either rot in the gutter, or burn to ashes, but it must be brighter than the sun. Yan Yang roared, half of his face stained red with blood, but his eyes burst into an unprecedented dazzling light. The energy channels throughout the body were like rivers that had been forcibly widened, and energy instantly surged like a tide. Breakthrough to the second level. The wall of fire suddenly rose up and actually withstood the stone giant's fists for 3 or 4 seconds. But the gap in strength between the two is still too big. Even if they break through to the second level, it will still be a drop in the bucket. After a brief burst of light, the fire wall collapsed. Woo! A huge fist like a hill fell from the sky. Yan Yang's entire lower body was pressed into the soil, completely unable to move. Before his vision blurred, he saw Nangang Fugui staggering towards him. Fatty! Yan Yang coughed up blood foam. Are you looking for death? The giant's shadow loomed. Nangang Fugui opened his arms, and a transparent barrier like an eggshell stood in front of Yan Yang. Brother Mountain God, please hit me gently, hit me gently. Crack! The rock giant smashed his fists against the barrier, but instead of the imagined tragic scene, only a slight cracking sound was heard. Most of the force was absorbed by Nangang Fugui. The moment the barrier cracked, blood spurted out of Nangang Fugui's 7 orifices and his belly was stretched to the point of almost exploding, but he still held up his palms tightly. Boom! Finally, a thick maple tree fell down, just reaching the opposite cliff, like a bridge in the middle of the cliff. The bridge is done. Han Zi turned around and roared, only to see Yan Yang being pressed into the scorched earth by a giant fist, and Nangang Fugui lying twitching in a pool of blood. The rock giant raised his left foot, and slammed his mountain-like rock foot down towards the two of them. Han Zi's pupils suddenly shrank, and his right hand swung out suddenly. The shadow line suddenly expanded at the fingertips, but stopped abruptly 3 meters away from Yan Yang. The shadow has reached its maximum length. Not enough, not enough. The flashing images tore at Han Zi's consciousness. Give me grow. The shadow suddenly turned into a boiling tide of ink, and extreme darkness flashed in Han Zi's eyes. He clearly felt a blocked energy vein suddenly widen. At the critical moment, breakthrough to the second level. The surging shadow line was like a black dragon emerging from the sea, instantly wrapping around Yan Yang and Nangang Fugui's waists and abdomens. When the scorched earth crushed by the giant feet flew into the air, the two had been dragged to Han Zi's side. Let's go! Han Zi didn't hesitate at all and pulled the two of them onto the single plank bridge made of tree trunks. The rock giant's furious roar came from behind, and the sound of purple-black vines crushing ancient trees was close at hand. The tree trunk under their feet broke into pieces and fell into the cliff. The three of them could only race against time. Han Zi carried Nangang Fugui on his back, while pulling Yan Yang with a shadow line, and ran wildly. When the last piece of the tree trunk broke, Han Zi used all his strength and jumped. The bodies of the 3 people drew a parabola in the air, and then fell heavily onto the meadow opposite, their bodies rolling uncontrollably. The grass leaves whipped their faces and bodies. Han Zi protected Nangang Fugui on his back, while Yan Yang rolled around awkwardly for several times until he hit a protruding rock and stopped. The rock giant on the other side of the cliff was pounding the ground frantically, but seemed to be restricted by some invisible barrier and could not cross the rift. Can you still move? Han Zi stood up and immediately checked the condition of the 2 people. Yan Yang's face was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and stood up. I won't die. Nangang Fugui, who was lying beside him, was in a very bad situation at this time. Brother yet, am I going to die? His eyes were unfocused, his mind was a little hazy, and his breath was as weak as a candle in the wind. I really want to eat steak now. I want it to be medium rare, sizzling and juicy. Han Zi's eyes instantly turned red, and his throat seemed to be blocked. He spoke with difficulty, I'll take you to eat now. Promise me, Don't fall asleep, hold on. As he spoke, he squatted down, picked up Nangang Fugui on his back, and then looked at Yan Yang and said firmly, leave here first. You follow me closely. Although the stone giant was blocked by the rift at the moment and seemed insurmountable, Han Zi knew that in this desperate situation full of dangers, there was no room for luck and no one could guarantee that it would not be able to get through. What's even worse is that Nangang Fugui is in very poor condition now and must receive treatment as soon as possible. There is no cell phone signal in the mountains, so the only way is to rush to the finish line as soon as possible. There must be staff from the training center there to pick us up. The three figures quickly disappeared into the woods. Han Zi walked quickly while carrying Nangang Fugui on his back, glancing around vigilantly. Suddenly, his gaze suddenly fixed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The road in the woods seemed normal. It was no longer the weird road in the mountains that would change randomly. From this perspective, the rift should be the edge of some kind of barrier. Chapter 49. No need to rely on the sun to orient yourself, just keep heading north. This will significantly speed up your journey. The shadows of the trees swayed as Han Zi ran quickly through the woods carrying Nangang Fugui on his back. Yan Yang followed closely behind him, his red hair disheveled and his breathing slightly rapid. Brother Yat, Nangang Fugui's voice was weak, his forehead resting on Han Zi's shoulder. Steak, is it ready? Almost there. Han Zi gritted his teeth, his shadow tangling like a spider web around the tree trunk in front of him, leveraging the force to swing through the mire. Hold on for another 10 minutes. In the view ahead, you can vaguely see the green iron guardrails on both sides of the road. The presence of guardrails means that the main road is not far away. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the woods in front. Hey, aren't these the brothers who treated me to drinks last night? The young man peeked out from behind a tree, his hoodie stained with morning dew, his smile as refreshing as the boy next door. Why are you so messed up? Han Zi stopped suddenly. A's who? Wrong. A Zhou, who clearly did not sense any extraordinary aura last night, now has suffocating energy fluctuations surging around him. Judging from the intensity of energy fluctuations, it is at least level 5 or even higher. There really is something fishy about this guy. Are you a transcendent? Han Zi looked at the young man in front of him coldly, trying to get some useful information from him. You deliberately concealed your presence last night. Ah Zhou scratched his head and smiled shyly. It's lonely in the mountains, so I have to find some fun. While the other party didn't take action immediately, Han Zi quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Although Ah Zhou looked harmless at this moment, the oppressive feeling he brought to Han Zi was even stronger than when he faced Lin Qunren. On his side, Nangang Fugui had completely lost his fighting ability, and Yan Yang was also seriously injured. He was the only one in a slightly better condition. I can only delay time for now. This place should not be too far from the finish line. If I am lucky and an instructor passes by here, I will be saved. At the very least, it would be good for me and Yan Yang to take this opportunity to recover some strength. You lied to us that you were a Yunlu mountain ranger and deliberately concealed your identity as a transcendent, just to play a joke. Han Zi continued to test him, trying to delay for a minute. No, I didn't lie to you. Ah Zhou had a meaningful smile on his face and slowly shook his head. I am indeed a forest ranger in Yunlu mountain. But, I also have another identity. Having said this, he suddenly paused, deliberately keeping the other person in suspense, and the corners of his mouth turned up even more. A sly glint flashed in his eyes, and then he suddenly raised his voice and spoke word by word, the 16th oracle of the Oracle sect. Oracle Gate. Hearing these 3 words, Han Zi's heart seemed to skip a beat, and then began to beat wildly uncontrollably. It was hard to imagine that the seemingly harmless young man in front of him was actually a member of a dangerous organization like the Oracle sect. According to Instructor Lin, the strength of the people from Oracle sect starts at level 5 at the very least. This also indirectly proves that Han Zi's judgment is correct. A Zhou is definitely not an ordinary person. What do you want to do? The instructors from the training center will be here soon. I advise you not to cause trouble for yourself. Han Zi pretended to be calm, but the palms behind him were quietly rising with dark shadows like a tide, ready to launch an attack at any time. Ah Zhou still looked relaxed, as if he had seen through Han Zi's bluff at a glance. Little brother, don't be nervous. I'm a principled person. He pointed his finger at the air and said, the fat man behind you is the prince of the Nangong family. He's the one I'm looking for. He has nothing to do with you. He stays here, and you two can go. Nangong Fugui suddenly regained some clarity. He raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him. He seemed to understand something in an instant and his lips moved slightly. Brother yet. Don't worry about me. Put me down. Han Zi ignored Nangong Fugui, but continued to delay time and said, we will give the person to you, will you promise to let us go? As he spoke, two faint shadows quietly emerged from beside his feet. As the dusk deepened, the light in the woods became dim and shadowy. The shadows were like two snakes, quietly crawling towards Azu under the cover of the grass. Haha, you can rest assured about this. As long as you hand the person over to me, I will never make things difficult for you. A Zhou shrugged, seemingly unaware that two black shadows had already tightly wrapped around his feet. Go. Han Zi gave Yan Yang a look, and the other party immediately understood. The two men cooperated perfectly, without any hesitation, and attacked almost at the same time. Shadow Kill Kunlin. Scorching World Flame Dragon. 9 dark shadows formed a giant snake and a golden and red fire formed a giant dragon, roaring and strangling Azu. A Zhou's pupils shrank slightly, and he suddenly realized that his legs had been tightly grasped by something and he could not move. The next second, a torrent of black, red, and gold rushed over and submerged him in an instant. Boom! The shadow snake exploded with dark scales all over the sky, and the fire dragon raised a blazing flame that soared into the sky. The shadows and flames intertwined and overlapped wantonly, erupting with a power that was greater than the sum of its parts. The violent airflow raged around like a whirlwind, sending sand and rocks flying wherever it went, breaking trees in half and tearing the ground into hideous cracks. After breaking through to the second level, the strength of the two has obviously improved a lot. This combination of skills is many times more powerful than the one used against the stone man last night. 10 seconds later, the dust and smoke cleared, and a shockingly large earth pit was blasted out where Azu was standing. There was no grass growing around it, and it was dead silent. In the center of the pit, a mound of earth about 1 meter high stood quietly, like an eggshell made of half-loess, standing out particularly in the mess. The surface of the mound was covered with hideous gaps and burn marks, and wisps of white smoke floated in the air. Pa! Dense cracks appeared on the eggshell, and a piece of yellow soil fell off, revealing Azu's somewhat creepy smiling face inside. It's the A-level elemental talent Earth Wall. It's a bit too outrageous that he withstood the combined attack of Yan Yang and me so easily. Is this the embodiment of realm crushing? Han Zi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately recognized Azu's talent, and was shocked by the strength he showed. Clatter! The soil clumps peeled off one after another, and the eggshell completely shattered. Ah Zhou slowly walked out of the center of the pit. He raised a playful smile on his face, his eyes locked on Han Zi, and he spoke slowly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Brother, I'm treating you with sincerity. But you seem a little dishonest. How could you attack me by surprise? Han Zi didn't respond. He squatted slightly, getting into a sprinting stance, and spoke in a low voice so that only he and Yan Yang could hear, feint an attack, then find a chance to run. Chapter 50. Go. The next second, Han Zi carried Nangong Fugui on his back and shot out like an arrow. Yan Yang followed closely behind. When the two were less than 10 meters away from Aizhu, Han Zi suddenly kicked his feet hard, similar to the sliding step often used in boxing, and his whole body drew a zigzag line in the air and dodged to the side. He swung his hand and threw a huge shadow ball in the opposite direction. The shadow ball floated in the air like a small black sun. Squeak squeak! Countless shadow arrows shot out from the sphere and poured towards Aizhu like raindrops. As the shadow arrows shot out, the sphere's volume gradually shrank. Judging by the light of the eyes, this rain of arrows could last at least another 20 seconds. After breaking through to the second level, Han Zi's mastery of shadow kill improved by leaps and bounds, and his control was greatly enhanced. Before, he definitely wouldn't have been able to use shadow ball as an attack method. At the same time, Yan Yang was not idle either. He followed Han Zi closely, and while retreating, he kept gathering flaming spears with his hands and shooting them at Aizhou. Boom 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 boom. Aizhou stood in place and condensed the earthen eggshell again. Shadow arrows and flaming spears rained down on it. Dense holes appeared on the surface of the eggshell, but they were quickly repaired by the newly generated earth elements. In this kind of wilderness, with mud everywhere, it is definitely a home turf for the talent earth wall. Han Zi and Yan Yang's attacks were no threat to Zhou at all. But it doesn't matter. Han Zi discovered that as long as Aizhou used earth wall, he had to stand still. He never thought about killing Aizhou at all. The feint attack now was just to buy time to escape. That's a good plan, haha, what a pity. Aizhou shook his head slightly, his tone gradually becoming cold. In just a few seconds, Han Zi and the other two had already opened up a distance of dozens of meters between them and Aizhou. If they walked forward, they would reach the main road. As long as there is a signal on your cell phone, you can contact the instructor and be saved. Put me down, you can't beat me. Nangang Fugui pleaded in a low voice with a painful expression. Don't talk, save your energy. Han Zi didn't look back. We're almost there. Before he could finish his words, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out. A silver gleaming metal fishing rod, wrapped in a fierce momentum, cut through the sky like silver lightning and headed straight towards Han Zi. Puff! The sharp fishing rod instantly pierced Han Zi's right shoulder, and blood gushed out, instantly dyeing his entire right arm red. Hiss! Han Zi groaned, lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, while Nangang Fugui rolled to the side. I forgot to tell you that I have two talents. Aizhou stood in place, with 12 fish hooks hanging in the air behind him forming a death array, emitting a cold blue light in the twilight. He flicked his fingers lightly, and the 12 fish hooks swung in the air, then whizzed towards Han Zi. Han Zi's pupils suddenly shrank. Ability to manipulate metal, an A-rank combat talent magnetism. Scorch the world flame fist. Yan Yang's figure flashed and appeared in front of Han Zi, with a huge flaming fist submerging the fish hook. At this moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. The fish hooks were not melted by the huge flames. The red-hot fish hook easily passed through the flames, pierced through the flesh, and hung upside down on Yan Yang's arms, making a sizzling sound like barbecue. He stumbled to his knees, his golden pupils gleaming frighteningly. 12 dark red metal hooks wriggled through his flesh, greedily devouring energy like blood-sucking leeches. The fish hook is made of my magnetic worm. How does it taste? Zhou whistled as he approached. The fishing line pulled by his fingertips glowed with an eerie blue light. Brother, your energy tastes good. Boom! Yan Yang suddenly grabbed the fish hooks on his arms, and white flames burst out from his palms. The magnetic worm screamed at high frequencies in the flames, but remained motionless like welded nails. The young man grinned with a bloody mouth. You like fire? I'll let you eat as much as you want, BD. Scorching World Emperor Yan. Scorching World. The talent ran wild in the desperate situation, and Yan Yang turned into a human torch, and the temperature rose to a terrifying level. The magnetic worm gradually melted into molten iron in the high temperature, and the flame spread along the fishing line to Azu's palm. His face changed slightly, and he quickly dropped the fishing line and backed away like a frightened bird. What a mad dog! Swoosh! Hanzi seized the opportunity and suddenly released a shadow line. The shadow line was like a nimble black snake, instantly tightly binding Yan Yang's waist. Immediately afterwards, Hanzi exerted force with his arms and pulled Yan Yang over with a sudden jerk. Can we still walk? Hanzi asked anxiously. Yan Yang nodded. Hanzi then carried Nangang Fugui on his back again, and the three of them ran out of the woods. We're on the highway. The destination must be just ahead. Hanzi was delighted. At this moment, the green metal guardrails on both sides of the road began to vibrate without warning, making an extremely harsh sound. Bun! The next second, something strange happened. The guardrail seemed to be tightly grasped by a giant hand hidden in the void. The fixed pillars were pulled up by the huge force, making a crunching sound, bringing up a lot of dust. Then, the guardrails broke away from the ground, floated in the air, and began to twist and bend violently. The metal collided and rubbed against each other, making a sharp sound that made one's teeth ache. In the blink of an eye, they were torn apart by a mysterious force, and then reassembled in the air, instantly transforming into thousands of sharp green steel spikes, flashing with cold light, and suspended in the air. I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. Then don't blame me. Zhou's teasing voice came from behind. Buzz! The steel spikes suspended in the air vibrated at the same time. After pausing for a second, they shot towards the three people like raindrops. Swoosh swoosh swoosh! Steel spikes poured down like a rainstorm. Yan Yang crossed his arms and a golden red wall of fire rose from the ground, but it was pierced through like a sieve the moment it came into contact with the steel spikes. There are too many steel spikes and there is no trajectory to follow. Under Azu's control, they can change direction at will in the air. Most of the steel spikes were melted into molten iron, but some still broke through the wall of fire and shot over. Hanzi put Nangang Fugui down and flung out countless shadow blades. The shadow blades formed a black net, but some still slipped through the defense. Puff! 3 steel spikes pierced Hanzi's thigh. He groaned and knelt on the ground, still using his body to protect the unconscious Nangang Fugui. Yan Yang's right shoulder was nailed to the tree trunk by a steel spike, and blood dripped from the burnt wound. Chapter 51. The surrounding ground was crooked and full of steel spikes. The molten iron was scattered in the uneven potholes on the ground and solidified into iron blocks again. Zhou walked over slowly, his fingertips shimmering with a cold blue light. Why struggle? Since I've openly revealed my identity and intentions, I'm absolutely certain I can capture you. He raised his hand and made a fist. The scattered steel spikes suddenly trembled and were pulled away from the ground. They flew into the air along with the iron blocks on the ground, melted into a torrent of liquid metal, and condensed into a huge spiral steel cone with a diameter of more than 5 meters in mid-air. Now, I've changed my mind. A cold light flashed in Zhou's eyes, and he raised his right hand high. Don't leave anyone alive. Hanzi looked at the huge spiral steel cone hanging in the air and instantly guessed Azu's intention. Launch night coming. Enter the night state. The amplification of power of night made his pupils turn into an abyss. Imitation copy raised the highest level of copying to A level. Hanzi pressed his backhand on Nangang Fugui's back, trying to copy his C-level talent energy absorption. The plan in his mind was simple. Both he and Yan Yang's talents are biased towards attack. At this moment, he needs to use energy absorption to resist the huge spiral steel cone first. Then, seize the 1 minute in the night coming state and escape at 5 times the speed. This might still offer a glimmer of hope. Imitation copy failed. The cold reminder exploded in his mind, and Hanzi's whole body trembled violently. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Why did it fail? In the night coming state, imitation copy can even copy A-level talents, but energy absorption is only C-level. What exactly is the problem? All the conjectures were denied one by one, and the final truth pointed directly to the only possibility that existed. Nangang Fugui's talent was not sea-level energy absorption. His talent level exceeded A level. Memory fragments quickly pieced together to form complete pictures. Recalling the time on the second floor of the equipment room, when Chen Xi was counting the talents of all the students, Nangang Fugui was indeed a little hesitant. After being questioned, he revealed that his talent was energy absorption. In the training ground, Nangang Fugui used a transparent barrier to block Lin Qunren's full-strength attack in his 5th-level giant bear transformation. Yesterday I fought against the stone man by the lake, and today I withstood the double-fisted hammer of the tree stone giant. If you think about it carefully, these are impossible for a first-level transcendent to do with sea-level energy absorption. It turned out that many clues had already appeared, but Hanzi just didn't pay attention. Now, all the doubts are strung together like scattered pearls, and everything makes sense. Hanzi can be sure that Nangang Fugui's talent is definitely not energy absorption, he has been lying. The seemingly long psychological activity is actually fleeting. Wu Is who pressed down with his right hand in the air, a huge spiral steel cone fell from the sky, making a sound of breaking through the air. The huge sound brought Hanzi's thoughts back to reality. No matter what, you must survive first. It is definitely not Hanzi's character to sit and wait for death. He will never give up until the last moment. The 5-fold increase in combat power is still there. Let's fight! Shadow Kill Qunlin! Hanzi shouted loudly and waved his hands rapidly in the air. 5 ink-black snakes jumped out from his palms in an instant, pouncing towards the huge steel spike with their fangs and claws bared. The big snakes had strong bodies, and they struggled to wrap around the steel spikes tightly. Their bodies kept twisting, and their strength gathered as they entangled. At the same time, countless black scales whizzed towards the steel cone like dense raindrops. Each scale made a whistling sound as it hit the steel cone, producing a metal collision sound and sending iron chips falling. Under this continuous impact, the size of the steel cone visibly shrank little by little. Tisk tisk tisk, you're quite tenacious. Ajo smiled and snapped his fingers casually. The iron filings scattered on the ground seemed to be guided by something, floating up from all directions and gathering back on the steel cone. After the steel spike absorbed the iron chips, it suddenly sank downwards, like a hill that suddenly gained weight. Hanzi's face was solemn, his hands constantly changing gestures in the air, tightly controlling the shadow snake, preventing the steel spike from sinking any further. However, this powerful pressure overwhelmed him, and a trickle of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ah! Yan Yang pulled out the steel spike that was stuck in his shoulder with one hand, and a raging flame instantly ignited in the palm of his left hand. He gritted his teeth and quickly wiped his burning palm across the wound. The flames burned the flesh, making a sizzling sound, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of burnt flesh. As the wound was burned, the bleeding stopped temporarily. Burn the world, Fire Dragon! The golden pupils flashed wildly. Yan Yang completely squeezed out the remaining energy in his body, stretched out his left hand, and the fire dragon roared and rolled towards Ajo. Boom! A crust of soil rose from the ground and instantly wrapped Azu in it. Boom! The fire dragon slammed hard on the earth shell, sparks flew everywhere, but it still failed to break it. The charred earth wall slowly fell down. Ajo stood there with his arms folded across his chest, a look of contempt written across his face. These little tricks can't break my earth wall. Do you think it's fun to use the same old tricks again? Before he finished speaking, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in Azu's eyes. In his sight, Yan Yang disappeared out of thin air. And the flames surrounding him that had not yet completely dissipated seemed to be infused with mysterious vitality. They were no longer randomly scattered sparks, but rapidly gathered together in an extremely strange and orderly manner, outlining the outline of a human figure. The flames completely solidified, and the human outline turned into a real person. It was Yan Yang. Zhou's expression froze instantly. There was murderous intent in Yan Yang's eyes, and a fire blade condensed in his left palm. The blade was wrapped in rolling heat waves, distorting the surrounding air, and stabbed fiercely at Zhou's chest. After all, he is a person who has been living on the edge of a knife for many years. The fighting instinct has long been implanted in Zhou's genes, and his nerve endings can instantly detect the breath of danger. At the brink of life and death, his reaction was as fast as lightning, and he dodged to the right almost as a conditioned reflex. The fire blade passed by Zhou's ribs, leaving a hideous charred scar on his body. If it had deviated another 4 or 5 centimeters, the fire blade would have shattered his heart. Looking for death. Zhou was completely enraged. He spread out the 5 fingers of his right hand, and countless arcs of dark blue light danced wildly between his fingers. Bang! Zhou shook his wrist, and thousands of blue arcs of light gathered together in an instant, exploding circular ripples in the air, turning into a violent magnetic bullet that shot towards Yan Yang. Boom! The magnetic bullet was so fast that it was difficult to capture with the naked eye, and it hit Yan Yang's chest in an instant. Yan Yang's face turned pale, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Yan Yang's back hit a thick tree trunk, and he barely stopped. He fell to the ground powerlessly, his life or death uncertain. Brother Yang! Nangang Fugui's eyes widened as he stared at Yan Yang, whose face was covered in blood. In his eyes, the pain surged like a surging tide. Why won't you let me go? Nangang Fugui's lips trembled, his voice full of helplessness and sorrow. Do I deserve your hatred so much? He raised his head slightly and looked at the grey sky, as if questioning his fate, or begging for mercy. Is it a sin to be born in this world? But I never had a choice. He grabbed his hair frantically with both hands, muttering to himself, and had fallen into a state of madness as if he had gone crazy. It looked as if the whole world had abandoned him, leaving only endless darkness and despair tightly entangled him. Nangang Fugui's right eye trembled rapidly, and his eyelids began to twitch. Faint golden lines covered the entire right side of his face, then spread to his neck, and then his entire right arm. Chapter 52. Zhou did not notice the abnormality in Nangang Fugui. Anger rose in his eyes. Being scratched by Yan Yang was like a powder keg in his heart. He could not accept the fact that he was injured by a second-level rookie. Today, you must die here. No one can escape. Zhou, in anger, completely tore off his gentle mask and revealed his cruel nature. He spread out his hands, and the magnetic storm between his palms emitted a dazzling blue light. The 2 energy balls that distorted the space gradually merged to form a huge blue magnetic bomb. Boom! The magnetic bullet made a sharp explosion and flew towards Han Ziye and the other 2 like a meteor. The huge airflow plowed a hideous gully on the ground, the trees on both sides fell down, and the entire sky was dyed a dark blue. Han Ziye's black hair was all blown back, and the turbulence made it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. I can't die here. He bit his tongue with his teeth and forcibly urged the energy in his body. Night coming only lasts for a few seconds. Han Ziye supported the shadow snake with one hand, holding up the huge steel spike in the air, and quickly raised the other hand, throwing out a crescent-shaped shadow blade. Boom! The shadow blade collided with the magnetic bomb with a loud bang. In an instant, the shadow blade shattered and dissipated like fragile thin paper, turning into countless black fragments that flew everywhere. The magnetic bullet's momentum did not decrease at all, and it continued to rush rapidly in the predetermined direction with its powerful energy. Han Ziye's pupils were filled with dazzling blue. Completion. Roar. The beast's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, reaching the sky. That roar contained endless pressure. It was as if an ancient god who had been sleeping for eternity suddenly awakened, and its power made the mountains and rivers pale in comparison, and the sun and moon dim. At the same time, the strange phenomena on Nangang Fugui became more and more shocking. His right eye was completely closed, as if sealed by an invisible force. The golden lines originally carved on the face faded away quietly at some point, and were replaced by fine and shimmering golden scales, each one closely connected to the other. His golden hair suddenly stood up, like the mane of a wild beast, exuding a primitive and wild aura. At the right corner of his mouth, sharp fangs suddenly grew out, flashing with cold light. The right arm underwent a drastic change, with muscles swollen and bones twisted, clearly forming a thick and powerful animal claw. Powerful energy overflowed, like a flowing stream, flowing freely along the contours of his body, covering his entire right half in a golden energy coat. What's going on? Han Zi's pupils trembled greatly. The Nangang Fugui in front of him was completely different from his previous image. At this moment, the aura emanating from Nangang Fugui actually gave Han Zi an absurd illusion, as if the person standing in front of him was not a human, but a beast from the ancient wilderness. Before Han Zi could recover from the shock, the huge magnetic bomb flashing blue light was only a millimeter away from the three people. Nangang Fugui opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. The space in front of him seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, and it twisted and deformed in an instant, turning into a transparent golden vortex. Chi! The magnetic bullet was sucked into the golden vortex in the blink of an eye and disappeared in an instant. Not even a ripple was created, as if it had never existed. Roar! After swallowing the magnetic bullet, Nangang Fugui was like a beast that had a full meal. He raised his head and let out an extremely excited roar. The sound was so loud that it shook the air around him. The golden energy coat covering the right half of his body suddenly expanded, and the light it released became more and more dazzling, making it impossible to open one's eyes. The magnetic bomb was swallowed. Zhou opened his eyes wide and stared at Nangang Fugui. Panic finally appeared in his eyes and his face was full of disbelief. This is impossible. His lips trembled slightly as he murmured, how could a first-level transcendent be able to do this? Nangang Fugui licked his tongue and suddenly glanced at Zhu who was standing there in a daze. His eyes were as if he was staring at his prey. Boom! He bent his legs slightly, and suddenly exerted force with his calves to kick a big hole in the ground. The whole person flew out like a cannonball, and the energy coat dragged a golden afterimage in the air. Zhou's hair stood on end. The strong wind blew towards him, and every nerve in his body was frantically warning him. His intuition told him that he was facing extreme danger. Get out of my way! Zhou roared and pulled his hands back violently. The huge spiral steel cone suspended in the air was pulled by something and suddenly broke free from the shadow snake's restraints. It turned around and stabbed towards Nangang Fugui, heading straight for his back. Han Zi only felt his hand lighten, and the shadow snake dissipated into black shadows all over the sky. The spiral steel cone came whistling, and in the backlight, it dragged a huge black shadow, instantly covering Nangang Fugui's figure. Feeling the strong wind behind him, Nangang Fugui suddenly turned around, and the golden energy coat on the outside of his right hand swelled up in the wind, instantly turning into a huge transparent beast claw. The sharp fingertips of the beast's claws flashed coldly in the light. It was raised high and accurately grabbed the whistling spiral steel cone in one go. Crack! Nangang Fugui clenched his right hand into a fist, and then exerted force with the golden beast claws, and a crisp cracking sound was heard. The spiral steel cone made of steel instantly turned into powder and floated in the air, as if there was a rainstorm of metal particles. Swoosh! Nangang Fugui rushed to Zhu without any pause, raising his right fist high as if to hit. At this moment, Zhu truly felt the cold breath of death. Chapter 53. His pupils suddenly contracted, his heart beat violently, and in panic, he raised his hands to the top of his head as fast as lightning, releasing all the energy in his body. The earth roared dully, and thick earth walls rose from the ground at an astonishing speed, quickly surrounding him to form a solid shield that trapped him tightly inside. Buzz! The huge golden beast claw was raised high along with Nangang Fugui's right fist, and bits of golden light gathered towards the beast claw, like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. After accumulating power for 1 second, the golden beast claws smashed down fiercely at the earth wall shield. Boom! Dust and smoke rose up, the ground cracked inch by inch, and the earth wall shield was torn like a piece of paper under Nangang Fugui's heavy blow. As the dirt flew, Zhou's face, distorted by fear, was revealed inside the shield. After breaking the shield, the golden beast fist continued to punch forward with unabated force. Crack! The golden beast's fist penetrated the earth wall like a rotten wood, and Zhou's arms, which were hastily crossed in front of his chest, made a crisp sound of broken bones. His back hit the ground hard, and spider web-like cracks spread wildly under his body. Nangang Fugui fell from the sky, and the pupil of his left eye shrank into a golden vertical line. In his wide-open mouth, his originally human teeth had turned into sharp fangs, and a heart-pounding golden vortex lit up deep in his throat. No! A blue arc of light ignited in Zhu's left hand, but Nangang Fugui bit his shoulder. Hiss! Nangang Fugui's neck suddenly tilted back. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of muscle tearing, Zhu's arm wrapped in magnetic energy was torn off. The blood bursting out of the wound turned into steam and was completely swallowed up the moment it came into contact with the golden energy coat. Ah! Zhou screamed with a distorted face, and a strange blue light suddenly lit up in the depths of his pupils. His mutilated body erupted with astonishing energy fluctuations. Under the stimulation of great pain, Zhu briefly gained powerful strength at the cost of exploding the energy veins in his body. The damage this operation causes to the body is irreversible, and the shattered energy channels will greatly reduce the heights he can reach in future cultivation. But at this moment, Zhou no longer cares about these things. Staying alive is the most important thing. Boom! A circular shock wave exploded with Zhu as the center, and Nangang Fugui was blown several meters away. In the blood mist, Zhu's only remaining right arm exploded with dozens of cracks, and the whole person turned into a purple-blue stream of light and soared into the sky. He paused in the air for a moment and glared at the three of them with extremely resentful eyes. Then he tapped his toes lightly and stepped firmly on the tree trunk beside him. His figure was like a ghost, quickly moving through the dense jungle and disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Roar! Nangang Fugui, who had lost his target, crawled on all fours and roared like a beast, his golden mane moving without wind. 2 seconds later, the forest returned to peace. Everything happened so fast. Zhu, the 16th envoy of the Oracle sect, whose strength completely crushed the three of them, was beaten by Nangang Fugui without any ability to fight back and almost lost his life. Han Zi was horrified, completely unsure of what had happened to Nangang Fugui. He tentatively called out, "Fugui!" The shouting broke the silence around. Nangang Fugui slowly turned his head. His left eye was open with a beast-like golden vertical pupil, his right cheek was covered with fine golden scales, and sharp fangs protruded from the corner of his mouth. Han Zi saw it clearly. That was definitely not a face a human should have. Roar! Nangang Fugui roared and started sprinting towards Han Zi. The violent sound waves swept across the entire mountain forest, and the ground within a radius of 100 meters was shaking. Fugui! Wake up! It's me! Han Zi's pupils shrank slightly. Nangang Fugui had completely lost his mind and rushed over like a speeding train. Han Zi had no choice but to dodge sideways. Crack crack! Nangang Fugui stopped only after crashing into 3 or 4 trees. He turned around and rushed towards Han Zi again. It was obvious that he was not as interested in Han Zi as he was in Zhou. Although the speed was still very fast, it was far less violent than when facing Zhu. Whoosh! Han Zi's eyes flashed, and he thrust his hands forward suddenly. In an instant, 2 shadow ropes as dark as the night whizzed out from his palms. The shadow rope passed through Nangang Fugui's armpit accurately, and then crossed rapidly in the air, crossing steadily in front of Nangang Fugui's chest, instantly outlining a striking X shape, and tied him up tightly in the blink of an eye. The tied-up Nangang Fuegui paused, as if the pause button was pressed, and he stood still. The scales on his right face suddenly peeled off, and his golden hair no longer exploded, but quickly shrank towards his head. His golden energy coat flickered at a high frequency like a light bulb with poor contact. Squeak! 10 seconds later, the beastly features on Nangang Fuegui's body dissipated like smoke and disappeared completely. He returned to his previous appearance, but he was lifeless, like a punctured ball. All the strength in his body was drained away in an instant, and he collapsed limply, lying on the ground in a mess. Even A Zhou was no match for Nangang Fuegui in his rampage state, and he was subdued by me just like that. Han Zi was confused. He quickly let go of the shadow rope in his hand and rushed to Nangang Fuegui's side in one step. Brother yet! Nangang Fuegui struggled to open his right eye, his lips trembling slightly, his voice as weak as a thread. I'm not dead. Han Zi sighed softly, his expression concerned, and whispered, we are all fine, it's just that A's who ran away. You can't remember anything about what happened just now. Nangang Fuegui slowly shook his head, his voice so weak that he almost whispered, I don't know, brother yet, give me 2 pills, the white ones. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was full of fatigue and helplessness. Han Zi thought to himself that it seemed that all of Nangang Fuegui's actions just now happened unconsciously. At the same time, he can now be 100% sure that the white pills that Nangang Fuegui usually takes are definitely not ordinary vitamins. But Han Zi had no time to think about it at this moment. He quickly reached into Nangang Fuegui's waist bag, rummaged inside for a while, and finally touched the iron box containing medicine. He eagerly opened the iron box and looked at the medicine inside. He hesitated and asked, should I take 2 pills? Han Zi had already concluded that this medicine was definitely not a vitamin, so he was not sure if there were any special dosage requirements, which was why he asked this question specifically. Yes, take 2. Han Zi immediately pinched 2 white pills and put them into Nangang Fuegui's mouth. Nangang Fuegui made an unclear sound in his throat, as if he was trying hard to swallow a pill, or as if the drug was taking effect and his body was producing some indescribable reaction. Chapter 54. Half a minute later, Nangang Fuegui seemed to have regained some vitality, but his face was still pale. Fuegui, hold on. Let's leave here now. Han Zi said as he quickly carried Nangang Fuegui on his back and planned to turn around to check on Yan Yang's condition. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the woods. At this moment, the setting sun has long disappeared, and the thick night has quietly enveloped the sky. The light in the forest was extremely dim, but fortunately Han Zi possessed the power of night, and with the increase of his power, his vision was greatly improved. He looked sharply in the direction of the sound and saw that the soil under a tree not far away was slowly rising up, and then gradually transformed into a human shape. Uncle Chi! In an instant, Han Zi's eyes flashed with surprise. The nerves that had been tense and in a state of high tension suddenly relaxed. The person who appeared out of nowhere under the tree was clearly Qi Ling Chuan. Yinhu Squad Qi Ling Chuan. These 7 short words were like a magic needle in Han Zi's heart, and he instantly felt a sense of security. Qi Lingchuan's figure flashed and came in front of Han Zi. He stretched out 2 fingers and pinched Nangang Fuegui's wrist. His brows were suddenly furrowed, and his expression was solemn. What happened just now? We were attacked by someone from the Oracle sect, named A's Hu. He has dual talents and his strength is above level 5. We were no match for him at all. Then Nangang Fuegui went berserk. Han Zi simply recounted what happened. Oracle Gate. Qi Lingchuan's expression became even more gloomy. I just noticed a huge energy fluctuation in this area, so I rushed over. It must be the noise caused by the battle between Nangang Fuegui and the people from the Oracle sect. Uncle Qi, what's going on with Nangang Fuegui? I've never seen him in that state before. Han Zi was full of doubts and couldn't help but ask. It's hard to explain right now, let's leave here first. Ling Chuan was very cautious. He took out 3 tea potions, injected one into Nangang Fugui first, and then handed one to Han Zi. Uncle Qi. I don't need it. Han Zi knew in his heart that this medicine was extremely precious, and subconsciously felt that it was a waste to use it on himself. During this critical period, no one knows if the enemy has any tricks up their sleeve. Doing everything we can to preserve our strength is our top priority. Ling Chuan's tone was firm and unquestionable, and he directly stuffed a potion into Han Zi's hand. Then he quickly walked to Yan Yang's side and injected another medicine into Yan Yang. Han Zi took the medicine, hesitated for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and injected the medicine into his body. In an instant, a warm force spread from deep within his blood. He stretched his muscles and bones, and the wound that had been tearing and painful began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only some faint scars. Only Nangang Fugui was still pale and in an extremely weak state. Obviously, his problem cannot be solved by tea potion. After simply treating the injury, Ling Chuan leaned over and steadily carried Nangang Fugui on his back. He looked around with a serious expression, and said in a deep voice, "It is not advisable to stay here for long. We must return to the city as soon as possible." As he spoke, he cast his gaze towards Han Zi and Yan Yang. "Come to me, follow closely, I will use Earth Escape to take you away." The 2 men didn't understand what was going on, but they quickly walked to Ling Chuan. They saw him stretch out one hand and spin rapidly in the air. Wherever the palm passed, there seemed to be an invisible yet powerful force surging. In an instant, the originally solid and stable ground suddenly began to ripple like a calm lake with a huge rock thrown into it. However, these ripples did not spread in the water, but spread out in circles on the land with Ling Chuan as the center. The 4 of them merged into the ground silently as if they were sinking into a swamp. Han Zi felt his surroundings instantly sink into darkness, and then a cold sensation enveloped his entire body. The feeling of the underground flow was like being held up by countless pairs of cold hands. I could clearly feel the force of the soil squeezing my body, but strangely, I didn't feel suffocated. "Don't move." Ling Chuan's voice sounded particularly dull underground. The energy field is unstable when leading people to escape underground. It will be troublesome if we encounter rock formations. As soon as he finished speaking, the soil in front suddenly rippled, and a piece of granite appeared in front of him like the fangs of a giant beast. Ling Chuan lightly tapped his hand, and the ochre light suddenly increased, and the rock melted to both sides like butter meeting a hot knife. The moment he regained his vision, Han Zi's eyes widened as he watched the gravel transform into fine quicksand under the impact of energy, carrying them safely through. 5 minutes later, I felt a solid touch on the soles of my feet. Han Zi stumbled to his feet and found himself on an open gravel beach. Behind him, Yunlu Mountain under the night sky looked like a giant beast lying prone, and the bright red flag of the shield-bearer corps fluttered on the top of the sentry box 100 meters away. Lin Qunren was standing under the flagpole with his hands on his hips, his camouflage uniform covered in grass debris, and Xiaoqing and the assistant instructors were standing beside him. "Oh, Commander Qi, Earth Escape technique is getting more and more exquisite." Xiaoqing twirled the dagger between his fingers and looked at the 4 dusty-faced people with a playful look. "It's just that the landing posture is a bit ugly." Ling Chuan didn't say anything, but laid Nangang Fugui flat on the ground. Lin Qunren's gaze swept over the unconscious Nangang Fugui, his expression suddenly darkening. "We were attacked by the Oracle sect during special training? This is no small matter. Commander Qi, have you captured the enemy? We'll talk about it on the way. Let the medical team take care of the wounded first." Ling Chuan laid Nangang Fugui flat on the stretcher. "I suggest that we stop the special training immediately. With the arrival of people from the Oracle sect, Yunlu Mountain is no longer safe." "Yes. I will report this to the training center now and urgently stop this special training." Lin Qunren nodded in agreement and added, "Commander Qi, the students are scattered across Yunlu Mountain right now, and the communication equipment is out of service. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to deliver the message right now. Leave it to me." After Ling Chuan said that, he put 2 fingers together and knocked into the air. In an instant, the entire Yunlu mountain seemed to be manipulated by an invisible giant hand, and layers of transparent ripples appeared. Almost at the same moment, the students scattered throughout the mountain heard Ling Chuan's voice without any warning. "The training camp is over immediately. Follow my instructions and leave the mountain quickly." Chapter 55. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain wind suddenly stopped, and under the dark blue sky, countless dead leaves hovered in the air. An ochre-colored halo seeps out from the veins of the leaves, transforming into winding fireflies guiding the way ahead. Those violent stone men and tree monsters now stood apart with their heads bowed, guarding both sides like pilgrim guards, escorting the students all the way out of the mountain. "I've sent a message to all students. There won't be much danger within the scope of my earth flow domain for the time being. But to be on the safe side, we have to stay here to pick them up." Suddenly, Ling Chuan stopped talking, his whole body stiffened, his expression froze, and he stared blankly in a certain direction. The night wind blew, and the intermittent bird calls in the distant woods suddenly rang out. "Uncle Qi, what's wrong?" Han Zi, who noticed something was wrong, quickly approached Ling Chuan. He followed Ling Chuan's frozen gaze, and his breath was suddenly taken away. Under the cold moon, a man in black robe stood in the brightest part of the moonlight. In the shadow cast by his hood was a pure white mask. A storm-like pattern was drawn on the mask with a black pen, and the hole in the eye of the storm corresponded to the position of the man's left eye. With the blessing of power of the night, Han Zi's eyesight was excellent. He instantly saw through the holes in the mask and saw the man's eyes clearly. Plop! Han Zi's heart suddenly shrank, and he could almost hear the sound of his own heartbeat clearly. What kind of eyes were those? Filled with an extremely restrained golden light. Deep in the eyes, there seems to be a bottomless golden abyss, deep and mysterious. Just one glance seemed to suck Han Zi's soul into it, making him sink into it involuntarily. "It seems like you will get lost in that dazzling yet dangerous golden ocean at any time." The instructors present noticed the black-robed figure one after another. In an instant, everyone froze in place like wooden stakes. Ling Chuan was the first to break free from this chaotic state of distraction. In the critical moment, he bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the fishy and salty blood instantly spread in his mouth. The stinging sensation was like a needle pricking his nerves. Under this strong stimulation, his mind finally regained some clarity. "Attention! Enemy attack!" Ling Chuan roared loudly and clenched his 5 fingers on one hand. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the soil and rocks bounced high. Everyone staggered and nearly fell, only then waking up from their chaotic state. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed by like a ghost, and Xiaoqing instantly appeared beside Ling Chuan and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. At this moment, a serious look rarely appeared on her face, her brows furrowed, her eyes fixed on the mysterious black-robed man not far away, and she lowered her voice and said, "Old Qi, who is that person? I can't see through him at all. I can't feel any energy fluctuations from him. But the aura he exudes is terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, he should be." Ling Chuan paused, his Adam's apple rolling up and down with difficulty, as if he was swallowing a 1,000-pound burden. After a long time, he finally uttered a few words. "The leader of the Oracle sect, Lord Huajin. The owner of Sequence 04 Mingsuchen Realm, Lord Huajin." Xiaoqing's eyes widened instantly, his eyes full of shock and disbelief, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Although she tried her best to control the volume and her voice was not loud, everyone present could hear it clearly in the dead silence. Sequence 04 Bright Void Dust Realm, the leader of the Oracle sect, Lord Huajin. These 2 words combined together were like a thunderclap, stirring up a storm in everyone's hearts. They knew very well what kind of terrifying strength and status this meant. It is no exaggeration to say that looking across the entire world, the number of strong people who are qualified to compete with the man in black robe can be counted on one hand. Gulp. Assistant Instructor Li Ao swallowed nervously, his hand gripping the dagger trembling slightly. He nudged Su Lin beside him with his shoulder and said, "Brother, this time, we might be in big trouble." "Lord Huajin." Su Lin muttered like a delirium, and fell into a trance. A pair of big hands were placed on the shoulders of both of them at the same time. Lin Qunren's voice was low and his expression was as gloomy as water. "Don't lose your composure." An atmosphere of fear spread among the crowd like a tide. Moonlight streamed across the treetops like silver frost. Lord Huajin gently stroked the edge of his mask and spoke slowly, "Don't be nervous, everyone." His voice was as melodious as the morning bell and evening drum, and every syllable had a dizzying resonance. The corners of his lips beneath the mask lifted slightly, and the storm pattern shone with a dazzling luster under the moonlight. "I have no ill will towards you all. I just came to take someone away Nangong Chong Cheng." "Oh, no, I should call him Nangong Fugui now. My messenger was unable to persuade Master Nangong to come, so I had no choice but to come here in person. I wonder if you can help me." "Haha, I'm really sorry. We Night's Watchmen have never had the tradition of betraying our companions." Qi Ling Chuan raised his head slightly, his eyes as sharp as torches, staring straight at the man in black robes. Then, he took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently, and continued. "Perhaps, the new shoots of the Night's Watch may rot miserably at the foot of the Great Wall in the future, but before they grow into towering trees that can stand on their own, I will never allow anyone to pluck them at will." For a moment, the moonlit night fell into dead silence, with only Qi Lingchuan's firm words still echoing in the air. True courage is not about being ignorant and fearless, but about choosing to face everything even when you are afraid. Seeing Qi Lingchuan's fearless performance in the face of danger, the timidity that had lingered in everyone's hearts began to slowly recede like a tide. The light in everyone's eyes gradually rekindled, and they were gradually regaining their lost courage. "Oh, I see. Such beautiful stubbornness, but unfortunately." Lord Huajin raised his hand and plucked a piece of solidified moonlight, letting it turn into silver sand and flow through his fingers. The hole in the mask at the eye of the storm suddenly expanded, and thousands of swirling starlight appeared in the golden pupils. "It's a pity that you don't even understand what you are protecting." Buzz! Suddenly, dense arc-shaped golden cracks appeared in the air, like blades, rushing towards the crowd with a roar. "Xiao Xia, take the students away first. Remember, this is a mission." Qi Ling Chuan raised his hands, and a giant earth wall that was 3 or 4 meters thick rose from the ground and stood in front of everyone. Xiaoqing heard this without hesitation. She quickly reversed her grip on the dagger, her figure swaying, and vanished into thin air like a ghost. The next second, she appeared beside Han Zi. "Walk." Han Zi had never seen Xiaoqing so panicked before, and he was shocked, knowing that the situation was extremely critical. Han Zi was by no means a reckless man. He knew very well that facing a battle of this level, he could not intervene at all. Staying here would only increase the danger and drag down everyone else. He and Yan Yang hurriedly lifted Nangong Fugui on the stretcher, and under Xiaoqing's close protection, they quickly evacuated to a safe area. Buzz buzz, the transparent golden arc of light hit the earth wall, but it did not make a loud noise, nor did it cause any flying of earth and rocks. The golden arc of light silently tore through the space, and Qi Lingchuan's earthen walls collapsed like paper. He rolled to the side in a panic, his right arm still hit by the aftermath, and blood gushed out from 7 or 8 deep gaps where the bone was visible. Chapter 56. Don't resist. Scatter. Qi Lingchuan gritted his teeth and growled, slamming the ground with his bloody palm. The earth trembled, and dozens of stone men broke out of the ground. At the same time, the surrounding tall trees instantly turned into ferocious tree monsters, roaring and rushing towards the Lord Hwajin. Lord Hwajin chuckled and lightly tapped the air with his fingertips. Buzz! Golden ripples suddenly exploded with him as the center, and the world within 10 meters around him turned into a still picture, with everything silent. A line as thin as a hair appears in the center of the picture, dividing the world into two parts, upper and lower. Then, the upper and lower halves of the world were violently pushed by a pair of invisible hands, moving in opposite directions at a rapid speed, and then returning to their original positions at the same rapid speed. The picture is put back together. However, a thin cut appeared on the waists of all the tree monsters and stone men surrounding the Lord Hwajin. Crack! With a crisp sound, the bodies of the tree monster and the stone man broke into pieces. Their upper bodies fell to the ground as if hit by a heavy hammer, raising a cloud of dust. This weird scene shocked everyone present. What on earth happened? Even Qi Lingchuan was shocked. Naturally, he did not expect that he could get rid of the notorious Lord Hwajin by relying solely on those stone men and tree monsters. But one of the killer moves of Earth Flow Domain was cracked so easily, which was far beyond his expectations. Don't just stand there. Instructor Lin. Find an opportunity to cooperate and kill. Qi Lingchuan quickly adjusted his state, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. After the fight just now, he had already made a preliminary assessment of Lord Hwajin's immediate combat capabilities and fighting style. Given the current strength of our team, if we want to have a chance of survival in this battle, we must seize every fleeting opportunity. The veins on Qi Lingchuan's blood-stained right arm bulged, and his 5 fingers dug deep into the ground. Earth flow, 1,000 peaks. 7 jagged rock walls suddenly rose from the ground, forming a spiral staircase that surrounded the Lord Hwajin. Go ahead! Lin Qunren shouted. Behind him, Li Ao tightly grasped the dagger with his backhand and rushed out like a cheetah. Talent Hound full firepower. Li Ao's eyes turned into the pupils of a hunting dog, the hair on his lean body exploded and burst through his camouflage uniform, his leg muscles swelled, and every time he kicked the ground, a cloud of dust was splashed. He did not rush straight to the opposite side, but passed through the grass beside him, ran in a curved arc, and climbed up the rock wall in 3 or 2 steps with a nimble body. The next second, Li Ao jumped down from the rock wall, and his short knife wrapped in cold light pierced the back of the Hwajin god. Buzz! In an instant, golden arcs of light appeared around Lord Hwajin, like crisscrossing electric nets, exploding with a loud bang, dazzling and sharp. After just one encounter, the tip of the dagger in Li Ao's hand was cut off silently by this powerful force. Li Ao's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles, and he retreated like lightning. His chest was still slashed with several hideous gashes. Buzz! The golden arc of light expanded outwards without stopping, and in the blink of an eye it enveloped Li Ao. He was about to be swallowed by this powerful force. Completion. Between life and death, Li Ao even imagined a bloody scene of himself being torn into pieces in his mind, his eyes filled with despair. Just then, Boom! Lin Qunren fell from the sky, smashing the ground into mottled cracks. After transforming into a giant bear, its body stood in front of Li Ao like a mountain. The golden arc of light hit him head-on, and he crossed his arms to withstand it. Fur flew everywhere, and a fishy smell mixed with blood mist exploded. Lin Qunren's body was cut into a web-like shape, and blood was pouring out from the wounds. His life or death was uncertain. But he still stood firmly, his posture did not waver at all. Li Ao behind him had his face splattered with Lin Qunren's blood. His eyes were wide open, his pupils shrinking sharply due to shock, and he stared at the mountain-like figure in front of him. My mind went blank and I was completely stunned there, as if time had frozen at that moment. Lao Lin. On the rock wall, Su Lin's eyes were as red as blood, looking at the tragic scene in front of him with disbelief, and the cry was filled with endless sorrow and despair. His arc attack has a cooldown. Now's the time, attack! Don't let Instructor Lin's sacrifice be in vain. Qi Lingchuan's roar was like a heavy hammer, pulling the distraught Li Ao and Su Lin back to reality from their confusion. Su Lin clenched his teeth, crossed his index fingers rapidly, and muttered to himself. In an instant, vines surged out from under the feet of Lord Huajin like a surging green wave, and madly wrapped around his ankles. Beast! I'm going to fight you! A look of madness appeared on Li Ao's face, like an enraged beast. He gripped the broken knife tightly with his backhand, raised his arms behind him, and tensed all the muscles in his body. After half a second of charging, crazy fangs split the sky. Li Ao swung his arms suddenly, causing his entire body to spin at high speed. The sword energy slashed towards the Lord of Huajin like a whirlwind. His ankles were tightly entangled by vines and he could not move. The black robe was torn apart in an instant by the sword energy, and fragments flew all over the sky. Now! Qi Lingchuan's eyes fixed, and his blood-stained palms slammed shut. Earth flow stone surge. 100-meter-long hideous stone spike shot out from the ground and pierced the black-robed man's chest at an angle. The mask shattered in the impact, revealing half of a face as handsome as a god. Dead silence. Li Ao's knife froze in mid-air, and Su Lin's vines drooped dejectedly. Lin Qunren turned back into human form and fell to the ground, his chest covered in blood. Is it over? Xiaoqing's hand, which was holding Han Zi's, trembled slightly. She looked back at the scene in disbelief. Qi Lingchuan bent his waist slightly, his chest heaving violently. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze like an eagle, staring at the Lord Huajin who was stuck in the air by the stone spikes. The black robe swayed lonely in the wind, and the limbs of Lord Huajin hung limply. The whole person looked like a withered flower, having lost all vitality, leaving only a broken body floating in the wind. The moonlight solidified on the broken mask. The blood of Lord Huajin fell to the ground drop by drop, and the sound was as crisp as an icicle falling to the ground. Cough! The Lord of Huajin on the stone thorn suddenly moved. Chapter 57. The remains of the body in the black robe suddenly rippled and dissipated like ink immersed in water. The night wind brought a light laugh, and everyone's blood froze instantly. You all put on a great show. I have to say, the choreography was brilliant. Lord Huajin stood intact under the moon, clapping gently, and the storm patterns on his mask shone brightly. He gently raised his hand and stroked the air, and the surrounding scene suddenly distorted. The stone spikes that shot straight up into the sky retracted back into the ground, and the 7 jagged rock walls disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, as if they had never existed. Li Ao's knife was still hanging in the air, and the shocking wound on Lin Qunren's body disappeared mysteriously, and his skin was as smooth as before. It seemed as if the life and death crisis he had just experienced was nothing more than a fleeting, illusory dream. What on earth is going on? Lin Qunren's face was full of disbelief. He subconsciously rubbed his chest back and forth with his hands, and pressed hard, trying to confirm whether what he saw was real. The wound disappeared so strangely that he felt mixed emotions. He couldn't tell whether he should be grateful for escaping death or worried about this inexplicable strange change. It's an illusion. Everything we just experienced is an illusion. Qi Lingchuan frowned and muttered to himself, is this the true ability of Sequence 04 Bright Void Dust Realm? Upon hearing this, the shock in everyone's hearts surged like a raging tide. They looked at each other, their eyes full of astonishment and confusion. Faced with a powerful opponent, they have the courage to fight to the death, but faced with this strange ability, they feel powerless. Despair began to spread. Then let me ask you again, can you hand Nangang Fugui over to me now? The golden eyes in the hollow of the storm-patterned mask swept over the crowd coldly, and Lord Huajin slowly spoke, I must remind everyone that since I have the ability to make you see a false victory, I must also have a way to send you to real death. His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Ling Chuan and Xiaoqing exchanged glances and saw the answer in each other's eyes. No matter how many times you ask, our answer will not change. Ling Chuan held his head high, his eyes as firm as steel, and responded with a resounding voice, as a night's watchman, I will never abandon any of my companions. Very good. The voice of Lord Huajin suddenly surged from all directions, like a surging storm, instantly engulfing everyone. The voice was filled with endless pressure, and each word was pronounced with such intensity that it sounded like a verdict from the netherworld. Now that you've made your choice, you must pay the price. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear this price. A drop of golden water suddenly appeared, hovering 2 or 3 meters above everyone's heads. Ling Chuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw the entire battlefield reflected in that drop of water, Lin Qunren's burly figure, the cold dagger in Li Ao's hand, Su Lin's dilated pupils, and Xiaoqing's back as she stood frozen in place supporting Han Zi. Even a night owl flapping its wings to escape from a distant treetop was sealed in this thumb-sized golden amber. Careful! The moment the warning got stuck in my throat, the water droplets exploded. Several golden threads shot out from the exploding water droplets, each one precisely piercing the center of the eyebrows of those present. Ling Chuan's earth flow barrier was pierced by the silk thread just after it rose half an inch, and the golden thread pierced into his forehead. Xiaoqing's dagger froze in the middle of its swing, a faint glow condensing on the tip of the blade. All those pierced by the golden thread were frozen in place with the same expression they had at the last moment. The entire battlefield was dragged into the golden gelatin, and even the wind became a specimen. Only the Lord of Huajin walked under the moonlight, the hem of his black robe swaying in the wind, creating waves of golden ripples. Snap! He snapped his fingers casually. The world wrapped in golden colloid suddenly trembled. Immediately afterwards, the gelatin began to shrink rapidly. During this contraction, the colors of the world receded like the tide, gradually returning to their original appearance. The night wind was the first to break free from its confinement and regain its freedom, rustling the grass and startling a flock of birds, which fluttered off into the night sky. Everything seemed to have returned to life, except Ling Chuan and others, who were still firmly wrapped in the golden gelatin. Against the backdrop of the night, it looks like 8 huge pieces of golden amber, floating alone in the night sky. Crack! A crisp sound broke the silence. The amber that encased Han Zi suddenly cracked, and the cracks spread rapidly, covering the entire gelatinous shell like a spider web. Immediately afterwards, the shell shattered, and Han Zi fell freely from mid-air to the ground. He lay on the ground in a mess, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, his eyes full of fear, like a survivor who had just crawled out of the abyss of hell. Recalling his experience just now, he was still frightened. Even with the power of night, he was completely powerless to resist. It was as if his soul had been pulled out. Huajin Shenzhou walked against the moonlight. He looked down at Han Zi, who was lying on the ground, and his voice echoed like the abyss, "You are lucky, child. There is plenty of time. Why don't we play an interesting game?" He raised his hand and tapped lightly, and 7 golden ambers lined up in the air. "I'll give you an hour to think about it." He looked at the people trapped in the amber as if examining ants, his fingertips slid across the surface, causing ripples. "Choose one person from among them, and let me take their life. Once you have chosen, the rest will be free. If you don't choose, I'll randomly kill one or more of them. As for who I choose, it depends on my mood. Also, this game won't end here. Every hour, you'll have to make another choice." "What do you mean?" Han Zi's whole body shook violently as if struck by lightning. He staggered to his feet, his teeth clenched, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, staining his chin red. "Why should I decide the life and death of others? I don't choose." Han Zi roared, and black shadows rose all over his body. "Shadow kill, 1,000 scales!" 9 shadow snakes roared and broke free from his hands, strangling the golden amber in the air. However, reality was like a heavy slap in the face, slapping Han Ziye hard. The moment the ferocious snake head touched the amber, it seemed to fall into an endless void. Without even making a sound, it was ruthlessly swallowed by the amber. What kind of ability is this? A feeling of despair surged in Han Ziye's heart. He widened his eyes full of unwillingness. In the face of this strange and unpredictable force, he didn't even have the slightest chance to resist or fight. He was like a lamb to be slaughtered, at the mercy of others. Chapter 58. No, I can't give up. If you can't break the golden amber, then kill the caster. So what if it's Lord Fujin? So what if it's sequence 04? How can we know if we don't try? Even if God stands in front of me today, I will make him suffer the consequences. The ferocity in Han Ziye's bones was completely aroused, and rolling shadows rose above his hands again. Swoosh under the cover of the thick night, two dark shadows moved quickly and silently along the ground, and in the blink of an eye they climbed onto the ankles of Lord Huajin. The next second, Han Ziye's entire body suddenly jumped up like a compressed spring that was released instantly. The shadow in his palm turned into a 1-meter-long shadow blade. He moved as fast as lightning and rushed towards the Lord of Huajin. The shadow blade was swung crosswise in his hands, leaving a black afterimage. The shadow blade passed through without any hindrance, but Han Ziye felt as if he was chopping at a mass of nothingness, and the touch was as light as if it had not touched anything. Not only that, due to the powerful inertia, he uncontrollably passed through the body of Lord Huajin, staggered and almost fell to the ground. How so? That touch feels like air. I can't even touch it, how can I fight? Shock and unwillingness instantly filled Han Ziye's eyes. He turned around abruptly, and the shadows around him became increasingly intense, like boiling black magma. The shadow blade in his hand burst out with a fierce murderous intent, and slashed wildly at the Lord of Huajin. At this moment, he was furious, with veins bulging on his arms. Every time he swung the shadow blade, there was a sharp sound of breaking wind, one after another, as if as long as the attack continued, the fire of hope of defeating the powerful enemy would not be extinguished. Lord Huajin just stood there quietly, allowing the shadow blade to tear apart his ethereal body. Like a god, he watched the ant's futile resistance under his feet with an indifferent attitude. I don't know how long it took, but Han Ziye was still waving his arms tirelessly. A voice without any emotion suddenly came from behind the storm pattern mask. The time has come. Now, tell me your choice. Han Ziye was stunned and stopped moving abruptly. He knelt dejectedly, his palms sunk deep into the mud, blood seeping from the cracks between his nails. He stared at the 7 golden amber bubbles floating in the air. A familiar face was frozen in each bubble. I don't choose. When Han Ziye squeezed out these 3 words from between his teeth, a taste of rust rose in his throat. Haha, it seems you still don't quite understand the cruelty of this game. Lord Huajin chuckled and touched Lin Qunren's bubble with his fingertips. In an instant, countless golden threads were pulled out from Lin Qunren's burly body. Han Ziye saw that Lin Qunren's pupils suddenly regained their spirit, and his lips opened and closed as if he was saying something. The next second, the golden thread suddenly tightened, and Lin Qunren's body was like a puzzle piece cut by an invisible sharp blade. His head, with an expression of astonishment, fell first. The blood beads reflected an eerie red in the moonlight, interweaving with the golden lines in the sky to form a cruel picture. In Han Ziye's heart, Lin Qunren has always been so powerful, but now he is so fragile. The usually stern and serious man was killed so casually. No. Han Ziye pounced towards the dissipating golden debris, but only caught a handful of cold night wind. Okay, 1 life buys you an hour of consideration time. The game continues. The cold voice came again. FK. Han Ziye was hysterical, and shadows burst out from his body until every last bit of energy in his energy veins was drained. He pounced on Huajin God Lord like a madman, punching the other's head with his fists indiscriminately, as if to vent all the anger in his heart. However, the fist only touched emptiness. Han Ziye had thrown countless punches, but he had completely forgotten about being tired, and the passage of time seemed to have nothing to do with him. All that was left in his eyes was the cold figure of Lord Huajin, and in his mind was only the obsession with revenge. Until the reminder of death sounded again. The time has come. Who will you choose this time? Han Ziye's eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets, as if he had seen a demon. He shook his head vigorously, muttering, "I don't choose. I don't choose." The voice was full of helplessness, resistance, and deep despair. You could have chosen to sacrifice one to save the others. Beneath the storm-patterned mask, Huo Jinshan's face was stern. Yet you chose the most despicable method, using hypocritical egalitarianism to put a noose called mercy on everyone. True kindness requires bloody hands. The cold voice echoed like an ancient bell, just as a gardener prunes dead branches, and a healer amputates rotten limbs. Your so-called moral cleanliness is nothing more than transferring the pain of choice to fate. This is the most refined cruelty. Buzz. The two pieces of amber mutated at the same time, and dense golden threads intertwined and strangled each other. Two balls of blood mist rose up, and Li Ao and Su Lin didn't even have time to scream before they turned into a pool of minced meat. The two people's fresh, boiling blood spread wantonly, blending with Lin Qunren's half-dried blood that had already turned dark brown, outlining a shocking picture. The game continues. Lord Huajin didn't even glance at the Senro hell behind him. Why are you torturing me like this? Han Ziye knelt on the ground, his eyes empty and lifeless, as if his soul had been sucked out. His last psychological defense completely collapsed under these continuous cruel blows. At this moment, there are 4 people left: Qi Ling Chuan, Xiaoqing, Yan Yang, and Nangang Fugui. Who to choose? Han Ziye's heart was screaming madly, but his mind was blank and he couldn't find any answer. He knew very well that if he didn't make a choice, the devil-like Lord Huajin in front of him would kill everyone without hesitation. What to do? What do I do? Why am I so timid? Maybe it's just like what he said, I am a hypocritical benevolent person, I am afraid to take responsibility and dare not face reality. It was my incompetence that killed everyone. Killed everyone. Self-blame and regret were like countless sharp blades, cutting back and forth in his heart. Time is up. This time. Do you have an answer? In an instant, Han Ziye seemed to have made up his mind. He stood up slowly, his body swaying as if he would fall down at any moment. His eyes were filled with exhaustion and determination as he spoke slowly, I'm not qualified to decide life or death. Even less qualified to choose sacrifice for them. No matter who you choose, it's a violation of the chosen one's life. Even if you save others, it's just an excuse to dress up your hypocrisy. Chapter 59. Very good. Beneath the storm-patterned mask, a cold murderous intent flashed across the golden pupils. Lord Huajin slowly raised his hand and pointed at the golden amber floating in the air. His voice seemed to be filled with ice, and he spoke word by word. As you wish, this time, we'll eliminate all 4 at once. Then, his tone changed, with a hint of cold sarcasm, don't blink, just watch carefully. Buzz. The moment Huajin God's fingertips touched the golden amber, Han Ziye's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. A hint of doubt suddenly appeared on the cold face under the mask. Less than half a second later, Han Ziye mysteriously appeared in front of Huajin God Lord, with the shadow blade in his hand wrapped in endless murderous intent, piercing straight into his chest. Hat. A sneer sounded leisurely, and Lord Huajin was not in a hurry. He bent his fingers and flicked them lightly. A golden thread flashed through the air like lightning and cut Han Ziye's neck directly. But at this moment, an incredible scene happened. The scene that should have been filled with blood did not appear. Han Ziye was like a phantom reflected in the water, swaying gently in the breeze, and then slowly dissipated, leaving only empty air. Hallucination. Lord Huajian's expression changed drastically. He suddenly realized that something was wrong, and an inexplicable sense of unease surged in his heart. Puff! A black shadow blade brazenly stabbed into him from behind, piercing his heart, and the tip of the blade protruded from his chest. The night wind blew, and blood flew wildly in the air, like a bloody rain. Drops of blood splattered on the white mask, leaving long trails along the storm lines, much like flowing tears. How is it possible, you? The voice of Lord Huajian trembled, filled with endless astonishment and unwillingness. He slowly turned his head, his movements so slow that it seemed as if his neck was rusted. In the shadows behind him, Han Zi's blood-stained face gradually emerged. His face was stern, with the flame of revenge burning in his eyes. Veins bulged in his hands as he tightly grasped the shadow blade that pierced the heart of Lord Huajian. How did you do that? Lord Huajian's pupils began to dilate and his whole body twitched uncontrollably. Anything that seems impeccable must have its flaws. Han Zi said murderously, squeezing out every word from between his teeth. But unfortunately, I just happened to catch your flaw. The scene goes back to 3 minutes ago, when Han Zi was trapped in the quagmire of pain, struggling with a dilemma, not knowing where to go. Suddenly, a strange and mysterious feeling swiftly moved through his body like a nimble snake. Then, his mind seemed to be struck by a rapid drumbeat, and a series of crisp and shocking prompts came from it. Understand a new talent, Shadow Clone. Understand a new talent, Shadow Clone. Understand a new talent, Shadow Clone. In an instant, information about the ability of Shadow Clone flooded into Han Zi's mind like a flood. Shadow Clone, the shadow you cast can transform into a clone. The clone inherits 30% of the original's combat power and can independently utilize the original's other talents. The original and clone can be switched at will within a certain range. Han Zi froze on the spot for a moment, as if he had been cast under a spell. He was full of doubts and couldn't understand why he awakened a new talent at this critical moment. What shocked him even more was that this awakening was a completely new talent that he had never heard of and had never appeared in the world before. It was at that moment that he seemed to see hope in the desperate situation. Han Zi gritted his teeth, frantically suggesting to himself in his heart, forcing himself to calm down. In my mind, a firm belief keeps echoing like a loud bell. No matter how powerful something is, it can never be flawless. Think about it quickly, there must be a way. Suddenly, in a flash of inspiration, Han Zi grasped a certain detail. Every time Lord Huajian points his finger at the golden amber, it will cause visible fluctuations. If his body at that moment was also an illusion that could not be hit, it would be impossible for him to touch the golden amber, let alone cause the effect of physical contact. In other words, as long as he raised his hand to kill, he was no longer invincible at that moment. Instead, he could be hit. Previously, Han Zi was overwhelmed by various negative emotions and did not notice that detail at all, but after calming down, he quickly grasped the highlight. A bold idea came to his mind. He decided to fight to the death. At the moment when Lord Huajian extended his finger, Han Zi suddenly jumped up and launched a direct attack with the shadow blade. Sure enough, after a brief moment of daze, Lord Huajian unexpectedly did not allow Han Zi's shadow blade to pierce his body, but chose to take the initiative to attack. But this action just proved from the side that Han Zi's idea was completely correct. At that moment, he was not invincible. Afterwards, the golden thread released by Huajian God Lord was as swift as a poisonous snake and directly cut off Han Zi's neck. In fact, Han Zi decisively used Shadow Clone at that critical moment. He used shadows to create a clone behind Lord Huajian, and at the moment when the golden thread strangled his original body, he used the precise control of his new talent to perfectly switch between his original body and the clone. Therefore, what Huajian God Lord killed was just Han Zi's clone. The real him was hiding behind the scenes and launched this fatal attack. He, so smart. The life force of Lord Huajian was fading away bit by bit, and bright red blood was flowing out from the bottom edge of the mask. But, from the moment you didn't dare to choose his life or death, you've already lost. Even if you kill me, it won't change the final outcome. Ong! Along with this strange buzzing sound, the 4 golden ambers vibrated violently at the same time, making a sharp sound. Immediately afterwards, countless golden threads spread and intertwined wildly inside the amber like exploding spider webs. No! Han Zi's pupils shook violently, and he exerted force with both hands frantically. The shadow blade exploded, and the shadow directly exploded the entire chest of the Lord of Huajin, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. However, it was too late. Qiling Chuan, Xiaqing, Yan Yang, and Nanggong Fugui were cut into pieces by the golden thread in the amber. The bloody scene stimulated Han Zi's nerves crazily. His mind went blank and he completely lost the ability to think. Just relying on instinct, he unconsciously used the shadow blade in his hand to stir wildly in the chest of Lord Huajin, as if trying to stop the human tragedy that had already happened with such a futile action. A huge hole had been dug out in the chest of Lord Huajin, and blood was flowing like a river at his feet. But beneath the mask, his expression was a smile that was so crazy that it was almost twisted. Plop! Finally, the lifeless body of Lord Huajin collapsed to the ground, splashing thick blood and mud. There was a dead silence all around, not a sound. The cold moon hung high in the sky, casting a chilling light. Only Han Zi was left standing alone in a pool of blood. People are like this. Only when they really lose something can they truly understand its meaning to themselves. Han Zi stood there quietly, letting time pass by, until the first ray of dawn peeked out from between the peaks of Yunlu Mountain. The warm orange light slowly climbed up, trying to dispel the blood and darkness of this night. But when it fell on Han Zi, it seemed as if he was swallowed up by the dead silence around him, and it was difficult to feel a trace of warmth. As if by some strange coincidence, the message of power of night emerged in his mind. Night Authority Level, Level 1. Authority Value, 624/5000. In an instant, Han Zi's chaotic thoughts seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt. Wrong! Han Zi's pale, numb, and stiff face suddenly regained a hint of life, and his originally dull eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. In this chaos, he captured extremely crucial information. Chapter 60. Han Zi's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart suddenly tightened. He suddenly discovered that the increase in authority value did not match. Power of night itself is like a bottomless mystery, surrounded by too many unknowns. In fact, there was a question that kept lingering in Han Zi's mind. Besides the natural growth according to fixed rules at night, were there other ways that he didn't know about to increase the authority value? Out of such doubts, Han Zi developed a habit. Every once in a while, he would concentrate his mind, call out the information panel of power of the night in his mind, and carefully check the growth of the power value. The last time he checked his authority value was this morning. Han Zi remembered it clearly. The value at that time was clearly 622. Based on past experience, night authority will naturally increase by 12 points of authority every night. Based on this calculation, the total authority value at this moment should be 622 points plus 12 points, which is 634 points. However, the reality is that the panel now shows only 624 points. In other words, only 2 hours had passed since nightfall. And the sunrise scene around was all an illusion. In a flash, an idea flashed through Han Zi's mind like lightning. The truth, I'm afraid there is only one possibility, he is still deeply trapped in the illusion. The scene that we saw before, where Qiling Chuan killed the Lord of Huajin, was nothing but a false illusion, a mirage. And the scene where he just ended the life of Lord Huajin with his own hands was also an illusion, a falsehood that deceived himself. Everything is a dream within a dream. It seems like waking up from a dream, but in fact it is just falling into another more real, but still illusory dream abyss. At this moment, Han Ziye was very sure in his heart that everything he saw, heard, and felt was fake. What the eyes see is not necessarily true. Vision, hearing, smell, and touch can all be simulated by illusion. Only the authority of night will never be affected by any illusion, it will only increase according to the passage of real time. So, everyone's death is probably fake. As long as I can quickly get myself out of this damn illusion. Everything is still in time. Thinking of this, Han Ziye felt a warm current surging from the soles of his feet, spreading throughout his body in an instant like a surging tide. The hope that was lost and regained was like a rain after a long drought, nourishing his dry heart that was on the verge of despair. Han Ziye suppressed his inner discomfort, ignored the bloody remains at his feet, and began to search the surroundings quickly and carefully. It has to be said that this illusion is too real, and every detail is flawless. For a moment, he couldn't find any other clues to prove that this was an illusion. How on earth should I leave here? Han Ziye was extremely anxious, his brain working rapidly. Subconsciously, he looked towards the rising sun, and a dazzling golden light shot straight at him, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. Crack! A crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out in the air, as if it was the first crack that broke this illusory world. Immediately afterwards, the whole world suddenly shook violently, and the surrounding scenery began to crack like a huge glass mirror, and then quickly shattered and collapsed. Han Ziye, wake up, wake up! I heard Xiaqing's anxious cry. At first the sound seemed to come from far away, with a hint of illusion and vagueness, but it became closer and clearer. Han Ziye suddenly opened his eyes. Xiaqing's worried face instantly came into view. She was shaking her arms vigorously, and the strength from her hands made Han Ziye truly feel the existence of reality. Han Ziye was gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, as if he had just been rescued from drowning. All around them, it was pitch black, it was still night. Not far away, Nangang Fugui lay weakly on a stretcher, his eyes still edged with fatigue. Yan Yang, Qi Ling Chuan, Li Ao, and Su Lin were all there as well. Great! Everyone is fine. This was the first thought that flashed through Han Ziye's mind, and a feeling of joy at surviving a disaster surged in his heart. Then, he looked towards the place where Huajin Shenzhou was standing empty. Nothing. Uncle Qi, where is the Lord of Huajin? Han Ziye asked hurriedly, with a hint of anxiety and doubt in his voice. What is Huajin Divine Lord? Isn't that the leader of the Oracle sect? Xiaqing interrupted with a bewildered look on her face, her eyes revealing deep confusion. Why did you suddenly mention him? Wasn't that the one standing in the distance just now the Lord of Huajin? Han Ziye became even more confused, and his eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one, trying to find the answer from their expressions. Am I the only one who saw this? Am I the only one who fell under this illusion? Han Ziye felt a surge of unease. Han Ziye hurriedly recounted everything he had experienced in the illusion. You mean, you just saw the Lord Huajin of the Oracle Gate? Qi Ling Chuan immediately understood what Han Ziye meant. He frowned slightly, his eyes became solemn, and after thinking for a moment, he slowly said, since you suddenly fell into a trance, we felt something was wrong. But we didn't see the Lord of Huajin you mentioned. There must be something fishy going on. It seems that this illusion may really only be targeting you. Just targeting me? Han Ziye's heart trembled, and he recalled what the Lord of Huajin said and did in the illusion, and doubts arose in his heart. Chapter 61. Since there are traces of members of the Oracle sect in Yunlu Mountain, it's no surprise that Lord Huajin appears here. Qi Ling Chuan frowned and said solemnly, once all the students in the mountain have evacuated, we must leave as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave a sharp flick of his wrist. In an instant, the surrounding trees began to tremble violently, as if controlled by an invisible force. The leaves on the branches flashed with an earthy yellow halo, and fell off the branches one after another, spinning around the surrounding area at high speed. I will use these leaves to observe the surrounding situation. Zioxia, you patrol around and stay alert at all times. The others rest here and recover their strength as soon as possible. Qi Lingchuan made arrangements quickly. Qi Lingchuan's tactical prowess was evident in his ability to analyze the situation and respond in a very short time. Without saying a word, Xiaoqing held the dagger in his backhand, crouched down, and slipped into the woods nearby, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Everyone followed the instructions and sat down where they were. Han Zi sat cross-legged on the ground, holding his breath, and carefully examined his condition. When he realized that his talent shadow clone was still firmly rooted in his body, his heart skipped a beat. This completely confirmed that the terrifying experience of being trapped in an illusion just now really happened. What made him a little unbelievable was that he actually comprehended a new talent while being under the illusion. Judging from Han Zi's past experience, the talent and ability of Shadow Clone should not be underestimated. Conservatively speaking, it can be rated A level, and at the highest level, it is not impossible to reach S level. Looking back, in order to get a place in the inner city class selection, he almost emptied all his savings and bought the fruit of talent with great difficulty. After much difficulty, he awakened his talent with the help of the power of the fruit, but it was only the most common E-level imitation copy. In the past, he would never have dared to even think about awakening advanced talents. Moreover, normally speaking, the peak period for naturally comprehending talent is before the age of 18. If you haven't awakened your talent naturally before then you will most likely not be able to awaken it naturally afterwards. At best, you can only rely on your luck with the talent fruit. Obviously, I have missed the best stage for natural awakening. What kind of opportunity led me to comprehend the powerful talent of Shadow Clone? Could it be that after obtaining the power of night, the probability of awakening talents has increased? And I awaken new talents every time? If you think about it carefully, this possibility is indeed not small. Didn't Shadow Killer and Night Coming awaken the moment they obtained power of night? The only doubt is that the timing of awakening the new talent Shadow Clone is too coincidental, and it happens to be during the process of being under the illusion. Perhaps there is some deep connection with illusion, but Han Zi doesn't know. Not long after, Qi Lingchuan, who was standing in front of the crowd, suddenly looked towards the south. The leaves emitting an earthy yellow glow floated towards that direction at the same time. Li Ao, who was sitting not far from Han Zi, sniffed the air hard with his nose twitching rapidly, then turned his gaze to the south. As the owner of the animal-type talent hound, his sense of smell is far superior to that of ordinary extraordinary people. At this moment, he happened to be at the downwind side, and was only a few seconds later than Qi Lingchuan when he noticed something unusual in the south direction. Rustle! There was a rustling sound from the bushes not far away. Then, several familiar faces walked out from the woods. Bai Yao's face was covered with crisscrossing cuts and wounds, and the bloodstains were shocking. One of his arms hung limply, swaying with his steps, making him look particularly embarrassed. Behind him, Wang Xian was dressed in tattered clothes, with rags hanging on his body. He was covered in dust and dirt, and the huge marching backpack he had been carrying on his back was no longer visible. The last one to show up was Chen Xi, and her condition was slightly better by comparison. After all, as a person with auxiliary talents, he has relatively fewer opportunities to participate in frontal battles, so the degree of injury is much lighter. Instructor Linear. Why did you suddenly end the special training? We can still continue. Bai Yao looked exhausted, but his eyes were full of unwillingness to accept the result. Lin Qunren's face was solemn, his expression as serious as if covered by a layer of frost. He waved his hand lightly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Something unexpected has happened. To ensure the safety of the trainees, the special training must be terminated immediately. No, Instructor Lin. Bai Yao became excited upon hearing this, and his voice suddenly rose. This special training is crucial to our ranking on the final exam. We've been slogging through the mountains for 2 days and 1 night, enduring so much hardship, and now it's over like this? There should be a clear outcome. Lin Qunren took a deep breath, tried hard to suppress his inner irritation, and tried to make his tone calmer. Although this special training was terminated midway and no one successfully reached the finish line, our instructors will evaluate your overall performance throughout the training and calculate the corresponding points. There's no need to worry about this. Having said this, he paused slightly, his eyes sweeping across everyone's faces, his eyes revealing seriousness and warning, and then added. I can clearly tell you now that the reason for terminating the special training is that a student was attacked by the Oracle Gate. I don't think I need to emphasize what kind of existence the Oracle Gate is. Their appearance means great danger. We can't risk everyone's lives. Oracle Gate. Bai Yao's eyes widened instantly, and he swallowed subconsciously. His aura suddenly withered like a punctured balloon. Bai Yao, don't think too much about it for now. Let's just follow the instructor's instructions. After all, everyone's safety is the most important thing, right? Chen Xi patted Bai Yao's shoulder gently, trying to calm his agitated emotions. Soon, under the guidance of the blades controlled by Qi Ling Chuan, the other students arrived at the finish line one after another. They were all covered in dust and dirt, and their bodies were covered in mud and leaves. Their tired expressions were filled with confusion and dissatisfaction about the sudden end of the special training. At first, many students were still complaining quietly and found it difficult to accept this sudden change. But when they heard the words Oracle Gate attack, everyone seemed to be cast under a spell, and they shut their mouths instantly, with undisguised fear in their eyes. Everyone knows what it means to encounter such a dangerous organization. Li Ao and Su Lin meticulously counted the number of people several times, and after confirming that no one was missed, they nodded to Lin Qunren. Lin Qunren waved his hand, and the group boarded the military bus in an orderly manner and quickly drove away from Yunlu Mountain. Chapter 62. Back at the training center, the medical staff who had been on standby quickly conducted comprehensive and detailed physical examinations on the trainees. Thanks to the fact that Lin Qunren had injected the students with tea potion in advance on their way down the mountain, most of their injuries were effectively controlled and did not cause serious consequences. With simple treatment from medical staff, he soon recovered. Nangang Fugui's condition was unique, so the medical staff sent him to a separate medical ward. The next morning, Lin Qunren arrived at dormitory 303. When he knocked on the dormitory door, Hanzi and Yan Yang were getting ready to go to training. No need for training this morning, Lin Qunren said, standing at the door, his tone unusually gentle. Commander Lu wants to talk to you about Yunlu Mountain. Captain Lu Xiandeng. Hanzi was a little confused. It seemed like I hadn't seen Commander Lu for a long time. I heard from Uncle Qi before that he seemed to be carrying out some important tasks alone. Yes. Lin Qunren nodded. Although the affairs of the Oracle sect are mainly under the jurisdiction of the Sword-Bearer Corps, the members of the Tiger Squad have been invited to participate in this special training. It is only right that Commander Lu understand the situation. Okay, Instructor Lin, then you take us there. Hanzi didn't ask any more questions. The wind on the rooftop of the teaching building was slightly cool, but it couldn't suppress the spicy aroma floating in the air. As soon as Hanzi pushed open the iron door, he saw Lu Xiandeng sitting carefree at a folding table, with Qi Ling Chuan sitting upright next to him. In front of them, a copper pot was boiling, its red broth bubbling as slices of meat and mushrooms swayed in the spicy oil. Beside the pot were several dishes, beer, and other drinks. Lu Xiandeng held the tripod pot in one hand and waved at them with the other. You guys are here? Come on, sit down. Let's eat and talk. Hanzi stood there in a daze. This scene had nothing to do with a serious conversation. You said you were here to ask questions, why are you here on the rooftop? Also, eating hot pot so early in the morning, what the hell is this? Yan Yang sniffed the air, his Adam's apple moving, butter pot bottom. Know the goods. Liu Xiandeng grinned and threw a handful of chrysanthemum into the pot. These are some hidden goods from the training center's kitchen. I stole 2 packets of base ingredients. He scooped up a trembling piece of fat beef, dipped it in sesame oil and garlic paste, and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "Don't be shy, Instructor Lin, don't you want to join us?" Lin Qunren's mouth twitched as he retreated to the edge of the rooftop. "You guys just chat, I'll keep an eye on you." Han Zi sat down hesitantly. Liu Xiandeng had already pushed over 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. "Fill your stomach first. I heard you ran into those crazy people from the Oracle sect yesterday." "Yeah." Han Zi recalled what happened yesterday. "First, I met Ace Hu, the 16th envoy of the Oracle sect. Then, it was the lord of the Horjin sect. But it seems I was the only one who saw him." "Oh." Liu Xiandeng paused with his chopsticks, red oil dripping onto the table. "Tell me in detail." Han Zi took a sip of the iced sour plum soup. The cool taste brought a sense of clarity to his brain. He talked about the steel thorn array, the runaway Nangang Fugui, and finally the life and death decision in the Golden Amber. Liu Xiandeng didn't interrupt the whole time, but the frequency of eating the hot pot meat became slower and slower. After listening to Han Zi's entire narration, he put down the chopsticks in his hand, frowned slightly and asked, "That Nangang kid had scales on his body when he went berserk. The right half of the body has completely transformed into a beast, and its strength has skyrocketed." Han Zi gestured, "Golden scales, fangs, and a vortex that devours energy, right?" Liu Xiandeng continued, his eyes dark and unclear. "Let me ask you, does he usually behave in any unusual way? Abnormal behavior?" Han Zi stroked his chin as he recalled, "It seems that apart from being able to eat more, there is nothing else." "No. It's true." Han Zi suddenly thought of something and raised his voice abruptly, "I often see him taking a white pill." "White pills?" Liu Xiandeng thought for a moment, then pulled out a metal box from his pocket and took out a few white pills. "Is it similar to this medicine?" Han Zi's pupils suddenly shrank. "That's right." He said it was vitamins. "Vitamins?" Liu Xiandeng scoffed, "This thing is called day and night lock. To put it bluntly, it's a powerful stimulant. After taking it, you can stay awake for 24 hours without any problems. Of course, that kid's medicine is probably a more potent version. You should know that ordinary medicines have little effect on extraordinary people, so most of the medicines they need are specially manufactured. And their Nangang family is the largest manufacturer of medicines for extraordinary people in Xia country." "Refreshing medicine." Han Zi repeated it subconsciously with a puzzled look on his face. These 3 words were like a key that opened the door to his memory, and some seemingly unrelated information surged in his mind like a tide. He frowned and tried hard to recall every detail of his training at the training center. During those days, Nangang Fugui was always the first one to get up every day. At that time, I just thought he was full of energy, but now thinking about it, it seems a little strange. And the night when they spent the night by the Elephant Trunk Lake in Yunlu Mountain, it was Nangang Fugui who was in charge of keeping watch. The scene of him taking out a white pill from his waist bag and swallowing it also appeared clearly in his mind. A bold and surprising idea quietly emerged in Han Zi's heart. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Is it possible that Nangang Fugui has never truly fallen asleep? Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, Han Zi continued to ask, "Commander Liu, is there any connection between this stimulant and Nangang Fugui's rampage?" "It's a big deal." As Liu Xiandeng spoke, he tilted his head back and took a big gulp of beer, his Adam's apple rolling as he swallowed the beer. He then wiped the corner of his mouth and continued to explain, "The day and night lock pills come in 2 types, white and black. The white pills are used to refresh people and can help them quickly recover when they are tired. The black ones, on the other hand, have a similar effect to sleeping pills, mainly helping people with disrupted biological clocks to fall asleep. Liu Xiandeng paused, a hint of emotion in his eyes. As you know, the nights are long and the days are short over at the Frost Moon Great Wall. It's a special environment that can easily disrupt one's biological clock. So, some people in our Night's Watch use this medicine to adjust their condition, improve their sleep or refresh themselves so that they can perform their tasks better. But few people know that the drug day and night lock has a special effect. Liu Xiandeng's eyes flashed, it suppresses talent. Suppressing talent. Han Zi and Yan Yang looked at each other. Obviously, these 4 words have touched their blind spots in knowledge. Han Zi, who prided himself on being well versed in knowledge related to talent, fell into deep thought for a moment. Chapter 63. You don't understand again. Liu Xiandeng smiled. Hey, can you please stop keeping me in suspense? You know that riddlers are the most annoying people. Yan Yang rolled his eyes in anger, crossed his arms across his chest, and looked displeased. He seemed to have no respect for the famous Frost Moon Tiger in front of him. You're the only one who talks too much. Liu Xiandeng teased, but he didn't get annoyed and continued to explain. Talent suppression, to put it bluntly, is about competing with the divine power hidden within certain sequence-level talents. There are 13 sequence-level talents in total. Some of these talents contain the power of ancient gods or mythical beasts, and also inherit the remaining will of they. Liu Xiandeng paused, his gaze growing profound. If the possessor of this talent isn't strong enough, they simply won't be able to fully control this power. Once you fall asleep, your power goes out of control. Therefore, you have to rely on special drugs to stay awake. This is the origin of talent suppression. Liu Xiandeng's gaze was like a hawk, sweeping over Han Zi and Yan Yang's faces in turn. His tone suddenly changed, revealing a bit of coldness, and the aura around him also became colder. As for why I know all these inside stories. He paused briefly, a complex expression flashing across his eyes. It's because my roaring killing spear is a gift that inherits the power of a divine beast. Sequence 05 Roaring Killing Weapon Masters of Destruction, this is the power of the ancient mythical beast Western White Tiger that remains in the human world. If my deduction is correct, the talent of that Nangong kid should be. Liu Xiandeng paused for a moment, then said in a more serious tone, Sequence 10 Jinyun Daodi. Sequence level. Han Zi's pupils shrank suddenly, and his thoughts flashed back like lightning. When he failed to copy Nangong Fugui's talent, he concluded that Nangong Fugui's awakened talent was definitely not the sea-level energy absorption. At that time, Han Zi guessed that it might be S-level, but he never expected that it was actually sequence 10 Jinyun Daodi. This result was like a bombshell, exploding in his heart and causing 1,000 waves. As soon as these words came out, not only Han Zi and Yan Yang, but even Qiling Chuan, who had always been calm and steady, had obvious changes in his expression. Captain Liu, are you sure? Qiling Chuan raised his eyebrows. If it is really at the sequence level, then it is no small matter. Wouldn't this level of combat power directly affect the combat power balance of the 3 major camps in the extraordinary world? It's not that simple. Liu Xiandeng reached into the inner pocket of his black leather jacket, took out a lighter with skillful movements, and lit the cigarette in the corner of his mouth with a click. Hey! He let out a long breath, blue smoke swirling in the air. Judging from Nangong's current condition, he can't even unleash 1/10,000th of the power of Jinyun Daodi. Just suppressing his talent and preventing it from going berserk is enough to make him suffer. However, as long as he is mentally strong enough, there is still hope for the future. Liu Xiandeng grinned, you can consider incorporating him into the Night's Watch. I'll personally train him. Captain Liu, can you be more realistic? He is the heir of Nangong Group. How could he go to Frost Moon Great Wall with you to suffer? Qiling Chuan shook his head helplessly. Why not? Liu Xiandeng raised his chin upon hearing this, his eyes filled with a fierce determination to refuse defeat. Let's not even mention anything else. With my unique charm, taking down that kid from the Nangang family is a piece of cake. Tisk Yan Yang rolled his eyes to the sky. Dong dong dong. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted the conversation. At the entrance to the rooftop, a thin old man was standing there. The old man's hair was grey, but he looked energetic and his back was straight. Even though the iron gate was open, he still raised his hand and knocked politely. Lin Qunren, who was standing not far from the iron gate, was stunned and was so scared that he almost turned into a giant bear on the spot. But on second thought, the person sitting on the rooftop was Frost Moon Tiger Lu Xiandeng, one of the sealing combat forces of the entire human race. Even if the most vicious White Walker came, he would probably be killed instantly by that man. I seem to be worrying too much. Lin Qunren shook his head subconsciously, then walked forward and asked, "Who are you?" The old man's withered fingers gently stroked the door frame. "My name is Feng Zheng, and I'm the steward of the Nangang family for 3 generations. I came here today to meet Commander Lu Xiandeng." "Oh." Lin Qunren frowned slightly upon hearing this, still hesitant in his heart. However, Lu Xiandeng raised his hand carelessly and smiled brightly, "It's okay, let the old man come over." "Thank you." Feng Zheng nodded slightly. After thanking them, he straightened his back and walked towards the crowd at a leisurely pace. "Mr. Feng, right? Please take a seat." Lu Xiandeng enthusiastically handed over an outdoor folding chair with a smile on his face, showing his generosity. Han Zi hesitated when he saw this, and said tentatively, "Commander Lu, how about we talk next time?" His eyes unconsciously swept towards Feng Zheng, thinking to himself that this steward of the Nangang family had a special identity, and Lu Xiandeng was a senior member of the Night Watch. Their meeting might involve confidential matters, and it might not be convenient for him to be present. "Sit down, it's not a problem." Lu Xiandeng waved his hand casually, his face relaxed. Then he looked at Feng Zheng and said firmly, "If I'm not mistaken, the old man came here this time because of Nangang Fugui's matter, right?" "Yes." Feng Zheng nodded without hesitation, his eyes full of sincerity as he said straight to the point, "Captain Lu, I'm here to ask for a favor." "Oh." Lu Xiandeng raised his eyebrows, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. He said with a half-smile, "In this land of Xia country, there are actually things that your Nangang family can't handle." He leaned back slightly, his hands casually resting on the back of the chair, and said in a teasing tone, "I'm just a rough guy. I'm good at killing White Walkers, but I'm not good at anything else. Old man, what exactly do you want me to help you with?" A hint of hidden sadness flashed in Feng Zheng's eyes, and his dry lips moved, "Commander Lu, I implore you to take Master Fugui to the Frost Moon Great Wall." "You mean you want Nangang to join the Night's Watch? That would be great." Lu Xiandeng instantly became interested. He grinned, then leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on Feng Zheng. "But before that, old man, do you want to tell me about Nangang's awakening of the Jinyun Daodi?" When Feng Zheng heard this, he was stunned and seemed to be fixed in place. After a few seconds, he let out a long sigh, as if all the strength in his body was drained away, like a string that had been taut for a long time finally relaxing. At this moment, he seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden he had been carrying for a long time, and slowly said, "Ever since the young master hid in Yongxiang City, the Oracle sect still refused to let him go. I knew that this matter could no longer be concealed." "That's right. What the young master awakened was sequence 10 Jinyun Daodi." Feng Zheng's tone was slightly heavy, and his turbid eyes flickered, as if he was trying hard to suppress the surging emotions in his heart. After a pause, he slowly uttered a few words, "However, there are some hidden secrets that you may not know. The leader of the Divine Oracle sect, Lord Huajin, whose real name is Nangang Gyun. He is the young master's biological brother." Chapter 64. Nangong Chongcheng, this is the young master's real name. Feng Zheng said in a low voice, slowly reached into the inner pocket of his Zhongshan suit, and carefully took out a yellowed photo. He handed the photo to Lu Xiandeng. In the photo, two young men in tang suits stood side by side. The boy on the left has razor-sharp eyebrows and eyes filled with an inextricable gloom, while the boy on the right smiles brightly, his mouth stretched from ear to ear, and pure happiness seems to overflow from the photo. Feng Zheng's skinny fingers gently pointed at the photo, his voice hoarse. The one on the left is none other than the current lord of Huajin, the young master's biological brother Nangong Gaiyun. Brother hunting down younger brother? Your family's style of doing things is really unique. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiandeng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a wisp of green smoke rose from the corner of his mouth. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but the bloodline disputes in big families are just so cruel. Feng Zheng said with a hint of sadness, we were once brothers who were as close as brothers. But the Nangong family can only have one person at the helm in the future. Ever since the head of the family appointed the young master as the heir, the relationship between the two brothers has quietly begun to change. Feng Zheng paused, his eyes revealing a complex emotion. I watched them both grow up. I always believed that Master Kuyun was not a bad person, but now he is going further and further down the wrong path. But when I try to put myself in his shoes, it does feel unfair. Feng Zheng suddenly raised his head, his eyes fixed on Lu Xiandeng. Commander Lu, young Master Kuyun awakened his talent sequence 04 Bright Void Dust Realm at the age of 17, and even broke through to the 7th stage at the age of 20. Honestly, is this talent considered outstanding? Extremely talented. Lu Xiandeng spoke without hesitation, his words resoundingly. Yes, he is extremely talented. Feng Zheng exclaimed, but even so, the head of the family still resolutely determined that the young master would be the sole heir. Afterwards, young Master Kuyun became disheartened and resolutely left the Nangong family. At first, no one knew his whereabouts. Later, it was discovered that he had joined the infamous Oracle sect. With his extraordinary talent and means, he quickly rose to become one of the two most powerful leaders of this dangerous organization. Is this the reason why he is chasing after Nangong Kid? Lu Xiandeng asked with a frown. That's right. Feng Zheng nodded, but the young master is an extremely kind and warm-hearted child. He has never thought of competing with his brother. But fate played a trick on us. When the young master was 16, he awakened sequence 10 Jinyun Daodi. He lives in fear and pain every day. He possesses an incredible talent, but because of it, he is forced to hide his brilliance. It's not that he doesn't want to practice, but he doesn't dare to practice. Every increase in strength seems like digging his own grave to him. He was afraid. He was afraid that his brother would notice his growth, and that an even more frantic pursuit would ensue. He could only use a cynical facade to hide his inner fragility and fear. Do you know what he said to me? Feng Zheng's eyes were filled with deep sadness. He said, the weaker I am, the more at ease my brother will feel. So, the young master chose to give up cultivation. However, the power of Jinyun Daodi is definitely not something that a first-level transcendent can suppress. He can only use the day and night lock to force himself to stay awake to prevent the innate power in his body from running wild. In the dead of night, I often saw him sitting alone by the window, gazing at the moonlight outside. He asked me countless times why his birth brought so much suffering and why relatives killed each other so much. I don't know how to answer. Feng Zheng's voice became increasingly quiet. Maybe, this is fate. Han Zi felt mixed emotions. He never imagined that the seemingly cheerful rich second generation had so many unknown sorrows behind him. Nangong Boy came to Yongxiang City to participate in the preparatory training of the three major legions. Is it also to avoid being hunted down by the Oracle sect? Lu Xiandeng asked. Yes. Feng Zheng took a deep breath, trying to cheer himself up, and replied, a year ago, he came to Yongxiang City alone and has been living here alone. I only found out recently that he participated in the training camp. But despite this, young Master Kuyun still has no intention of letting him go. Feng Zhang paused, then continued, to be honest, I'm also a transcendent myself, and I've awakened an A-level auxiliary talent, perception. I was really worried about the young master wandering around alone, so I placed a perception mark in him. Through this mark, I can always determine his location and sense the energy fluctuations in his body. After hearing this, Han Zi and others suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Feng Zheng came to them so timely. Feng Zheng's expression grew serious. This time at Yunluo Mountain, I sensed through the imprint that the young master suddenly went berserk. But strangely, after a short while, the fluctuations quickly weakened, and his rampage was quickly suppressed. Feng Zheng's eyes swept across everyone's faces, filled with confusion and expectation. The last time the young master went berserk, the situation was extremely critical. We put in a tremendous amount of effort, even asking the Shield Bearer Corps Commander-in-Chief, Yu Fanshan, to personally intervene, before we were able to subdue him. But this time, without any strong external help, he was able to recover so quickly. I'm really curious, how did you do it? Liu Xiandeng glanced at Han Zi and gestured for him to describe the situation at that time. Han Zi, you should be the most clear about the situation at that time, please tell us. Ah! Han Zi didn't react for a moment. To be honest, he didn't know how he controlled the runaway Nangong Fugui at that time. He could only speak truthfully, actually, I don't know how I did it myself. After Fugui went berserk, he had lost all his consciousness and attacked everyone he saw indiscriminately. To protect myself, I had to use shadow rope to restrain him, but within seconds, he returned to normal. Chapter 65. Han Zi tried hard to recall, and seemed to have grasped some details. He slowly said, I remember that Fugui didn't seem to be completely asleep at that time, because his left eye was open from beginning to end. And it was the right half of his body that transformed into a beast. Is it possible that the innate power within him hadn't completely unleashed its full potential, and that's why I was able to subdue him by accident? It's unlikely. Liu Xiandeng shook his head. No one knows better than me how powerful the power left behind by the ancient mythical beast is. This kind of power can only be achieved with half the effort if the possessor suppresses it. If others wanted to help, it would be very difficult. Old Master Feng said that Yu Fanshan could deal with Jinyun Daodi, which makes sense. I know his strength. But you are different. Even if Jinyun Daodi hadn't completely gone berserk at that time, it would not have been possible for a mere second-level transcendent like you to suppress it. Then what exactly happened? Han Zi was puzzled. I really didn't do anything special at the time. After much thought, I can only think of one possibility. That is, your talent itself has an inhibitory effect on the Jinyun Daodi. Liu Xiandeng replied. Han Zi's brows twisted into knots, and he quickly asked, Commander Liu, how is this possible? I can't feel that my talent has such an ability at all. Liu Xiandeng patted Han Zi on the shoulder and explained. Talent itself holds many unsolved mysteries. Current research is far from being able to fully explain the mechanisms of talent. Just think about it, the same talent can produce very different results when used by different people. This is the best proof. What's more, your shadow kill is a new talent that has never appeared before. Who can say for sure that it doesn't have some unknown power? Han Zi was stunned, and immediately had a guess in his mind. It was very likely that it was not shadow kill but an additional ability of power of night. But he did not express his guess, after all, power of night was his last trump card. Hearing this, Feng Zheng looked at Han Zi with burning eyes, held his hand and asked. Student Han, from what Commander Liu said, you have such a special talent. I'm sure you're planning to join the Night's Watch, right? Han Zi didn't shy away from the question. If I can be in the top 10 in the final exam, I will definitely choose to join the Night's Watch. Okay, okay. A trace of relief appeared on Feng Zheng's face. Then, he looked at Liu Xiandeng. Commander Liu, I implore you to take Nangang Fugui to Frost Moon Great Wall. The only place in this world I can think of that would accommodate him is the Night's Watch. Only there can he let go of his worries and become stronger. Find a path to self-salvation while saving the world. When Feng Zheng finished speaking, his eyes were full of pleading. He leaned forward slightly and even bent down, as if he wanted to use his strength to fight for this last hope for Nangang Fugui. Liu Xiandeng put out his cigarette, stood up, and held Feng Zheng with both hands. Grandpa, to be honest, I do like Nangang Fugui. But you also know that the three legions will definitely rush to recruit someone who has awakened such a powerful talent as Jinyun Daodi. Moreover, it is not up to one person to decide which legion these students will eventually join. In the end, whether this thing can succeed or not depends largely on Nangang Fugui himself, and no one else can force him to make a decision for him. A hint of determination flashed in Feng Zheng's eyes, as long as you promise to guide him. This child has a pure nature, but has always been trapped by fate. I believe that under your guidance and the mission of the Night's Watch, he will make the right choice. If that's the case, I agree. Liu Xiandeng nodded. I also want to see what kind of world this kid can carve out in our Night's Watch. After receiving a positive answer, Feng Zheng felt relieved. He nodded slightly, the wrinkles on his face seemed to relax a little, his eyes full of gratitude. Captain Liu, with your words, I can finally put my heart at ease. Feng Zheng pulled out a tightly wrapped iron box from his pocket and handed it to Liu Xiandeng. This is the medicine I brought for the young master. It's very effective in treating the overdraft caused by his talent going berserk. Please help me pass it on to him. After saying that, Feng Zheng gently smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes, carefully tidied up his clothes, and prepared to leave. Qiling Chuan looked at Feng Zheng, feeling a little reluctant, and asked, Mr. Feng, do you want to go see Nangang Fugui before leaving? He's still in the medical ward, and his condition is basically stable. A gentle breeze blew past, ruffling the old man's grey hair. A trace of unconcealable sadness flashed across Feng Zheng's eyes. He raised his head slightly and sighed softly. No. The child has grown up, and he still has to walk his own path in the future. It's really amazing that after taking the medicine provided by Feng Zheng, Nangang Fugui's physical condition improved rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Compared to his previous depressed look, he was like two completely different people. Just one day later, after a comprehensive examination, the doctor approved Nangang Fugui to leave the medical room. Nangang Fugui returned to the dormitory, but before he could sort out his thoughts, Han Ziye found him. Han Ziye decided to have a frank talk with him. Fugui, are you okay? Is there anything serious wrong with you? Han Ziye came to Nangang Fugui's bed, folded his arms around his chest, and stood leaning against the wall. It's no problem. Nangang Fugui raised his head, grinning and revealing his white teeth. He deliberately rubbed his cracked lips with his palm. The porridge in the medical room is so thin that you can see your reflection in it. I'm starving. There are no other problems. Don't worry, brother yet. I promise to do every push-up in the afternoon training. Oh, that's fine. Fugui, let's talk. Let me ask you, are you hiding something from us? Han Ziye asked. Hidden from you? No, don't you know what kind of person I am? I, Nangang Fugui, have always been open and honest, never. Then what talent have you awakened? I'll give you another chance, tell me nicely. Han Ziye interrupted him directly. Talent. Nangang Fugui suddenly became nervous, his expression extremely unnatural as he said, it's C-rank auxiliary system energy absorption. What's the matter, brother yet? No way, fatty. Yan Yang narrowed his eyes and stared at Nangang Fugui, speaking word by word, why did I hear it was sequence 10 Jinyun Doubty? When Nangang Fugui heard the words Jinyun Doubty, his face turned pale, his neck drooped quickly, and he wished his head was buried in his stomach. Okay, stop being stubborn. When we were in Yunluo Mountain, the Oracle sect even came to us. Do you think we can keep this a secret? Han Zi shook his head helplessly. Mr. Feng came to see us and told us everything about you. You'll have to rely on drugs to stay awake your whole life. Fugui, do you really want to live like this? Han Zi squatted down and looked directly into Nangang Fugui's eyes. Outside the window, a gentle breeze blew, lifting Nangang Fugui's iconic golden hair. He twitched his nose subconsciously, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, "But what other choice do I have?" His eyes were somewhat empty, as if he was asking Han Zi and Yan Yang in front of him, or as if he was questioning fate. As long as you want, you always have a choice. Han Zi's eyes were bright. Don't be afraid. Use all your strength to become stronger and control your own destiny. After a long moment, Nangang Fugui whispered, "But, without relying on the day and night lock, I simply can't suppress the power of the Jinyun Doubty. Once it goes berserk. And we are here. Fugui, we will definitely help you." Han Zi stepped forward, his tone firm. "Brother Yet, can you help me suppress the power of Jinyun Doubty?" Nangang Fugui's dim eyes lit up instantly. Tisk Yan Yang sneered disdainfully, "Who do you think controlled you when you were in Yunluo Mountain?" Bang! At this moment, the dormitory door was pushed open forcefully. Liu Xiandeng, a cigarette dangling from his lips, stood at the doorway and said, "Can it work? We'll know after we try it." Chapter 66. Commander Liu. Han Zi's eyes suddenly widened. "Why are you here? That kid doubts that you can suppress his talent, doesn't he? Don't waste time, all three of you, come with me to the special training room now." Liu Xiandeng exhaled a puff of green smoke and said with a smile, "I want to see how powerful this sequence 10 Jinyun Doubty is." 10 minutes later, the three followed Liu Xiandeng to the special training room of the training center. This special training room is indeed the one with the highest specifications in the entire Yongxiang city. Stepping in, Han Zi couldn't help but be amazed. The area here was several times larger than the one that Vice Principal Zhou Zhenqiu asked him to use when he was in school. It was so spacious that it looked like a small enclosed football field. Not only that, the entire area of the special training room supports gravity adjustment up to 500 times. The surrounding walls and ceiling are all made of special metal, which is solid and gleams with a cold metallic luster. It is no exaggeration to say that this special training room can remain safe and sound even after a small explosion. Normally, this training room wasn't open to the public, but since Liu Xiandeng wanted to use it today, the training center naturally didn't dare to refuse. Liu Xiandeng strode to the center of the special training room, then turned and looked at the three people. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said carelessly, "Nangang boy, don't hide anything today. Just let go and show off your abilities. Let's see if Han Zi can help you suppress the power of Jinyun Doubty. After a pause, he patted his chest and continued in a firm tone. "I'm here to back you up, so you don't have to be afraid of anything. If Han Zi can't suppress that power, and anything goes wrong, I'll take care of it. If this training room is accidentally damaged, don't worry, the repair costs will be paid directly from the Night's Watch's funds, so just work on it." Commander Liu. Commander Liu. Can you really suppress the Jinyun Doubty? Nangang Fugui asked hesitantly with trembling lips. Liu Xiandeng raised his thick eyebrows instantly, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Kid, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me or something? What can you Fanshan do, Liu Xiandeng, not do? What, in your eyes, am I not as good as him?" He deliberately frowned and pretended to be angry, but there was a hint of teasing in his eyes, as if he was waiting for Nangang Fugui's answer. No. That's not what I meant, but after all, Commander Yu's talent originally includes the ability to suppress and calm down, so... Haha. Liu Xiandeng smiled helplessly. I never thought that there would be a day when I would be looked down upon by the younger generation. Nangang boy, I'm too lazy to say more, just take out the black pill of day and night lock and eat it. The whole process is recorded here. When you wake up, I'll let you see how I deal with you, right? Nangang Fugui stood there, rubbing the corners of his clothes with his hands. His eyes wandered, sometimes looking at Liu Xiandeng, sometimes looking at Han Zi. Beads of sweat appeared on his nervous forehead, and he was so nervous that he didn't know what to do. Han Zi patted his shoulder and said, Fugui, you have to take this step, believe me. Finally, Nangang Fugui gritted his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind to fight to the death. He slowly pulled out the familiar iron box from his waist bag, and with trembling fingers, he pinched a black pill. He took a deep breath, raised his head, and his eyes were filled with determination. Okay. I believe you. Let's fight today. Gurgle with a slight swallowing sound, Nangang Fugui threw the black pill directly into his mouth and swallowed it forcefully. You two, come behind me and stay away. Liu Xiandeng waved his hand, go up when I tell you to. Han Zi nodded and quickly walked to a place more than 10 meters behind Liu Xiandeng. This time, even Yan Yang rarely argued with Liu Xiandeng. He kept a straight face and followed Han Zi. About a minute passed. The effect of day and night lock began to take effect. Nangang Fugui's eyes began to grow hollow and unfocused. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, the frequency increasing as if he were engaged in a fierce struggle. Finally, those eyes slowly closed, and the whole person seemed to have lost his soul. He stood there quietly, only his chest was still rising and falling slightly, proving that he was still breathing. The next second, something strange happened. Buzz in an instant, golden energy overflowed like a flood that broke through the dam, and it wandered wildly around Nangang Fugui's body, making a sharp whistling sound. His originally soft golden hair now stood upright, as if pulled by an invisible force, and then suddenly grew longer, exploding like a lion's mane, bold and full of wildness. Dense scales began from his eyes, spreading like a tide and covering the surrounding area at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, these scales covered his entire body. Under the light of the special training room, they shone with a mysterious and cold luster, like a layer of indestructible armor. Han Zi's pupils shrank slightly. This time the transformation into a beast seemed to be more thorough than when he was in Yunlu Mountain. He couldn't help but remind him, Commander Liu, last time Nangang Fugui only half of his body transformed into a beast, but now something seems amiss. Yet, Liu Xiandeng didn't even turn around, but raised his hand to interrupt. Don't worry, let him go completely berserk and see if you can handle it. That's the only way to make sense. Han Zi had no choice but to swallow his words. Immediately afterwards, the muscles in Nangang Fugui's arms swelled up, his palms turned into animal claws, and fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth. 2 sharp goat horns slowly grew out from his forehead. Nangang Fugui suddenly opened his eyes again. His original pupils were completely gone, and the 2 golden pupils standing in a line in his eye sockets exuded tremendous pressure. Chapter 67. Unlike the half-asleep and half-awake state he was in at Yunlu Mountain, this time under the effect of the black pill day and night lock, Nangang Fugui fell into a deep sleep. For him, who had not slept peacefully for many years, this sleep seemed to release all his fatigue and he slept very deeply. And during this slumber, the power of Jinyun Daodi was completely freed from its restraints and released without reservation. The golden energy gathered together and materialized into a Daodi shadow over 10 meters tall, covering Nangang Fugui. Its mane was like a lion, its head had 2 horns, its body was like a sheep, and its 4 claws were like a tiger crawling on the ground. Roar! Daodi roared towards the sky. This roar seemed to come from an ancient giant beast, containing endless power. Invisible ripples spread wildly around it with it as the center. Wherever the ripples reached, the air in the special training room seemed to be boiled, churning violently, and the entire training room began to buzz. The strong airflow began to surge wildly, and Han Zi and Yan Tiou were lifted up by the powerful airflow and flew wantonly. The two had to squint their eyes slightly. However, when this violent airflow swept towards Liu Xiandeng, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier. The moment it touched him, it automatically dispersed, forming a calm zone around him. Liu Xiandeng stood there, his posture upright and his expression calm, as if all this was within his expectations. He tilted his head slightly and looked at Yan Yang, a slightly teasing smile on his lips. Great genius Yan, how does this talent compare to your scorching world? How about you go first and try it out to see what's going on? You won't die if you try, will you? Are you scared? Liu Xiandeng deliberately attacked him. Ha! Yan Yang chuckled disdainfully, his eyes flashing coldly. The next second, he rushed out against the strong wind without hesitation. Yan Yang leaned forward and ran quickly, keeping his center of gravity very low and his hands swinging naturally behind him. His golden and red flames burst out from between his fingers, leaving a trail of flames in the air as he ran. Roar Doughty roared again, and countless transparent whirlpools exploded in front of Nangang Fugui without any warning. Yan Yang was agile and moved flexibly between the gaps between the vortices. When he was 5 or 6 meters away from Nangang Fugui, he jumped high. Scorching World Flame Dragon. A huge fire dragon descended from the sky, roaring and rushing towards Nangang Fugui below. Nangang Fugui stood in place, looking up at the fire dragon in the sky, the blazing flames reflected in his golden vertical pupils. The next second, the gluttonous beast surrounding him raised its front claws and grabbed the fire dragon like lightning. Boom! The claws exerted force suddenly, and the fire dragon was instantly cut into 3 pieces, with sparks flying in the air. All the flames that came into contact with the golden shadow of Doughty were completely absorbed, leaving nothing behind. After Doughty absorbed the flames, the golden light became brighter, and its huge body seemed to become more solid. It grinned and spurted out a golden whirlwind, sweeping towards the scorching sun. Be careful! Han Zi's heart was in his throat and he couldn't help but scream. Yan Yang was well prepared. The moment Doughty opened its mouth, he spun nimbly in the air, and shot out 2 pillars of fire from his hands upwards. With the reaction force, he rushed towards the ground. Woo! The golden whirlwind almost passed by his nose, cutting off a strand of red hair floating in front of his forehead. The moment Yan Yang was about to land, he rolled smoothly. His movements were done in one go and were extremely graceful. He bent his knees and held the ground firmly with one hand. The powerful force caused his body to slide back 4 or 5 meters. The moment he stabilized his body, Yan Yang attacked again. Scorching World, Ash Realm. Golden red flames gushed out from his palms and spread in a circular shape toward the ground around him. In less than 2 seconds, the entire training room was filled with flames. Shadow Kill, Armor Cover. Han Zi immediately summoned shadows to cover his entire body to resist the scorching flames. He knew Yan Yang's character very well. Once he started fighting, he would definitely not care about anything. But the amazing thing is that there is still a clean vacuum area around Liu Xiandeng's feet. Whether it was the airflow from Doughty or the flames released by Yan Yang, they seemed to naturally avoid him. After releasing flames all over the ground, Yan Yang did not pause at all. His figure flashed and he rushed towards Nangang Fugui like an arrow. Nangang Fugui was completely wrapped in the golden Doughty phantom. He was not afraid of the scorching flames on the ground and just stood there blankly. Great genius Yan, your fire seems to have no effect on him. Liu Xiandeng crossed his arms over his chest, with an expression of watching the fun. The two were used to arguing with each other, and now that they had finally caught a chance to insult Yan Yang in person, Liu Xiandeng naturally would not let it go easily. At this moment, the Doughty phantom swung its front paws fiercely, and the huge claws swept horizontally towards Yan Yang. Although the doughty phantom is as majestic and huge as a mountain, its movements are as fast as lightning. In an instant, the surrounding air was violently compressed, making a sharp whistling sound. Yan Yang's pupils shrank, and he tried to dodge the fierce attack, but he found that he was locked in by an invisible pressure force from all sides, and there was no escape. Commander Lu. Han Zi's body was swirling with shadows, and he was just about to make a move. Lu Xiandeng stretched out his hand to stop him behind him and said in a deep voice, "No rush, let's wait and see." Wu the giant claw swept across suddenly, strong winds blew up, and the flames on the ground shook. Just when the giant claw was about to hit Yan Yang's body twisted strangely and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The doughty beast's claws missed, and the huge impact force caused ripples in the surrounding space. The next second, flames flickered gently on the ground below Doughty's belly, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into a human shape. It was Yan Yang. It was the move he used when fighting Azu at Yunlu Mountain. Han Zi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately understood Yan Yang's tactics. It turned out that Yan Yang had spent a lot of energy to cover the ground with flames. His real purpose was not just to attack, but to lay the groundwork for this space substitution technique. At this moment, the flames burning all over the ground are like coordinate points densely distributed on the battlefield. Yan Yang can use the power of flames to move in space at will. As long as there is fire, he can arrive in an instant and launch an unexpected attack. Scorching World Emperor Yan. With a roar, golden and red flames instantly covered Yan Yang's entire body, and the air around him was distorted due to the high temperature. He raised his right fist, and after gathering strength for a second, his fist was like a burning meteor, smashing towards Nangang Fugui with the momentum to destroy the world. Boom! The flames exploded, and the abdomen of the doughty phantom covering Nangang Fugui was dented by the huge force. But the next moment, all the flames were swallowed up, and the golden shadow was like a black hole, absorbing all the flames on Yan Yang's body, as if they had never appeared. Only a little heat remained on Yan Yang's arm, proving that the shocking scene just now was not an illusion. Chapter 68. It can absorb energy, right? That's interesting. Lu Xiandeng squinted at the scene in front of him and rubbed his chin subconsciously. Great genius Yan, you're no match for him either. Give him some strength. Lu Xiandeng, who was enjoying the fun, continued to stir up trouble. Shut up! Yan Yang snorted coldly, and then his figure disappeared again. The next second, he repeated the same trick by changing his position through flames, appearing on the other side of the doughty's shadow and punching it. This time, Yan Yang did not use his innate ability, but purely physical attacks. In fact, putting aside the innate ability of Zhou Shi, just talking about strength and speed, Yan Yang can still be regarded as an outstanding existence in the same realm. During the direct challenge, even with the 5 times combat power of night, Han Zi's strength and speed were only slightly better than Yan Yang's. After breaking through to the second level, Yan Yang's strength increased significantly. This punch is really powerful. Boom! The shadow of Doughty was shaken, but Nangang Fugui remained standing in the same place without moving. It's difficult. Anger surged in Yan Yang's eyes. His figure, with the help of the blazing flames, flashed rapidly in all directions like a red lightning. For a moment, everyone only saw a series of afterimages flashing around, and could not capture Yan Yang's true position at all. Yan Yang's fists launched a violent attack on the doughty phantom from different angles. Boom 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 boom! A series of explosions sounded in the special training room, and dense depressions appeared on the golden shadow. Although the doughty phantom was fast, it was unable to capture such an unreasonable instant movement. Its claws danced in the air, but could only hit the air in vain. Roar! Finally, the furious doughty raised his head and let out an earth-shaking roar. The moment he opened his mouth, a huge golden vortex suddenly appeared in the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The flames covering the ground seemed to have encountered the garbage in a vacuum cleaner and were instantly sucked into the golden vortex. In less than 2 seconds, the raging flames disappeared completely. Without the flames all over the ground, Yan Yang could no longer use the high-frequency teleportation he used before. After absorbing the flames, the golden light of Doughty's shadow suddenly increased. He struck the ground with his claws, and a huge golden shock wave rushed towards Yan Yang with a terrifying aura. FK. Yan Yang's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and his arms subconsciously blocked in front of him. Swish! The moment the shock wave was about to hit Yan Yang, a wall of fire shot up into the sky in front of him. Boom! However, in the face of this huge shock wave containing endless power, the wall of fire was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. With just a slight touch, it collapsed instantly and turned into countless sparks flying everywhere. Not good. Han Zi's heart was pounding. He wanted to loudly warn Liu Xiandeng, who was standing in front of him, but the moment he opened his mouth, he was shocked to find that Liu Xiandeng had disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterwards, the shock wave exploded, and the extremely violent airflow swept in all directions with an overwhelming force. Even Han Zi, who was far away, was blown away by this powerful airflow. He was like a kite with a broken string, tumbling in the air and flying 4 or 5 meters away. With a whoosh, several shadow threads shot out from his fingertips and grabbed the ground, barely stopping his body. At the same time, Yan Yang looked at the broken wall of fire, his heart sank instantly, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Before the shock wave was about to swallow him, a figure appeared in front of him. Liu Xiandeng narrowed his eyes, the cigarette in his mouth sparked, and his hair fluttered wildly in the wind. He was calm and composed, as if nothing in the world was scary in front of him. The shock wave exploded 1 meter in front of Liu Xiandeng, and the powerful airflow poured down madly to both sides like surging waves. The ground made of special metal was plowed into deep grooves. But Liu Xiandeng was like a towering bridge pier, standing there steadily, and no matter how fierce the wind was, he remained unmoved. After the surging air waves completely subsided, Liu Xiandeng slowly raised his hand, brought the cigarette in his mouth to his lips, and took a deep breath. He frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a complicated look, his gaze fixed on the groove on the floor in front of him that looked like an upside-down Y. After a long moment, he blew out a puff of smoke, smacked his lips, and said something shocking. According to the standards of this special training room, how much compensation do I have to pay? The tone was as if what he had just experienced was not a thrilling battle, but he had accidentally knocked over a cup in a restaurant, and the only thing he cared about was the amount of compensation. Wu Nanggong Fugui let out a low and excited roar from his throat, his golden vertical pupils fixed on Liu Xiandeng in front of him, as if he saw a prey that interested him more. Suddenly, he kicked the ground with his limbs, and spider-web-like cracks appeared on the alloy floor of the special training room. The next second, it transformed into an afterimage wrapped in violent golden light and rushed straight towards Liu Xiandeng. Just in time. Liu Xiandeng grinned, cigarette in his mouth, sparks flickering in the air current. The doughty phantom's sharp claws tore through the air, but suddenly froze the moment they touched the corner of Liu Xiandeng's clothes. A bony hand penetrated the golden light and accurately grasped the mane on Nanggong Fugui's head. That seemingly casual grab caused the 10-meter-tall doughty phantom to be struck by lightning, and the golden light dissipated into debris all over the sky. Roar! Nanggong Fugui twisted his body wildly and waved his claws at Liu Xiandeng. However, those claws that were sharp enough to tear steel were abruptly cut off by the invisible barrier half an inch away from the tip of Liu Xiandeng's nose, making a sharp sound of metal collision. The strength is okay, but not very smart. Liu Xiandeng shook his head and suddenly tightened his 5 fingers. The mane on Nanggong Fugui's head suddenly collapsed, and the golden scales peeled off, revealing the pale skin underneath. He was like a young animal whose life was being strangled, his limbs twitching as he hung in the air, the violence surging in his vertical pupils gradually giving way to pain. Even sharks need some blood before they move, so I'll make you even crazier. Liu Xiandeng smiled, picked up the cigarette butt with his empty left hand, and suddenly snapped his fingers. The cigarette butt drew an arc with sparks and hit Nangang Fugui accurately between the eyebrows. Sizzle! White smoke rose, and the runaway golden energy shrank rapidly like the tide. The shadow of Doughty let out an unwilling wail, and eventually turned into a stream of light and drilled back into Nangang Fugui's body. Chapter 69. Hehe, don't you doubt that I can't suppress you? Watch the video later, kid. Liu Xiandeng took advantage of the situation to grab Nangang Fugui's mane by the back of his neck and swung his arm like a sack to throw him out. Boom! Nangang Fugui crashed into the alloy wall 30 meters away like a cannonball, and his entire body was embedded in the wall in the shape of a big character. Spiderweb-like cracks spread from under him, and the alarm buzzed. 2 seconds later, Nangang Fugui, trembling all over, struggled and fell from the depression in the wall, landing on the cold ground. Between his eyebrows, where the cigarette butt had hit him, a silver dot the size of a fingernail was faintly visible, emitting a hazy glow. The shadow of Doughty, which had been dormant in Nangang Fugui's body, suddenly emerged from above his head like a ferocious beast that had been awakened. A palm-sized golden mini Doughty, with golden ripples surrounding its body and golden arcs of electricity leaping between its 4 claws, rushed to the center of Nangang Fugui's eyebrows at lightning speed. The mini Doughty's copper bell-like eyes stared at the silver light spot, circling around it, its nose twitching and making a low roar, as if it had an extraordinary interest in this light spot. After a brief test, the mini Doughty suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the silver light spot. In an instant, golden light burst out from its body, and its body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 2 seconds, the palm-sized Doughty transformed into a towering hill, even larger than before. The oppressive feeling of a mountain distorted the surrounding air. Covered by the shadow, Nangang Fugui trembled all over, raised his head and let out a thunderous roar, shaking the entire special training room. Liu Xiandeng grabbed Yan Yang's arm and disappeared in a flash. The next second, 2 people suddenly appeared beside Han Zi. Han Zi, it's your turn. Liu Xiandeng patted his shoulder. Han Zi's gaze was firmly drawn to the golden Doughty that towered like a mountain in the field. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly uncontrollably. Commander Liu. What's going on with Nangang Fugui? He looked at the Doughty, which was growing ever larger, his voice filled with disbelief. Why does it feel even bigger than before? Liu Xiandeng crossed his arms, a sly smile on his face. This Doughty is just a glutton. The more energy it swallows, the more terrifying its strength becomes. He shrugged nonchalantly. I simply gave it a taste of the sweetness and gave it some of the white tiger power contained in the roaring killing spear. If you can still subdue Nangang Fugui in this state, it will be sufficient to prove that your talent has a natural suppressive power over the Jinyun Doughty. Give it a try, after all, I have your back. Will you die if you try? Han Zi swallowed his saliva, opened his arms, shadows swirling on his arms, and his eyes were fixed on Nangang Fugui in front of him. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't nervous when facing the overwhelmingly powerful Doughty. However, when the image of Nangang Fugui relying on drugs to stay awake emerged in his mind, and he thought that he might be able to help him out of the predicament, a burning courage suddenly rose in his heart. Han Zi himself found it incredible. He was just an ordinary person struggling on the edge of survival, and he was from 2 different worlds from this seemingly cynical and pretentious rich second generation. But at this moment, there seemed to be an invisible bond between them, which even made him empathize with them. Never mind. Han Zi gritted his teeth and rushed out. Swoosh! A black shadow emerged from Han Zi's feet and swam rapidly towards the front of him where he was sprinting. Activate Shadow Clone. The shadow that was moving close to the ground suddenly emerged from the ground and turned into a human form in the blink of an eye. Two identical Hanzi were more than 10 meters apart, running side by side, like two black feather arrows, whistling towards Nangang Fugui. Doughty roared towards the sky, golden energy wrapped around its body like a storm, and the alloy floor cracked inch by inch when its four claws stepped on the ground. A huge golden shock wave spewed out from the mouth of the Doughty. It plowed a deep trench directly in front of Nangang Fugui and rushed towards Hanzi with a roar. Hanzi's face darkened, and he suddenly raised his hand, and with a whoosh sound, two shadow lines shot out from his fingertips. Now that his realm has reached the second level, his shadow kill skill has also been greatly improved, and the release distance has been greatly expanded. And the less shadow released, the farther it can extend. The shadows that appear in the form of shadows can reach as far as 100 meters. The two shadows grabbed the walls on both sides, and then the shadows contracted rapidly like a wound spring. The powerful pulling force made Hanzi and his clone dodge to the sides like an arrow from a bow, barely avoiding the huge shock wave. The golden shock wave, like a wild beast on the loose, did not lose its momentum after failing to hit the target, and rushed straight towards where Liu Xiandeng was standing. Liu Xiandeng looked calm and composed, without even blinking, and he just calmly flicked his hand back, as if to shoo away a fly. Boom! A loud noise like thunder exploded, and the golden shock wave suddenly drew a strange zigzag line in the air, turned sharply, and slammed hard into the alloy wall on the side. Metal fragments flew, dust filled the air, and a huge hole suddenly appeared on the wall. Almost at the same time, Hanzi and his clone moved in unison. Just before their bodies touched the wall, they flipped over deftly in the air, kicked their feet hard against the wall, and used the reaction force to rush towards Nangang Fugui. When they were a few meters away from Nangang Fugui, Hanzi and his clone raised their right fists high at the same time. Activate Nightfall. A darkness as deep as the abyss welled up in the eyes of both Hanzi's. The night state is coming. But this time it's not a five-fold increase in combat power. The clone inherits the original body's talent. When both of them use night arrives at the same time, the combat power increase obtained is 5 times 5, which is 25 times. Shadow Kill Kunlin. The air surged violently, and 9 dark snakes with bared fangs and claws appeared on the left and right sides of the Doughty Phantom. Boom! 18 giant snakes pounced towards the Doughty Phantom at the same time. It was like 18 ropes tightly wrapped around Doughty's neck. Looking at the scene before him, Liu Xiandeng frowned and murmured thoughtfully, "This Jinyun Doughty can even devour my white tiger's power, but it seems to be helpless against Hanzi's shadow. Interesting." After a pause, his gaze fell on Hanzi again. Looking at the powerful force surging around him, his doubts grew even more. Hanzi's suddenly rising energy fluctuations, what exactly is the origin? It seems that this kid is still hiding a lot of secrets. Chapter 70. After devouring Liu Xiandeng's energy containing the powerful force of the White Tiger, the Jinyun Doughty became far more violent than when it was in Yunlu Mountain. At this moment, he was like a completely enraged ancient beast, emitting a terrifying aura. Although he was unable to absorb Hanzi's mysterious shadow power, he relied on his own brute force to swing his thick neck wildly. Under the influence of this huge force, several dark snakes tightly wrapped around it were torn apart and turned into pieces of black light and shadow that dissipated in the air. Seeing this, Hanzi clenched his teeth, his cheeks puffed up due to the force, and his hands held the shadow tightly like iron clamps, trying to maintain his restraint on Doughty. However, even with a 25-fold increase in strength, it was still far from enough in front of this extremely ferocious Doughty. Hanzi only felt a surge of overwhelming force coming from the opposite side, and the whole person was dragged and couldn't stand steadily, with his feet rubbing wildly on the ground. In the fierce struggle, Doughty suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a powerful suction force surged out of its mouth, forming a huge golden vortex. The vortex directly tore apart half of the ceiling of the special training room. For a moment, the alarm's red light flashed rapidly and wildly, metal fragments danced everywhere with the violent airflow, and the entire special training room seemed to be caught in a chaotic scene of the end of the world. Debris rained down overhead, but Liu Xiandeng ignored it. He stood there, silently lighting a cigarette, his mouth twitching wildly. Looks like I need to have a serious talk with the training center's leaders. Given the extent of the damage, I'll have to give me a discount on the compensation. Break it for me. Han Zi was extremely anxious. The duration of night coming was only 1 minute. Every second was extremely precious and there was no room for delay. There was a cold glint in his eyes, like a cold star in the night sky, and he and his clones exerted force simultaneously on the left and right. Boom! With a deafening roar, the rope made of shadow snakes finally burst out with amazing power under the full force of the two people, and successfully strangled the neck of the doughty phantom. In an instant, the entire transparent shadow shattered like broken glass. It transformed into countless golden rays of light, spreading freely in the air like raindrops. The scene was gorgeous and shocking. But no one expected that in just the next second, something extremely strange would happen. Those golden spots that were originally scattered around seemed to be pulled by some invisible force and gathered towards Nangang Fugui at an astonishing speed. It seemed that these light spots were about to form the terrifying shape of Doughty again. Han Zi didn't hesitate at all, and rushed forward suddenly. His figure flashed like a ghost and he came to Nangang Fugui in an instant. Shadows surged wildly between his 5 fingers, condensing into a powerful force, and he was about to use the shadow rope skill. Nangang Fugui suddenly jumped up, grabbed Han Zi's arm with his claws, opened his huge mouth with sharp fangs, and bit Han Zi's neck. Puchi! The sharp fangs tore through the air and pierced the skin accurately. A terrifying light emanated from Nangang Fugui's golden vertical pupils, and his neck suddenly jerked back. In an instant, Han Zi's neck was torn apart like fragile tissue paper. However, a strange scene happened. The expected scene of blood splattering did not appear. Han Zi's body disappeared without a trace in an instant like wisps of smoke. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, 2 shadow ropes as thick as pythons, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, passed through Nangang Fugui's armpits like lightning. They crossed at his chest and then snaked up along his shoulders, wrapping around him quickly like a living thing. The next second, the shadow rope suddenly tightened, making a teeth-grinding friction sound, and bound Nangang Fugui tightly. He struggled violently, but could hardly move at all. It turned out that just 2 seconds before Nangang Fugui bit him, Han Zi acted decisively and instantly completed the switch between his original body and clone. What was torn to pieces was only his clone, while his real body had already quietly moved to the other side of Nangang Fugui. At this time, the duration of night coming has expired, and the 25-fold increase in combat power has disappeared. But for Han Zi, it no longer matters. Based on the experience of the battle at Yunluo Mountain, as long as they could break through the golden shadow surrounding Nangang Fugui and then wrap the shadow rope around his body, they would be able to successfully suppress him. At least that's how it worked last time. Success or failure depends on this. Han Zi secretly exerted force on his hands, and the shadow rope tightened a little more. 2 seconds later. It works. Han Zi's eyes flashed with joy. The horns on Nangang Fugui's forehead slowly retracted, and the golden energy that was surging wildly around him gradually became calm, like water flowing with a valve tightened. Those fine scales, like fallen leaves in autumn, peeled off one by one, revealing the skin underneath which had returned to its normal color. His hair, which had originally stood upright like a lion's mane, now drooped down limply, returning to its original appearance. The golden vertical pupils trembled and slowly turned back into what human eyes should look like. Nangang Fugui slowly closed his eyes, which had returned to normal, and his body collapsed limply as if it had lost weight. Han Zi was quick-witted and quick-handed. He rushed forward and caught him steadily. The moment he touched Nangang Fugui, Han Zi clearly felt that his tense muscles completely relaxed at this moment. Liu Xiandeng flicked the ash off his cigarette and walked over at a leisurely pace. Commander Liu, am I successful? Han Zi raised his head, his eyes still showing the tension and fatigue brought by the battle. At this moment, he did not retract the shadow rope in his hand. Without suppression, the power of Jinyun Daodi would run wild. Unless at this time, the white pill of day and night lock is used to wake up Nangang Fugui immediately. Liu Xiandeng took a deep puff of cigarette, exhaled a large smoke ring, and nodded. Yes, it was a success. Han Zi, you performed quite well this time. It seems that your talent can really defeat him. The talent that can restrain sequence 10 Jinyun Daodi is only A level? Tisk 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 tisk. Liu Xiandeng touched the blue stubble on his chin and said in disbelief. Crack, crack. At this moment, the heavy sliding alloy door of the special training room shook violently first, then made a sound of twisting under the heavy weight, and finally collapsed with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Qi Lingchuan's right hand was still suspended in the air, pushing the door, and his body stood stiffly at the door. When his eyes fell on the scene in the special training room, he froze for a moment, and the expression on his face gradually solidified from initial shock to disbelief. The originally smooth wall was now covered with densely packed holes of varying sizes, as if it had been bombarded by countless artillery shells. The ground was badly damaged, with cracks spreading everywhere like ferocious centipedes, and many places had even sunken. The ceiling was in an even more horrific state, with more than half of it having collapsed. Broken metal pipes and wires hung down, emitting a pungent burnt smell. Are you fighting, or are you just using explosives? Qi Lingchuan came back to his senses, his voice full of astonishment, staring blankly at the three people in the room, as if waiting for a reasonable explanation. Chapter 71. Ahem. Old Qi. Liu Xiandeng's eyes wandered, revealing a hint of embarrassment. He clenched his fists over his mouth and coughed twice. Go talk to the training center later and ask how much the repairs will cost, deduct it from the remaining funds of our Yinhu team. Balance. Qi Lingchuan's brows knitted together, like the Huxia character, Chuan, his face filled with disbelief. His voice suddenly rose, Captain Liu, what's the status of our Yinhu squad's account? Don't you know? Ahem. Liu Xiandeng coughed violently, perhaps choking on his cigarette or trying to hide his embarrassment. After a moment, he said quietly, how about this? Nangong's family is wealthy, let him pay. Liu Xiandeng threw the cigarette butt hard on the ground and crushed it with his toes. He waved his hand irritably and muttered softly, I'm leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode out of the special training room without looking back. Captain Liu. Qi Lingchuan wanted to say something else, but Liu Xiandeng's back had already disappeared at the end of the corridor. Qi Lingchuan could only shake his head helplessly. At this moment, Nangang Fugui moved in Han Zi's arms, mumbling incoherently. Han Zi leaned forward slightly, listened carefully, and found that what he was muttering were all irrelevant. Nangang Fugui's mouth corners would rise from time to time, revealing an innocent smile, as if he was immersed in a beautiful dream. It seems he's really exhausted. Qi Lingchuan's gaze returned to Nangang Fugui, his eyes full of concern. This child has been tortured by the power of Jinyun Daodi and has never truly found peace. Xiao Han, if possible, let him sleep a little longer. Yet. Han Zi nodded, and looked at Qi Lingchuan again, Uncle Qi, I also want him to sleep a little longer, but I'm not sure how long I can hold on. In fact, continuously using the shadow rope to suppress the Jinyun Daodi in Nangang Fugui's body was a huge drain on Han Zi. After all, he had just broken through to the second level. Once the energy in his body was exhausted, Han Zi would be powerless to recover. At that time, we can only feed Nangang Fugui the white tablets of day and night lock to wake him up by force. It's okay, I'll help you. Qi Lingchuan smiled slightly, my second talent is the E-level auxiliary system soul extradition. As he spoke, Ling Chuan sat down cross-legged beside Han Zi and gently placed one hand on his shoulder. In an instant, Han Zi felt a warm current flowing steadily and powerfully along the energy veins in his body. Uncle Qi, what is this? Living soul transfer can transfer my energy into your body. Although the loss is great, it should be enough to sustain you for a few hours. Ling Chuan explained. Xiao Yan, put your hand on my shoulder and help me hold on a little longer. Boring. Yan Yang crossed his arms, glanced at them with a sidelong glance, his face full of disdain. You guys just play with Fatty, I don't have time to waste here. After that, he turned around and strode away. Han Zi understood Yan Yang and didn't say much. 2 minutes later, the red-haired boy turned back and sat next to Ling Chuan. He put his hand on Ling Chuan's shoulder and turned his head away from their sight. I didn't have enough fun just now. Let's wait until Fatty wakes up and have another fight. Han Zi and Ling Chuan smiled at each other, and neither of them said anything. Time passed in silence, and Nangang Fugui slept soundly. Ling Chuan quietly maintained the energy transmission. Although Yan Yang pretended to be impatient, he never let go of the hand on Ling Chuan's shoulder. In this way, the four of them sat in the dilapidated training room until sunset. How strange life is, it only takes a tiny little thing to save you. Having the courage to face your fate is the first step to taking control of it. After that day, Nangang Fugui's training became even more arduous. Although he still appeared to be laughing and joking on the surface, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was giving his all. On the training center's playground, the sun was high in the sky and the ground was hot. The students were running on the scorching track, wearing meteorite weight suits weighing more than 800 kilograms. Sweating like rain. Fugui, if you can't hold on, just take a rest. Han Zi glanced sideways. Hey, hey. Brother Yat, don't underestimate my determination. Nangang Fugui stuck out his tongue, breathing heavily, his golden hair stuck to his forehead with sweat. When God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make his heart and mind suffer. Instead of complaining like that, why don't you speed up a bit? Yan Yang said sarcastically, and passed by with light steps, bringing up a breeze. You. Nangang Fugui wanted to retort, but considering the difference in strength, he swallowed the words back. Wearing a 1,000 kilogram weight suit, Wang Xian, with the blessing of his innate divine power, found it much easier to run than others. He deliberately lagged behind the main group and chatted casually with Bai Yao beside him. Bai Yao, have you heard that Han Zi's newly awakened talent Shadow Clone has also been rated A-level? An S-rank genius, Yan Yang, and a AA rank talent, Han Zi. What's even more outrageous is that the seemingly weakest rich second-generation kid actually awakened Sequence 10 Jinyun Daodi. Did they save the world in Dormitory 303 in their past life, or is it just because the feng shui there is exceptionally good? Why are they all getting more outrageous than the last? I can't envy you enough. I heard that the commanders-in-chief of the sword-bearers and shield-bearers legions came to Yongxiang City in person, and it seems that they came to recruit them. Bai Yao shook his head, his envy evident in his words. So exaggerated. Wang Xian couldn't believe it. He's a very important figure. Haha, so what? Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about Sequence 10 Jinyun Daodi. Do you know what it means? That's sequence level. There are only 13 in the world. Even if the human emperor himself came to Yongxiang City, I wouldn't find it strange. Bai Yao sighed. Ah, comparison is the thief of anger. I used to be so smug about awakening my A-rank talent, but now it seems, well, I won't say more. It'll only bring me tears. Okay, don't be jealous. At least we still have a chance to get into the top 10 in the final exam. That's enough, isn't it? Wang Xian comforted. At this moment, Lin Qunren strode to the center of the playground. Everyone pause. Gather. I have an announcement. The originally noisy playground quickly quieted down. In less than half a minute, the 100 cadets had assembled in a well-trained manner. They lined up neatly and stood in a row in front of Lin Qunren, waiting for instructions. Lin Qunren glanced at everyone and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the training during this period has been very effective. I believe everyone has gained a lot. The month-long training camp is coming to an end. The day after tomorrow will be the final exam. This battle will determine your final ranking. It's a crucial moment to test the results of your training. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense, and everyone held their breath. Lin Qunren then dropped the bombshell. This exam will be a real-world test. Actual combat. What do you mean? Are you sending us to the front lines? Impossible. Yongxiang City is 180,000 miles away from the Frost Moon Great Wall. The students were confused and couldn't help but grumble among themselves. Chapter 72. No need to guess. The so-called actual combat means literally. Lin Qunren waved his hand and said in a loud voice, the content and location of the exam will be kept secret for now. But I must remind you that since this is actual combat, there is a possibility of casualties. Once you leave the training center, whether you become a sword bearer, a shield bearer, or a night watchman, death is an unavoidable reality. Having said this, he stopped and glanced at everyone sharply. So, the final exam the day after tomorrow will be your first step into this cruel world. It will test your strength, will, and the courage to face life and death. Here, I would like to ask you, are you all ready? We're ready. 100 students responded in unison, their voices reaching the sky. After the echo faded, Lin Qunren said in a slow tone, tomorrow is a day off. Everyone can make their own arrangements. Remember to gather at the training center on time at 6 a.m. the day after tomorrow. I wish you all good luck in your military endeavors. Disband. After saying that, Lin Qunren left the playground without looking back. On a day off, there's something good going on. Good news? This is asking us to write our wills in advance. Don't panic. I checked the almanac. The day after tomorrow is a good time for exams but not for burials. Get lost, you crow's mouth. How could you curse yourself like that? The students started talking at once. Brother Yat, Brother Yang, tomorrow is a day off. What do you say? How about I treat you two to Yongxiang banquet for steak? Nangang Fugui looked expectant. Tisk, am I very familiar with you? Yan Yang rolled his eyes and turned away. Hey! We are all in the same dormitory, what you said is too hurtful. Nangang Fugui was so angry that his face turned red. He jumped and shouted at Yan Yang's receding back, his fists clenched tightly. When Yan Yang disappeared around the corner, Nangang Fugui immediately put on a smile and pestered Han Ziye again, Brother Yat, you will definitely go, right? As he spoke, he nudged Han Ziye affectionately with his elbow. Han Ziye smiled helplessly and spread his hands, I may not be able to go. I want to go home. Although the Yunlu Mountain special training was forced to end, Lin Qunren still gave scores based on the overall performance, with Han Ziye temporarily ranked first. Han Ziye was determined to get into the top 10 of the final exam. After this exam, he would most likely leave Yongxiang City, so Han Ziye naturally wanted to go home and see his mother again. Is that so? Nangang Fugui's face was filled with disappointment, his head drooping, and he kept muttering, it's only one day, I can't go back at all. What if I run into danger during the exam and die without even a full meal? That would be too frustrating. Han Ziye looked at Nangang Fugui's dejected look, and a trace of pity arose in his heart. He patted his shoulder suddenly and said, Fugui, why don't you come home with me? Is it possible? Nangang Fugui's eyes widened instantly, his eyes full of surprise. Of course. But my home is in the outer city, if you don't mind. Brother Yat, what are you talking about? There is no such thing as dislike or not. When Nangang Fugui heard this, he rubbed his hands excitedly and smiled widely. That's a deal. Han Zi said with a smile. Early the next morning, Han Zi and Nangang Fugui left the training center together and headed to Han Zi's home in the outer city. Although Han Zi has not officially obtained a household registration in the inner city, he can still enter and leave the inner city freely with his student ID. Along the way, Nangang Fugui was as excited as a child, full of curiosity about the life in the outer city that he was about to see, and chattered non-stop. Han Zi responded patiently with a faint smile. An hour later, we finally arrived at the familiar tin house. From a distance, Xiaoqing and Wu Di could be seen napping in folding chairs at the door. Han Zi guessed that Qi Ling Chuan was probably on duty on the roof of the tin house. This scene surprised Han Zi. Recalling that before, Yan Yang specifically asked Liu Xiandeng to send people to protect his family. That was because the Yu family relied on their power to do bad things in secret, which brought him a lot of threats. But now, the Yu family has already been arrested by the sword-wielding man according to law. Logically speaking, the danger has been lifted. But the Tiger Squad still held on, leaving Han Zi puzzled. Is there some hidden secret? Is their persistence really necessary? As soon as Han Zi and Nangang Fugui walked to the door, Qi Ling Chuan jumped down from the roof like an agile cheetah and landed steadily in front of the two. He was so light that he made almost no sound when he landed. Qi Ling Chuan looked at Han Zi and Nangang Fugui, was slightly stunned, and said in surprise, "Hey, why is Xiao Han back? Is it vacation?" "Oh, the exam is tomorrow, and instructor Lin gave us a day off." Nangang Fugui answered first. Then he frowned and asked in confusion, "Captain Qi, why are you here too?" "Well, mission." Qi Ling Chuan simply answered with 2 words and didn't say much. Han Zi was even more confused, but he knew that since Qi Ling Chuan answered like this, he must have his reasons, and asking now might not get an answer. So, he smiled and said, "Uncle Qi, thank you for your hard work, you have been guarding here all the time. I'll go in and see my mom first." Qi Ling Chuan nodded, a hint of gentleness flashed in his eyes. "Go ahead, Chen Mo's family will come over every day, don't worry, everything will be fine." Han Zi gently pushed open the door of the tin house. The furnishings inside the house were still the familiar ones in his memory. Although it was old and shabby, it was kept very neat. I think Chen Mo and his family must have put a lot of effort into it. Every corner of the house was filled with his memories, and the ups and downs of the past came flooding back to him at this moment. His mother was still lying on the bed with a pale face. Han Zi looked at his mother's face and felt as if he was in another world. After a long time, Han Zi quietly cleaned every corner of the house again. After cleaning, he sat at the head of his mother's bed in silence for a long time. During this period, Nangang Fugui was also busy doing a lot of work. Unexpectedly, this rich second generation who had been spoiled since childhood did not show any discomfort. Chapter 73. In this way, the two stayed in the tin house until sunset. "Brother Yat, so you really went to the Night's Watch just to get tea potion for your aunt? I didn't quite believe it before." Nangang Fugui was a little bit unbelievable. "Well, yes, but not entirely." Han Zi nodded. He didn't lie. It was true that he did it to get the tea potion, but more importantly, the authority value of Authority of Night in Frost Moon Wall would increase significantly. Han Zi has always believed that only when he becomes strong can he take control of his destiny. Nangang Fugui thought for a moment and said, "The Night's Watch is a place where you risk your life. Brother Yat, if you need tea potion, I can give it to you." "Thank you, Fugui." Han Zi smiled gratefully, his tone teasing with a hint of helplessness. "If you give it to me, can you give it to me for a lifetime?" "Sure. It's no big deal." Nangang Fugui said seriously. "Wealth." Han Zi sighed slightly, his eyes becoming deep and determined. Perhaps 1 tea potion every month is really nothing to you. But you have to know that everyone is an independent individual and has his or her own destiny to face. In this world, no one can bear the weight of fate for others forever. Going to the Night's Watch wasn't just for the potion, it was also a journey of self-cultivation to change my destiny. So, no matter what, I was determined to go. As they were talking, someone pushed the door open and walked in. Ziye! You're back! Chen Mo's eyes lit up, he ran over like a fly and grabbed Han Zi. Chen Mo! I was just about to look for you. Han Zi was surprised at first, then looked at Chen Mo. I don't know if it's an illusion, but after only a month of not seeing him, Han Zi actually felt that he had become a lot stronger. Is the training camp over? Chen Mo asked. Not yet. I have an exam tomorrow and today is a day off, so I went home to take a look. Oh, I see. Come to my house for dinner tonight. My parents haven't seen you in a long time and they often miss you. Chen Mo glanced at Nangang Fugui next to Han Zi and asked, who is this? I'm Brother Yi's roommate, Nangang Fugui. Nangang Fugui introduced himself generously. Oh, my name is Chen Mo, and I'm Yezi's high school classmate. Why don't you come to my house for dinner tonight? It'll be more lively with more people around. My house isn't far away anyway, just 5 minutes walk there. Chen Mo said with a smile. Is this appropriate? Nangang Fugui pretended to be hesitant. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At this time, my stomach made an inopportune sound, as if in protest. Hee. Nangang Fugui lowered his head awkwardly, a blush on his face. I haven't eaten enough today, I'm really a little hungry. Seeing this, the three of them smiled at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed and pleasant. Han Zi put his arm around Nangang Fugui's shoulders and said generously, let's go together. We are all family. Don't be polite. Yes, don't be polite. I'll call Commander Chi and the others later. It's rare to have such a lively atmosphere. Let's just celebrate your success in the exam in advance. Chen Mo echoed excitedly. Then, I'd rather obey than be respectful. Nangang Fugui grinned. All three were young people and they immediately became friends. Night falls quickly. In the iron house of Chen Mo's family, a warm light shines through the windows. Hearing that Han Zi had returned today and invited several members of the Yinhu team to dinner at home, Chen Mo's father was very happy and decided to make dumplings for everyone in the evening. At this time, Chen Mo's father was chopping meat in the kitchen, and his mother was kneading dough on the chopping board. It was a lively scene. Han Zi and the other two brought small stools and sat at the door. Nangang Fugui vividly told Chen Mo about the interesting things that happened during the training. Of course, Nangang Fugui used a bit of exaggeration in the process of narrating the story. He told Chen Mo calmly that he could easily run 500 kilometers while carrying a load of 18,000 kilograms, and he single-handedly defeated 3 instructors at the training center and tore apart the 36 envoys of the Oracle sect. It perfectly illustrates what it means to say, "Oh see, you are all water." However, Chen Mo, who had never seen how extraordinary people were trained, believed it to be true and was stunned when he heard it. Just as the two were chatting animatedly, footsteps were heard at the entrance of the alley. Liu Xiandeng, cigarette in hand, strode over, followed by Qi Ling Chuan and Xia Qing. Qi Ling Chuan was holding bulging white plastic bags in both hands, and one could vaguely see that they contained beef rolls, tofu, and vegetables. Commander Liu. You are here. Chen Mo quickly stood up and greeted him. Nangang Fugui's eyes lit up when he saw the dish in Qi Lingchuan's hand. He quickly ran over to help carry it into the house. Hot pot? My favorite. Hee, Commander Liu, you really understand me. At this time, Nangang Fugui noticed that there was a red-haired boy following behind the three people. Yan Yang. Nangang Fugui was surprised. Why are you here too? Do I need to report to you where I'm going? Yan Yang had a blank expression and a cold voice. Haha, Yan Yang came to look for Captain Lu, and asked him to come along. Qi Ling Chuan hurriedly tried to smooth things over, and gave Nangang Fugui a subtle wink. Nangang Fugui understood instantly, and without hesitation, he quickly helped carry the ingredients into the house. With the arrival of Lu Xiandeng and his group, the iron house suddenly became more lively. Because the room was too small, everyone set up a table at the door and brought in a few chairs and stools. Xiaoqing skillfully packed all kinds of hot pot ingredients and filled the table. Captain Lu, why didn't Captain Wu De come with you? Han Zi secretly guessed that Wu De might have been left behind to guard his home, so he asked tentatively. Oh, I'm guarding your house. He has already eaten, so don't worry about him. Lu Xiandeng sat opposite Han Zi and answered nonchalantly. Han Zi felt that there was something fishy about this matter. At the training center, Lin Qunren had invited Qi Ling Chuan or Xiaoqing to teach the students as special instructors, but it seemed that all members of the Yinhu team had never appeared at the same time. This means that there is always someone guarding his home. If it is to guard against the Yu family, there is absolutely no need to make such a big fuss. You know, the Tiger Squad is the top fighting force of the Night's Watch. Don't overthink it, kid. I'm just helping them stay in shape. A mission is a mission. We can't let our guard down just because the environment changes. This is one of the basic qualities a night watchman must have. Lu Xiandeng seemed to sense Han Zi's doubts and took the initiative to explain. Oh. Han Zi didn't comment, but didn't ask any more questions. Soon, Chen Mo's father brought out a large plate of hot dumplings. Dumplings are coming. Wow! It looks delicious. Uncle's cooking skills are amazing. Nangang Fugui's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks, picked up a dumpling and took a bite. The soup splashed out, and he smacked his lips in satisfaction, mumbling in praise, "It's so delicious, Uncle, with your cooking skills, you can open a restaurant." Chapter 74. Lu Xiandeng picked up a dumpling, slowly put it into his mouth, closed his eyes slightly, and began to chew it carefully with a focused expression, as if he was tasting a unique delicacy. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction flashed across his face. This dumpling is not simple. Hey! Chen Mo looked bewildered. He scratched the back of his head subconsciously and asked in confusion, "Captain Lu, are you exaggerating a bit? It's just a dumpling. What's so special about it?" "Haha, there are so many tricks here." Lu Xiandeng chuckled softly, then carefully peeled back the skin of a dumpling with his chopsticks. He pouted at the crowd and explained, "Just take this meat filling alone. It's so delicate, I guarantee no one here can cut it like this. 3 parts fat, 7 parts lean. Each cube is about 0.3 centimeters. Do you know what this means? It means your father's hand holding a kitchen knife is 3 times steadier than a sniper's." "Ah? This?" Chen Mo was puzzled, thinking that Lu Xiandeng was joking. When Chen Mo's father heard this, a shy smile flashed across his face. He subconsciously wiped his hands with the towel in his hand and said modestly, "Commander Lu, you're too kind. I just learned through practice. In our outer city, making dumplings is the most economical way to eat during festivals. Over time, I've developed this skill." Lu Xiandeng laughed heartily and patted Chen Mo's father on the shoulder. "Old Chen, this isn't just about craftsmanship. It's filled with memories. It's so rare to be able to eat such authentic dumplings nowadays." As he spoke, he picked up another dumpling and started chewing it in big mouthfuls, the satisfaction on his face becoming more and more intense. Seeing this, everyone started to eat. For a moment, the iron house was filled with praises and laughter, making it very lively. Nangong Fugui wolfed down his food while mumbling to Lu Xiandeng, Captain Lu, what do you usually eat? You don't eat delicacies every day, do you? Lu Xiandeng was stunned at first, then he threw back his head and laughed. Devours from land and sea? At the Frost Moon Wall, you're thankful to have a hot meal. The White Walkers don't care if you want a feast or not, they only care about how to make you their meal. At this point, Lu Xiandeng's eyes were deep, and his tone was filled with emotion. Do you know why we always eat hot pot? Because hot pot is simple and convenient to prepare, it can fill your stomach and warm your body. During the cold winter at the Frost Moon Great Wall, hot pot was the most practical food. Over time, it became our eating habit. During the long night watch, a steaming hot pot can not only dispel the coldness of the body, but also comfort our tired souls. Captain Lu, that's enough. Why are you still getting artistic? Do you want to look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle again? Xiaoqing rolled his eyes and teased mercilessly. Ding-ling-ling, the crisp ringing of the telephone abruptly broke the lively atmosphere in front of the tin house. Ling Chuan paused with the chopsticks in his hand, then quickly extended his index finger, placed it on his lips, and made a silence gesture to everyone. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, hurriedly left the table, walked sideways, tapped on the screen of his mobile phone, and answered the video call. Baby, look, who is this? It's Daddy. In the video, a middle-aged woman with a gentle face was the first to appear in the camera. She has neat medium short hair, fair and delicate skin, and a gentle aura between her eyebrows and eyes. In an instant, Ling Chuan's eyes were as gentle as melted sugar. Meow meow, it's Daddy, can you see it? Have you eaten yet? Dad. On the other side of the screen, the little girl with a bun-like hairstyle said with her eyes twinkling, Dad, when will you come home? I want you to take me to kindergarten. Upon hearing this, Ling Chuan was stunned, and a trace of unconcealable guilt flashed in his eyes. He forced a smile and patiently explained, Meow meow, Daddy still has to go defeat the bad guys, so he can't come home for the time being. As soon as Daddy eliminates all the bad guys, he will come home to be with you immediately, okay? Okay, the little girl was so sensible that it made people feel distressed. She tilted her head, her eyes full of worry. Dad, did you beat the bad guys? Did it hurt when you beat the bad guys? Dad is so powerful, no bad guy can beat him. Meow meow, you must listen to your mom at home. Ling Chuan smiled and tried his best to show his gentlest side to his daughter. In the video, the wife leaned slightly to the side, raised her hand and gently stroked her daughter's head, then looked across the camera at Ling Chuan, her eyes full of longing. Ling Chuan, don't work too hard and take care of yourself. Everything is fine at home, don't worry. By the way, Meow Meow made a small shield in her craft class at kindergarten and said she wanted to give it to her dad to protect him from bad guys. I sent it to you a few days ago. Did you receive it? When the daughter heard this, her eyes lit up instantly. Dad, this shield is super powerful, the bad guys will be scared away when they see it. Ling Chuan's eyes flushed slightly, and his throat seemed to be choked by something. He took out a crooked paper shield from his pocket, his voice trembling unconsciously, got it, got it. Dad always carries it with him. At this time, Lu Xiandeng and others on the side held their breath and watched this scene silently, with mixed feelings in their hearts. In the video, the daughter shared interesting stories about kindergarten in a baby voice. Ling Chuan listened carefully and responded from time to time. As the call was about to end, the daughter suddenly kissed the camera and said, Dad, I miss you so much. You have to come back soon. After hanging up the phone, Ling Chuan stood there for a long time without moving. Lu Xiandeng walked up and patted his shoulder heavily. Old Qi, Xiaoqing, and Wu Di are here, so there's no need to worry. You should take some time to go back. It's a rare opportunity like this. Ling Chuan took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, trying to calm the surging emotions in his heart. He slowly turned his head and looked at Liu Xiandeng, forcing a slightly apologetic smile on his face. Captain Liu, I'm so sorry to have embarrassed you. He paused, frowning slightly, his eyes revealing determination, but let's put the matter of going home on hold for now. Even though you didn't tell us, I know it clearly in my heart. Our tiger squad has traveled thousands of miles to Yongxiang City, but this isn't as simple as it seems. I can't leave until the mission is completely completed. Chapter 75. Liu Xuandeng's face was serious, and he lowered his voice and said, I will handle the confidential mission. We won't stay in Yongxiang City for too long. Once we return to Frost Moon Great Wall, we won't have a chance to relax. Listen to me and go home tomorrow, okay? Captain Liu, Ling Chuan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Liu Xuandeng's deep voice. This is a mission. Okay, then I'll leave tomorrow. Ling Chuan sighed and finally agreed, feeling a warm current in his heart. Haha, that's more like it. Seeing this, Liu Xiandeng grinned and patted Ling Chuan on the shoulder. Let's go, continue eating. The two returned to the dining table. Xiaqing smiled and teased, Lao Qi, I told you to go back, but you refused. It seems the captain has to do it himself. Ling Chuan smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Liu Xiandeng took over the conversation, is there any need to ask? What the captain said is an order. As a night watchman, obeying orders is our first duty. Okay, you're the captain, everything you say is right. Xiaqing took a sip of his drink and changed the subject. Hanzi, what are you going to take on the final exam tomorrow? Hanzi was stunned for a moment when Xiaqing suddenly called out his name. He scratched his head subconsciously and replied, oh, it's said to be a practical assessment, but the instructor didn't reveal the specific content. So mysterious. Xiaqing raised her eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She then asked, then are you confident that you can make it into the top 10? Try your best. This exam won't be easy. Hanzi said truthfully with a serious look. Xiaqing's eyes lit up, her interest instantly ignited. She turned sideways to look at Liu Xiandeng and suggested, haha, Captain Liu, how about we make a bet? Guess which of the three of them will come out on top? During the long and boring days of guarding the Frost Moon Great Wall, betting became almost one of the few pastimes for Xiaqing and Wu Di. The contents of their bets were all kinds of strange, the time it would take to kill the White Walkers, the odd or even number of White Walkers killed, what to eat for the next meal, and whether the next person to leave the city would be a man or a woman. There are many more bizarre things that can become their gamble. Over time, this kind of funny little game has almost become a necessary spice in their daily life. At this moment, Xiaqing's eyebrows danced with joy, her eyes flashing with eagerness. She pointed her finger excitedly at Nangang Fugui and said in a firm tone. I'll go first. I'm betting on Nangang Fugui. Hehe, talent determines everything. Nangang will definitely be first. Liu Xiandeng picked up a piece of braised beef and slowly rolled it in the dipping sauce bowl. He glanced at Xiaqing and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With your gambling nature, you've lost to Wu Di many times, right? I'm betting on Yan Yang. Hehe, when it comes to vision, you're still a little naive. Nangang Fugui, with dumplings stuffed in his mouth and cheeks bulging, protested vaguely. Hey! Commander Liu, you can't underestimate me. I am determined to pass this exam. As he said this, he patted his chest hard, splashing a few drops of soup. Yan Yang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said coldly, a bunch of boring people, betting on such a thing. Xiaqing didn't care and turned to Ling Chuan excitedly, old Qi, hurry up, who are you looking at? Ling Chuan had a gentle smile on his face and waved his hand. I'll stay out of this. I just hope you three can do well in your exams tomorrow. After all, this is real combat, weapons are blind, and danger can happen at any time, so you must learn to protect yourself. Hey, Lao Chi, why are you still preaching? Hurry up! We have to choose one, and the loser will go back and clean the dormitory for a month. Xiaoqing was relentless. Ling Chuan was amused by Xiaoqing's appearance and smiled helplessly. He looked at Han Zi with soft eyes and said seriously, then I choose Han Zi. Han Zi? Why? Xiaoqing looked puzzled. It's my intuition. Ling Chuan replied. Lu Xiandeng tapped the edge of the bowl lightly, making a crisp sound, and raised his eyebrows and said. Now that the bet is made, we have to establish some rules. After tomorrow's exam, the results announced by instructor Lin Qunren will be final. Anyone who loses is not allowed to cheat. Xiaoqing clapped her hands and agreed excitedly, no problem. I'll take my word for it. I can't wait to see Captain Lu clean the dorms. Dinner ended in a lively atmosphere. Because they had an exam the next day, Han Zi and the other two said goodbye to everyone and went straight back to the inner-city training center. Lu Xiandeng seemed to have a secret mission to carry out, so he did not leave with Ling Chuan and Xiaoqing, but stayed alone until the end. At the door of the tin house, the leftovers on the dining table had already been cleared away. Under the dim street lights, Lu Xiandeng and Chen Mo's father sat side by side. Want one? Lu Xiandeng took out a cigarette box from his pocket, took out a cigarette and handed it to the man next to him. Haha, I've given up. The man smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. Snap! Lu Xiandeng lit the lighter, turned his head, and let the flame lick the cigarette. After taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled a smoke ring, his deep eyes staring at the night sky, and his voice was low. Yongxiang City has been in turmoil recently. Since you've come here in person, I can probably guess what's going on. The man thought for a moment, his eyes fixed, and asked, are you here for her? Not sure. Lu Xiandeng shook his head, frowning, but the situation is quite tricky. Is it a ghost or a group of ghosts? The man asked. Neither. Lu Xiandeng stretched out his hand and rubbed his brow, his face showing fatigue. I followed for a long time, but I finally lost him. Judging from the remaining smell, it might be. He paused for a moment and then spoke solemnly, the King's 11th Ghost Plague. The King's 11th Plague. The man frowned and said in a deep voice, how could White Walkers of this caliber appear within the wall? It's not clear yet. But as long as it shows up again, I will definitely catch it. Lu Xiandeng's eyes were firm. The man nodded and was about to say something else. Squeak! The iron door was pushed open, and Chen Mo walked out of the room, looking curious. Dad, what are you and Commander Lu talking about? Oh. Commander Lu asked me for the recipe of dumplings, the man responded with a smile. Ah? Is it so delicious? Commander Lu, when will you return to Frost Moon Great Wall? Then ask my dad to pack some more for you to eat on the way. Chen Mo looked enthusiastic. Haha, there's no need to bring it. It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. Isn't that right? Lu Xiandeng smiled, stood up, and patted the man on the shoulder. All right, you've almost finished learning. I won't bother you anymore. Old Chen, thank you for your hard work. After saying this, Lu Xiandeng waved to the two of them, turned around and left, his figure quickly disappearing under the dim light. Chapter 76. Early the next morning, 100 trainees gathered at the gate of the training center on time. Today is the final graduation exam. Everyone is looking forward to it but also a little nervous. Instructor Lin Qunren, who is in charge of this training camp, is privately called the Devil Coach by everyone. All the training programs and assessments he arranged were full of difficulties. Everyone knew that this final exam would be a severe challenge. Boom boom boom. The low sound of an engine came from far away, breaking the tranquility of the early morning. A military bus slowly drove into everyone's sight, and then a second bus appeared. The difference was that the second bus was filled with shield-bearing men in brown uniforms. They had stern expressions, and the reflections from the shield-shaped badges on their chests flickered in the morning light. "Are we going out of the city again?" someone in the crowd whispered. "Oh my god, today's scene is really huge. So many people holding shields, are they here to protect us?" Another student widened his eyes, his face full of amazement. "What do you mean by protection? Maybe they want us to fight against them." Questioning voices followed. "How is that possible? Any one of them can kill us in seconds. Their strength is not even on the same level. How can we fight them?" The students were whispering to each other, eager to try. Obviously, they were completely unaware of the icy aura emanating from Lin Qunren. At this moment, Lin Qunren's brows were furrowed, his eyes were like torches, and his whole body seemed to be covered by a layer of frost. He didn't say much, just coldly spat out 2 words, "Get in the car." After all the trainees got on board, 2 military buses roared away from the training center. The convoy left the inner city and headed straight northeast, following the second ring road. Inside the car, Han Zi sat by the window, his eyes fixed on the outside. After more than 2 hours, there was still no sign of stopping. Han Zi is very familiar with this area in the northeast of Yongxiang City. This area is an industrial zone, where most of the city's factories are concentrated. He once worked part-time in one of the electronics factories for 2 months during the summer vacation. Han Zi silently memorized the landmark buildings on the roadside and drew the bus's route in his mind. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched violently, he found that the bus was circling. A strong sense of doubt instantly enveloped Han Zi, but he did not say anything, but just quietly tightened his fingers. As the vehicle moved forward, the once bustling urban scene was gradually left behind, replaced by an increasingly desolate landscape. Han Zi's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, a strong sense of uneasiness quietly growing in his heart, causing his heartbeat to accelerate. Squeak! The screeching of brakes pierced the air. The moment the bus stopped suddenly, the huge inertia made everyone's bodies uncontrollable and they fell forward. Han Zi immediately looked at the windshield at the front of the car. A checkpoint converted from an abandoned toll booth appeared in view. 2 huge iron gates stood across the middle of the road, and the scenery behind the gates could not be seen. The iron gate was covered in rust, and 4 big words were sprayed on it in red paint: "No entry." There are guardhouses on both sides of the iron gate, and fully armed men with shields stand on both sides of the guardhouses. Lin Qunren quickly stood up and strode out of the car. He walked straight up to the leading shield bearer and handed him the pass. The man took it, carefully examining every detail, then waved behind him, "Let him pass." Ka 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 ka. With a dull sound of metal friction, the iron door slowly opened. Only then could I see clearly the road leading into the door. There are rows of sturdy sycamore trees planted on both sides, and the yellow fallen leaves are piled up layer by layer, covering the entire road surface. Weeds grew wildly on both sides of the road, and it looked like no one had been here for a long time. Lin Qunren got back on the bus, and it continued to drive inward, passing through about a dozen similar checkpoints along the way before finally arriving at its destination. Under Lin Qunren's command, everyone got off the car one by one. The shield bearers on the other bus had already gotten off and were on guard around the area. The stale and decayed smell hit Han Ziye in the face, and he couldn't help coughing lightly. Looking up, the scene before me looked a bit like a city after the apocalypse in a disaster movie. Directly in front of us, a clock tower stood crookedly, the glass of the dial had long been shattered, revealing the messy and twisted gears inside. The roofs of several surrounding buildings collapsed, and steel bars were exposed among the broken walls, like twisted bones. On the street, the bumpy road surface was full of water, reflecting the dilapidated houses on both sides. Hanzi grew up in the outer city and has long been accustomed to the harsh environment and dilapidated scenes. However, those students who grew up in the inner city in a pampered environment had never seen such a shocking scene. They were all stunned, as if frozen in place, their eyes filled with shock and fear, their mouths open wide enough for an egg to fit in. Now is the final exam. Lin Qunren's sharp eyes swept across everyone's faces. The test is simple. He pointed to the ruins of the town behind him. Scattered within are the insignia of the shield bearers. Find them. The number of insignias you obtain will determine your grade. You are not allowed to attack each other in here. Other than that, there are no other rules. You are free to do whatever you want. The exam will last for 2 days. Gather at this square at this time 2 days from now. Of course, that's assuming you're still alive. Lin Qunren's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. Nangang Fugui swallowed and asked in a trembling voice, Instructor Lin, is there any danger in here? Lin Qunren glanced at him coldly, his tone icy. Danger? From the moment you became a transcendent, or in other words, from the moment you were born into this world, you have been facing danger. At this time, another student bravely stepped forward and asked, Instructor Lin, at least give us some idea of what's going on. We only know we're looking for the badge, but this place feels strange. What's going on inside? It is obvious that the trainees have been left with psychological trauma from the last special training. That's nonsense. Lin Qunren suddenly raised his voice. I've already clearly told you the content of the mission. As for what happens inside, that's your business. Now, the timer begins. Everyone, let's go. With Lin Qunren's loud roar, the students had no choice but to walk deeper into the town. Looking at their departing backs, a trace of sadness flashed in Lin Qunren's eyes. Assistant Instructor Li Ao followed behind him. Suddenly, his nose twitched and his face darkened as he said, Instructor Linear. I smell something strange. This smell doesn't seem to come from a human. Lin Qunren didn't even turn his head and said calmly, it's a White Walker. Chapter 77. White Walkers. Could this be a crack in the ghost realm? Li Ao was stunned. That's right. Lin Qunren nodded. The Great Wall is a natural barrier against the White Walkers. Most of the White Walkers are blocked outside the wall and can only wander on the ice field north of the wall. But the vast majority does not mean all. The actual situation is that a small number of White Walkers can break through the blockade of the Great Wall through some special means and appear in the inland south of the Great Wall without being noticed. At first, once the shield-bearing legions in each city discovered any trace of the White Walkers, they would definitely surround and eliminate them with all their might. But as time went on, they discovered that even after they were completely eradicated, new White Walkers would appear in the same place not long after, as if they had never been eliminated. What is even more puzzling is that these White Walkers seem to be bound by some mysterious force and will never leave this specific area. The repeated senseless sacrifices made the top leaders of the Shield-Bearer Corps fall into deep thought. In order to avoid more unnecessary casualties, after intense discussion and weighing of the pros and cons, the top management finally made a difficult decision. These areas where White Walkers frequently appear are blocked off and heavily guarded to prevent anyone from entering without permission. These areas are called ghost cracks. There are hundreds of ghost domain cracks of various sizes distributed within the territory of Xia State. The abandoned town in front of them was the closest ghost domain crack to Yongxiang City. Once upon a time, there were 500,000 to 600,000 people living here, but due to constant attacks by the White Walkers, people were forced to evacuate. Eventually, the town became a dead, empty city and a paradise for the White Walkers. Li Ao was not a native of Yongxiang, so naturally he didn't know the origin of this ghost domain crack. Instructor Lin, isn't it too dangerous to take the test in the ghost domain crack? Li Ao's face was full of worry. According to existing research, the ghost domain rift is essentially an unstable spatial connection, destined to be unable to support too large an energy body. Lin Qunren's eyes remained fixed on the ruins before him. Normally, the only white walkers here are the wraiths. But, Assistant Instructor Su Lin added, even if it's a white walker, they might not be able to handle it. They're new to school, how could they have come into contact with white walkers before? There aren't that many perfect solutions. Lin Qunren's eyes were determined and his voice was stern, facing death is a compulsory course in their lives. Only those who survive are qualified to join the 3 legions. Li Ao and Su Lin looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Boom boom. At this moment, a dull thunder sounded above everyone's heads, as if a pair of giant hands were beating war drums behind the clouds. In the blink of an eye, lead grey dark clouds swallowed up the entire sky like a surging tide, and the shadow completely enveloped the abandoned town below. This abandoned town, which can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, is not small in size. Although it has been abandoned for many years, the original roads, houses, and facilities have been preserved relatively intact, and the outlines are still vaguely discernible. After the 100 students entered the town, they quickly dispersed. Since only the top 10 students have the right to choose the 3 major legions independently, strictly speaking, there is a competitive relationship between everyone. But in such a dangerous and unknown area, exploring alone is obviously not a wise move. Therefore, just like the last special training at Yunluo Mountain, the trainees spontaneously formed several small groups and searched in different directions. Han Zi, Yan Yang, and Nangang Fugui traveled together. This time, Yan Yang did not refuse. The 3 of them walked along the main road. The asphalt road under their feet looked like it had been cut by countless sharp blades. Cracks spread like spider webs. Layers of dust covered the road, and the original color could no longer be seen. Click, click. The sound of footsteps echoed repeatedly in the empty and silent streets, and each sound seemed to be infinitely stretched. A gust of wind blew, and the yellow fallen leaves on the ground were blown by the wind, making a rustling sound. Nangang Fugui was carrying a bulging marching backpack. He looked up at the sky covered with dark clouds. The thick lead grey clouds seemed like they would collapse at any time. A feeling of uneasiness surged in his heart, and he unconsciously moved closer to Han Zi, his voice trembling slightly, "Brother Yat, it looks like it's going to rain soon, where should we go? Let's find a high ground first and observe the situation." Han Zi was actually unsure, so to be on the safe side, he decided to find out the situation before making a decision. In the field of vision, there is a towering building not far away. Judging from its appearance, it was most likely an office building in the past. Go there. Han Zi raised his hand and pointed. The 3 of them immediately started jogging, and soon they arrived under the building. The first floor of the building should have been a shopping mall. The huge glass door had long been shattered, and uneven glass shards were scattered on the ground. The sign at the entrance hung askew, the writing blurred by the erosion of time and the baptism of wind and rain. A stench of decay wafted from inside, making one frown. The sky was already gloomy. Looking into the mall through the hole, it was pitch black inside and nothing could be seen clearly. It was like the gaping mouth of a giant beast that could swallow people at any time. Do you want to go in? There won't be any ghosts in there, right? Nangang Fugui's lips trembled. Whoosh! The shadow beneath Han Zi's feet suddenly lengthened, winding its way into the mall. Shadows could absorb a portion of the user's perception, and Han Zi closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing it. The shadow kept transmitting the scenes inside the mall into his mind, as if he were there himself. In his perception, the interior of the mall was in a mess, with counters tilted and goods scattered all over the floor. But it was quiet and no other abnormalities were found. The danger is eliminated for now, go in. As he spoke, Han Zi opened his eyes, crouched down, and rushed in first. Yan Yang followed closely behind without saying a word and entered one after another. May the Bodhisattva bless me. May the Buddha appear. May Superman possess me. Brother Kun, help me. Nangang Fugui was muttering completely unrelated names, sometimes clasping his hands together in a bow, sometimes making the sign of the cross. Seeing Han Zi and Yan Yang disappear from the spot, his Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, he gritted his teeth and followed them. Brother Yat, Brother Yang, wait for me. The interior of the mall was similar to what Han Zi had discovered when he inspected it from outside. Apart from the fact that the light was a little dim and it was a bit messy inside, there was nothing unusual. Sizzle Yan Yang opened his 5 fingers, and a small flame rose in his palm, like a star in the darkness. The orange-red light slowly spread in the dim space, and the surrounding scene became a little clearer, with the outlines of the scattered goods and broken counters gradually emerging. Nangang Fugui followed behind the two of them, his hands tightly gripping the shoulder straps of his backpack, and he spoke in a very low voice, as if he was afraid of waking up the monster he had imagined in his mind. Brother Yat, Brother Yang, please slow down. If we encounter danger, I can't run as fast as you, so please don't leave me behind. Suddenly a loud noise came from behind Nangang Fugui. Bang! Then a black shadow with a human outline fell diagonally from midair and pounced towards him. Chapter 78. Ah! FK! It's a ghost! Nangang Fugui's scream instantly broke through his throat, sounding particularly harsh in the silent shopping mall. His whole body seemed to be bounced by a spring, and he jumped into the air, his legs kicking wildly and uncontrollably. Be careful! Han Zi's pupils suddenly shrank, and he turned around abruptly, with shadows swirling between his 5 fingers, and he was about to attack. Call! A golden red flame blade cut through the air and passed by Nangang Fugui's ear. Boom! The fire blade accurately hit the figure behind him and exploded directly in the chest, sparks flying and heat waves rolling up the scattered paper scraps on the ground. Yan Yang still maintained the posture of swinging one hand forward, with the cold light flashing in his eyes. After seeing the figure he hit clearly, the corners of his mouth twitched and he cursed, "Fatty, if you startle again, don't blame me for beating you up." Han Zi flashed and came to Nangang Fugui, grabbed his arm tightly, and said with a smile, "Fugui, stop shouting." Nangang Fugui, who was still in shock, was like a koala. He jumped onto Han Zi with a whoosh sound, wrapped his arms and legs tightly around his body, and his whole body was shaking. Han Zi, who is originally tall and thin, has a fat man weighing 200 pounds hanging on his body. The picture has an indescribable sense of incongruity. Fugui, if you continue like this, I'm going to be suffocated by you. Han Zi squeezed out these words from between his teeth with difficulty. Ah! Nangang Fugui slowly calmed down after hearing that there was no more movement behind him. He turned his head tremblingly, and his face froze instantly. Lying quietly on the ground was a grey plastic doll, the most common kind of mannequin used to hang clothes in shopping malls. The doll was cut off at the chest, the broken surface was charred black, and it emitted a pungent smell of burnt hair. A burning bra was also lying on the ground next to it. Cough cough cough. Nangang Fugui coughed tactically to cover up his embarrassment. Okay, stop standing there and keep going. Han Zi shook his head helplessly, I'll go ahead, Yan Yang, you'll cover the rear. After the interlude, the three continued on their way. Along the way, Nangang Fugui's ears were burning, and he scratched his head from time to time, trying to put the embarrassing incident behind him. The mall was eerily quiet, with only their slightly messy footsteps echoing in the empty space. It wasn't far before we found the elevator. As expected, the elevator door was half open, and the wiring inside was a tangled mess, with layers of spider webs overlapping, like a huge white curtain. It was obvious that the elevator had long been broken. But then again, even if there was an elevator in a place like this, they definitely wouldn't dare to take it. Han Zi quickly scanned the area and said confidently, the mall must have a safe passage. There are stairs there. Let's look for them. Sure enough, in the corner of the mall, a sign pointed crookedly in the direction of the stairs. Pushing open the heavy fire door, a not-so-wide stairwell appeared in front of the three of them. Due to the lack of ventilation for a long time, the stale smell inside is heavier than in the shopping mall. Ahem. Hanzi couldn't help coughing a few times and waved, "Let's go." The three of them walked up the stairs, their footsteps echoing in the enclosed space. The smell of decay grew stronger with each floor he climbed, and the scorching sun released fireballs, illuminating the entire stairwell. In the firelight, the mottled marks on the wall were vaguely visible, and the narrow and enclosed space gave people an indescribable feeling of depression. Hanzi unconsciously quickened his pace. 10 minutes later, a locked iron door appeared at the end of the stairwell. Hanzi quickly climbed the stairs, and a small shadow blade condensed at his fingertips, emitting a cold light. He flicked his wrist, and the shadow blade cut towards the door lock accurately. Crack! The door lock shattered and metal fragments fell. Hanzi reached out and pushed open the door to the rooftop. He let out a long sigh, and his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. In an instant, a strong wind blew towards us, carrying rotten leaves and dust. There was nothing on the rooftop. The three of them came to the edge and looked out, and the whole view of the town was in sight. Under the gloomy sky, this abandoned town looked like a dying beast, collapsed on the ground. This town is quite large. Hanzi squinted at the scenery below and asked in confusion, "Why is it abandoned?" Also, judging from the situation on the street, it seems that a battle took place during the evacuation. Yan Yang continued. "It looks like that to me too." Hanzi nodded. The key now is to find a way to find the shield-bearer badges scattered around town. Shield-bearer badge? Hanzi muttered to himself while thinking rapidly. An immature hypothesis gradually took shape in my mind. The mission this time is to find the shield man badges. Judging from the current situation, these badges should not have been placed in the town by the instructors in advance. Because on the way in, I didn't find any signs that anyone had been here. If you want to hide a considerable number of badges in various corners, it is impossible not to leave a single footprint. Then there is only one possibility: the shield-bearer badge we are looking for has been here a long time ago. Considering the traces of fighting on the streets, it is not difficult to imagine a possibility. A large-scale battle once broke out here, and one of the parties involved was the Shield-Bearer Legion. The shield-bearers who died in battle left their badges in the ruins. This means that if you want to find the emblem, you must delve into the places where the battles took place. But the question is, what kind of enemy will the shield-bearer fight here? If it's the Oracle Gate, the sword-bearer should be the one to deal with it, not etc. A bad thought flashed through Hanzi's mind. Could it be that the people who fought against the shield-bearers back then were Brother Yat, Brother Yang? Nangong Fugui's trembling voice came from behind the two of them. He frantically tugged at the hems of their clothes. "Ghost, ghost. Which model has mutated this time?" Yan Yang rolled his eyes. He turned around impatiently. Instantly, my scalp went numb and my hair stood on end. Chapter 79. At the entrance to the rooftop, a humanoid monster was standing blankly in the shadow of the stairwell. Hanzi looked in the direction of the sound and was also stunned for a moment. He was certain that no one else was in the stairwell when they went up. But what is standing in the stairwell now? Ah! A gasp like a broken bellows came out of the monster's throat. The sound came from the dim doorway and echoed on the silent rooftop. Just as the three of them froze and stared at the monster, it began to move. The monster leaned forward slightly and slowly took its first step. Its steps were slow but full of oppression. Every step he took seemed to have a tremendous force, and the dull sound was like a heavy hammer hitting the ground, causing waves of echoes in the empty rooftop. With the slightly better light on the rooftop, Hanzi finally saw the humanoid monster clearly. Its overall appearance is not much different from that of a normal human being, but it exudes a creepy and strange aura. Its skin was a lifeless bluish-gray, cracked and creased like dry cement. His muscles bulged in exaggerated shapes, emitting a terrifying sense of explosive power. His fingers were like dry tree roots, curved and rough, his nails long and sharp, gleaming with a cold light. The monster tilted its neck, and its strange red eyes stared at the three people at an angle that defied common sense, with a strange light flickering in the depths of its eyes. The next second, it raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The sound waves surged like a physical entity, causing pain in the eardrums of the three people. Immediately afterwards, the monster pounced towards the three people like a cannonball, wrapped in black airflow. Ziye felt his heart suddenly shrink, and all the muscles in his body instantly tightened like a bowstring. Before the monster arrived, the strong wind blew in his face, making cold sweat break out on his forehead and a chill spread along his spine. "Get out of the way!" Ziye roared and pushed Nangang Fugui away. At the same time, he leaped in the opposite direction like a cheetah. Just as he dodged, the monster fell to the ground with a tremendous force. The ground seemed to be blown up by high explosives, cracking instantly, and gravel flew everywhere like bullets. The reinforced concrete guardrail was smashed into a shocking hole by the monster's impact. The broken steel bars twisted and bent outward like ferocious fangs. A gust of cold wind rushed in from the cave entrance with a shrill whistling sound, and the broken concrete blocks on the edge of the cave entrance fell down. Ziye's back was already soaked with cold sweat, and it felt chilly against his skin. If they had not dodged in time, he and Nangang Fugui would have fallen into the abyss 100 meters below like those falling concrete blocks and been smashed to pieces. Nangang Fugui sat down on the ground with his mouth wide open, completely frightened. The monster shook its head, shaking off the cement debris on its body. A low roar emanated from its throat again. His blood-red eyes locked onto Nangang Fugui. He roared and pounced on him. "Don't come over here!" Nangang Fugui's face was ashen, his feet were kicking rapidly, and his buttocks were rubbing wildly on the ground. The monster's sharp fangs were reflected in his eyes. A foul wind blew over him, and he could almost smell the strange odor emanating from the other party. In a hurry, Nangang Fugui subconsciously put his arms in front of him and closed his eyes tightly. The monster suddenly stopped when it was less than 10 centimeters away from Nangang Fugui, as if the pause button was pressed. Behind it, Ziye's eyes were stern, and his hands were tightly grasping the shadow line. His knuckles turned white from the force. The shadow line was stretched straight, and the other end was tightly wrapped around the monster's neck. "I am not dead." Nangang Fugui moved his arm away tremblingly. The moment he opened his eyes, what caught his eye was the ugly and hideous face of the monster. Eye contact. After a second of silence, a deafening scream erupted from Nangang Fugui's throat. Bang! The sound of the shadow line breaking suddenly rang out. The monster rushed forward suddenly, and was about to bite Nangang Fugui's fat head to pieces. A hand grabbed the back of Nangang Fugui's collar like lightning. "Get out of the way!" Yan Yang roared, and threw the 200-pound Nangang Fugui back 4 or 5 meters. "Scorch the world flame fist!" The fist formed by golden and red flames smashed into the monster's chest. Boom! The moment the flames exploded, a strong air wave swept across the entire rooftop. The monster screamed and was blown away, its body drawing an arc in the air. Almost at the same time, Ziye condensed a shadow blade in his palm and flew forward like a ghost in the night. Puff! Under the combined effect of Ziye's forward force and the monster's huge inertia after being knocked back, the shadow blade easily pierced its back, and the tip of the blade protruded from its chest. Dark red blood shot up into the sky like a fountain. Just then a gust of wind blew by, bringing with it a rain of blood that fluttered and fell. Squeak! A wall of fire suddenly rose in front of Yan Yang. Drops of blood floated on the wall of fire and were instantly engulfed by the high temperature, making a hissing sound. "Dead, dead!" Nangang Fugui stumbled to his feet, staring at the monster in front of him with lingering fear. "What the hell is this?" It can't be a White Walker. The monster swayed twice but did not fall down. As if to confirm what Nangang Fugui said, white smoke actually emerged from the horrific penetrating wound on its chest. Countless muscle tissues were wriggling like earthworms, and the wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Ziye and Yan Yang's eyes fixed at the same time. Its wounds are healing. Han Ziye growled, and the shadow in his palm churned violently, making bursts of whistling sounds. The black shadow under his feet instantly boiled and condensed, and the whole person rushed towards the monster again like a black lightning. At the same time, flames surged wildly around Yan Yang, and the scorching temperature caused the surrounding air to distort. Shadow Kill Kunlin. Burn Flame Dragon. The two attacked at the same time, and 9 shadow snakes and a huge fire dragon rushed towards the monster one after another. Boom! Shadows and flames collided violently in the air, and the whole world seemed to be cut in half, red on the left and black on the right. The powerful impact caused the ground on the rooftop to tremble slightly. 10 seconds later, everything returned to calm. The dust slowly dissipated. A huge hole was blasted out in the floor where the monster originally stood. Han Ziye and Yan Yang reached the edge of the pit in an instant. Looking down, they saw only pitch black. Fell down. Han Ziye frowned slightly. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew over my head. Up there! Nangang Fugui shouted. Chapter 80. Han Ziye and Yan Yang looked up at the same time, only to see the monster wrapped in black air currents, falling from the sky like a meteorite. Its back and chest were rotten beyond recognition, and its body was covered with dense wounds, but it did not affect its mobility at all. The sharp nails flashed with a cold light, like a deadly blade, rushing towards you. Yan Yang reacted quickly, roared, and red fire blades burst out from his palms one after another, wrapped in rolling heat waves, shooting towards the monster in the air like arrows. What was shocking was that the monster twisted its body flexibly in the air, like a ghost, and most of the fire blades just brushed past it. Even though a small number of fire blades left burn marks on its body, the burned flesh regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its movements were not affected at all. Just as the monster was about to land, its body suddenly spun at high speed in mid-air, driving its arms with it. In an instant, the sharp nails cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound and cutting the surrounding air into pieces. Shadow Kill, Armor Cover! Han Ziye shouted, quickly crossing his arms to protect himself. Black shadows surged out like a tide, tightly wrapping around his arms. The next second, the monster crashed down with overwhelming force. Han Ziye only felt as if his arm was hit by a rapidly rotating giant fan. The huge recoil force instantly threw him away. At the same time, Yan Yang used the flames he had prepared to skillfully perform a displacement technique, leaving behind an illusory afterimage. The monster's attack missed, hitting only a phantom. Han Ziye quickly adjusted his body shape in the air, spread his hands, and countless shadow threads shot out like spirit snakes, tightly grasping the ground, and with this force he stopped the trend of retreating. Looking at the extremely strange monster in front of him, Han Ziye's brain was working rapidly, and various information kept colliding in his mind. The monster's appearance is somewhat similar to that of humans, but it exudes an indescribable evil aura. It also has an unimaginable self-healing ability, and can recover quickly even if it suffers severe damage. Han Ziye's face turned pale in an instant, and an answer he was unwilling to accept gradually became clear in his heart. There is only one possibility: the monster in front of us is the legendary White Walker. There are White Walkers inside the wall. He found it hard to accept at first, but the truth was right in front of him. Han Ziye's thoughts were still churning, but the monster had already let out a deafening roar, and pounced towards Yan Yang like a mad beast. Boom 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 boom. A series of flames exploded in the air, and Yan Yang's figure flashed like a ghost, launching fierce attacks on the monster from different angles. Every time he swung his arms, a blazing fire blade whizzed out and exploded on the monster, sending sparks flying. In an instant, the monster's body was burned into pieces, and the smell of burning mixed with the stench of decay filled the air. But what is creepy is that the monster not only did not fall down, but instead healed itself again and again with its tenacious vitality. Yan Yang. It's a White Walker. Find an opportunity to cut off its neck, otherwise it will be unkillable. Han Zi shouted, then leaned forward and sprinted towards the monster from behind. Swish! Yan Yang released fire blades from his left and right hands at the same time, like a pair of scissors, cutting towards the monster's neck. The monster raised its arms quickly to block on both sides. The fire blade directly cut off its forearm, emitting thick black smoke. The monster took the opportunity to retreat and narrowly avoided the flaming scissors. But the next second, a hint of doubt flashed in the monster's red eyes, and it found that its legs seemed to be stuck to the ground and it could not move at all. The ground at my feet had turned pitch black without me noticing when. That's Han Zi's shadow. Roar! The monster roared and struggled violently, raising its left leg with all its might. The black shadow grabbing its ankle was stretched out long, like thick asphalt, but it was not broken. Bang! Han Zi grabbed the monster's shoulders with both hands at the same time, holding him firmly in place. Yan Yang! Kill him! Han Zi roared. Sizzle! A red line of fire shot up into the sky. Yan Yang swung his left arm, and the line of fire accurately cut into the monster's neck. Thick black smoke came out from the incision, but the neck did not break immediately. The fire line cut through its bluish-gray skin bit by bit. The monster's pupils trembled violently and a shrill scream came from its throat. As if sensing the threat of death, the monster suddenly erupted with astonishing strength, abruptly breaking free from Han Zi's control, turning around and waving his hands, his 5 fingers flashing with cold light as he reached behind him. Puchi! The monster's palm directly pierced Han Zi's lower abdomen, and its sharp nails protruded from behind. Almost at the same time, the fire line swung diagonally towards the sky, the monster's neck was completely broken, and its head was thrown into the air like a ball. Boom! Yan Yang threw out a fireball, accurately hitting the monster's head as it fell freely. A golden red spark exploded in the air. The monster lost its head, and spider web-like cracks quickly appeared on its body, revealing a magma-like luster in the cracks. Immediately afterwards, the headless body began to combust on its own. In less than 10 seconds, it was burned to ashes, turning into a pool of black ash. Yan Yang looked at Han Zi the first time, only to see that his abdomen was pierced, but not a drop of blood was spilled. The whole person's figure gradually became blurred and finally disappeared. It's a clone. The real Han Zi had already stood 10 meters away. He stared into space in shock. What Yan Yang didn't know was that at this moment, the authority value in Han Zi's sea of consciousness was jumping wildly. 928. 1928. Still beating. 2928. 3928. The authority value finally settled at 3928. Han Zi clearly remembered that when he checked the authority value in the morning, the point was 828. Only a few seconds had passed, and it had skyrocketed to 3928. Doesn't the authority value naturally increase by 1 point every hour after nightfall? What is the situation now? Could it be? Could it be related to the White Walker we just killed? All sorts of thoughts flashed through my mind at once. Han Zi couldn't believe it. He checked his authority value again. Night authority level, level 1. Authority value, 3928/5000. Bang bang. Bang bang. Han Zi almost heard the sound of his own heartbeat. He couldn't help but calculate, if he continued like this, and killed one more White Walker, wouldn't Power of the Night be upgraded to level 2 soon? Bang, 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 bang. A dull sound brought Han Zi's thoughts back to reality. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a creepy scarlet color surging in the deep darkness of the stairwell. Countless pairs of bloodshot eyes flickered like will-o'-the-wisp, accompanied by roars one after another, and a group of monsters rushed up the stairs like a tide. Chapter 81. Han Zi's pupils trembled violently. How can there be so many? Aren't the White Walker's minions incapable of surviving in sunlight? But these monsters don't seem to be afraid of sunlight, do they? Aren't they ghosts, but ghosts without a purpose? Many questions flashed through his mind, and Han Zi even thought about killing another White Walker to see if Power of the Night could be upgraded to level 2. But reason told him that it was definitely not a wise choice not to run away immediately when facing a group of White Walkers. We can't let them out. Close the door. At the critical moment, Han Zi shouted and immediately released the shadow. Since reaching the second level, his control over shadows has been increasing day by day. I saw a dark shadow spreading out from Han Zi's feet and quickly gathering towards the iron gate at the entrance to the rooftop. Yan Yang reacted just as quickly, his figure flashing like a streak of red light to the side of the iron gate in an instant. He gripped the iron door handle tightly with both hands, veins bulging, and with the help of his body's inertia, he slammed the door shut. The next second, the surging shadows were like a large piece of black asphalt, sticking tightly to the iron door and sealing the entrance tightly. Bang! 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 Almost at the moment the iron gate closed, a deafening BG sound came from inside the door. Along with the roars of the monsters, the iron gate bulged outward wildly, forming dense hills that seemed like they would burst at any time. What should we do? Brother Yat. They seem to be about to rush out. Nangang Fugui was so scared that his face turned pale, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he paced back and forth on the rooftop like an ant on a hot pan, with tears in his voice. See if there's another exit. Han Zi gritted his teeth and spoke word by word, the muscles on his face twisted with force. He tried his best to maintain the power of the shadow. The huge impact from the iron gate was like a surging tide, almost drowning him. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead like beads that had broken off the string. No. Brother Yat, that stairwell is the only exit. What should I do? What should I do? Nangang Fugui was so anxious that he was about to cry. He kept pulling his hair with both hands, his eyes full of panic. Just open the door. Just kill them all. Then there's no need to find an exit. Anger rose in Yan Yang's eyes. No. Han Zi's eyes narrowed slightly, there are too many of them. We have no chance of winning. If the opponents were not White Walkers, Han Zi would definitely be able to kill them all. But the White Walkers are completely different. If their necks are not cut off, they can regenerate and heal continuously. This is a completely unreasonable bug. What's more, we are now facing a group of ghosts. Fighting them head-on is tantamount to committing suicide. I can't beat him, and I can't run away. God, please save me. If only I had the talent to fly. Nangang Fugui wailed. Fly. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. I seemed to have thought of something. While controlling the shadow, Han Zi walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked down through the gap in the guardrail that had been smashed by the monster. The streets were silent, with no signs of movement. It seemed my guess was correct, the White Walkers must be hiding in the buildings. Yan Yang, Fugui, come here, I have a way. Han Zi immediately called the two of them. What should I do? Brother Yat. Nangang Fugui was like a drowning man who saw a life-saving piece of driftwood. A glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes, and he quickly ran to Han Zi. Jump down! Jump, jump down! Nangang Fugui glanced downstairs, his eyes widening as he asked, isn't this just a different way of dying? No time to explain. Han Zi swung his hand and released a shadow line, tightly binding the two men's waists. Just as he finished speaking, there was a teeth-grinding creak sound coming from the iron gate, and a blue-grey arm tore open the iron gate and a shadow stretched out. Han Zi simply retracted the shadow that blocked the door. There was only a loud bang and the deformed iron door was knocked away. The White Walkers in the stairwell poured out like a tide. Jump! Han Zi's pupils shrank drastically, and he roared and leaped down. Yan Yang and Nangang Fugui followed closely behind. The group of White Walkers were extremely fast, they jumped and rushed towards the three people. The moment Yan Yang and Nangang Fugui left the rooftop, the few White Walkers in the front had already caught up with them. Roar! Countless sharp claws tore through the air, as if to tear the human in front of them into pieces. At the critical moment, Nangang Fugui narrowed his eyes, opened his hands, and erected a huge transparent shield in front of him. The sharp claws that followed swung on the shield, and without making any sound, the power was completely devoured. Nangang Fugui's belly suddenly swelled like a balloon. At the moment when the three of them accelerated their fall, Han Zi raised his hand and shot out a shadow line to grab the wall of the shorter building next to him. The shadow line stretched straight. A huge force pulled the three people sideways and swung over. The strong wind blew his red hair. Yan Yang looked at the group of ghosts that were gradually getting smaller in his sight, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand, his fingers hooked. Scorching world, ash realm. The golden red flames spread like magma, and the entire rooftop turned into a purgatory. The screams reached the sky. The White Walker, unable to stop, fell from the gap with his body burning. Whoosh! The three of them drew an arc in the air with a roar. Han Zi raised his hand again and shot out a shadow thread that grabbed the wall of another building and swung forward. At this time, the distance from the ground was less than 20 meters. Ready to land. Whoosh! The moment he landed, Han Zi touched the ground precisely with his toes and rolled forward to relieve the impact of the fall. When he stood up, his clothes fluttered and his hair lifted slightly. Dark shadows coiled and moved around his fingertips like a spirit snake, and a cold aura emanated from his whole body. The scorching sun was like a burning meteor, drawing a golden red trail across the sky. Near the ground, he slammed his palms downwards, and a hot air wave exploded instantly, blowing away the surrounding dust. With a muffled bang, he landed steadily on the ground, and the golden red flames around him slowly went out. Immediately afterwards, a huge ball rolled several times in the air and then plunged into the bushes on the side of the road like a cannonball. Ouch! A scream came from the bushes, and then Nangang Fugui crawled out of the bushes covered in dust, with leaves and grass debris hanging on his hair, and his clothes were torn by branches. I'm not dead? I'm not dead. Nangang Fugui looked up and down at his miserable appearance, a smile of relief on his face. Haha, exciting. It's really FG exciting. We have to get out of here. Han Zi frowned and looked up at the top floor where flames were rising to the sky. The firelight reflected his cold face. Nangang Fugui's smile froze instantly, and he asked cautiously, "Brother Yet, where are we going? Are there monsters like those just now all over the streets?"